Born the heir to a low-ranking noble family, Raven Vart was framed for treason against the imperial family. To receive a pardon, he was sent to fight monsters with the most wretched corpse in the kingdom. If he could just survive for 10 years, he would be free. But everyone knew this was just another form of a death sentence, because no one could survive there for 10 years. But somehow Raven managed to survive until now, with freedom just within his grasp. During his final battle, he encountered the heir to the Pendragon duchy, Alan Pendragon, and from there a new tragedy officially began. The story opens with Raven slaughtering monsters one by one. His sword flashes and blood sprays in an arc. The sharp blade easily fells a beast, which lets out a deep, guttural cry. Next, a massive eagle swoops down, its eyes blood red with hatred, baring its talons as it lunges toward the tall figure. His face is a web of scars, his eyes filled with an icy coldness. He ducks and swings decisively. A single slash from the razor-sharp sword is enough to split the great eagle's life in two. He casually flicks his blade, surrounded by the corpses of countless types of monsters. Goblin, cowering, raises its eyes. Its voice is heavy. To defeat so many goblins by yourself, you live up to your name, Raven Varty. Vart's cold gaze falls upon its head. The goblin grits its teeth. The fearsome guardian of the demons. Raven says nothing, his silver pupils glinting with a beautiful light. His sword is raised high against the sky, the silver moonlight illuminating its path. With a single strike, the goblin's eyes widen in shock. Blood splatters, and the stench of it instantly fills the air. He blows a light breath from his thin lips and looks up. Gazing at the pale yellow moon, Raven's black cloak flutters in the cold wind. His voice seems to merge with the wind. I've come this far. His sharp features soften with emotion. Only 10 more days. If I can survive this, I'll finally get my freedom back. I'll get out of here. Raven's words are firm and resolute, not fading into the wind but witnessed by the moon. Time passes. His light footsteps touch down on the sandy ground. Back at the demon corpse encampment, the first light of dawn peeks over the mountains, casting a golden glow over the rows of tents. He stands on high looking down. In one corner, warriors of the demon corpse are passed out drunk. In another, prisoners sit with their heads bowed in somber silence. Raven's mind wanders. Looking back on the past 10 years, those days were truly hell. The demon corpse, the people sent here, were destined to fight demons in an endless power struggle. This was the worst treatment one could receive in this kingdom. Nearly all of them are criminals and slaves. He walks leisurely past them. The worst of the worst. These people don't care about their own lives, nor whether they'll live to see tomorrow. Behind him, a few men snicker and gossip about him. Hey look, looks like that bastard Raven killed all his subordinates and came back alone again. Even though he used to be royalty, he's pretty tough, huh? Raven maintains his composure, walking on with his eyes closed, paying them no mind. But someone annoyed blocks his path. Well, what do we have here? The fat man's eyes are mocking. Ignoring me again, are we? Got anything to say to me, Raven? Annoyed, Raven clicks his tongue. His face shows a mix of ridicule and contempt as he retorts, you seem to have a death wish. The man's face scrunches up, his eyes bulging. Before he can utter a word, Raven swiftly raises his knee, driving it hard into the fat man's stomach. Then he quickly grips the hilt of his sword, coldly pressing the blade against the neck of the sycophant behind the fat man, staring down at him. As if on purpose, Raven's blade makes a thin cut on his neck. Fresh blood immediately wells up. He turns to deal with the last one. Raven slowly raises his hand. The man, seeing his cold face, shrinks back in fear. He gently grabs the man's head. The man's eyes immediately well up with tears. Without pausing for a second, Raven puts his strength into it and slams the man's head backward. With a heavy thud, it hits the ground. Finished, he casually steps back. The fat man is still staggering, propping himself up on the ground, whispering curses. You bastard. In the next instant, a sword is driven into the ground right next to his face. Raven leans down, his merciless silver eyes filled with killing intent as he glares at the man. His tone is light. If you want to die before the demons eat you alive, you can always count on me. With that, he immediately turns and walks away, leaving the man behind, seething with hatred and gritting out, damn it. I'll remember this. A disgraced former royal, they said I wouldn't survive a year. But I became a monster who could survive for 10 years in this corpse. Those lies about me were spread by my so-called comrades. Raven strides straight towards the tent ahead. But those words were entirely accurate. The House of Vart, even though it wasn't a prestigious or famous family, my family did exist within the royal court. He could have lived a life of luxury, but everything collapsed, and we lost everything. His gaze deepens, heavy as he sinks into his memories. Young Raven's innocent face stares in shock at the scene before him. About 10 years ago, the entire grand mansion was engulfed in a sea of blazing fire. The shout of a man with his arms spread wide before the magnificent scene echoes. You ignorant fools of the Vart family, for plotting a rebellion against the imperial family with such foolish actions. Don't you deserve to die? He roared. You were wrong. Raven, though held fast by chains, retorts loudly. Our family would never do such a thing. Roofed Highland smirks, looking at him with pity. You truly are a fool who doesn't recognize his own mistakes. Raven's will is unshaken, his voice rises in anger. It's all a misunderstanding. The other families were the ones who plotted everything. We were just dragged into it. The man grabs him by the hair. Roofed Highland's voice is soft. Both your father and mother have been purged. Why don't I just turn you to ash along with these rooms, He pauses for a moment, then says, but I'll give you another choice. Raven's face is filled with hatred as he grinds his teeth. Talon leans in close, his voice dripping with contempt. Fight the demons for 10 years in their corpse. If you do that, I'll at least let you live. Raven's eyes widen, so hateful he can't form words. The crowd of onlookers surrounding them immediately breaks into scornful, pitying smiles. Oh my, the demon corpse, those whispers were like daggers to his young heart. Isn't that the worst corpse in the royal army? The place full of barbarians and criminals. A royal being sent to a place like that, this is probably the end for the Vart family. He grits his teeth in hatred, but in the end it's as if he's given up. Raven asks numbly, if I fight the demons for 10 years, can I live? Talon turns away, not bothering to look at him, and shrugs, if you can. After that, you will be free to do whatever you want. His lips part, I understand. Then his voice rings out, sharp and resolute, I will definitely survive, and then I will rebuild the house of Vart. I swear it. The scorching flames engulf everything. Raven kneels there before a place that will become a scar in the flow of history. Escaping from the tragic memory, his hand gently touches the tent flap. His voice relaxes a bit as he comforts himself. The days of living in disgrace will be over soon. Raven lets his eyelids fall. From the day I was dragged here, I've fought monsters without any training or experience. He leaps onto its back, driving his sword down forcefully. But I've managed to survive until now. His once innocent face is now filled with excitement and extraordinary will. I, who was once just a child, became a member of the demon-slaying corps for 10 years. His appearance then and now are completely different. Raven's face is resolute and firm. The next large-scale demon subjugation will be my last battle. He pulls back the curtain. Just one more step before I am free and can restore my family. Meanwhile, in the Pendragon family territory and Kona forest, the wild, majestic landscape is still shrouded in the darkness of night. Blue eyes widen, a nose trembles slightly under the full moon and shooting stars. A massive dragon form appears before the youth. The dragon's voice whispers, "Oh my knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." The youth looks up, his gem-like eyes staring blankly as he follows the dragon. Its form is majestic and imposing, a being far more powerful than any monster. Perhaps it is the strongest living creature to have ever set foot on this earth. Only one family could command the obedience of such a beast, the ducal house of Pendragon. The white dragon form, with its golden armor, bows its head, willingly allowing the descendant of the Pendragon family to stroke it. Because of their ability to tame dragons, they hold immense influence in the kingdom, and are also one of the most prestigious families. Days remaining until Raven Vart's pardon, 13 days. That night, at the command tent of the demon corpse encampment, Raven leisurely walks towards it. He raises his hand, pushes aside the curtain, and walks in. He glances down coldly and says a single sentence, "I'm back." Sovan Bantai sits on his throne, leisurely gnawing on meat, flanked by his slave attendants. Bantai's voice is resigned. "Looks like you've come back alone again, Grim Reaper Raven Vart. What about the reconnaissance mission report?" Raven's face is grim and merciless. He replies flatly, "The number demons on the front line is massive. If they meet our main army, our chances of winning are almost zero." Bantai tilts his head, grinning carelessly. "So you're saying you can't beat them?" He lowers his head, his pupils flashing with a cunning light. "If it's just us, we'll definitely lose." Raven doesn't bother to react. And then Bantai laughs to himself, pleased. "However, I have some news. Tomorrow, it seems the Pendragon family will be helping us." Raven raises an eyebrow and continues to listen. Furthermore, it seems they were bringing their most powerful creature. They were bringing a dragon. Not far from there, the Pendragon family crest flutters. Raven tilts his head in disbelief. "What, so you were saying that mythical creature will fight alongside us?" Sovan Bantai becomes serious again. "I know it sounds hard to believe, but it seems the Pendragons have been domesticating them for generations. The white dragon will fight the demons for us." Raven's eyes narrow in thought. The ducal house of Pendragon, they are the most influential family in the kingdom, and they have royal blood flowing in their veins. I don't know if it's true or not. I thought it was just a legend. Who would be so honored as to be served by a dragon? He touches his chin. I've spent 10 years of my life fighting demons, but I've never once seen a dragon. I don't think that Bantai guy would believe in something out of a fairy tale like that. Has he gone mad? Furthermore, Raven concludes his thoughts. I heard that the previous head of this family died, and because of that, they've lost some influence over the past few years. He puts his hands on his hips, his tone cold. I can't believe this information. Hearing this, Bantai just points at him bluntly. You don't have the right to say no. This is an order. But tomorrow, you don't need to go into battle. Raven doesn't understand, showing his annoyance. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The man sneers. 'Cause we have a dragon, we just need to leave all the monsters to it. Aren't I smart? However, you have to look after the Pendragon kid. So it's decided he has no objections. That's fine. Bantai laughs again and continues, you are never to leave his side. Raven remains silent, bowing his head. He gives a short reply, understood. That silver gaze is cold. I will do as you say. The man immediately bursts into loud laughter, excitedly clapping his hands. Good, good. Now go introduce yourself to the future Duke. I'm counting on you tomorrow. Now let's continue the party. Bring the wine. Raven doesn't linger and leaves immediately. He heads straight for the Pendragon family's canvas pavilion. The white dragon crest flutters high above. Raven looks up in silence. He really came. I don't understand why a royal would bother coming to a garbage heap like this to help us. He suddenly reconsiders. Bantai called him a kid. I have to wipe the ass of some pampered little brat. Raven warily runs a hand through his hair. Whatever, whether we win or lose tomorrow, as long as I survive, I'll definitely be free. That's all that matters. He raises his hand, touches the tent flap and lifts it. Stepping inside, Raven speaks in a flat tone. Pardon the intrusion, young master. From behind the inner curtain, a heavy deep voice emerges. Who are you? From somewhere. Raven immediately feels a chill run down his spine, startling him. He thinks with some suspicion, what kind of voice is this? It doesn't sound like a human's voice at all. Letting out a small breath, Raven kneels in salute and replies, my apologies for intruding without prior notice. May I have the honor of speaking with the young master of the Pendragon family? The voice from behind the curtain, still as deep and heavy as before, says, speak. I am of the Pendragon family. Now state your name and rank. He calmly replies, commander of the 12th Demon Corps. I am called Raven Vart. I have been ordered to protect the young master in tomorrow's battle, so I have come to report to you. The voice behind the curtain replies, that won't be necessary. You just need to be ready for tomorrow. Go and rest. Raven bows his head in silence, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The person behind the curtain seems to sense it and asks leisurely, is there anything else you wish to say? He raises his head, his posture serious and clear. Could it be that you did not bring the divine dragon, young master? The divine dragon's firepower is essential for tomorrow's battle. From behind the curtain comes a reassuring voice. Rest assured, tomorrow, the divine dragon will certainly be there to assist. Now please leave. Raven lowers his head in obedience. I understand. Then he silently begins to walk out of the tent. As he lifts the flap to leave, Raven hesitates slightly and glances back, his heart filled with suspicion. Is he really a kid? That unnatural calmness, a member of a ducal house coming to a place like this alone is something I've never heard of. His gaze drops. But it doesn't matter. After tomorrow, I'll never see him again anyway. Finishing his thought, he leaves, leaving the corner of the flag to flutter in the morning light. The next day, all the members of the Demon Corps are lined up, gathered in a large crowd in front of the tent of the young master of the great ducal house of Pendragon. Sovan Bantai stands on a stone platform in front of the tent, putting on a grand display, shouting heroically, the young master of House Pendragon is about to appear. The silence that follows is absolute, with only the sound of the wind making the white dragon crest flutter. Feeling as if a bucket of cold water has been thrown on him, Bantai scowls and clicks his tongue, his eyes glaring with disgust. Raven also looks at the tent, confused. The man opens his mouth. He bellows Pendragon, but before he can finish, a loud boom cuts him off. The Pendragon family's tent, right before everyone's eyes, explodes. Splintered wood flies everywhere, and a thick cloud of white dust billows through the air. He frowns, raising a hand to shield himself from the whirlwind of dust. Thinking blankly, what the hell? The white dust gradually begins to thin, and from within it, a pair of clear, sharp sky blue eyes is revealed along with gleaming golden armor. Raven looks up, his eyes widening in astonishment. That's a dragon's skeleton. A sharp dragon's jaw is revealed. The massive dragon form spreads its wings and soars high from the ruined tent. Its pure white form blots out the sky. The golden armor gleams under the sun, intricate and magnificent. The dragon's head dips slightly, its fierce eyes looking down upon them. He stares stunned. The name is slowly mumbled from his lips, a soft whisper, the white dragon. The white smoke clears, long golden hair flies wildly, and a red cloak flutters. The white dragon stands firm on the wreckage. Upon it sits a heroic warrior figure. A finely crafted silver helmet is bowed down. Raven, who had been watching in awe, looks up. The wind blows fiercely. The figure gently lifts their visor, and a clear voice rings out. My name is Alan Pendragon. The young man's handsome face is revealed, still with a trace of youthfulness. Under the brilliant sunlight, his cheeks are tinged with pink. His voice continues, then, without wasting any more time, let us begin the subjugation of these monsters. Alan removes his helmet, looks down, and introduces himself. My name is Alan Pendragon. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let's begin the subjugation of these monsters right away. According to the Demon Corps, the large-scale monster purge will have support from the Pendragon family. With the help of Soldrake, the monsters will be annihilated in the blink of an eye. At this time, the monsters are already looking at the two of them like meat on a platter. On the demon-slaying front, Raven doesn't turn his head but simply reminds him, young master, I'm not used to fighting while protecting someone else. The two are now alone, facing the surrounding monsters. So please limit your movements as much as possible. Raven grips his sword tightly, searching for a way out, while Soldrake deals with the monsters in the sky. I'll handle the ones down here myself. He smiles, excited, looking at them. Come at me, you dogs! The monsters leap forward, filled with malice. Raven just smiles and charges ahead without a hint of fear. With his well-honed swordsmanship, a single thrust pierces it, the blade twists, flicking away the remaining blood. Raven tilts his head towards the sky, watching Soldrake weave through the air. Soldrake looks at the black dots in the sky. It quickly gathers its power, a sphere forming before its eyes. The sphere explodes, flying in all directions. The monsters in the sky are hit and burst into flames, falling in a panic. Soldrake unleashes waves of blue fire, sweeping across the entire sky. Raven looks up, observing in silent, horrified awe how he grips his sword, shielding Alan. Who would have thought Soldrake actually existed? He turns to observe Alan and expresses, no matter what kind of monster it is, it's no match for a dragon. I used to say it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true. There are a lot of monsters here. Raven looks at the fires from the monster corpses caused by Soldrake and can't help but exclaim, but that one dragon can handle almost all of them. Raven smiles confidently, enjoying the battle for himself. As easy as a gentle breeze, thanks to this dragon, victory is practically in our hands. My last mission is this easy, my luck is pretty good, isn't it? Soldrake lands on the ground. Alan also notices and turns to look at it. Raven approaches, asking with concern, young master, are you and the divine dragon injured? We were fine, don't worry. Raven brushes the dust off his shoulder and reminds him, the battle will be over in a moment. Just then, a new swarm of monsters quickly appears in the sky. The three of them look up in disbelief. Raven grits his teeth and curses in anger, damn it. The remnants. He quickly turns his head and urges, young master, give the divine dragon an order. Alan and the divine dragon just look at each other without responding. Alan conveniently starts a conversation, an inaudible one. Soldrake closes its eyes and quickly faces the other direction, also quickly closing its eyes. The monsters cover the sky, swooping down relentlessly. Raven grips his sword, gritting his teeth and praying internally. There are quite a few of them, please deal with them, Soldrake. Soldrake raises its head, looking up and observing. Closes its eyes, silent and unconcerned. Just like that, its massive body completely ignores the monsters tearing and clawing at it. Raven is shocked, speechless. It's not moving at all. The monsters don't seem to stop, but instead claw even more ferociously. Raven roars in anger, questioning him relentlessly. Why aren't you fighting back? Alan behind him slowly approaches, his lips pressed together. Raven angrily grabs his collar, demanding, young master, what the hell are you doing? Beside them, terrifying explosion erupts. Raven turns his head, confused. The same monsters from before have appeared again, but in shockingly dense numbers. The monsters that should have been almost completely dealt with, the monsters charge forward tirelessly. Towards the two of them. But I didn't think there would be this many left. The monsters quickly drag Alan away. Raven struggles below with a pack of wolves. Soldrake, in his mind, a dragon was truly the most powerful creature to have ever existed. No matter what kind of monster it was no match for a dragon. The thought of relying on the dragon from before slowly surfaces. The battle until now has been as easy as a gentle breeze. Thanks to this dragon, victory is practically in our hands. My last mission is this easy, my luck is pretty good, isn't it? Raven looks up, helpless, pinning his hopes on Soldrake. There are quite a few of them, please deal with them, Soldrake. Raven's spirit sinks, mocking himself internally. As long as our ally is Soldrake, we'll win. This is my fault. Because I believed that lie and let my guard down. How stupid of me. Raven's eyes struggle to open through ragged breaths and blood. Before him, Soldrake is motionless, taking the hits but still not down. He smiles completely helpless and bows his head. Blood from his mouth and nose mixes and drips down. What a mess. The remaining monsters are slowly devouring the corpses left on the battlefield. The small goblins also quickly rush forward to finish off the survivors. One leaps high, gleefully holding its weapon, wanting to send Raven off. He is dazed, gasping for breath. In an instant, the goblins are sent flying by a single blow. Raven clenches his fist warily, swinging his sword behind him. His eyes are unsteady, as if forcing himself onward. His sword quickly plants itself firmly in the ground. Raven pushes himself up from a pool of blood, struggling to breathe. Damn it, his eyes are barely open. He keeps reassuring himself, I'm pretty exhausted and my wounds are quite deep. If I fall now, I'll never be able to get up again. Raven holds his head high, takes a deep breath. He looks at Soldrake and then scolds it perfunctorily. We were all fools. Soldrake's eyes are closed, completely silent, which stuns him. Soldrake, are you really dead? Soldrake is silent between the two of them, saying nothing. Suddenly, Alan coughs up a large mouthful of blood. Raven notices immediately and turns his head to observe. The two face each other in silence. Alan coughs dryly without stopping, his body extremely weak. Raven is silent, seemingly displeased. So you're still alive? Raven approaches, grabbing Alan's collar and demanding, before you die, answer me one thing. He looks down, not at all pleased, pressing for an answer. Why did the dragon stop attacking mid-battle? He remembers that moment and wants to understand. What did you order the dragon to do? Alan doesn't answer, just remains silent. Raven, of course, doesn't accept this result and grits his teeth. He shouts relentlessly, questioning, we could have won if the dragon hadn't stopped attacking. Why did you do that? Answer me. From behind, a sharp spear flies towards Raven. Shocked, he spits out a large mouthful of blood. He falls to the ground, speechless. From behind, a mocking voice rings out. Even if your heart is torn to pieces, you won't die. You really live up to your name, don't you? The immortal Bantai. He stands behind them, gleefully observing everything. Raven Vart. Raven grits his teeth in anger, looking at him with hatred. Bantai, the man shouts with glee, it's finally over! He gives the order to the hundreds of men behind him. All forces attack. The flag bearing the symbol of power flutters in the wind, catching Raven's attention. He stares up in disbelief. The royal army, why is Bantai leading them? Bantai smiles, having easily predicted everything. Don't be so surprised, he points his blade at Alan's neck. This was all part of the plan from the beginning. Then he stands with his hands on his hips, cheerfully toying with them. But there were some fools who refused to admit it. Alan glances at the blade on his neck, silent. Alan closes his eyes tightly, completely resigned. Bantai smiles as he watches. He swings his blade without a moment's hesitation. Alan's head flies up before Raven's eyes, just like that. Alan was killed with a single blow right in front of Raven. He turns his head in horror to look. Bantai approaches, cheerfully repeating how humiliating. But his death was decided long ago, and this too. He walks over and kicks Raven hard, sending him to the ground. While he struggles, vomiting blood, the man conveniently taunts him. So close, wasn't it? Just a little more and you would have had your freedom. Bantai grabs his hair, lifting his head to face him, full of contempt. It's quite painful, isn't it? Your constitution is extraordinary. He yanks his head back, gleefully revealing, and your recovery is also very abnormal. He remains silent, only now speaking up. Bantai looks down patiently. So you knew I was just pretending not to notice, for the sake of this day. But even with such strong recovery abilities, if I cut your throat, I wonder if you'll still die. Bantai smiles, looking down. What a waste for you to die here without achieving what you call freedom. Hearing this, Raven grits his teeth in anger. In his heart, he remembers what he has lived for all these years. To be free and restore my family. For this goal I have fought for 10 years. But even so, Raven remembers how wretched he was before. Isn't it just like it was back then? He clutches his chest, looking down at the ground. The weak and powerless are the ones who must endure humiliation. The ones who must die in a place like this, even though I was so close. Bantai lifts Raven's chin with the sword in his hand. He gives a savage smile and reminds him, I will tell you a little secret. The truth is, he leans in close, eye to eye with Raven, and sadistically recounts, slowly, the rebellion that the Vart family has shouldered for the past 10 years, your entry into the demon corps, and your death along with the Pendragon kid now. It was all planned. Raven's eyes widen in horror as he looks at him. He looks up in disbelief, blurting out, What? The man quickly kicks Raven, slamming him to the ground. The only thing I didn't expect was for the dragon to be this weak. He quickly raises his blade, wanting to end it. But everything is part of someone else's plan. He swings the blade down, his face dark with excitement. Farewell, little crow. Raven watches the blade fall, helpless to do anything. The blade strikes down with unstoppable force. His head flies off without a second thought. Soldrake, completely silent, had observed everything, opens its eyes, slowly looking up. It removes all the stakes piercing its body. Alan's head lies silently on the ground. Raven's head is also silent and cold. Soldrake's gaze turns colder. All conditions have been met. The blood from hundreds of warriors on the battlefield is drawn to a single point. Very quickly, that point expands into a large circle. Soldrake spreads its wings. It beats them powerfully, then flies up amidst thousands of columns of blood. When enough has gathered, the sky has darkened several shades. The blood of 1,000 humans, the blood of 1,000 demons, the blood of royalty, and the blood of a royal dragon. And at the moment the moon meets the sun, I will fulfill my oath. A great light shines from the horn on Soldrake's head. Just like that, a dazzling light radiates out. The heads of Raven and Alan also gradually disappear. Slowly, along with the bloodstains, they vanish as if they had never been there. Soldrake quickly flies up. It raises its head and looks up, silent. Soldrake's body gradually shatters. Everything is now yours. In an instant, its head detaches, along with a final thought. Dragon Rider. Soldrake closes its eyes, bowing as its body disintegrates. And at the time the sun meets the moon, I will fulfill my oath. Everything is now yours, Dragon Rider Raven. He frowns warily, sinking into the dark water. Am I dead? No, this feeling of being torn apart from the inside, I remember this feeling. He struggles to breathe, sinking, exhausted. It's just like when I was reborn. Does that mean I'm still? Irene's eyes flutter open, his thoughts hazy. Where am I? He gradually becomes aware of his senses. His wrist is being carefully wiped. What? It feels like there's something on my wrist. Irene wakes up, his body weak. The maid beside him loses her composure and shouts, Young master. Lin panics and rushes outside. This is bad. Someone. Young master. Irene sits up confused, repeating, Young. He looks at the strange room before him and marvels. What a luxurious room. I've never seen a place like this before. Where the hell am I? The sound of hurried footsteps outside. Melbourne bursts in, pushing the door open and shouting in astonishment, Young master. You are finally awake. The group of people gasps in astonishment, observing him. He is moved to tears, choking out, Young master, you reawake? You finally made it. Melbourne steps forward, bowing with concern. Are you alright? Do you remember me? Irene is sweating, slowly repeating, the person you call Young master is me. Melbourne is startled and immediately affirms, Yes! That's right. Without waiting for Irene to ask, he quickly explains everything. This is the castle of the Pendragon family, Conrad. Irene stares at him, incredulous. And you are its master, Irene Pendragon. He is horrified, his face dark with disbelief. Irene, he repeats the name heavily. I am Irene Pendragon. He jolts upright and looks at his reflection in a basin of water. His eyes fly open in disbelief. The reflection in the basin is indeed Alan. What the hell happened? Linda steps forward, concerned, offering a hand to help. My lord, perhaps you don't remember what you look like. Melbourne steps forward, sadly placing a hand on Linda's shoulder. The young master must be confused since he just woke up, so don't press him. This is normal, as he has been in a coma for 3 years. Irene frowns, annoyed, looking down at the water's surface. 3 years. It's been 3 years since that battle. He recalls the old, dark memories. But I'm sure I was beheaded and died back then. Irene closes one eye in Alan's form and wonders, since I'm practically immortal, why instead of being reborn in my old form, he grimaces, did I become a Pendragon? The large door is quickly thrown open in an instant. Helen rushes in frantic, calling his name. Irene. My son. She gasps for breath, exhausted from rushing over. You reawake. The group turns around, surprised and delighted. Lady Helen, who is this now? Helen steps forward, asking incessantly, Irene, are you really awake? Irene is startled and looks behind him. The hazy image of Aisha is superimposed over Helen's form. He stares in amazement, reaching out a hand, vaguely asking, Who is that? Aisha smiles, raising a hand in a shushing gesture. Helen is still weeping. Irene is now confused, not daring to do anything. Thank God. Irene, do you remember me? I'm your mother. I don't remember anything at all. What the hell is happening? Is this a dream? Irene looks at Aisha before him, speculating. She quickly signals. Perhaps it's this old lady. Her hand quickly points outside. Irene leans towards the outside, to the astonishment of... Outside, Irene suddenly jolts, his face dark. Those are a pair of pure white wings beat powerfully in the air. Soldrake! Before him it coils itself around a high tower, observing. Its gaze is the same as it was before it died. This makes Irene unhappy as he watches, surprised, blurting out, Soldrake. Soldrake glances over silent. Then, as if it has discovered something, it roars in anger. The roar carries such power that the glass in the room instantly shatters. Soldrake lunges to the edge of the room, looking inside. Irene grits his teeth, looking at it in disbelief. Soldrake, how do I know the white dragon's name? No, anyway, the image of the white dragon, silent during the previous battle, makes Irene unhappy. Died along with me back then. He frowns, looking at it, annoyed. Did it get reborn? No, then perhaps it was still alive in that state. I don't understand a single thing that's happening. Suddenly a hand reaches out, shouting a challenge. Helen steps forward, shielding Irene, and shouts a warning. I won't let you harm my son again. Soldrake's eyes are sharp and cold, staring at the group. Helen closes her eyes tightly, not daring to say anything more. In front of her, Aisha quickly shields her with a smile. Soldrake bows its head in reconciliation. She also reaches out a hand. Irene shouts a warning. Helen. Startled, she turns her head to look. Step back. Irene. Aisha smiles and turns ahead. Looking at her, she kindly signals, it's okay. Irene freezes, confused. What? Helen comes over and grips his shoulders, reminding him with concern. Irene, what's wrong? It's dangerous, so sit down. He looks up, worried. That old lady, am I the only one who can see her? She is still continuing her conversation with Soldrake at a low enough volume. Its eyes close in agreement. The next second, before everyone's eyes, it flies out of the room. It soars straight up and then gradually disappears. Aisha turns her head back, looks at him and smiles. She gradually fades away, her body vanishing in an instant. Irene frowns, looking on with suspicion. She disappeared. Helen sighs, exhausted. Melbourne steps forward to support her arm, concerned. Lady Helen, are you alright? I'm fine, Melbourne. More importantly, Helen smiles, looking worriedly at Irene. Irene, are you okay? But he is currently so stunned by this strange event that he remains silent. He grits his teeth, confused. After this rapid series of events, a clear common thread emerges. This luxurious castle, these servants who are worried about me, and the white dragon's name suddenly appearing in my head. It seems I've really become Irene Pendragon. Helen tilts her head, repeating her question. Irene. Irene forces a smile to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. No, I'm fine, mother. The group lets out a collective sigh of relief. Irene looks at everyone discussing among themselves and makes a decision. Panicking now is pointless. I will start gathering information to put everything into perspective. Irene turns and ties his hair up neatly, his resolve firm. And since I'm not really Irene, I have to make sure I'm not discovered, so let's start by gathering information. The image of Raven from the past appears when he was still on the battlefield. The demon corpse, a low-class corpse that basically has no human rights, a place where they throw the lowest of the low. They said it was impossible to survive even a year in that hellish environment. But I survived for 10 years. Raven's held a sharp glint as he scanned everything in his sight. I honed not only my fighting skills but also my abnormal regenerative abilities. No warrior, human, or monster could compare. The remaining memories of the battle flash hazily. The demon-slaying battlefield, my final battle before being freed. The young master of House Pendragon and I were plotted against and lost our lives in that battle. At least, that's what we thought. Irene looks at his hands, marveling endlessly. But I was revived in the young master's body, and time has turned back 7 years before that battle. While his thoughts are still hazy, lined opposite him, reminds him with concern, my days were nothing but blood and stench on the battlefield. Suddenly, that changed completely, and now, Irene's eyes carry hint of disgust as he frowns. Lined holding a spoon in one hand coaxes him with the other. Say ah. Irene sighs warily and reminds her, as she continues her work worriedly, I've been fed like a child since the day I woke up. It's been a few days now at least. I can feed myself, can't I? No way. In any case, you're sitting still because of the doctor's orders. Line persists, repeating her words, which annoys Irene a little, so please, open your mouth. This maid's name is Linde. It seems she was in charge of Alon's daily affairs before he suddenly fell into a coma. Irene warily grits his teeth, looking at the spoon. This blatant overprotectiveness is just unbelievable. He calmly accepts it and opens his mouth wide. Damn it. Since I've become Irene, I have no choice but to obey. But this is just too embarrassing. The meal quickly ends. Linde approaches and slowly explains, thank you for your cooperation, young master. I will help you change while your medicine is being prepared. He basically ignores her, getting out of bed and tying his hair. No need, I can do it myself. Irene strolls off, much to Linda's concern. I'm going to wash my face for a bit. So bring me some clothes, will you? And a hair tie too. It's a pain when my hair is this long. Linda's mouth drops open in astonishment. She hurries over and quickly reminds him, young master. She directly ignores Irene's words. You can't go yet. She rushes over, her face pale, shouting, that will affect your body's condition. Linda reaches out to support him, quickly requesting, your clothes and hair, I will take care of them. She loses her composure, her eyes welling with tears as she pleads. Irene understands and agrees. Young master, please, you must rest. I understand, so calm down. She directs her gaze to a small wooden chair in the corner of the room. Then please sit there. She works anxiously. Irene sighs wearily. I will do it right now. I'm counting on you then. I want to be alone. His hair is tied up neatly. I've only just arrived here. His clothes are also immaculate. In a life where people do everything for me, this makes Irene uncomfortable. He rubs his wrinkled forehead. I'm terrible at dealing with this. My stomach is still atching from the stress. Linda looks at him with concern and quickly asks. Irene, naturally not wanting any trouble, immediately refuses. Young master, you finished changing. Is something wrong? No, nothing. She quickly continues to probe, but he immediately refuses. That's a relief. Is there anything else you need? Please say something, young master. This is enough. I'm gonna lie down. Suddenly the door is pushed open with a call. Brother. Two children quickly enter with curiosity. How is your body? The older sister smiles at the younger child, who is also looking on with concern. Linda is surprised and happy. Irene, on the other hand, is so angry he's grinding his teeth. Lady Irene, Lady Maya, why time and time again do they have to interrupt? Maya suddenly runs forward. Irene behind her calls out worriedly, stop. The little girl quickly hugs his leg, her eyes looking up, full of happiness. Irene forces a smile in response. Irene approaches and quickly asks, I'm sorry, brother. Can you walk normally now? Just walking is fine. The maid, not too quickly and not too slowly, brings a chair. Lady Irene, please have a seat here. Thank you, Linda. After all, she suddenly turns her head worried. Brother, are we disturbing you? Irene avoids her gaze and cheerfully says, not at all. Irene clasps her hands, looking at him happily. Great, we were so happy to hear that you woke up. And the flowers in the courtyard have finally bloomed. When you can leave your room, let's go see them together, okay? Irene, helpless, looks on with a dark face as Irene continues to chirp in his ear. The blue cornflowers you planted are about to bloom too. Do you remember? It was right before you fell into a coma. Here we go again. Irene glances over, probing. Ever since I told the truth that I have amnesia, this little sister of mine has been talking a lot. But thanks to that, I've gotten a ton of information from her. She is still enthusiastically recounting everything she knows. I've heard from her what kind of person Irene was. A rough sketch of him quickly forms. Instead of learning to wield a sword, he focused on reading and drawing. A person who liked things like planting trees instead of fighting. But that much is fine. The next part is what worries him. However, Irene was a coward who chose to hide in his room and avoid contact with others. The image of a weak, struggling Alan, as described by Irene. Because of that, not only was his swordsmanship dull, but his fighting ability was as well, and so rumors about him quickly spread to other families. Behind the curtain, the hair of the ducal family became a laughingstock. Irene frowns in contempt, looking down. No wonder the house of Pendragon fell into disgrace. He frowns, looking down at his hands, slowly speculating. But now time has been reversed, and I have become him. This body is a 17-year-old body, 10 years younger than when I met him at the battle. The two bodies lie opposite each other. According to the maids in the castle, he fell into a coma at 14 and woke up 3 years later. There must be a reason why I entered his body while he was in a coma. A different, contradictory thought arises. No, the reason doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm still alive and have returned 7 years into the past. Irene smiles to himself at this wonderful opportunity. I have a chance to do it all over again. The image of his ragged self, wandering the battlefield. At that time, I was sent to the demon corps and lost my family's honor. A complete contrast to the image of himself using another identity. I've been given a second chance to seize what I couldn't have before. Irene frowns, looking up. What can I do? Let's start with what Bantai said before. He remembers what information he heard before his death. The honor your family lost because of the rebellion 10 years ago, your entry into the demon corps, and your death today, they are all connected. To find out what he meant back then, Irene smiles with delight, stroking Maya's head as both Irene Pendragon and Raven Vart. I will fight once more. Irene is still chattering away beside him. And then, Lady Luna. She immediately scoots closer, unhappy. Irene is startled and looks over. Are you listening to me, brother? I'm sorry, please continue. Irene happily rubs her hands and smiles brightly. Alright then. Lady Luna is here to visit you. Brother. Irene frowns, curious to know. Wait, who is Lady Luna? Irene, worried, quickly swallows her words. I'm sorry, brother, your memory is still. She quickly introduces her clearly. Lady Luna is part of the Pendragon Knights and is the adopted daughter of Count Sayros. Irene tilts her head happily, revealing their relationship. Your fiancee. Irene, holding me as shocked, he freezes, not believing what he just heard. The clatter of horse hooves on the dirt road. The group, along with soldiers, moves quickly. A knight quickly looks into the carriage. We will soon arrive at Conrad Castle in the territory. Please endure for a little longer. The woman sitting inside silently looks out. Lady Luna. Her gaze is cold and unhappy. The group, leading a luxurious carriage behind them, slowly enters the territory. The knight, outside, quickly peeks inside to remind her, "Lady Luna, after 3 years you will finally meet your fiancé again." He looks over with confidence, requesting, "Could you tell this humble bride how you are feeling right now?" The man is completely contemptuous, waiting in silence. The knight commander of the house of Count Saros, Joseph. Luna sighs, unhappy and helpless. She glances over and questions, "Why should I tell someone like you?" Bryden basically ignores her request. "Don't bother me. Focus on your own business." The house of Count Saros, Luna Saros. She warily leans her head, remembering the image of herself having met Irene before his coma. Irene Pendragon, a weak and pitiful person whose gender wasn't even clear. Luna silently looks at the corner of the room where he was hiding, quietly observing. Even when I came to visit him, he would hide in the shadows fearfully, making even a conversation impossible. I was engaged to someone like that, purely for the benefit of my family. The marriage, in Luna's eyes, had already fallen apart. However, today all of that will end. My father, Count Saros, has decided to annul the engagement. The image of Soldrake has already faded. The power of Duke Pendragon has greatly diminished over the past few years. There's no reason to continue this engagement. Luna remembers when the Count called for her. Although from the beginning, I never considered such a weak person to be my partner. She smiles lightly upon hearing the reminder. Honestly, I felt relieved when father asked me to come and annul the engagement. Bryden, peeking in from outside the door, says, "Although our purpose in coming is to announce the annulment, I still wonder if young Master Irene has matured at all." Luna glances over, unhappy, and questions, "That's none of your business. I will be the one to speak, so you just stay quiet and don't provoke their knights." Bryden smirks and lets out a sound. He gleefully looks up, directly contemptuous. They don't treat their people like the knights of House Pendragon do. Whether that kid know young Master Irene has woken up or not, the glories of the past cannot be restored. He quickly mentions the famous event in the region. Young Master Irene failed to make a pact with a dragon. I'm sure House Pendragon will only go downhill from here. Bryden smugly raises a hand and smiles. However, if it were me, he excitedly looks up at the sky, affirming, "I could bring more glory to House Saros than House Pendragon ever could. A Pendragon without a dragon by their side, I alone am more than enough." Luna at this moment suddenly reminds him, "Sir Bryden." She frowns annoyed and glances over. How unpleasant. Back off. Bryden realizes and bows his head in apology. "Oh my, please forgive my rudeness, Lady Luna." She sighs warily to herself. "I wonder which is more worthy of respect, House Saros or House Pendragon." She leans her head against the carriage wall, tired. The weak or the boastful. The carriage has now approached the castle. I dislike them all. At the hall of the Pendragon Duchy's castle, Conrad Castle Entrance Hall. Luna quickly bows in greeting. "Greetings to everyone from the Pendragon Duchy." She glances up and smiles. "It's been a long time." The two children, Maya and Irene, smile happily. Irene rushes forward and quickly embraces her. "Lady Luna, as beautiful as ever. You look wonderful." "Irene, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Helen approaches and happily introduces her. "Luna, thank you for coming all this way. Everyone has been waiting for you." "Come now, Irene, escort the lady to her room." Luna scoffs internally, silent. How pathetic. At his age, he still can't greet me properly without his mother by his side. She quickly notices him slowly approaching. Irene looks down from above, impatient. "It's been a while, I'll take you to your room. Follow me." Luna's stunned, covering her mouth in surprise. He turns around and quickly asks, "Is it alright for the knight to have a separate room?" He impatiently asks again, at the person staring blankly before him, "Hey, are you listening?" Luna quickly controls her emotions and raises a hand. "Please forgive me. A separate room for the knight is fine." Irene frowns, thinking unhappily. I heard she was a quiet and calm person. He sighs in frustration and walks away. To have an attitude like that towards her fiancé after not seeing him for 3 years, I guess this is what they call a political marriage. How worthless. Linda quickly opens the door and invites the two in. "Young Master, Lady Saros, please come in." Luna enters quickly. "Excuse me." Worried, wants to leave. Luna's gaze wanders around the room. "Young Master, shall I prepare some tea?" "Please do." "Yes." Irene turns back and reminds Luna, "Don't just stand there. Why don't you find a spot you like and sit down?" Luna is devastated, thinking to herself, what the hell is going on? She quickly recalls what happened before, not believing it. The person who couldn't even look someone in the eye when talking. She looks at Irene and lined at the door, constantly talking. And yet he communicate normally with me and the maid. Luna looks over, worried, and ventures, "You've changed quite a lot, haven't you? I heard you can't remember the past, but do you remember me?" Irene plops down into a chair without ceremony. "I can't remember anything from before I woke up, forgive me." Luna cautiously sits down, speculating, so that means he's lost all his memories and now has a completely different personality. But even so, she looks at Irene, who is frowning and sighing, and feels a little moved. He's become such a wonderful man, completely incomparable to his former self. Luna blushes and bites her lip. With the person he is now, perhaps the current situation of House Pendragon, Irene, in complete contrast, is indifferent and doesn't want to say anything. He looks at Luna before him and thinks nonstop, in this situation, I can't grasp the state of House Pendragon and the neighboring families. I'm not sure what will happen if I cause trouble with House Saros. But, this woman, it seems like she's been hiding something since we met. Irene smiles, glances over and makes his move. No choice. Should I ask a few leading questions? He bows his head and slowly baits his opponent. It seems I'm different from the Irene of the past. Both my sister and the maids have said so. This may not be fair to you, but if the me of now doesn't suit you, perhaps I should discuss it again with the Count. Luna suddenly shouts, disagreeing. No. She looks at Irene, silent, realizing she has crossed a line. Please forgive me. Luna wrings her dress, unwilling. What am I doing? The annulment was decided by father. Isn't my purpose here to announce that decision? Luna looks at him, silent, observing. No matter how much this person has changed, the situation of House Pendragon will not recover. She presses her lips together, saying nothing. That's why. Luna grits her teeth and makes a decision. That's why, if I don't tell him quickly. Linda enters just as Luna is about to mention it. Young master. She hesitates worriedly. I'm sorry for returning midway. Irene looks up, unhappy. Linda quickly repeats everything. What is it? Yes, it's a message from the Duchess. The Duchess asks the young master to come to the audience hall with Lady Cyrose immediately. Irene frowns warily. Why? Linda quickly signals, a bit apologetically. The knight who came here with the lady, she says slowly, embarrassed. I was causing a bit of a disturbance. Irene turns his head and glares, making her jump. Luna bows her head, saying nothing. Damn it, I told him to be moderate. He stands up and laughs coldly, contemptuously. You've been making faces like you hiding a secret from the start. You didn't come here with some kind of scheme, did you? Luna immediately denies his words. No. We can talk about that right now. His gaze seems unhappy as he looks down. Even though I should hate him, Irene frowns and dismisses it. Forget it. He walks away, questioning Luna. I'll hear you out later. For now, we have to go stop your knight. Luna bites her lip and swallows. What on earth to make this person change so drastically? Anyway, I have to stop Bryden first. Yes, she follows behind, accepting. Yes, let's go. In the audience hall where the three are standing, Melbourne shouts, unhappy and angry. Annul the engagement. Is that really what Count Saros wants, Sir Bryden? The man smiles contemptuously and signals. That's right. We came here to deliver the news to the young Duke Irene. Helen grits her teeth, not knowing what to do. She shouts angrily, criticizing, annul the engagement with House Pendragon. Are you prepared to take responsibility for the problems that will arise from this? Bryden smiles and gestures contemptuously, of course. As an apology he smiles, giving off an air of bestowing a favor, and arrogantly says, the Count said that he will not only hand over the gold and crystal mines on the border of the territory, but also 2 sawmills in the Bringzart forest, to be given to House Pendragon and transfer ownership. Melbourne is startled, not believing these words. Helen jumps, not believing it. He stammers, not admitting it. How Bryden arrogantly bows his head and scowls. It seems the maids and knights are not satisfied with this. Do you want me to make a suggestion? Bryden is furious inside but doesn't show it. This guy, just how much does he intend to insult our family? Helen, naturally, is also angry with the same thought. She grits her teeth, not knowing what to do. Pendragon is struggling financially, but our family's pride cannot bear to accept this. Helen resolutely raises her hand and shouts, I want to refuse that offer. Bryden continues to provoke relentlessly. Are you sure this could be your family's last chance to regain its standing? Helen grits her teeth, not accepting. Why you? Wait. Melbourne turns his head in astonishment. Helen's eyes widen in disbelief. The soldiers on the left immediately kneel. The ones on the right also quickly kneel. Irene enters silently, his eyes observing unhappily. Luna quickly follows behind. Helen happily calls his name, Irene. Melbourne also perks up. Young Duke Irene. Bryden is gleeful inside. Looks like that brat finally showed up. Watch closely, Lady Luna. I'll prove that I'm more worthy than this brat. Irene quickly walks up to the chair next to Helen. Young Duke Irene. The man smiles arrogantly and introduces himself. It's been a long time, are you well? From his high position he looks down, unhappy. Who are you? The man freezes, confused. Irene sighs warily and explains perfunctorily. I don't remember anything after waking up, so I don't remember who you are. Bryden is astonished, his mouth twisting. He has amnesia. Well, even if his personality has changed, he's still an idiot. I'll definitely be able to do this. Bryden bows his head and smiles gently, reintroducing himself. My condolences. I am the Knight Commander of the House of Saros. Get lost. He freezes again, not believing his ears. Irene looks down and quickly signals. I have no interest in you. You read just a knight and I want you to get lost. The man completely loses his composure, fidgeting unhappily. What? Young Duke, isn't it extremely rude to speak to a knight commander like me that way? Irene and Helen look down with cold faces. His voice is low. I think you re the one at a loss for coming all the way to our castle. I will say it again, get out of my sight, knight. His eyes glare down, unhappy. Don't make me say it a third time. Bryden is so scared his hands tremble, he bows his head in silence. Luna, behind him, sighs. Irene's voice quickly rises, full of authority. So he smiles and tilts his head. It seems you are still arguing about annulling the engagement, aren't you? He quickly signals for Luna. Step outside, Saros. I want to speak with the person involved. She looks up, silent, unwilling. I can't believe it's come to this. What should I do? He turns his head, recalling, and looks down. As I understand it, you want to annul the engagement in exchange for a gold mine, a crystal mine, and 2 sawmills, correct? Luna quickly affirms. He smiles and holds out his hand. Yes, then we're even? Luna is shocked, covering her mouth. Helen also stares at him, stunned. She is confused, sweating even. Where did the boy learn that phrase? Melbourne panics and quickly reminds him, young Duke, you know this is a matter for the House of Pendragon, don't you? I think you should think it over before making a decision. Irene stands up and cuts him off, unhappy. To restore the power of Pendragon, many things need to be done. His eyes look down, revealing the demeanor of his past self. Now is not the time to panic over a single annulment. Irene stands tall, aiming straight for his goal. Besides, no matter what we do, the Count will not change his mind. Am I right, Luna Sayros? She panics, not knowing what to say. Luna clutches her skirt, at a loss for words. I should have just said it straight. He can't marry someone like you. I don't want to admit it. She bites her lip tightly, blushing. But now, I've fallen for him. Irene smiles with delight. It seems you're still having trouble responding. He looks down, completely unconcerned. You don't need to answer. Your opinion doesn't matter to House Sayros. I will accept House Sayros' offer to annul the engagement. Luna is worried and apologetic. Irene his head back to Helen. Duchess, is that acceptable? Helen sighs, helpless. She quickly makes her decision, agreeing with Irene. It's fine, you are the head of House Pendragon, so I trust you. Irene smiles and nods in agreement. He quickly raises his hand. Quickly, as the head of House Pendragon, I declare the engagement between Irene Pendragon and Luna Sayros is officially annulled. Luna is silent, unwilling to accept it. Bryden grits his teeth in anger. Melbourne sighs, helpless. Helen smiles brightly. Irene walks away, tired and unhappy. Linda, worried, hurries after him. My goodness, not only do I have a headache from having too much to think about, but I'm also forced to deal with trivial matters like an engagement. Irene thinks, rubbing his chin, not knowing what to do. Although asking for opinions on the financial situation seems to be the right thing to do, if I can get back so many resources, there's no reason to refuse the annulment. The crystal mine will be a source of magical power and will be useful in some way. Whether high-level mages come or not depends on those mines. He walks past a familiar painting. Irene looks up, his attention caught. He remembers the image of the person who soothed the dragon. Irene freezes, stopping in his tracks. Curious, he quickly wants to know. Lined, who is this? This is the older sister of Glenn Pendragon, the Duke's father. She smiles and quickly introduces her, Aisha Pendragon, the portrait of her smiling from above. Irene murmurs the name, Aisha Pendragon. From behind, a gentle voice sounds, making Irene freeze and look behind him. I heard you call my name, little Pendragon. She stands before the window glass. Aisha smiles and gestures. I have something to ask you. She quickly makes an offer. Let's talk for a bit. Irene quickly closes the door, curious. So, Lady Aisha, what did you want to see me about? She smiles and gestures. As you can see, I am a ghost. Being called by my name is the prerequisite for speaking with the living, you know. And this is my great aunt, Aisha Pendragon. Irene crosses his arms, a little disbelieving, and frowns. I've faced demons for 10 years straight. This is the first time I've talked to a ghost. Ever since I took over this body, one thing after another keeps happening. I guess worrying is useless. Aisha smiles and continues openly. Alright, let me get straight to the point. She puts on a serious face and gestures warningly. Who are you? You are not the real Irene Pendragon. Are you? Irene freezes, silent, his eyes wide. She smiles, realizing she was right. Very quickly after, she immediately laughs and reminds him, I'm sorry for speaking in such a threatening tone. I've always wanted to try that. But to me this isn't surprising at all. She remembers back then, the moment she made contact with the dragon on the first day. Soldrake already told me that you are not the real Irene. Irene scowls and leans back in his chair. So that's it. So you can talk to dragons too. Then do you know exactly what happened? No, Aisha smiles happily. I don't know anything at all, but would you mind telling me in detail how you became Irene? Irene frowns and looks up, a little thoughtful. She's a ghost, and since I'm the only one who can see her, it should be fine, right? He considers it seriously. Alright, Irene leans forward wary and decides, I don't know if you'll all believe me, but I'll tell you everything. He quickly recounts everything. In July of the year 321 of the imperial calendar, Irene and I were killed during a mission on the Lothian plains. Irene crosses his arms, tired and unhappy. And that's it. When I woke up, it was like this. As for why I returned to the past and was reborn as Irene, I'm still trying to figure that out. Aisha rubs her face, listening vaguely. I see. I have a general idea. Do you believe me? Aisha glances away, tired. Whether I believe you or not doesn't change the fact that you are here. And since Soldrake has already discovered you are not Irene, I guess the story is true. But with a small guess, she quickly says, the Irene you protected on the Lawton Plains is highly likely to be a fake. Irene scowls, not believing it. What? She smiles and quickly explains clearly. The heir of House Pendragon has made a pact with Soldrake for generations. Have you ever heard about the importance of the tome opening ceremony? Aisha quickly gives a brief explanation of the event and its importance. The tome of the Pendragon family is not a resting place for ancestral spirits. The family's wealth, power, the blessings of the ancestors, and the spirit of Soldrake, along with the magic tower that hides the family's secret arts that you can learn, are all kept there. The door pushes open with an endless stream of light. In other words, it is the source of power that brings prosperity to House Pendragon. If the tome is opened, the wealth of this nation will be safe. But if it is closed, that wealth will diminish. Therefore, opening the tome is essential. The image of Irene appears with Soldrake facing each other. That is precisely why the tome's door can only be opened by the heir of House Pendragon, the one who has overcome its great power and successfully signed a pact with it. There is only one chance to sign the pact. If they fail, they must pass it on to future generations, a very difficult thing. Aisha closes her eyes, seeming to agree. Even the notoriously strong Glenn and his predecessor had a hard time signing that pact. This is why the previous Irene was in a coma for 3 years. This is why the weakest in the history of House Pendragon was completely defeated by Soldrake, and also why he fell into a coma. Aisha raises her hand and quickly explains, the chance for a defeated heir to wake up is very low, and that noble white dragon only follows the one who has conquered its power. Aisha thinks seriously about everything, therefore it's impossible for Irene to have been on the battlefield and met you. Irene freezes completely. Unbelieving, she quickly and cheerfully approaches. But that's not the main point. Irene frowns, sweating. What do you mean? Aisha is lost in thought, quickly blurting out, the most important thing right now is that Irene Pendragon has woken up with his body completely possessed by another soul. Irene scowls as she gets closer. You mean, before Aisha is the body with the soul behind it. The body is Irene's, but the soul is not. If it's a different soul, you will have another chance to sign the pact. Aisha smiles and quickly signals. So Vart now. At Pendragon there aren't enough warriors. But she can't help but strongly suggest, go to the Ancona forest, the dwelling place of ferocious monsters. Defeat the monsters that appear one by one. The image of a valiant Irene advancing, sweeping everything away. Until you reach the tome located in the deepest part of the forest. Soldrake breathes out a blast. Show the guardian of the tome, Soldrake, your strength, and form a pact with it. The images of Irene and Soldrake quickly merge into one. She looks at Irene before her, somewhat pleadingly. Then, true heir of House Pendragon, please open the door to our family's tome. Let's go. Aisha smiles and looks over. So, do you have what it takes? Irene smiles with delight looking at her. He easily accepts the invitation. Alright, Aisha stares at him, stunned. He continues his words about the tome. From what I've heard, opening the tome only benefits everyone. And since I'm used to killing demons, I have no reason to refuse. Irene gestures, showing his acceptance of this direction. Besides, regaining this family's influence is a very good thing, and I have my own goals, so I'll seize any opportunity I get. Aisha smiles at this decisive attitude. You read decisive and don't hesitate to use any means to achieve your goals. I'm interested now. Aisha, quickly reassured, reminds him, of course, I have no complaints about you successfully restoring the glory of House Pendragon. That is my only wish. I promise not to stand in the way of you achieving your goals. Irene smiles, his eyes narrowing as he looks down. I'm very grateful. He frowns warily and quickly explains. Now, if my next step has been decided, the next thing is to seize command of the vassal families. Because of the past Irene, my reputation is in chaos, and my command of military strategy is extremely messy. Aisha smiles happily at this thought. You understand, don't you? Although they have always supported this family ever since Irene fell, there are still those who disgrace this family and its weak leader. Those tiresome, old-fashioned thoughts. Remember to greet the heads of the subordinate families and let them know you are the true master of this castle. Irene quickly sits up straight and summarizes. Yes. Become the master of the subordinate families and prepare to open the tome. Let's see, about half a month. Irene smiles and looks over. I'll do my best to get it done before half a month is up. Irene swoops through the air, trying to recreate the swordsmanship of his past life. He imagines his opponent in front of him while quickly mastering his old feelings from every time he went monster hunting. Irene silently swings his sword with sharp movements. The enemy's size, their numbers, their habits, and their movements. His eyes are sharp and he is tired and sweaty. Irene pins the figure in front of him. Countless demons rush to tear him apart. Don't count on your allies. Try to handle everything yourself. Remembering how he depended on Soldrake's power to avoid an ending like that again, Irene's eyes seem to flash as he glances at everything. All the demons are swept away in a single blow. Line stands behind, watching with admiration. She happily approaches, carrying clothes. That was amazing, young master. Here are some clothes to change into. Irene quickly takes off his shirt to change. Right when I woke up as Irene, this body was too weak to swing a sword. He looks down excitedly at his arm, which has gained some muscle after a few days of training. I've regained the original state I had back when I was hunting. My recovery ability and fighting techniques have also been inherited. It's great to be alive again. Killian approaches, happily welcoming him. Oh, my young master, are you practicing your swordsmanship? He places a hand on his chest, overcome with emotion. You've finally decided to change your ways. I'm so happy I could go kill a lion myself. Killian smiles and winks, quickly reminding him, however, if you were going to train, you should have told me. I wouldn't have come right after you just woke up. The Knight Commander of House Pendragon, Mark Killian. Irene walks past slowly, questioning. Control yourself, Killian. I will prepare an even bigger stage than this. He is confused but says nothing. At that moment, in Conrad Castle's main hall, Irene looks down. Let's get straight to the point. Alright, everyone is here. I have an important announcement to make. He looks down seriously. I will perform the tome opening ceremony. The crowd freezes, startled. Killian quickly steps forward to remind him, young master, to do that, you need to conquer Ancona Forest beyond the gate. We will follow your orders, but you've only been training for a few days. Will that be alright? Irene sighs wearily, unhappy. Never mind me. Tell me the situation near the gate. Killian shakes his head frantically, recounting everything. It's terrible, my lord. Since the beginning of the year, not only have monsters been rampant everywhere, but even bandits are blocking the way. Each town has formed its own guard, but it's only a matter of time until the gate falls and monsters and bandits pour in. Irene frowns and quickly agrees. No matter how dangerous that area is, I can't just ignore it. Melbourne, worried, step forward to advise him again. Please don't be hasty, young master. After restoring the family with the crystal mine received from House Saros, I think it would be better if you let Killian act according to the plan. Irene sighs in frustration and speaks up. First, we don't have enough manpower to protect and exploit the crystal mine. In the end, we have no choice but to open the tomb again. He slams his sword down on the ground and shouts again, we don't have much time. We will leave in 15 days. He looks down and quickly makes a firm decision. The expedition will begin in 15 days. Killian is overjoyed and moved. I will not accept any objections. And as for me, I will be the one to command this campaign. As soon as the words were out, the entire main hall fell silent. Irene smiles, displeased. What? He walks down the stairs, confronting them as he goes. So, I can't take command. There's always someone who objects, isn't there? How about a match with me, Killian? He quickly waves his hands in explanation. I have prepared a spacious area because you wanted to teach me a lesson. But is this all right, young master? The expedition cannot succeed if the commander only knows how to read books and draw pictures. Irene approaches with a wooden sword on his shoulder, his tone low and unhappy. I have you to thank for that. If you are a knight, Irene lunges, immediately gripping his sword and getting to a stance, smiling. Killian is caught off guard but reacts quickly to block. He grits his teeth, struggling against the force.
It's too heavy!
Irene frowns, his eyes cast down. Speak with your sword. Killian grits his teeth and violently shoves him away. Irene spins his sword in the air. By the time Killian notices, he is already above him, preparing his stance. Irene lunges down, wanting to finish his opponent in one blow. Killian is astonished, his hands trembling nonstop. He charges in seriously to block, wishing he could cut him down. No way a kid who's never trained and was in a coma for years could beat me. Irene smiles and quickly slashes him. Killian gasps for breath, his eyes tired as he looks up. Irene seizes the opportunity, smiling as he recognizes his chance. He makes a decisive move from a blind spot. Less than a second later, Killian is struck by a blow from the hilt of Irene's sword. He is shocked and gags, wanting to vomit. Irene looks down from above at his unconscious form, emotionless. The onlookers are astonished, their mouths wide open. The sword falls from his hand, clanging loudly. Irene turns and walks away, reminding them, I'll say it again. He glares at the crowd, unhappy. We will depart in 15 days. I will form a pact with the White Dragon and open the tomb. If anyone objects, they can get the hell out. The crowd bows low, quickly subdued. No, my lord! We will obey your command. At that moment, at Conrad Castle, a piercing scream quickly rings in her ear. My lady. Bryden angrily pushes open the door to the room and roars. Even if this is Pendragon territory, why did you say you would go with Sir Irene on the expedition? He anxiously and quickly explains, this is too much. No matter how much Duke Irene has changed, it won't help this expedition. Why don't you return to the territory with my escort? My lady. Luna, unhappy, quickly questions, I hate you like this, always being insolent and looking down on others. It seems you don't understand, so I will tell you the reason. She glances up and explains. Just a few sentences showed his broad perspective. The future Pendragon is a close relative of my family. He and one of the 5 ducal families of the empire, and one of the 2 families that inherited the emperor's bloodline. Even if this is too much to know, to understand the pros and cons for House Saros, grasping the situation of House Pendragon is necessary right now. Luna bows her head and turns to continue her work. Returning to the territory right now is not a wise decision. Bryden grits his teeth in anger, helpless. When Duke Irene sets out, I will accompany him. He understands, bows his head, and lowers his voice. She also quickly agrees, I understand, but you can accompany him to the Berlin Gate. Please return with Rick immediately after that. Yes, I will. She takes a sip of tea, speculating if Duke Irene becomes a different person from before and successfully performs the tome opening ceremony, House Pendragon will regain its former glory. Luna blushes, so lost in thought she can't control herself. I need to witness with my own eyes just how good he has become. Bryden turns back, his eyes glaring with jealous anger. Damn it, that brat. After humiliating me, he's even making the young lady go crazy over him. He bites his hand, thinking frantically, just you wait. I'll show you how scary the world out there is. Irene, dressed in armor, approaches with his army already waiting. He stands seriously observing. From behind, a loud cry calls out to him, Irene! Helen, her tears flowing endlessly, hugs him tightly and reminds him, come back safely, my son. Promise me, you must come back safely, alright, remember safety comes first? Irene frowns, looking extremely troubled. He forces out each word. Mother, I will definitely return after conquering both the White Dragon and the tome. She weeps, her tears flowing endlessly as she prays, you must. Irene quickly spots 2 people in the distance. Maya and Irina in the distance, their eyes welling with tears as they bite their lips. Irene, helpless, turns back to comfort the 2 of them. Everything will be fine, I'll be back. Linda leads a horse over. Young master, it's time. Alright, let's move out. He quickly mounts the horse, adjusts himself, and pulls the reins taut, getting a feel for it. The group behind him is ready for the long journey ahead. Melbourne smiles at Linda, who is sweating and constantly worried. Bryden is still angry, gritting his teeth unhappily. Luna looks up, biting her lip, watching him. Killian approaches with a sword in hand. Young master, present to you the treasured sword of House Pendragon, the sorrow of the widow. Irene accepts the sword, holding it close to feel it. His own ragged image, with a chain around his neck, appears. I will restore the reputation of House Pendragon with this battle. I will fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Vart family and escape the humiliation of being branded a traitor to the Empire. Irene opens his eyes, slowly looking up. I will fight for myself once more. He raises his hand high, lifting the sharp sword. Irene shouts, announcing, clear the way. Let's move out. All for the glory of House Pendragon. Irene gallops ahead, leading the group away. The flag flutters in the wind. The demon wolves look at the group with hungry eyes. Killian seems worried and quickly reminds him, a pack of demons, young master. Irene grips his sword and looks up fiercely. I will crush them. He charges ahead, a single deadly blow sweeping through a horde of demons. He shouts a reminder to those behind him, don't falter, keep moving forward. Killian, lined excited, break into smiles. Luna and Bryden watch, momentarily stunned into silence. At that moment, a fortress gradually appears in the haze of the Berlin Gate fortress. Irene pulls the reins to a stop halt. He slowly rides forward and turns back to give an order. I'm going to scout the situation inside. You order the soldiers to rest and await my next command. Yes, young master. Lined approaches, worriedly reminding him, young master, you must be tired. Though she is exhausted and dirty, she still offers him a cup of water. Please have some water. Irene freezes, watching her. He quickly wipes a smudge from her face and then sighs. You should rest for a bit. Go wash your face and rest. Goodness, you've got mud all over your face. Here, no, you don't have to do that, my lord. Irene turns his head, confused, and just reminds her, this is an order, I will be fine. Go rest. Line blushes, bows her head, and stammers, yes. Irene looks around the sparse, impoverished village. However, the situation here is worse than I thought. I don't see any place near the fortress that's suitable for storing our luggage and letting everyone rest. He walks around, observing, a bit disheartened. The soldiers' equipment is in tatters. I still prefer the demon corpse. Irene frowns, gritting his teeth unhappily. If I remember correctly, the Berlin Gate is an important fortress in this region. It seems the knights and their commander aren't taking their jobs seriously. I'll have to deal with this thoroughly, otherwise. Irene calls out loudly, Killian. What are Killian, the commanders, and the knights doing? Killian looks worried, not wanting to bring it up. About that, Irene is shocked and incredulous, repeating, the knights brought the soldiers here and then deserted. He grimaces, his confession unclear. Yes, young master. Just received this news yesterday, and they've become a group of bandits. The remaining military force is just a worthless bunch. A dark aura emanates from Irene, showing he is very displeased. Those undisciplined bastards. He gives an order and leaves, leaving only a message. Today we will capture them. Tell the soldiers to get ready. He turns his head and warns immediately. I will chop off all the limbs of those bastards. At that moment, in another building, in the territory of Pendragon south of Norton Village, an abandoned monastery, a fat hand is happily shaking a cup of wine. He looks at the bloodied, screaming people before him and happily listens. Have you heard? That useless Pendragon kid has woken up. Perfect timing, because I was getting tired of killing the women and children here. A mocking tone rings through the air. I wonder, what kind of face that kid will make when I beat him up? At the forest's edge, Irene's army, in a private room surrounded by the Duke's iron fence. Bryden looks on and speaks up. I want to add more soldiers to the bandit subjugation tomorrow. Killian quickly refuses and explains, unfortunately, young master, that would reduce the number of commanders and soldiers protecting the castle, wouldn't it? Bryden beside him comfortably offers his opinion. A few days ago, our family received support from Conrad Castle's soldiers, so this time I want to repay your kindness. With all my heart, I will dispatch more soldiers from the Saros family to support you. Irene frowns slightly, as if not knowing what he's planning. It's hard to trust the words of such an unreliable person. I don't know what you're plotting, but do as you wish. The Saros family still has its uses, so it should be fine. Irene glances over and reminds him. Even so, there will be some who object to leaving the family's territory to come here, according to your wishes. I think it will be fine. He crosses his arms, speculating. And I think now is not the time to worry about such things. Besides, the bandit leader has lured over 20 deserted soldiers at that time, and by now this number is likely to be much higher than we anticipated. So it's best to add more forces from our side. Irene smiles this answer. He glances over, very satisfied. I appreciate his judgment. Now tell me more about Geoffrey. Killian quickly reveals all the information he has, of course. Geoffrey is a very skilled swordsman. He smiles with satisfaction as memories of Killian gradually surface. However, he seems to be an arrogant man. He brazenly demanded a promotion in rank and 3 territories adjacent to Berlin after your power had waned. The process of his demand, along with his angry face, appears in his memory. The Duchess refused his request, and so he fled with a few of the family's soldiers while he still held the rank of general. He recounts the image of his arrogant, leaning posture. We found him trying to rule the area near the southern part of North End Village like a bandit. Irene frowns, thinking to himself, praising him. He's clever. Instead of taking the gate and the castle, expanding his influence by ruling the surrounding villages is much more practical. If I were him, I'd do the same. So Killian glances over, concerned, as he brings up the next issue. Currently women and children are being massacred, and there are no signs of it stopping. The south of Norton is in a panic. They might start seizing the gate if we don't negotiate with them immediately. You were right. He places his hand on the map and signals his strategy. I will plan the conquest and observe. After that, he immediately points at Killian, giving him authority. I will give you command. He is stunned and blurts out, sir. Irene smiles and explains clearly. They are all soldiers who used to follow your command during the time I was absent. Those soldiers will likely listen to you more than me. V never had contact with them, so I'm entrusting that task to you. Killian happily places a hand on his chest and smiles. Yes, my lord. You can leave it to me. He nods upon hearing the final announcement. Alright, then Knight Irene will take command. Then Irene turns to Bryden beside him and gives an order, and Knight Bryden will serve as allies and cavalryman. He looks at the two of them one last time and reminds them, we will depart early tomorrow morning. You two should get some rest. Understood. Irene looks at Killian, who is leaving, and suddenly calls out, oh, right, Knight Killian. He leans against the table and quickly gives an order. You see, I want to apologize for what happened last time. The image of him putting all his strength into the final blow, striking Killian's stomach. He is completely moved, biting his lip and tearing up. Killian bows his head, completely submissive and accepting. There's no need, my lord. I didn't break any bones, so it's not a problem. Thank you for your concern. Irene looks down and smiles with satisfaction. I understand, then I'm counting on you. At that moment, in the barren land surrounding the southern part of Norton Village, the horse's hooves trample a man, causing him to scream. Geoffrey, leading the bandits, shouts an order. Take everything of value. Brothers, kill all the women and children on the road. A woman clutches her child, continuously begging. This makes him unhappy and he reminds her, I beg you, at least spare this child. Hey! This land is entirely my territory. Do you know what happens when you don't obey your ruler? Geoffrey holds his sword on his shoulder, looking down with arrogant contempt. You people have nothing to offer. People like you are worthless. Please stop and spare our lives. A decisive sword stroke slashes across her forehead. The child cries and screams for her to wake up. Mommy! The little girl turns her head to see Geoffrey leisurely walking over. He smiles comfortably, glancing down. I hate kids who can't keep their mouths shut. Farewell. The child doesn't understand and stares blankly as he lunges. A spray of fresh blood shoots up. Geoffrey comfortably listens to his subordinates sighing and complaining. He smiles and gives an order. Boss, there's nothing left to take here. I think it's time for us to attack the fortress. He happily licks his fingers, thinking of Irene and Helen, feeling nothing but exhilaration. And next is Conrad Castle. I will kill that useless brat in front of Lady Helen. In the end, the lady will be mine. He laughs with delight at the mere thought. The Pendragon family will become our slaves. It's only a matter of time. Irene sits on his horse, looking at the scene before him and exclaims. He silently observes, his heart boiling. This land has been terribly devastated. The people here have no way of surviving in conditions like these. He doesn't turn his head but immediately asks Killian beside him. Knight Killian, are all the areas outside the fortress in this state? He looks at the land, silently and warily. Nearly 70% of the territory is like this, sir. Although there are still some villagers who have managed to endure and are still alive. Seeking help from the fortress is not very feasible when they have to flee from both the bandits and the monsters roaming around. In the end, they all die. He is unhappy and just observes, frustrated inside. I thought opening the tome was my top priority, but it seems I have to deal with the development of these territories first. 70% is in a state of devastation. If I can rebuild this city to an average level, then according to a preliminary calculation, the population will be around 10,000. In the end, the Pendragon family's territory is quite large. Suddenly there's a strong rustling sound above their heads. Irene looks up and quickly signals, a winged monster, all troops, to your positions. A demon bird swoops down, quickly opening its mouth wide. Irene smiles, grips his sword and looks up. It's a harpy eagle. They timed that well. He swings his sword, a single blow knocking it back. Irene looks at the retreating creature and quickly requests, 5 archers with good arm strength advance. Irene smiles confidently. Capture it alive for me. A volley of arrows flies out, hitting the harpy's weak points one after another. He watches it fall and quickly advances. Good. It's finally down. Killian looks down observing, then says thoughtfully, just as expected, the demons have all withdrawn from the village. From the nearby bushes a rustling sound is heard. A group of goblins rushes out from the bushes. Killian immediately shouts a warning, goblins. Young master. He now faces them without a trace of fear. A single blow sweeps them all away. He is stunned and looks over. He's so fast. Killian looks at Irene, who is observing the monsters, and quickly reports, young master, we've cleared out the demons. We should go. He turns his head and smiles at the group. No. He turns his head and gives an order. We will make them submit to us. The soldiers are stunned into silence. What did he just say? Yes, he looks at the goblin leader and reminds him. These goblins have extremely good eyesight. Then he turns to the harpy beside him and explains. The speed of that female bird out there is something I can use. I'm just thinking about the useful things they can bring me. Killian approaches, worried, and quickly reminds him, but I've never heard of anyone turning demons into their servants. I've seen it in battle in the past. No, I read it in a book. Irene smiles with delight, denying it and acting directly. I don't care if they were demons or whatever. I will still use them as long as they were useful. It's fine. So you guys just step back and watch. He approaches the lead harpy, probing, quickly backs away and explains, "Hey, you there! What are you doing outside the forest, so close to the village? In this forest, there are many things scarier than harpies, from wolves to gulls, from eagles to orcs, and even a white dragon. Everything we hunt in here has been taken by them." Irene squints at it and nods as if he understands. "So you're harpies. Alright, I understand your situation." Irene turns his head and points his sword at Tata, making it back away cautiously. "Next is you. Have you ever eaten human flesh?" It immediately panics and stammers in reply, "No, I haven't eaten any humans. I only eat sheep and some snakes." Irene looks down coldly. "Is that so?" Memories of his past life flash when Irene himself witnessed his comrades being eaten by this species. Revan looks down coldly, silent. Before him is the harpy holding a human heart, turning its head. He smiles, looking at it, pretending to be on its side. "Although the eagles I knew before have eaten humans, I'll believe you this time." "Thank you, sir." Before the two monsters can leave, Irene immediately presses his sword against a tree and reminds them. However, he glares down, quickly getting to the point. "From now on, you must obey me. I am the master of this land, Duke Pendragon. If you dare to defy me or try to escape, I will throw you to the white dragon to be eaten." The two monsters hug each other, trembling and stammering. Dragons are terrifying. "Tata will always follow your orders, sir." Irene smiles comfortably, stands up and reminds them, "Good boys, then. Alright, Tata Kazal, it's time to work. Lead us to the village south of here, by the shortest route." Tata immediately runs ahead, shouting, "I understand. Kazal knows the way, follow me." Killian approaches, not believing his eyes, and exclaims, "You really turned them into your followers. That's amazing. To have such imagination and quick wit, we'll have to learn from you." Irene glances over and smiles happily. "You rewrite." He perks up and frowns. "What I want is for those troublesome nobles to start competing with each other." Tata, on Kazal's back, happily gestures. "We almost at the southern village. Thanks to the shortcut Kazal showed us, we almost there." Irene rides to the front, turns his head and reminds them, "Alright, Killian, stay here. Bryden and I will attack the abandoned monastery with a small group of soldiers. I will send a signal to you later, so come then." I understand. Luna follows closely behind, worried. Bryden, seeing this, casually comforts her. "Since the young duke has always been supervised and has never gone to war before, I wonder if he'll be alright. Let's go, my lady. I will be responsible for your safety, so please follow me." Irene turns his head, ignores him, and shouts, "Now all troops follow me!" He gallops off, giving an order to Kazal and Tata above. "Kazal, Tata, your mission is reconnaissance. Go." "Understood." At that moment, near the abandoned monastery, Geoffrey is gritting his teeth in anger, grabbing a child's head and dragging him away. The mother, tied up behind, cries and begs continuously. He is just angry and irritable. "I beg you, please don't beat the boy anymore." "Shut up. You should be grateful you're still alive, you bitch." The child helpless screams, "Mommy!" Geoffrey is completely enraged. He raises his fist, wanting to hit him. "You brat, will you shut up or not?" The mother panics and cries, "Stop." Suddenly his arm is sent flying. Geoffrey stares blankly at his severed arm, confused. From above, Irene looks down, frowning, unhappy. His eyes are filled with hatred as he points his sword. Geoffrey falls back, stammering in disbelief. "You..." He screams his name in disbelief. "Irene Pendragon." The mother is overjoyed and smiles brightly. "Duke Irene." He slings his sword over his shoulder and looks down happily. "Like trash, I've finally found you, you animal." Irene smiles happily, looking at Geoffrey before him. "We finally meet, you piece of trash." He squints and smiles at him. Geoffrey sits on the ground, stunned and motionless. He holds out his hand, trembling and stammering. He sits there, not daring to think much. Why is that useless Pendragon kid here? A sword flashes across half his face. Irene's sharp sword, which he carries with him, cuts into his face. He glares angrily, his eyes wide. "Who gave you permission to open that filthy mouth of yours?" Geoffrey freezes, then is immediately terrified. He turns his head and runs, muttering for someone to save him. "You guys." He runs towards his subordinates, shouting a challenge, "Go! Kill him." The subordinates laugh arrogantly and run towards Irene. He stands still, watching, sheathing his sword. He slowly releases the scabbard. The moment the scabbard falls is when he springs into action, lunging forward. Irene's figure flashes past Geoffrey, who is running before him, filled with killing intent and rage. He lunges, a single blow finishing off nearly all of them. Heads fall without a sound. Geoffrey is momentarily at a loss. What the Irene swings his sword, wanting to finish him with one blow, but the sword is blocked just as it's about to strike. Irene frowns, unhappy, when he sees his opponent block the blow. Bryden holds his sword horizontally in a defensive stance. Luna, on her horse, is stunned and shouts in disbelief, "What?" Bryden turns his head back and laughs with amusement. "Let me give you a hand, Mr. Bandit Chief." Geoffrey can only stammer a few words. "Who the hell are you?" Irene jumps back to observe. Bryden takes the opportunity to glance over and introduce himself. "I am the Knight Commander of the Blood Knight Order of the House of Count Saros, Joseph." He opens his eyes wide, his face excited. "It seems you also want to kill this brat, so I'm very happy to lend you a hand." Irene presses his lips together, watching, not knowing what to say. Luna, at that moment, runs up from behind and shouts, "What is the meaning of this?" "Step back." He uses his sword to shield Geoffrey, insulting Irene. "My lady, please don't be deceived by that useless brat. He doesn't even have what it takes to be a count." I'm the one who's suitable for you, not that trashy bastard. Geoffrey steps forward from behind. Hold on, a traitor. He aims for a sword on the ground and picks it up. Less than a second later, he has already charged at Irene, shouting piercingly, "Very good! I welcome it!" Both of them immediately jump down from above. You'll all regret daring to look down on us. Irene watches without any emotion. Sir Irene. He blocks both of them with just one hand, looking relaxed. He swings his sword once, sending the two of them flying. Irene turns his head, unhappy, and questions Luna. She stammers, unwilling. Don't make me repeat myself. If you don't know how to fight, get back. But I will deal with that knight of yours right now. Irene quickly calls out, Tata. I'm entrusting the lady to you. It happily accepts the order and pulls her away. Luna at this moment is completely lost in worry. Understood. Quick, human princess, we need to get to safety. Bryden's strength is at the head of the knight order. And there's also the bandit. Will young Master Irene be alright? Luna easy turns her head to look back. Irene is still smiling, completely resolute. She gently blushes and relaxes. Irene looks up at the sky and quickly reminds Kazal, Tata, as I ordered this morning, contact Killian. Understood. Tata will go right away. Bryden happily watches this scene and teases. Geoffrey also casually jokes, it's too late to call for reinforcements, kid. You'll be lying in a pool of your own blood before your reinforcements can get here. Irene holds his sword and looks up, happily looking at them. You guys sure know how to joke, don't you? Why don't you guys give it a try? He is completely excited, his hand uncontrollably rising into a ready stance. I'll be your opponent, let's continue. Bryden approaches with a contemptuous attitude. You think you can keep that face? No matter how much you've changed, you don't have a shred of battlefield experience. I have 1,000 times more experience than you. Bryden swings his sword powerfully at the ground. Irene immediately steps on it with just his remaining strength. He successfully breaks it. Bryden freezes, still observing. He picks it up, not noticing that Irene is already in position behind him. It's broken. He kicks the man hard, smirking. Then he immediately kicks him, sending him flying towards Geoffrey behind him. They both hold their heads and look at him sitting silently. Irene smiles contemptuously at them. You two battlefield experience, huh? You couldn't even land a single scratch on me with that basic swordsmanship of yours. Irene stabs his sword hard into his leg and slowly says, in consideration of how much you helped me at the castle. He raises his sword high. Ready? This is my thanks, take it. The man stares blankly as his hand is severed before his eyes. Bryden panics, watching the blood gush out endlessly. He clutches his arm on the ground. Writhing my hand! Irene steps past him, still questioning relentlessly. Why are you lying here? Isn't your mission to protect Lady Cyros from behind? Irene glares down. Get your ass out of here. The man looks at him who is warning him and trembles with fear. Don't you ever set foot in my territory again. Bryden scrambles to his feet and runs away in a panic. Irene continues to walk towards Geoffrey. Now then, from his high position, he looks down proud and arrogant. Next is you piece of trash. Geoffrey is in disbelief, stammering out a few words. You made a deal with a demon. He suddenly remembers and speaks up. I have many comrades still in the villa. You're not planning on killing all of them, are you? Irene smiles happily. You forgot. His eyes look down at the trash, completely dismissing them. There are still many excellent soldiers of House Pendragon. The sound of galloping hooves echoes. Reinforcements have arrived. My work here is done. Irene smiles, looking at Geoffrey before him. My excellent soldiers will handle the rest. You trash who dared to betray House Pendragon. Don't think you'll have an easy death. Geoffrey, terrified, covers his face and tries to flee. Irene looks down from above, contemptuously reminding him, you think you can die easily after betraying the Pendragon family. The man looks on in horror and fear. The hooves of the horses charge past, trampling him relentlessly. Geoffrey's hand is nailed up. His severed hand is also chopped off and nailed up. His tattered body is hung on a cross. The scene is shrouded in gloom. Irene turns his head to look behind him. The gaunt, sickly people are listless, their legs thin and bound by iron chain. Far away in an old room, the door opens to reveal countless human skulls inside, so many that they have spilled out. Irene frowns at this horrifying sight. He approaches and stabs his sword into the man's chest, demanding, since I set foot in this village, I haven't seen a single villager. The pile of bones is all the proof I need. Did you kill them all? Geoffrey bows his head, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, stammering, I'm sorry, please spare my life. Irene looks up emotionless and just reminds him, spare you. You dare to do as you please in my territory and then beg for mercy. This wretched place is fitting for scum like you. Geoffrey looks down, his mouth weakly pleading, you were going to kill me. Irene raises his head and quickly denies it. The one who makes the decision is not me. The man is stunned, not believing what he's hearing. What? Irene turns and walks towards the group of people nearby. Listen carefully. He looks down, his voice cold, carrying a hint of a command. This man's life will depend on you, the lucky surviving villagers. The villagers are stunned, not moving. Geoffrey is terrified, silently awaiting his fate. Tear him to pieces, burn him alive, do whatever you want. The crowd is stunned by the final judgment. Irene leaves immediately without looking back. The people look at each other and signal. They grit their teeth in anger. They all use the last of their strength, grabbing weapons to vent their anger. Geoffrey is terrified, stammering and trembling. Please spare me. The crowd lunges like a pack of hungry tigers, tearing Geoffrey apart. Kill him! And avenge the villagers. Die. Very quickly, the ground beneath the cross is stained with fresh blood. Irene strolls down the old corridor. He pushes open a door and enters a room. He raises his head and looks around. Before him is a broken old stone statue. Behind the stone statue is one last remaining person. He charges forward with a sword in hand. Irene easily fights him off with just one hand. He leans forward, cornering him. He falls to the ground. Irene swings his sword without any hesitation. A sword through the heart. A column of blood sprays up like water, splattering on the statue in front of him. Irene raises his head and looks. He steps closer and smiles. "O god of light, Liana, will you curse me for defiling your sight?" The image of the gentle Alan from before appears. Even though I was reborn into this body and given a second chance at life, in contrast is the image of Raven in Irene's body. I do not want the life of a rebel. Irene looks up and slowly speaks his heart. I will cherish all those who deserve to be respected, and make the wicked suffer the consequences they deserve. Irene opens his collar, revealing a pendant. This is who I am. He takes the pendant from his neck and slowly approaches the pedestal before him, tossing it into the chest. Only when the necklace has completely fallen inside does he raise his head and look up, reminding himself, that is the path I have chosen. If you wish to punish me, Irene turns and walks away without a second thought. Come when I have fulfilled my wish, I will bear it all. Outside it is now evening. The small figure grows more distant. At that moment, in the village of Northam, on horseback the villagers surround him, endlessly grateful. We are very grateful for your actions, your grace. It's nothing. If anyone needs help with repairs, just let me know. Yes, may the spirits protect you. The crowd behind him happily waves goodbye. Take care, your grace. We will forever respect you. The two, Kazal and Tata, also waddle along behind him. Sir, Kazal worked very hard. Reward Kazal. Tata worked hard too. Alright, I'll reward you both. Wait for me at the camp. The two monsters are overjoyed and excited. Killian approaches and quickly reminds him, it seems the village of Northam is peaceful now. Shall we head to Ancona Forest now? Irene smiles and reminds him, no. Before that, I have something I need to do. At the palace, Irene sits on the table looking at Aisha. A few days ago at Conrad Castle in the study, Irene turns to her and says, so you're saying we can use the orcs in Ancona to our advantage? Aisha turns and smiles lightly. That's right. They cannot leave Ancona Forest because they have committed to living in our territory. And their fighting ability far surpasses that of other, ordinary orcs. If you can tame them, we will have a great advantage. Irene sighs, disheartened. Orcs don't care about anything but fighting and slaughter. Do you really think they will help us? Aisha winks lightly. It also depends on your ability to tame them. I think you already know this, but orcs only follow those they deem stronger than themselves. She calmly explains, the pinnacle of strength for orcs is the strength of dragons. But you can't use that strength to convince them, because they know that the old Irene failed to make a pact with Soldrake. So your only choice is to fight and defeat them to make them listen. Irene frowns. She turns and smiles happily. I heard you used to be called the god of death on the battlefield. She asks curiously, I wonder if you've ever killed an orc before. Irene immediately feels annoyed and frowns. Aisha's voice rises. Have memories flood Irene's mind? A giant orc roars. Raven is standing opposite it. He looks troubled and curses under his breath. Damn it, it's that wounded, and it's still not dead. The orc grabs the spear stuck in its body and pulls it out, one by one, then drops them. It glares at Raven with resentment and then charges forward with a large knife. The orc brings down a heavy chop, but he dodges it. Raven is already exhausted at this point. The orc sees this and seizes the opportunity, swinging its blade at him, but he still dodges. If this fight drags on, I'll be at a disadvantage. Raven thinks of a way to deal with it while dodging, because I already stabbed it straight through the heart, but it's still not dead. Then next is the neck. He slowly creates distance from the orc. It swings. Chop that nearly hits Raven. He takes that opportunity to swing, aiming straight for its neck. The sword has reached its neck. He uses the momentum to jump onto its shoulder. He uses all his strength to drive the blade deep into the orc's neck. And finally the orc's head falls, ending the battle. The flashback ends. Irene's face darkens. He closes his eyes and says, I encountered one right after joining the demon corps. I defeated it, but it was a difficult battle. However, if I were to fight them again now, I think I can do it. Aisha's overjoyed to hear this. Excellent. So you can tame it. She beams and gives him a thumbs up, which just makes him fall silent. After you defeat the orcs in Ancona, you can quickly open the tom. Seeing her reaction, he can only frown and sigh. Damn it, that sounds too easy. The sound of steady horse hooves. A troop of soldiers is approaching the forest. Suddenly, one of them shouts in surprise, we were going to make the Ancona orcs our allies. Killian turns, worried. I'm not sure about this, sir. He turns and calmly says, which makes Killian even more worried. Raiding Ancona Forest with just this many of us will be difficult. To minimize losses, we need strong people. But if we fight the orcs, they could definitely defeat all of us. Tata and Kazal step forward to stop him. That's right, master. Teo does his best to dissuade him, while Kazal cries and whimpers. Fighting orcs is no different from suicide. Tata doesn't want to die. Irene sees this and scowls, sighing, which startles Tata. I hate a losing mentality, so try to think that we'll win. Otherwise, I'll throw you the dragons to eat. Master! A shout rings out, making him whip his head around. Stay away from me! Killian says, vaguely disgusted. That voice sounds like Bryden. He hasn't left yet. What the hell is he doing? Tata reports, Master, it looks bad. What is it? Tata's face is filled with extreme fear. It's the Ancona orcs. Irene is startled and laughs lightly. Killian is thrown into a state of confusion. Irene immediately gallops like the wind to where Tata pointed, leaving Killian unable to react. Young Master. The sword trembles nonstop. Bryden is terrified, his hands shaking continuously as he points his sword forward. Luna, standing behind him, is also frozen with fear. Bren faces the giant orcs, terrified, and shouts, Stop. I said stay away from me. Luna sees his reaction and is filled with disgust. Just as I thought, nothing good comes from being with him. She remembers scolding him. Do you know what you've done? She sits on her horse, looking down and reprimanding him. Pointing your sword at Duke Irene is the same as pointing your sword at the Empire. If you really want a rebel, then get out of my family. Bryden hears this and panics. My lady, please don't banish me! I still have to escort you back to the Seros territory, so please. Luna's voice drops. That's right. Your only mission is to protect me. Her stern gaze falls on him. This is the time for you to know your place. My father will decide your punishment when we return. Bryden can only grit his teeth and bear it in frustration. Luna says calmly, our journey ends here. Hurry up, I want to rest. Suddenly, Karta speaks up. Hey, human, the overwhelming power, the orc says, you are pointing your sword at us. He says angrily, do you want to die? Bryden is truly scared to the point of tears. Suddenly, at the most tense moment, Irene appears. What are you doing? He is surprised and turns around. Bryden is also surprised to see him. Luna's overjoyed. He stands there making her shout happily, Duke Irene. Bryden sees this and immediately rushes over to beg for help. Damn it! Please save me! He looks at the scene, disgusted, and looks at the man with contempt. How could someone like him become a knight? Killian and the Knight Corps finally catch up. Young Master, please wait. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The Pendragon family flag flutters in the wind. He sees it and is surprised. He stands there in silence. So that's the Pendragon flag, then that kid is. He shouts, pointing at him, Irene Pendragon. Just in time, I wanted to see you. His eyes narrow slightly, looking on with annoyance. Suddenly he radiates a powerful killing intent. Killian feels it clearly, his face drained of color. He is sweating profusely. The killing intent of that orc. I can't even move or breathe. Killian turns to advise him, Young Master, just as we thought, this is too dangerous. We must retreat. Irene ignores him and immediately jumps off his horse. Killian sees this and is bewildered. He can move. And why is he going without his weapon? Irene slowly approaches Karta. As he walks, he gives instructions. Hold your positions and do not draw your swords. Irene stands opposite Karta, confidently declaring, I alone am more than enough. He smiles with excitement, to be his opponent, and the orcs behind him fall silent. Then the fire within him burns fiercely. Irene stands before Karta and confidently says, let's fight. He smirks, I alone am enough. His words make him excited. Irene and Karta stand there looking at each other, as if they have silently acknowledged each other. He speaks up and asks, are you the orcs of Ancona? He hears this and looks down, provocatively saying, so what? Irene's eyes are now a few shades darker, but he still has a slight smile on his face. He suddenly uses his head to slam straight into Karta's face. He is hit right in the face, causing his nose to gush blood like a waterfall. Seeing this, he laughs contemptuously. The followers of Karta are also stunned to see him fall. Both of them are frozen on the spot. Irene's allies are also worried. Killian thinks, this is bad, starting a fight first is a bit. Karta's two companions laugh loudly. The whole group turns to tease him. Karta's nose is bleeding. He got a bloody nose from a human. Irene's companions are also stunned by what just happened. Karta is so embarrassed he becomes furious, his killing intent flaring, but he just says lightly, you guys, shut up. Pendragon, what the hell are you doing? I should be asking you that question. Irene frowns at Karta. According to the agreement you made with the House of Pendragon, you are not allowed to leave the forest. But now, you have broken the law. Karta sees this and immediately asserts, that's your fault. He points at Irene and criticizes him. You have been rejected by the Forest Guardian. We orcs do not submit to the weak. In his mind, Karta thinks of Soldrake and says, so even if we submit to the Forest Guardian. Irene's face is not pleased as he listens to Karta continue. We will not submit to you, who has lost your equal standing with the Guardian because of a failed pact. Irene is confused. His Forest Guardian is Soldrake. He arrogantly declares, that's why we had to leave the forest, to taste blood and fight to the end to control the territory. Hearing this, Irene laughs slyly and says, I see. You Regis bloodthirsty, aren't you? A surge of power radiates from him. However, I want your strength. But it seems you won't listen to me. He cracks his knuckles and says, that's why I had to go through all this trouble to come here. You should know that well. Hearing this, he laughs lightly, hearing Irene say, why didn't I bring a weapon, right? He feels satisfied. You're just a human, but you know the laws of the orcs well, don't you? He also drops his club to the ground. Seeing this, he confidently says, I know them very well. He even details the laws of combat for the orc species. When an opponent is unarmed, you must also drop your weapon. When someone challenges you to a one-on-one duel, you must accept. This can't help but excite him. He also says seriously, let's have a match, shall we? Hearing this, he roars. After that, they both charge at each other. A fight it is! Come on. He was about to charge at Irene, but he dodged it. Seeing the way he fights, he silently assesses him. It seems his fighting skills are much better than other orcs. If a normal person fought him, they might have broken bones by now. He takes the opportunity while he is still in the air and prepares to throw a punch. Seeing this, he immediately turns to defend. His punch was blocked by a kick from the air. The shockwave from the impact radiates out, cracking the ground around them. Killian, Tata, and Kazal witness the scene, their mouths agape in astonishment. Luna and Bryden are also stunned. After the impact, Irene is still standing firm. He notices the leg he used to block the punch just now. A piece of his leg armor has been broken off. Seeing this, he has to admit it, but he immediately realizes he's quite strong, but he can't compare to the orcs I've fought in the past. He hasn't used his full strength yet, has he? He charges out from the thick smoke, of course not. He shouts, preparing to strike. If I used my full strength, you humans would die instantly, so only when I meet someone who can block my fist will I use my full strength. Seeing this, he laughs nonchalantly and says, then you'd better use your full strength now. As if gaining more power, he roars, of course. I didn't expect you to get me this excited. You're an interesting one. His punch grazes his face, surprising him for a moment. The spot where the punch grazed is now bleeding a little fast. He steps back, wiping the blood from his face, and he immediately throws another punch. He charges quickly towards Irene, excitedly shouting, I want to fight you to the end. Don't you die too soon, okay? The distance is too narrow, forcing him to use his hands to block the full damage of the punch. Irene struggles to hold on against this immense weight. Luna sees this and covers her mouth, watching nervously. Bryden, on the other hand, smiles slightly. Tata and Kazal are scared and trembling nonstop, while Killian trembles and exclaims, Duke. Suddenly a splash of blood flies up, making Killian shout, Duke. The spot where Irene was standing is now a crater, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. He clenches his fist, a little dazed. He definitely took my punch, but this feeling from the smoke. Irene steps out, casually cursing, damn it. He is surprisingly unharmed, a smile on his face. He raises his voice, clearly annoyed. Lately, I've had to fight these small fries, and it's making my body a little frustrated. On Irene's side, everyone is horrified. On the orc side, they are extremely excited. Even his attendants are terrified. Killian can't believe his eyes. I can't believe it. After taking a devastating attack from that orc monster, he can still stand up. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down. But I've never heard of a normal person being able to defeat orcs in a one-on-one fight. He is the precious heir of our ducal family. Protecting his life is our top priority. Killian coughs and gives an order to the soldiers. Everyone, protect the Duke. Understood. Before they can charge forward, Irene raises his hand to signal them to stop. He turns and says firmly, this is a battle between me and the orcs. His determined gaze is steady. I don't need your protection. Killian sees this and is about to object, but then he sighs helplessly. Understood. Creighton claps his hands in excitement. As he claps, he says, amazing, amazing. He laughs with delight. He's still alive after facing Carta, the strongest orca in Ancona Forest. He exclaims, Pendragon is truly a formidable person. Irene and Carta stand facing each other. Irene clenches his fist and sneers, this will be the perfect way to restore my senses. I think it's time to use my full strength. He says with interest, you are the first normal person to survive after taking my fatal punch. But sooner or later, you will fall due to the wounds on your body. Irene brushes his hair back, his voice tinged with a smile. Is that so? Aren't you underestimating me too much? A punch with this much power, combined with the regenerative ability I possess. He pushes his hair back, revealing the wound. Is just like a mosquito bite. In a flash, the wound has healed. He is astonished. His wound has disappeared. How? He gets into a stance and says with interest, this is interesting. He charges quickly towards Irene, roaring, you've touched my excitement, you bastard Pendragon. He plans to crush Irene from above. But Irene's body is agile and he dodges lightly. He just calmly thinks about how to fight. To defeat it, I need to release my maximum power. Irene lands behind Carta. To do that, I first need to stop it from moving. But he suddenly sneers. The way orcs think is very simple. Besides, with my regenerative ability, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Carta's enraged and takes a running start. He roars, where'd you get that arrogant attitude, you Pendragon dog? Always dodging me, isn't that ridiculous? You fool, you damn orc. The orcs of Ancona Forest can only swing their fists. Carta is so angry his blood boils. He charges forward, so angry his veins pop. You dare to mock us. Carta raises his leg. He delivers a powerful kick to Irene. Make you take back those slanderous words. He just laughs triumphantly. You fell for it. Irene used his hand to block that devastating kick. His arm, before the power of the kick, was truly weak. His arm was immediately broken. Killian sees this and shouts, Duke. Your arm. Carta says smugly, your arm is useless now, isn't it? This is your end, Pendragon. Irene hears this and laughs slyly. He suddenly grabs Carta's leg. You've been tricked. He is surprised and falls backward, in a difficult position. Irene holds onto Carta's leg tightly and says, my hand is always ready to grab you. He opens his eyes wide and laughs savagely. But today you're dead for sure, you orc from the Ancona Forest. At this moment Carta is in a panic. I'm sure I broke his bones, why can he still move? No, from the beginning this was a trap he set. Irene lets go of his leg and jumps into the air. He seems to understand what's about to happen. This is bad. I can't dodge. He kicks Carta directly in the face. The force is so great that Carta's face is deformed and blood flows endlessly. Irene just lands coldly. The battle is over with Carta completely defeated. His attendants are stunned by the result. His side is also very confused. On the orc side, Kraten laughs lightly, as if acknowledging Irene. The orcs are excited. Amazing! They rush over. Amazing. They are as happy as if they had won the battle. Karta has been defeated. He stands there proudly. Pendragon is truly a person of formidable strength. The winner and loser have been decided. He quickly dismounts and runs over to Irene. Duke, let us treat your wounds. He dodges his injured arm and replies calmly, which startles Killian. It's fine, it doesn't hurt much. Sir, he asks with concern, why do you say that? Irene sighs. He looks troubled and clenches his fist. The pain of recovery is many times worse than the wound itself. But luckily I was given this power. He clenches his palm. In just a moment his injured arm is functioning normally. Irene lets out a sigh of relief. He looks over at Karta and says solemnly, Orc of Ancona. Irene's eyes are now gentle. You are Karta, aren't you? He gives a bright smile. Follow me. That is an order. Hearing this, Karta is a little reluctant. But he also accepts and follows him. Alright, to the victor go the spoils. What do you want us to do? Irene is satisfied and says directly, from now on, we will begin preparing to conquer Ancona Forest. You must support us. Karta asks, confused, to do what? You are already the guardian. Irene replies quickly, I will open the tomb. All the orcs present are stunned. Karta immediately steps forward to confirm. The guardian wants to make a pact with us. He says seriously, warning, that's right. On the way to Soldrake, we will have to face countless monsters. So many that you'll get sick of it. Are you happy? His mood is better. From now on you can fight every day. Hearing this, Karta can't hide his excitement. He is like a child, waving his arms and legs nonstop, which just makes him walk ahead helplessly. A small matter. Those monsters are nothing to us. We will be at the tomb in a flash. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Irene's attendant hands him a sword. The exquisite blade is drawn. Karta recognizes something. He immediately kneels down seriously. The orcs behind him see this, and one by one, they all kneel before the beautiful and sacred sunset. Irene says grandly, the orcs of Ancona will from now on dedicate their strength to the house of Pendragon. He smiles lightly. Do your best. Karta also smiles. She is moved by the sight, but Bryden is not. Everyone gathers at the bridge. Irene sits on his horse and reminds them, I will have soldiers escort you back to Syros. We will now return to our own territory. Luna bows respectfully. Yes, thank you. Irene turns to Bryden. As for you, he warns, the next time you dare to point your sword at me, I won't stop at just one arm. This makes him tremble with fear. Karta also hates him openly. Irene turns his back. Let's go. Luna suddenly pushes Bryden and follows Irene's retreating figure with her eyes. Her sparkling eyes seem to have found an ideal. He will definitely. The image of his departing group is truly sacred. And Killian is very confident. Gazelle and Tata are a little scared. He silently follows. Luna thinks on, complete the dragon's pact and open the tomb door. His back carries a great responsibility. Luna suddenly whispers, Irene Pendragon. This scene was witnessed by Bryden. At night, deep in the forest, Irene lets out a sigh. I've seen it. The forest appears before them, Ancona Forest. He looks on thoughtfully. Killian is a little discouraged. Kazal and Tata are so scared they about to cry. Karta is excited. He speaks up. From now on everything will begin. A sense of excitement gradually shows. Finally I can begin my battle. The white dragon raises its head to the sky. It speaks in a mysterious voice. So you have come. As if hoping to be freed. I am here. Try to find the entrance to this mansion. The white dragon's voice carries a sense of anticipation. Oh, one who does not possess the soul of a Pendragon in the valley of Ancona Forest. Countless snakes are killed. The axes are stained with blood. The orc warriors are destroying the monsters. I'm feeling bored. Killing these snakes isn't even enough for a warm-up. I'm sick of constantly facing these small fries. Among the soldiers they are exhausted. Suddenly another surprise attack from the snakes. A soldier is careless and gets too close. Damn it. Irene just swings his sword once. He successfully rescues the unfortunate soldier. The soldier is moved. He breathes a sigh of relief and kneels respectfully. Thank you. It's nothing. He gives an order to Kraten. Kraten, I'm entrusting the treatment of the wounded to you. He happily agrees. Understood. Don't worry, I will use very effective medicinal herbs, so just leave it to me. At the same time, Killian slides down from above. Duke, are you injured here? Irene turns back and asks. And over there, Killian reports, I'm fine. What about the remaining soldiers? Upstream, there aren't many Quetzalcoatlus, so they weren't seriously injured. We can continue to fight. But when we enter the battle with the demons, the army may become exhausted. Hearing this, he turns to Karta and asks, Karta, how much longer until we reach Soldrake's mansion? He rubs his chin and thinks, I'm not sure, but he points towards the sun. If we go a little further, we'll see traces of a quarry. The only thing I know for sure is that there's a cave connecting to the Guardian's mansion in that area. Irene assesses the situation and Karta confirms, is there anything to be worried of on the way to the quarry? No, this area is still orc territory. Damn snakes only come here to find water to drink. He felt somewhat reassured and continued moving. Then we will keep going until we find traces of that quarry. We will set up camp there and start looking for the cave at sunrise. He turned back with a confident smile. If we happen to get dragged into a battle along the way, the orcs and I will handle them. Let's move out right away. Karuta and Killian also smiled in agreement. The two immediately followed behind Irene. Yes, sir! That night in the Ancona Forest, Irene walked slowly looking up at the sky. The mountain peak gave off a gloomy, ominous vibe. The wind howled fiercely. Everyone could feel that this place was far from normal. Irene frowned, thinking to himself, this place is way too creepy for a regular quarry. He turned to Karuta and asked, Karuta, why was this quarry sealed off? Karuta rubbed his chin and replied, I don't know the exact details, but according to the Orchid Elder, goblins used to mine minerals here. However, he said there's a rumor that all the goblins vanished at the exact same spot and never returned. Irene turned to Tata, but Tata quickly refuted Xarl. Xarl doesn't live in the forest, so Xarl wouldn't know. Tata explained further, besides, Xarl has never heard of goblins mining minerals here either. Xarl is better at stealing than working. All three of them felt utterly helpless. Killian then asked, Duke, is something wrong? Irene assigned the tasks. It's best if we don't leave this area until sunrise. The orc soldiers can take turns keeping watch, so let's set up the tents and let the men rest.
Yes, sir.
Irene turned to Karuta, who happily accepted the order. Karuta, I'm sorry, but I have to leave the guard duty to you. Alright, I will pass it on to the other soldiers. Good night, Pendragon. The torches were lit. The other orcs were already fast asleep. Xarl and Tata were sleeping too. The entire camp fell into dead silence. A lone guard sat there. Suddenly, he heard something. The guard stood up and looked toward the source of the noise. He cautiously approached. What was that sound? Suddenly, something sharp pierced right through his chest. The pain hit him instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Duke Irene was sitting in his tent, deep in thought. He couldn't shake off a nagging sense of confusion. Damn it, something isn't right. Why would the goblins just vanish all at once? Suddenly a theory struck him. No, maybe they didn't just disappear. It's highly likely they were wiped out. On the mountain peak, a mysterious figure appeared. But who could have done it? Irene wondered. He pondered for a moment. So they didn't just vanish, they were forced to disappear. Irene was furious, his eyes sharpened and his brows furrowed in extreme rage. Which bastard is responsible for this? At that exact moment, somewhere else, a man raised the staff in his hand. A powerful, ominous light suddenly radiated around it. Just as expected, a bad omen. Skeletal hands began to burst from the ground, clawing frantically as they pulled themselves up, a rare, grotesque sight. Moments later, those skeletons began to rise wildly, completely out of control. The skeletons lined up in formation. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with a blinding, eerie red light, looking absolutely terrifying. The ghoulhounds also entered a combat stance. Irene stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and instantly shifted into a combat stance. He reached out, ready to dash out of the tent. Wasting no time, he charged outside. Before him stood a horde of skeletons and ferocious ghoulhounds. Yet showing no signs of fear, Irene rushed forward like a gale. He darted toward the enemy, delivering razor-sharp slashes that cleaved the bizarre monsters in half with overwhelming force. Irene's sharp eyes glared at the ghoulhounds, burning with endless hatred and disgust. With a loud bang, Irene flipped mid-air and brought down a viciously sharp slash right into a ghoulhound's face. Even in the heat of battle, he didn't forget to strategize and figure out how to wipe out the enemy. Irene looked at the horde of skeletons and thought to himself, where the hell did they come from? Still flipping through the air, the young man showed no fear and decisively concluded, there's no doubt about it. These are those goblins. He spun around, landing right behind a ghoulhound's head, and brought down a heavy slash. The ghoulhound shrieked in agony, howling madly as its eyes flared with boundless rage and fury. Hearing the massive commotion, the people inside the tents gradually woke up. Some were completely terrified and thrown into endless panic. The goblins in another direction also started noticing the disturbance. Killian jolted awake at the noise. He rushed out of his tent, not forgetting to grab his sword on the way out. His comrades followed closely behind him. Killian yelled, "What the hell is going on?" But halfway through his sentence, he froze in absolute shock. He let out a gasp, staring blankly at the scene before him. Right in front of him, Irene was about to deliver the final blow to a ghoulhound. He stood atop its snout, looking incredibly powerful and majestic, terrifying everyone who witnessed the scene. Someone finally mustered the courage to speak up, their voice trembling. Duke. At this moment, Irene's face was consumed by an unhideable rage, so he didn't bother replying. Moving with blinding speed, Irene turned the tide and thrust his sword straight into the ghoulhound's eye, targeting its weakest point to finish it off. Writhing in pain, the ghoulhound flung Irene away. Fortunately, Irene's skills were top-notch. He landed lightly and gracefully. The ghoulhound was now completely berserk. It let out a deafening roar, glaring at Irene with eyes full of pure hatred. But Irene didn't let up, delivering another heavy slash right into its eye. The ghoulhound was finally taken down. It collapsed to the ground with a massive thud. Taking the opportunity, Killian ran over to Irene. "Duke!" he asked anxiously, "What's the situation?" Then he looked up, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Killian was utterly bewildered and panicked. "Aren't those skeletons the goblins that came here to mine?" The soldier next to him was equally stunned. "Then who killed them?" Irene pondered for a moment before saying, "A lich." He deduced only a lich has the ability to turn corpses into its minions. It probably slaughtered all of them. It seems it wants to stop us from making the dragon's oath and performing the opening ceremony. Hearing this, Killian and the soldier fell into a stunned silence. They were completely taken aback that something like this could happen. Irene continued, "As you can see, we were completely surrounded. So we have no other choice but to wipe them out." Irene considered various scenarios, then said in a serious tone, "They won't disappear until we find the mastermind. He shifted back into a combat stance. Killian and the soldier also gripped their swords, steeling their resolve. Irene laid out the strategy. I'll find that bastard and finish it off. In the meantime, you guys need to buy me some time. A loud battle cry ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Now facing an army of goblin skeletons and bizarre monsters, they didn't panic. Instead, they gripped their swords and charged fiercely into the enemy lines. The goblin duo covered each other. They slaughtered the skeletons with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Killian thought to himself with concern, they brought an endless army here just to stop us from restoring the glorious name of the Pendragon family. However, he brought down a heavy sword strike, clearing out all the skeletons within his range. Killian was determined.
I won't let you get your way.
The Duke has changed so much. It's like he's become a completely different person. Perhaps he'll achieve things even our ancestors couldn't. Killian even smiled as he thought, the current young master is far more exceptional. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to control the white dragon, perform the tome opening ceremony, restore the family's glorious past, and make it prosper like before. Killian was overjoyed. Our era of decline is over. The Pendragon family will definitely rise to power once again. Meanwhile, the dragon-like monster in front of him snorted heavily, looking extremely pissed off. Seeing the monster's reaction, Killian felt a bit flustered but quickly steeled himself. Alright, we are the proud white dragon knights. He roared in his heart. He swung his sword down with immense power, causing the ghoul hound in front of him to scream in excruciating pain. Its head was sent flying, crashing, into the wall behind, creating a massive impact. Seeing their ally fall, the skeletons raised their spears in unison, preparing to counterattack. They hurled 3 iron spears that tore through the air. Their target was Irene. At that moment, he was cornered by a snake-like monster, and the skeletons quickly took advantage of his blind spot. Irene sharply detected the 3 incoming spears. Just as I thought, they were aiming for my life. That's why I don't have time to find that lich. Suddenly, Irene spun his sword, pointing the blade inward. Then he leaped high and plunged his sword straight into the eye of the monster in front of him, making it shriek in agony. Not only that, the 3 spears thrown by the skeletons flew right into the monster, which was now acting as his meat shield. Skewered by the 3 spears, the monster howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Irene didn't even spare it a glance, looking in another direction instead. He was seething with rage. I don't know which son of a bitch orchestrated all this, but the fall of the Pendragon family and the Valt family's pardon are connected. They want something from us, and that's why they're here blocking our path. He smirked, a calculating smile forming on his lips as he looked at the monster in front of him. He muttered, fine, then I'll help you out. I will definitely restore my family's power. I won't let you get what you want. Irene taunted, come at me! Try and block our path all you want. Right then, the snake monster lunged at him. It opened its massive, dangerous jaws, aiming to swallow Irene whole. Irene got into a stance, raising his sword with both hands. With a sickening squelch, he brutally and powerfully cleaved the snake monster right down the middle. Cold and fierce, Irene declared, I will definitely revive the glorious Valt family with my own 2 hands. With a heavy thud, the monster's eyes lost focus, and it crashed to the ground. Irene stood there, watching it fall with absolute indifference. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he thought to himself, we've taken out quite a few. Gazing into the distance, Irene couldn't help but worry. Even though they were just skeleton goblins, with these overwhelming numbers, we won't be able to hold out for long. Plus, there's still the lich. Suddenly a dark, sinister aura emerged from the smoke, slowly enveloped Irene, and a grim reaper's scythe was raised, pressing right against his neck. Irene sensed the danger, but he couldn't react in time and was caught completely off guard. Liches are mages who seal their own souls to achieve immortality. Their sheer malice, which defies the laws of nature, makes them targets of extermination even in an empire that accepts magic and sorcery. They are willing to do absolutely anything to achieve their goals. For that reason, it's highly unusual for the Empire to order the Rakshasa army a penal legion whose deaths no one cares about to defeat them. And in such battles, heavy casualties are completely normal. The main reason for this is, a scream of agony rang out. A man had just been struck by a massive, terrifyingly sharp scythe. Standing right in front of him, Raven was completely unfazed. Next to him, a bald blonde soldier had no idea a horrific event was unfolding right beside him. A loud explosion echoed. Raven flinched in surprise. The head of the man from just a moment ago was now completely obliterated. Panicking, Raven spun around to see what had just happened. Stunned and bewildered, he asked himself, what the hell? Looking at his comrade's headless corpse lying motionless on the ground, Raven's mind raced. Who just killed him? Suddenly realizing something was horribly wrong, Raven quickly turned his head back to assess the situation. He stared ahead in utter confusion. The lich was still standing right there. What is going on? Sorcery. The skeleton looked back at him. Its entire body was draped in a mysterious black cloak, radiating a dangerous dark aura. Raven's only surviving comrade was terrified and bewildered. He suddenly bolted, screaming, a wraith. They actually exist. Seeing his reaction, the skeleton raised its hand and flicked its finger. A hazy wisp of smoke slowly enveloped him. As if by magic, he was lifted into the air, thrashing in absolute panic.
I don't want to die! I don't want to!
Almost instantly, his head exploded too. The sickening sound of flesh and blood splattering echoed eerily. Raven turned his head in shock. He stood there helplessly, staring at the two lifeless bodies. Cold sweat poured down his face. I've only heard of them in legends, but this unnatural, bone-chilling feeling, it's definitely here, the strongest form of a lich. The unseen terror, a wraith. Humans can't see them because they are spirits, just like the Grim Reaper. Raven kept his eyes peeled, on high alert. His sharp instincts warned him that he was next. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a deadly swing from the scythe. He thought to himself, if that scythe touches you, you re-dead. At that exact moment, as if through telepathy, Irene also sensed what was happening. He was surprised and confused by the sudden vision. Back in the present, just as the death scythe was about to claim Irene's life, he swiftly raised his sword and blocked the attack. His sword flashed with a strange light, followed by a massive explosion. The clash between his sword and the scythe sent out a powerful shockwave. The resulting gusts of wind blew the smoke away, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the entity hiding within. But before he could get a clear look, it vanished, leaving behind Irene sitting on the ground, staring blankly in the direction it had disappeared. He gazed at the dissipating smoke, his eyes filled with absolute shock and confusion. What? Irene muttered, looking down at his sword, which was glowing strangely. What just happened? This sword. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey!
Stay right there.
Killian, holding the body of a fallen comrade, shouted a frantic warning.
Ya master!
The soldiers are suddenly dropping dead. What the hell is going on? Irene snapped back to reality. He quickly reached out and grabbed the bewildered Killian, pulling him out of the path of the deadly scythe. Killian panicked as he was yanked away so abruptly. Once Killian regained his footing, he whipped his head around in shock. What just happened? Irene cursed inwardly. This is bad. Wraiths are bizarre entities. People who have never faced them before won't even know what hit them. Irene gritted his teeth. They kill them before they even realize what's happening. Furthermore, wraiths won't disappear until the mage controlling them is killed. And there's more than one of them. If I lead the troops from here, the soldiers won't be able to see the wraiths and will be slaughtered. But if I don't take out the liches, we'll be overwhelmed by this endless sea of skeletons. Looking around, Irene felt cornered. Even Tata and Karuta, who have excellent night vision, can't spot the liches. This isn't the Rakshasa army. These aren't soldiers I can just throw away as cannon fodder. There has to be a way to solve this. Suddenly a staff was raised high. It radiated a strange, powerful light. The person holding the staff slammed it into the ground, sending a shockwave of energy rippling outward. The entire camp was bathed in that light, a miraculous power that was hard to describe. Kraten chuckled softly. He placed a hand on Irene's shoulder, his eyes never leaving the battlefield as he assessed the situation. He confidently declared, "Looks like it's my turn, young Master Pendragon." Irene turned to look at his comrade, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Kraten waved his staff. "I'll lend you my power if you need help. This is a special magic gifted to me by the Earth Spirit. Watch this." The teardrop-shaped gem on his staff began to glow. Instantly, massive tree roots erupted from the ground, surging toward the goblins like a raging storm. The speed of those roots was anything but slow. In fact, they tore through the air with such ferocity that Irene's entire army had to stop and stare in awe for a few seconds. The roots grew larger, completely encasing the goblin horde. Seeing that they were perfectly positioned, Kraten raised his staff high and cast his spell. Those gigantic roots swiftly crushed the monsters and goblins in the vicinity, shattering the skeleton goblins into pieces and scattering their bones everywhere. To the absolute amazement and awe of the soldiers, those massive roots intertwined to form a colossal tree trunk, radiating a formidable, vibrant green light. Irene stared at the scene in silence for a long moment before speaking up. "If you could use magic like this, you should have done it sooner." Kraten stroked his chin and calmly replied, "Don't be unreasonable. Powerful spells like this require a lot of preparation. Plus, it's exhausting." He turned to look at Irene with a relaxed expression. "And I'm not done yet. Let me bring the light to you, young master." Kraten reached out and snapped his fingers. He calmly stated, "This isn't a spell I can use repeatedly, so this is your first and last chance." Hearing Kraten's words, Irene was completely baffled. "What the hell do you mean, chance? I have no idea what you're talking about." Kraten continued, "Please use this to find the liches." Watching the scene unfold before him, Irene couldn't help but be amazed. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. The bizarre thing was that the branches Kraten had summoned had now grown into a small, orderly forest with full canopies. A light gradually appeared at the mountain peak. The rustling leaves made the current scene feel more hopeful than ever. Irene stared intently in one direction, his eyes flashing with surprise and deep-seated hatred. He muttered, "Found them." Hearing this, Kraten turned to him with a smile. We'll figure out a way to defeat the remaining goblins. Don't worry, young master. Just take care of the rest." Before Kraten could even finish his sentence, he was startled to see Irene dash forward like a gust of wind, leaving him standing there completely dumbfounded. Kraten hastily called out, "Young master," but Irene seemed entirely oblivious to his surroundings, his focus locked solely on the prey in front of him. He sprinted at breakneck speed toward the dark figure standing in the distance. The scene shifted to another location. Karuta was busy slaughtering the enemy forces, smashing them to pieces. He seemed to go berserk under the relentless, storm-like assault of these damned skeletons. At that moment, Irene ran over and called his name, making him flinch and whip his head around, Seeing Irene sprinting toward him,
He yelled, "The lich is up there!"
hearing this, Karuta immediately understood what he needed to do and how his young master was going to act. Standing between two piles of scattered bones, Karuta got into a stance and roared, "Come here." At the same time, Irene dashed toward Karuta, tearing through the wind without slowing down for even a split second. He raises his foot and steps on Karta's hand, using him as a support. Irene intends to jump up and get to the lich. He swings his arm and throws Irene into the sky with great power and force. Irene, with Karta's support, flies up perfectly. While landing, Irene quickly gets into a ready stance so he can react and attack the lich at any time. A dangerous electric current flows between the two of them. In their hearts, both want to kill the other, making the situation now extremely tense. With a powerful swing of his arm, Irene slashes his sword straight at the lich's head, intending to split him in two. But it's not that easy. The lich quickly uses its staff to block his attack, causing a powerful light to radiate from the impact, which terrifies people. Being knocked back, Irene flies far away, creating distance from the lich and an opportunity for the next attack. He raises his sword, provoking the lich. He says calmly, "You want my life, don't you? Look, I'm standing right in front of you." Just as he finished speaking, a dark aura appears behind him. Irene is not panicked or surprised because it's all part of his plan. He just calmly glances behind him. Good. The phantom will appear soon. Looking at the chaotic situation below, Irene silently assesses. With this, only the skeletons will be left on the ground, but the soldiers are about to reach their limit. Irene glances at the lich standing in front of him. In his heart, he silently resolves to quickly finish this. Sensing Irene's provocation and danger, the lich is startled. He quickly raises his scepter and unleashes his attack. A formidable power begins to radiate from around him. From the ground, giant skeleton hands begin to rise, just like the scene of the goblin skeletons rising from their graves. But without any panic, Irene holds his sword firmly and locks onto his target, charging straight ahead. He powerfully swings his sword, cutting off the skeleton hands rising from the ground with a calm and cold gaze. After dealing with the rabble made from the remains of the dead, Irene immediately rushes to where the lich is standing. When the distance between them is short enough, he swings his sword with immense resentment and anger. It's not easy to destroy the lich. At this moment, he quickly retreats and sends two scythes to reap Irene's life. Sensing the danger and immense pressure, Irene is startled. He quickly ducks to dodge the dangerous attack from the scythe. Irene is angry.
Damn it!
The phantom is back to protect the wizard. How fast? He creates a safe distance from the lich. He is cautious. This is troublesome. Now I can't carelessly get close anymore. Looking up with a thoughtful expression, Irene silently calculates in his mind, somehow I have to separate the lich and the phantom. At the same time, the lich quickly raises its scepter and prepares to launch its next attack. It shoots out fireballs that form a powerful stream towards Irene. Though he is in a ready stance, Irene is still surprised by this attack from the lich. He finds it difficult.
Fire! Damn it!
It's preventing me from retreating. If the phantom comes, just as he mentioned it, the phantom immediately rushes over in the form of a pair of dangerous scythes. Looking at the formidable weapon getting closer and closer, Irene is grave. He freezes, watching the scythe attack get closer and closer, not knowing what to do. Suddenly the stone on his sword continues to emit light. It radiates a powerful, unnamed energy that surrounds him, protecting Irene and blocking the scythe's attack. Looking at the scene unfolding before it, the lich is surprised because it didn't anticipate this situation. Irene closes his eyes, feeling the energy flowing through his body. I want to know who you are. The powerful stream of energy seems to have a spirit. The color of your soul is different, and even so, I am still here, waiting for you. The stream of power spreads here. Prove that you can get here, O nameless soul. Irene closes his eyes. Before him now is a large, strange skeleton, but it possesses an extremely mysterious power. This must be the master of the power and the mysterious voice. Slowly opening his eyes, Irene looks at what he has inherited. Irene mutters, "Soldier." At this moment, opposite him, the lich is looking at Irene, who is surrounded by a strange, unnamed power with great caution. Suddenly, Irene opens his eyes. A fierce energy radiates from around him. Wings of light appear beside his eyes, which have been granted power. Something seems to have changed. The lich quickly commands its army to continue attacking Irene, not giving him a chance to get used to and control his power. Irene is calm. So that's the phantom. With his eyes granted power, Irene sees the true form of the phantom that has been tormenting him for so long. They are two large, strange, and dangerous skeletons. They look like giant monsters. Irene is calm, not at all panicked by the horror. This is the first time I've seen them. The phantom lets out a loud roar. It seems to be about to launch a second attack. Sticking his sword into the ground, Irene stands firm, not shaken by the roar. With a cold, sharp gaze, his whole body wrapped in a powerful aura, he holds his sword and is ready to fight the phantom at any time. Irene swings a powerful slash at the phantom, while they use their scythes to coldly attack, aiming to take his life. The power of that slash is undeniable. After just one hit, the two phantoms scream in pain, as if being burned in a sea of fire of that power and blue light. The lich, seeing the scene of the phantom being gradually destroyed before its eyes, is panicked. It quickly retreats, intending to escape. Irene won't let it go so easily. He swings his arm, blowing away the smoke left by killing the phantom. He coldly confronts and presses the lich towards the edge. Irene advances powerfully. He uses a powerful sword strike to pierce through. The sword pierces through the lich's head with his coldness. It's over. Lich. Irene stabs the sword through the lich's forehead, his eyes cold and ruthless. Irene says calmly, "You end here, lich." The lich, in pain, burns in a sea of blue fire and screams hopelessly. Irene calmly watches what unfolds before him. He sheathes his sword, and the power surrounding him gradually dissipates after it has completed its task. Looking at the remnants before him, Irene regains his composure. The lich's scepter shatters and lies scattered on the ground. Below, Irene's army is fighting fiercely when suddenly, the skeletons seem to lose all their energy and fall one by one, leaving them very confused. Carta is dazed. What's wrong? The skeletons suddenly stopped. Kraten, standing beside him, closes his eyes in satisfaction and smiles. It seems the young master has dealt with the lich. The skeletons lie motionless, scattered everywhere. They gradually emit a dark aura and evaporate. The soldiers around them stare blankly at the scene before them. The skeletons they had been fighting with all their might have now all fallen and are gradually disappearing. Everyone is happy and relieved. Kraten looks up, and so they have lost their leader. Amidst the hazy dust and smoke, Irene still stands tall on the top of the tower, looking into distance with a heroic demeanor. The dust particles spread throughout the space. Irene follows the dust particles. Kraten exclaims, "Turn to dust and return to heaven." The hazy scene surrounds Irene. He watches the souls that have turned to dust fly in one direction, as if ascending to heaven. A while later, after everything has been settled, the soldiers are sad as they look at the corpses of their comrades who had gone through life and death with them. They cry in pain for the talent of their comrades. Killian also can't hold back his tears. He sobs, trying to keep his voice from being too loud. Meanwhile, Irene, standing right behind him, is silent, suppressing the heaviness in his heart. His heart is heavy, but his face no longer shows any joy. Instead, it is filled with deep sadness. The soldiers bury the bodies of their comrades nearby and kneel down to pray for them. The night is long and full of dreams. Time flies by until the whole group is resting in their tents except for one person. That is Irene. He sits silently, cleaning his sword in an indescribable silence. He closes his eyes in thought. At that moment, the gem on the sword suddenly lights up, signaling an impending event. Irene is suddenly transported back to his past. He remembers the dark and hopeless time of his life. Seeing his past self, Irene is surprised. These things are memories of that day. While being slandered by some letter, Irene, at that time, was screaming madly, "It's a mistake.
It wasn't me.
He tried his best to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. I
was framed."
Irene stops helplessly, but the memories continue to besiege his mind. In the prison, that day, Irene is helpless and weak, calling out, "Mother, and you please stop." And he suddenly finds himself on a scaffold, bound by chains and enduring the judgmental stares of the people around him. Irene cries hopelessly. Suddenly the scene shifts to the memories of Irene Pendragon. Irene is very surprised. He, in this memory, is desperately screaming his father's name. "Please don't die." He is in pain. "I will become a dragon tamer and I will become an outstanding member of the Pendragon family. So please." The memories of Pendragon. Irene wakes up. Sweat covers his entire body. His eyes can't hide his panic and surprise. He gasps for breath, trying to inhale every bit air into his lungs to calm himself. Irene is scared, his whole body trembling. After the panic subsides, Irene grits his teeth. He seems to have been driven mad with anger upon seeing the memories he least wanted to remember. Alone in his tent, with only loneliness, Irene rests his hand on his forehead to calm himself. A while later, he stumbles out of the tent and meets Kraten, who is on guard duty. Kraten smiles and greets him. "You still awake, young man? It's quite late," Irene mutters. "Kraten." He wonders after that, "And you still on guard?" Kraten waves his hand with a carefree attitude. "The orcs are very strong, so it's fine. Besides, if I entrusted everything to humans, there would be even more sacrifices." Hearing this, Irene unconsciously turns to look at the graves of his soldiers, his heart heavy with 100 tangled thoughts. Kraten stretches. "That battle was tough." Irene doesn't reply. He suddenly mentions his sword. "This sword saved me." Kraten, with his eyes closed, hears Irene's strange confession and can't help but look up curiously. Irene grips the sword in his hand. "The treasured sword of Pendragon, the sorrow of the widow. This sword gave me the strength to protect myself from the phantom's scythe. That was the flame of Soldrake." Hearing this, Kraten suddenly realizes, the guardian god of the forest. How? Irene replies, "This sword possesses the power of Soldrake." And Soldrake said. At this point, he suddenly remembers the moment he was granted the power of Soldrake. He could see the form of the phantom through his blessed eyes. "O nameless soul," Irene is silent. The power to see through everything entered his eyes. After saying that, Irene suddenly falls silent, leaving Kraten sitting there, looking at him with confusion and bewilderment. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Irene thinks, "The white dragon knows I'm not Irene, I'm Raven." Irene grits his teeth. He is at a dead end, thinking. He remembers the scene of Irene Pendragon desperately calling out to his father before he died. Irene has a headache and is extremely tired. In his mind, Irene Pendragon's vow echoes. "And I will become an outstanding member of the Pendragon family." So please, Irene is annoyed. Why am I dreaming about Irene? Kraten looks at Irene standing right next to him, showing extreme pain and struggle, and is worried. He asks, "What happened, Pendragon?" He suddenly grits his teeth. The strong anger makes Kraten confused and scared, and he asks him, "Why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" Hearing this, he messes up his hair, troubled, and replies, "It's nothing. It's my fault. I just didn't get enough sleep." Kraten replies with some trepidation, "Is that so? Then why don't you get some rest?" Irene hears this and is silent for a moment. After that, he suddenly gives a very eerie smile. No one knows what Irene is thinking right now to be able to give such a mysterious smile, a nightmare. Kraten silently looks at Irene and then turns away, whispering, "I see." The next morning, when the sun had just risen behind the mountains somewhere, Irene's group is passing through. Carta says anxiously, "I have a bad feeling." Kraten, standing beside him, doesn't object. "I agree. Our chances of returning safely have just decreased significantly." They look towards the cave in the cliff. It emits a strange, magical mist and hides a strange power that no one has yet approached. Killian looks at the cave, his heart wavering. The intuition of demons is much stronger than that of humans. So the fact that they sense something here must mean, Irene continues, "There is definitely something here. I'm afraid." That is Irene, as if he had calculated it, says nonchalantly, "The tome." Just as he said this, difficult memories from his time as Raven flashed through his mind like the wind. Though it was quick, it left him with an extreme sense of disgust. Irene grits his teeth and frowns, unable to avoid his anger. He thinks to himself, Soldrake must be waiting for Irene. However, I need the dragon's power to get revenge in the name of the Vart family. So Irene resolves himself, I must make the dragon obey me. Remembering the past again, Irene thinks, something happened to it on that battlefield, and after that, somehow I was reborn as Irene. Irene closes his eyes and draws his sword from its sheath. He calculates the white dragon must know something about this. After finishing his calculations, Irene swings his sword and powerfully commands his soldiers, "Get ready." Carta holds a torch and leads the group. They go deep into the cave. All around are sparkling crystals, creating an extremely magical and bright space. Carta sniffs the air. It seems he has noticed something. Not only that, but he also twitches his ears, as if listening to the sounds coming from within the cave. While later Carta leads the way. Here Killian seems exhausted. He exclaims, "This ability is amazing." Irene in front replies, "Of course, the senses of orcs can detect the atmosphere and locate water sources. This ability is very necessary in the current situation." While walking, Kraten suddenly stops. He freezes, which makes Carta and Irene very confused. "What's going on?" Irene asks, "What's wrong, Kraten?" He replies, "I sense something." Just as he finished speaking, drops of water appear in the air, flying about, bringing vibrant colors everywhere. Kraten looks closely and, as if suddenly realizing something, he gives a surprised smile. This action makes the whole group curious, and they look in the direction of Kraten's gaze. Spirit. Kraten looks at the colorful spirits with crystal crowns flying in the sky and can't help but be astonished. The mischievous spirits fly wildly above the group's heads. Someone in the group cheers excitedly, "Spirits." A while later, Irene's group reaches a waterfall. Kraten shouts, "Look, there are water spirits nearby." Irene asks with curiosity, "Water spirits, are they dangerous?" "Not at all. However, this cave has very little life force. It's a special place that the protective hand of the earth god cannot reach. They shouldn't be here." Hearing this, Irene holds his chin in thought. Killian asks, "Maybe they can't get out." Carta holds a torch, observes carefully, and replies, "Behind the waterfall, there are stairs. Maybe that's the exit. There's also wind blowing from there." Irene at this moment seems to have discovered something. He is surprised and tries to look closely. Hidden in the waterfall is a very mysterious object, but being hidden in this cave proves that it has a power that cannot be underestimated. He informs the whole group, in the middle of the waterfall something is glowing. It looks like a disc. Hearing this, Kraten tries his best to look at the waterfall to satisfy his curiosity. At this moment, the water in the cave suddenly seems to have a power and gradually gathers. Everyone sees this strange phenomenon and can't help but panic and step back. Carta exclaims in surprise, "What the hell is that?" Irene's body freezes. He stares at it and feels as if his senses and vision are expanding. The drops of water gradually take shape. He mutters, "It's here, the water spirit." The beast finally uses enough water and power to transform into the form of a ferocious and very alert turtle. Irene is surprised, "A turtle." Carta shouts, "A turtle made of water." The turtle raises its leg high. It brings down a powerful stomp on the group, sending them all flying. Irene is horrified. "It's attacking us." Kraten beside him also guesses it must be protecting a treasure. Irene is doubtful. "A treasure? How?" Kraten glances at him and explains, "The thing you saw in the middle of the waterfall." The turtle, at this moment, lets out a furious roar. Kraten patiently explains to Irene, "I've said it before, but there is no protection from the earth god here. There must be something that is making the water spirits fight against us." Irene, while retreating to maintain distance, says, "To protect the treasure they were trying to crush us." Beside him, Kraten also replies, "It seems so." Irene stares at the turtle, on absolute guard against it. He grips the sword in his hand. The gem on it is gradually glowing. The turtle also looks at him with great caution. The two of them just faced each other for a long time like that, until he moved his hand as if he was about to do something. Killian panicked and tried to stop him.
"Wait, young master."
"What are you planning to do?" Everyone didn't know what he was going to do. They just saw him standing there, stubbornly facing the water turtle. Irene raised his sword in front of the turtle. "Calm down," he ordered. The water turtle looked at him blankly. Irene said in a loud, calm voice, as if sensing his mood, "The stone on the sword also glowed strangely. Immediately after, it radiated an extremely large energy, making everything around it flutter. The people standing outside looked at him blankly and confused. They were extremely surprised when they witnessed the scene before them. A large amount of water poured down. Irene calmly closed his eyes and stood under the rain. He was silent, not saying a word. After a while, he calmly looked up at the thing that was gradually becoming clear behind the strong, flood-like stream of water. A red shield with the image of a dragon appeared before everyone. The shield was shiny and extremely powerful. Killian held it in his hand, extremely excited. That means this shield is the treasure. Killian exclaimed, "What an amazing shield. It heals the wounds of the person holding it and also heals the soldiers." Irene didn't seem surprised at all. He just calmly replied, "Is that so?" Kraton turned his head and looked at him with great respect.
Amazing, young man!
"You were able to repel the water spirits. Is that what you told me last night?" The power of the sorrow of the widow. Irene looked the sword in his hand and sighed heavily. He was silent. "I don't understand why. I felt something and it just happened." Hearing this, everyone looked at him blankly. Kraton hurried over. "Your expression doesn't look too good." Carta, walking beside him, chimed in, "That was just the power of the great guardian deity of the forest." Hearing this, Killian became furious. "What did you say?" "It was all thanks to the Pendragon family." Hearing this, Irene silently thought, "That's right. The power of Soldrake is the power of Pendragon. It's simply not my power." While reminiscing about the past, Irene thought to himself. The image of Irene promising his father before he died appeared in his mind again, causing him extreme pain and difficulty, and he gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "I am Raven, Vart." A while later, the group had arrived at an extremely strange but magnificent place. Looking at the scene before them, Killian exclaimed, "Finally, we made it." Irene, standing beside him, seemed to be deep in thought. He looked closely at everything around him. "That is the tome." Looking at the statue of the Pendragon dragon before him, Irene's heart was in turmoil. Irene's group walked up to the front of this castle. The gem on the sword in his hand suddenly glowed again. Killian noticed this and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the treasured sword, the sorrow of the widow is..." Irene continued, "It's screaming." Irene held the sword out in front of him. "That this is the tome." Irene drew the sword from its sheath. It suddenly radiated a strange light, and immediately, the large door of the tome opened. Dust flew everywhere, forcing everyone to cover their faces with their hands. Cart exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, dust is flying out." Suddenly, Irene's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that what he saw was the hazy figure of someone riding a horse towards him. Irene hurriedly shouted, "Something is approaching." He was extremely panicked. How can this be? The mist gradually dissipated. The figure of the person gradually became clear. He swung his sword, and the mist surrounding him also disappeared completely. The people around were extremely surprised. He exclaimed, "Who is that?" Killian was surprised. Irene was very on guard and raised his sword. He muttered the name. Before everyone now was the image of Irene, majestic and imposing, riding a horse and holding a sword, which surprised everyone here greatly. "Gorazon Pendragon," someone exclaimed. As for him, he calmly glanced down at Irene's group below. Carter and everyone else were surprised. "Who are you?" He was panicked. "The former Duke." Killian was surprised. Duke Gorazon Pendragon. Irene, right beside him, was speechless with surprise. In his heart, he thought, a transparent body. Is it a spirit? No, more importantly, Irene wondered, how do I know this person's name? In his mind, that old image of Irene flashed by again. He frowned in annoyance. Irene suddenly understood, so it's from Irene's memories. A beam of light suddenly shot down. It shone brightly, dazzling everyone here. They had to shield their eyes with difficulty. Irene, annoyed, let out a growl. Only when the beam of light gradually stopped shining did Irene stop frowning and open his hazy eyes. As soon as he looked up, he was extremely surprised. A large and majestic dragon was towering in the sky and standing before the moon. Everyone's mouths dropped open as they looked up unconsciously. The dragon spread its large, powerful wings. Carter and Kraton also looked up without blinking. The dragon charged straight down, scaring everyone into trembling with fear. It had a pair of pure and bright blue eyes. But this did not make it lose its cold and powerful appearance. Those eyes seemed to contain a whole gentle but mysterious blue sky that could not be underestimated. Irene looked up and gave a helpless smile. It's appeared. The dragon flew down majestically, creating gusts of wind. Irene whispered, "Soldrake." Soldrake flew down. It stood behind Gorazon. It wrapped its tail around to protect Gorazon. Killian looked at it and suddenly exclaimed, "So beautiful." Kraton and Carta said in unison, "The guardian deity." Irene looked at it with caution and great surprise. Soldrake also glanced at Irene. It suddenly asked, You, who are you?" Being asked this, Irene was surprised and didn't know what to do. He looked at Gorazon with curiosity to see if he was the one who asked. But Gorazon didn't seem to open his mouth and just maintained his original posture. Killian panicked and asked, "Did Duke Gorazon just speak?" Carta, standing beside him, objected, "No, that's a ghost, right? It can't be." Irene thought to himself, just like that time, on the plains of Lothian, the first time I met Irene Pendragon. The voice just now was exactly like that voice. That means the person who spoke that time was the person who is speaking now, not Irene, and not Gorazon, but Soldrake. Irene was certain in his heart. He was surprised. This dragon is talking to me. That voice came out again. "Who are you?" This made the people around look at Irene blankly. Irene replied, I am Irene Pendragon. The dragon stared at him for a moment. It suddenly approached, which surprised and made everyone on guard. Soldrake said, you are not Irene Pendragon. You can't fool me. The dragon was patient. I will ask you again, who are you? Irene was suddenly startled and panicked. He suddenly remembered the memories of that day when he was still Raven. At that time he had to endure heavy punishments alone, being controlled and manipulated by others like a puppet. Remembering those things, Irene gasped for breath. He let out a scream, and then immediately after, Irene held his head and squatted down, screaming in pain. Killian was surprised. Young master. Irene held his head in panic. My head feels like it's gonna split open. What the hell am I? While Irene was holding his head in pain, the dragon Soldrake looked at him without any emotion. Irene held his head and screamed in pain before Soldrake's gaze. The people around him panicked and called out to him. Soldrake still didn't give up. It continued to ask, who are you? Irene held his head and screamed. In his mind, the memories of his past once again appeared. Irene in pain stared wide-eyed. His painful memories kept flooding out. Irene was desperate. I don't want to see them anymore. A series of memories ran through his mind, as if wanting to gnaw at his current mental state. It's just because the dragon is making me experience these feelings again. The dragon still didn't give up. It watched the whole process of Irene's suffering. After that, it lowered its head close to him and coaxed, speak, who are you? Irene held his head on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. Irene muttered, I am. Suddenly, at this moment, Irene's memories overlapped and appeared. Irene was confused. What are those memories? The Duke's wife and Gorazon. So this baby is me. Suddenly, another moment appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, no, it's not Irene. And finally, as a matter of course, he remembered the final moment of his father's life and death before his eyes, painfully. Suddenly, Irene realized, that's right. That is Irene. Irene gasped for breath. He was dizzy after experiencing those memories. After that, Irene suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The people outside worriedly called out to him. Their faces were filled with panic. The dragon watched him collapse to the ground. It ordered, say your name. Irene lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes gradually losing focus. Irene muttered, Raven Vart. In his daze, he seemed to see the figure of a maid. He was surprised. How? He vaguely saw the girl worriedly and joyfully calling him. Irene was dazed, lying. At that moment he saw two girls, Irina and Maya, and also memories. No, they are memories flashing through my mind like a storm. Heavily and quickly, he had to bear all those moments in his mind. He thought to himself, my memories. He gradually remembered the memories he had just experienced with everyone in the group, from facing the lich to the water spirit in the cave. On the other hand, outside, the others were extremely worried about him. Hang in there, Pendragon. Killian ordered, protect the young master, even if we have to bet our lives. Carta gritted his teeth. Damn it. There's no other way. Kraton, standing beside him, quickly said, wait, Carta. Are you planning to fight against the guardian deity? Carta retorted, I've fought side by side with him. He's my comrade. If this continues, he'll die. Irene, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a breath. He struggled to hold on, thinking to himself, that's right. Irene dragged his weak body and sat up. Soldrake looked at him blankly, not understanding why he could have such strong willpower. Irene stabbed his sword into the ground, creating a loud noise. Irene propped himself up and looked up at the dragon before him with extraordinary determination, continuing his words. The official heir of the Pendragon domain, Irene Pendragon. Irene at this moment seemed to have used up all his strength. His face showed pain, but he never gave up. The dragon remained silent, looking at him. Irene, after speaking, panted heavily, waiting for the dragon's next move. Gorazon at this moment suddenly nodded and smiled, which made him very confused. Immediately after, Gorazon's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Irene was dazed. Gorazon Pendragon disappeared. Suddenly at this moment, the dragon Soldrake raised its head. It let out a roar, the sound echoing throughout the region. The tremor from the sound echoed everywhere, surprising everyone. Someone in Irene's group was also thrown into the air by it. Carta and the others were dazed and asked each other, what's going on? A while later, after the sound had completely stopped, the dust and smoke had billowed up, and the group was now in a chaotic mess. After that, the dragon bowed its head before Irene. It said, our promise has been fulfilled, Irene Pendragon and Raven Vart. Irene held his sword, looking at it blankly. As you will inherit the Pendragon lineage. Hearing this, Irene smirked. He smiled and collapsed. The people around him worriedly ran over to him.
Everyone was happy. You really did it.
The light here gradually illuminated everything after the storm had passed. This peaceful scene had returned. The people around him worriedly ran over to Irene and asked about him. Under Soldrake's calm gaze, Irene waved his hand and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Immediately after, Killian asked blankly, here. Irene looked over with satisfaction. The oath is fulfilled. I have been chosen by Soldrake. Everyone looked at him blankly, as if they were processing this information. After that, they all cheered and laughed loudly. Everyone was happy about this. Everyone cheer, Irene has been chosen. The future of Pendragon is secure. Kraton exclaimed, from now on he will be accompanied by the guardian deity. A remarkable achievement. Carta beside him was also happy. He's the only one who could defeat us. Suddenly, Soldrake raised its head and looked at the sky. Irene also looked up, following Soldrake's gaze. He asked, what's wrong, Soldrake? Soldrake replied softly, a guest has just arrived. Irene asked blankly, a guest? Looking up at the sky, shadows were gradually flying towards them. Irene guessed birds. When they flew closer, Irene was startled. No, it's not. Carta was also horrified by the scene.
Whoa, wait!
Before everyone's eyes now was the image of many dragons flying towards them. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Dragons.
Dragons are coming!
The dragons flew wildly in the sky. They followed each other, forming an extremely magical vortex. The people standing below looked up, their hearts filled with confusion. Irene was dazed, silently amazed. I can't believe it. There are 6 dragons. The dragons glanced down. A powerful aura radiated from their bodies. It was clear they were not to be trifled with. The dragons surrounded them, 6 of them forming a circle. Under their pressure, everyone was terrified. He was also dazed, a sense of confusion filling his heart. The dragons there asked, "Is this the Queen's new false contractor?" Irene turned to look at where the sound came from. There was a jet black dragon with purple eyes, calmly asking in an even, not too friendly tone. Soldrake replied, "That's right, Emil." After that, Soldrake immediately wondered, "I didn't call you. What are you doing here? The oath of the Pendragon family has nothing to do with you." The green dragon spoke up. "This time, it's different." Soldrake looked at the distant green dragon with a rather angry gaze. Soldrake called its name as a warning or Gurion, but the green dragon didn't seem scared at all. It just bowed its head respectfully and said, "We came here because this is what we must do." "Don't you know the reason?" Soldrake looked at them with a sharp gaze and asked, "Do you have the right to ask me?" Hearing this, the other dragons also shrank back, looking up with apologetic eyes, not knowing what to do. Emil roared in anger, "However, Queen, besides your contractor, I sense something else in this person. The auras of both the demon god and the dragon god are on this person." Hearing this, Irene looked on blankly, not understanding what they were talking about. It spread its wings and roared powerfully. Once again, the people standing there were thrown far away for some unknown reason. The dragons endured the force and cautiously retreated. Only Irene remained standing there, as if protected by Soldrake. Soldrake said angrily, "Uninvited guests, get out of my territory immediately. In the name of the Dragon King, I command you." Hearing this, Irene whipped his head around to look, horrified. His eyes showed disbelief. Irene thought to himself, the Dragon King. On the opposite side, the dragons heard this and looked at each other, nodding in silent agreement about something. They spread their wings, preparing to leave. But the black dragons still stubbornly looked at Soldrake. Emil said, "That's enough for today. However, if one day this human returns to our lands, then everything will be clear." Irene looked up, a guarded expression in his eyes. After saying that, it also spread its wings and left. All 6 dragons had flown away, unable to fulfill their wish. Soldrake looked in the direction of the 6 dragons and was silent. A while later, Carta gradually came to. He let out a breath and then asked blankly, "What just happened?" Kazal was confused. "It's like they were talking to each other." Kraten replied, "No one can hear the voice of a dragon except the person talking to it. Before the oath was made, we could hear its voice through Gorazon, but now we can't hear anything." Irene heard this and asked blankly, "Am I the only one who could hear their conversation?" But Soldrake's voice really did stop after the oath was made. Irene held his chin and thought, "Putting that aside, there are 6 dragons, dragon god, demon god, damn it. I still don't know much." After thinking, he looked up. Irene thought to himself, "It probably knows everything. Soldrake, the Dragon King. The reason I was reborn as Irene." After thinking, he looked up and called out, "Soldrake." Irene waved his hand and said, "I have something to ask you. Can you lower your head? My neck is getting sore." Hearing this, Soldrake lowered its head and looked at him for a moment, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, it said, "If that's the case, there's a better way." Transformation happened before everyone's eyes. Soldrake suddenly glowed, surprising everyone. Its body gradually became hazy and then slowly disappeared. Killian asked in confusion. Soldrake disappeared. Then a bright light suddenly flashed. Irene had to raise his hand to shield his eyes because it was too bright. He let out an annoyed sound. After the bright light gradually faded, Irene also slowly lowered his hand. Before him and everyone else, the dragon had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty scene and a magical purple sky. Irene was extremely panicked. He shouted loudly, "Hey, Soldrake!" Suddenly, Soldrake's voice rang out. "Where are you looking?" Hearing this, Irene looked down blankly and let out a confused sound. Before him, a blue skirt slowly appeared. A girl with white hair and large wings jumped down. She slowly walked over to Irene, tilted her head, and said, "I'm right here." This made everyone freeze on the spot. Everyone was confused and surprised, exclaiming, "Soldrake!" Before them now was a girl with white hair and eyebrows. Sparkling gems were stuck on her forehead. The girl's figure was full, and her attire looked extremely luxurious, with a dress that had a hole cut out in the back to make room for her smooth white wings. The girl's appearance was no less than that of a great beauty, and even surpassed it due to her cold and arrogant aura. Soldrake opened her mouth and asked, "You said you had something to ask. So let's continue our conversation." The 3 of them, Irene, Killian, and Kraten, were stunned and speechless, not understanding what was happening. They blurted out Soldrake's name. A while later, Irene's group set out again. He rode at the head of the group, and beside him was Soldrake, walking leisurely. While walking, Carta suddenly turned to ask Killian, "Hey, you human, can I ask you something?" "What are they talking about?" Killian wondered and looked back. "Why are you asking me that? If you want to know, go ask them yourself." Carta was suddenly stunned. Kraten, walking beside him, quickly explained, approaching the guardian deity is not so easy for us Inkono orcs. Killian was silent for a moment and then spoke. Even if you could, you wouldn't be able to hear what they're saying. He looked at the cold, powerful girl. We can't hear Soldrake's voice. Killian continued, and for some reason we also can't hear the young master's voice. After saying that, he seemed a little curious and held his chin in thought. But I've never heard of a dragon turning into a human before. The group continued to walk through the forest, following Irene's direction and lead. Killian at this moment suddenly exclaimed, and she's so beautiful. Carta heard this and asked blankly, is that so? His face clearly showed disbelief. Kraten beside him added, we orcs don't see it that way at all. Kraten thought to himself, if those eyes looked at you, your body would freeze with fear. At that moment Irene waved his hand, signaling that he had something to say to Soldrake. He asked, who are those 6 dragons? They seem unhappy about our oath. What are they objecting to? Soldrake replied telepathically, this is something that only time can confirm. Irene was confused and looked at her silently for a moment. He frowned. You showed me the past when I was still Raven, so you must know about your and Irene's unexplained deaths. Moreover, about what Bantai said Irene guessed, you must know something about them. The reason I was reborn is Irene. Soldrake didn't answer directly, but just said vaguely, time will give you the answer. Irene frowned, looking extremely annoyed. He got angry. Hey! You've only said that one sentence so far. Tell me everything I need to know. Soldrake didn't even bother to glance at him. She just said calmly, you talk too much. Soldrake continued, people of the Pendragon family rarely want to talk to. Me hearing this, Irene felt a little suspicious. He held his head. What's wrong with her? I thought that if I just made an oath with her, I would finally know something. At this moment a sound suddenly made Irene jump. A large monster was charging towards him madly. Everyone was confused and surprised. A giant demon. Irene didn't hesitate for a second. He drew his sword and charged straight at the demon to take its head. But before he could even get on the stage, the unlucky demon was lightly squeezed to death on the spot by Soldrake's bare hands. The group fell silent in deep shock. Irene was silently horrified. So fast, they looked at Soldrake, who was calmly standing in front of the corpse of the unlucky demon, and silently prayed. Soldrake took the piece of meat she had gotten from the demon's corpse. She looked at it for a moment, and then immediately brought it to her mouth to eat, frozen on the spot. The way she ate it raw, fresh, the main ingredient having just died a few seconds ago, and the dish was already on the table, scared everyone. She's really a dragon. Killian had a hard time speaking. Even in that form she doesn't look human at all, so beautiful. Looking at Soldrake's back, he exclaimed again, however, what she does doesn't resemble a beautiful person at all. Irene silently looked at her. Indeed, beauty is a curse. He was a little confused in his thoughts. Irene's group rested again when night came and Kraten continued his night watch duty. Everyone was now sound asleep, but Soldrake was not sleeping. She climbed up a branch and leisurely watched the moon. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, making Soldrake take her eyes off the sky. It turned out that Irene was standing right below, holding the corpse of an animal that looked like a sheep or a goat. It seemed he wanted to have a late-night snack with the beautiful dragon. A piece of rib was carefully cut out by him. Irene sat there grilling the pieces of meat over the warm, loving fire he had just started. The meat gradually cooked, its aroma spreading throughout the area, making anyone who smelled it salivate uncontrollably. After grilling it, he gave it to Soldrake. Here. Holding the hot piece of meat in her hand, Soldrake was a little dazed, a little curious, and a little interested as she stared at it. Irene took a bite of the meat as if to demonstrate. He said calmly, if you re in human form you have to eat like this. Soldrake heard this and was quite relaxed. She also picked up the piece of meat and took a bite. A late night eating show can't be without something to watch. So, after taking a bite, Soldrake looked up at the stars. I wonder if any of the stars are named Trine Tran Fung too. But anyway, back to the story. After eating well, Soldrake turned on her CEO mode and praised him. You are indeed an interesting Pendragon. Irene seemed immune to this CEO-like praise. He just said calmly, I am a Pendragon. However, Irene was silent. I am also Raven. Hearing this, Soldrake suddenly fell silent and looked at him. A strange light flashed in her eyes. As if to respond to the situation of the two of them, a crow came out of the trees and cawed in a way that was both creepy, silent, and out of place. In the middle of their eating show, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Sensing that something was wrong, Irene reluctantly changed the subject. I won't talk about myself anymore, since you wouldn't understand anyway. Irene returned to his eating show. He picked up a piece of rib and expressed his feelings. I used to do this very often. Not bad, right? Soldrake looked at him like that and was stunned. Irene saw that she didn't react to him, so he didn't care and continued to ask, by the way, I have something to ask you. Just as he finished speaking, she suddenly let out a sound, Sol. Irene looked at her blankly and confused. Soldrake gave a gentle smile. Her eyes flashed with a loving look. Her mouth, though still stained with bits of meat, could not stop the power of that sunny smile. She said softly, from now on you can call me Sol. The smile of his new dragon sister, whom he had only known for a few days, made Irene a little dazed. She just smiled. He calmly calmed his racing heart. So dragons can smile too. On the outside he gave a forced smile. Ha. Irene didn't forget his purpose and continued to ask, so, Sol, about the dragon god and the demon god. Sol interrupted, time will also answer that for you. The romantic atmosphere was completely destroyed.
Irene was furious. Hey!
Back at his palace, Irene was surrounded by cheers and respectful greetings. A line of servants was extremely respectful. The young master is back. He returned with the dragon. Hearing this, Irene's family quickly ran out to the balcony to see. Irene cheered happily. He finally did it, brother. Lady Helen was moved and gently wiped away her tears, saying softly, you are truly my pride, my son. The maid lined also let out a silent sigh of relief. When I saw him off at the Berlin gate, I was so worried. But luckily, he's fine. Everyone was overjoyed. He's back. The surrounding people waved and greeted him warmly. On both sides of the road, thousands of people stood as thick as ants. They happily welcomed him back. Linda was a little dazed. How Irene was also curious. Below, Kazale happily greeted everyone. Tata also looked around excitedly. They both exclaimed, wow, so many people! Creighton was also happy. How so lively. Soldrake was now flying above Irene. Her wings fluttered, looking extremely powerful. The butler Melbourne asked in astonishment, goblins, harpies, and even orcs, why are these demons here? And who is that winged woman? Lady Helen seemed to realize something. She was extremely surprised. That woman outside, a proud voice rang out. Everyone! Irene smiled. He said excitedly, his voice echoing everywhere, the Pendragon family has won. Today the dragon will once again be with us. The others heard this and were very confused. Only Lady Helen was so surprised she couldn't believe it. Beside Irene, Soldrake was now using her power. She radiated a brilliant aura, and immediately after, Soldrake placed her hand on Irene's sword. A powerful energy spread throughout the area. Before everyone's eyes, a powerful light appeared, dazzling everyone. They looked blankly at the object before them. Soldrake gradually appeared. She had transformed into her dragon form and let out a loud roar, showing her power, which overwhelmed everyone present. Everyone cheered at her appearance. Soldrake, let's have a celebration. Fireworks exploded everywhere, showing the joyful spirit of everyone's welcome. The families inside ate, drank, and laughed happily. The melodious music made everyone's hearing very comfortable, and the guests' emotions were elevated. The young ladies were mesmerized by the young man playing the instrument and singing. Poor but famous musician's life. Linda looked around and exclaimed, what a grand party. This is the first time I've attended a party like this. Irene replied happily, this party is to celebrate the pact between the White Dragon and my brother. She was excited. The lords of the neighboring regions and influential merchants have all come to attend. Linda was amazed and exclaimed. After saying that, she turned back to look at Irene and blushed, asking, by the way, where is the young master? Beside Irene, he was walking step by step behind Soldrake. She was now sitting alone on the window of the upper floor. Irene walked over to her side and gently asked, don't you want to go to the party?
Soldrake glanced at him and exclaimed, ha!
Whether you are Irene or Raven, you still don't talk to me enough, do you? Hearing this, Irene was a little stubborn and thought, although I don't understand anything. At that moment, Soldrake continued to speak. And besides, as the heir of the Pendragon family, you should be busy at the party. Irene sighed and replied, greeting guests is indeed a troublesome job. You must know a lot about human society. Soldrake was thoughtful. I have been with the Pendragon family for a very long time, but I have never heard of a dragon attending a party before. Irene wondered why. Even though you can change into human form. Hearing this, Soldrake suddenly turned her head and looked at him deeply, which made Irene dazed and let out a sound. Soldrake suddenly muttered, just as I thought. You are really different from the previous Pendragons. After saying that, she suddenly flew away, leaving Irene extremely confused and calling out to her helplessly. Irene silently watched Soldrake's figure disappear into the night. He stared after her in a daze unconsciously. Immediately after, as if sensing something approaching, Irene glanced behind him to see what was happening. Many noble ladies lifted their skirts and ran over in a crowd. So you rehear Duke Irene. We want to hear how you made a pact with the dragon. Irene looked at the girls in confusion. He was suddenly very scared. In his heart, he screamed and wanted to run away madly. At that moment, somewhere else, Linda was serving food to a guest. She said apologetically, sorry for the delay. He suddenly harassed her. Your body is beautiful. Do you want to be my wife? Hearing this, Linda was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, trying to force a smile to get through this awkward moment. At that moment, the voices of the girls trying to flirt with Irene also echoed coquettishly. Wow, that's amazing. Linda heard the noise and looked over. Now she saw Irene being surrounded and pulled by the girls who were eagerly trying to get to know him. The compliments kept coming. I've never heard of anyone defeating an orc in a one fight before. So cool. Irene forced a smile and replied. At that moment, a girl quickly pushed herself forward. I am Crescentia of the Papansuku family. I inherited the purest bloodline of the first emperor and am one of the most outstanding families. A girl suddenly raised her hand and said, my name is Mabel, and I am connected to the Giovannisson Chamber of Commerce and am a member of the Gummin family. Crescentia, standing beside her, angrily scolded, hey, you were not even a noble. You were just a merchant. Hearing this, she gave a sinister smile. She raised her hands, which were covered in jewels, each finger with a ring with a stone as big as a pigeon's egg, and said arrogantly, Hunga! Don't you know? The Gummin family is single-handedly carrying the entire empire's economy on its back. I don't know if your family can sell Midran jewelry like this. Being provoked, Crescentia flew into a rage and scolded, stop showing off. You know, we're richer! Mabel sneered, I'm laughing at you, you old-fashioned lady. Being stuck in this crowd of noble ladies made Irene extremely annoyed. He frowned, showing that he couldn't stand it. After struggling for a while, Irene finally managed to escape the crowd. Line saw him walking away dejectedly and was very surprised. Irene thought angrily, all these people want to shake hands with me. I can't be annoyed by that. Suddenly a voice called out, pulling Irene from his thoughts.
Hey, you weak human!
He glanced over and saw Carta excitedly drinking beer with everyone. He was teasing Killian. UV only had 10 cups and Yuri already passed out. At that moment Killian was lying there begging for mercy. How can I compare to an orc? Right below, Kraten was happily with playing Maya.
The rabbit is moving!
Maya replied innocently, that's called magic, little Pendragon. Irene was stunned and stared at the harmonious scene before him for a long time.
Carta noticed Irene and called out, Yo, Pendragon!
Have a drink with us. Show me the stubbornness of a human. Killian heard this and quickly tried to stop him. You idiot. The young master is very busy. Feeling the sincerity of everyone here, Irene smiled gently. He walked over to the table and joked, that's fine, we can't let you lose a drinking contest. Carta saw that his provocation had succeeded and cheered excitedly. Haha. He accepted. Let's start. The cheers of the crowd made Line turn her head curiously to look, and she saw a very warm and close scene between comrades who had gone through life and death, friends with each other. At night the party ended, and the people gradually dispersed. Irene's castle was now shrouded in the quiet of the night. Inside, Line was now helping a drunk Irene to his room to rest. Irene held his head in discomfort and exclaimed, my head. Line asked with concern, are you all right, young master? I feel so sorry for bothering you, Lindy. She replied cheerfully, not at all. Linda added enthusiastically, it's been so long since I've seen you this happy, my lord, not since your father passed. So that makes me happy too. Hearing her kind words, Irene smiled gently. Is that so? He continued. By the way, what is my mother doing? It's getting late. At his question, Linda looked puzzled. I thought it was tradition that you go to her room. His mother wanted to see him. Lady Helen let him in. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw them all, the girls who had been surrounding him at the party earlier. There was the spoiled daughter of a wealthy merchant, and countless other beauties, all blushing as they looked at him. Irene asked, confused, what is all this? Lady Helen calmly replied, is there anyone among them who pleases you, my son? Irene, still confused, could only manage a single word. Mother. Lady Helen nodded and said gently, because you have made a pact with a dragon, you must also have an heir. She advised him softly, it is the responsibility of a Pendragon. Now choose. With which of them will you have a child? The news hit Irene like a bolt of lightning. He froze, unable to believe his ears. It's truly baffling to see a man turn down so many beauties. Irene in a panic let out a cry that echoed through the room. What? He stood there stunned, stammering, my child. He looked at the crowd before him. He couldn't believe it. Yes, the girls before him smiled happily. Choose one of us. The others also smiled, blushing, to become your bride. Helen smiled gently. That's right, it is your duty as a Pendragon. An attendant behind the group quickly explained, it is a long-standing tradition. After a Pendragon makes a vow with a dragon, the neighboring nobles will send women here to produce an heir for the family. She added with a hint of regret, originally Luna was supposed to be here, but since the engagement was called off, Irene wiped his face, on the verge of tears. Oh, wise sister Luna, how could you cancel the engagement so cruelly? Irene frowned, confused. Did that really happen? She quickly composed herself. But please calm down, young master, because the women here today are all from families no less prestigious than the Siros clan. The first one stepped forward, covering her mouth as she introduced herself. That's right. I am from the Papanzuki family, heir to the bloodline of the first emperor. That means my lineage is even nobler than the royal families. The next girl spoke with a dark tone. My family has the general of the royal army. We can mobilize soldiers at any time. Violence is the greatest power in the world. Another scoffed. How foolish. The future will be built by those who control the economy. Money is everything. The group quickly devolved into a brawl. A merchant like you has no place here. Irene watched it all unfold. Helen approached him with concern. Irene crossed his arms, uninterested. Listen, Irene, you need to choose from among the women in this room. She asked, vaguely nodding. He frowned, confirming again. So, it has to be someone in this room. Helen lowered her head, a little sad. This is how our family. I understand. Irene opened his mouth, hesitating. Then he put his arm around Linda's shoulder and declared in front of everyone, I choose Linda to be my concubine. Helen and Irene's sister stood frozen. The young ladies who were fighting also stopped dead in their tracks. Linda looked up, not having heard clearly. The entire room fell silent. Linda was the first to react, letting out a shocked scream. He put one arm around her waist and covered her mouth with his other hand. Calm down, Linda. She has always taken care of me. And when she went exploring and got covered in soot, he slowly recounted everything that had happened. I was captivated by her courage. And I made a mistake in Burin. I must take responsibility for that. The crowd was still processing this new information. I'm sorry for keeping silent until now, he told Helen. Helen, worried, quickly reassured him. It's alright. You're a man, after all. Because it's alright. But the true meaning behind this tradition, she explained anxiously. Irene, he nodded in confirmation. To ensure the connection and continuity of the family. I understand. He glanced coldly at the dumbfounded crowd, displeased. However, he said, looking at them, These women only came to the celebration after hearing that I had made a vow with a dragon. He glared, his face dark as he questioned them. They flocked here after the vow was made, but when we were going through hard times, did they truly want to cooperate with us? No. Irene's hand resting on Lindy quickly shifted. But the person who accompanied me for 3 years without any ulterior motives was Lindy. She blushed furiously, not believing her ears. The young ladies were displeased. But she's just a maid. Irene's voice was cold as he looked down on them with contempt. That means nothing to me. Those who rely on the prestige of their families are nothing but fools. His words left the young ladies petrified. He turned his eyes to Helen, wanting to express his point further. Irene smiled faintly. I already have companions. He carefully recalled the battle at the mausoleum. The ones who have helped us all this time, Killian and his soldiers, the orcs in the forest, the Ancona orcs, the 2 baby elves, Zal and Happy Tata. Irene smiled with a hint of pride. They followed me to the tomb without any fear. I trust them. They are my comrades. He stepped forward and took Helen's hand. Has the Pendragon family ever become weak by relying on allies' mother? Helen and Irene smiled happily together. Linda's eyes widened with excitement. Irene immediately turned and looked down at her. And what about you, Lind? Will you become my concubine? Lind trembled with emotion. Of course, young master. Irene clasped her hand tightly and announced loudly. Then from this day forward, the maid Lind has become a bride of the Pendragon family. His gentle voice rang through the air with joy. What a magnificent sight. Aisha stepped forward from behind them. She caressed her cheek and smiled. I just thought you were an untrained soldier, but perhaps that was your true intention, wasn't it? Irene closed his eyes, his expression somewhat cold. He didn't turn his head as he continued the conversation. She quickly explained, You're still here, even though the mausoleum has been opened. I wanted to see my descendant one more time before I go. Aisha approached, praising him, but Irene completely ignored her words. You've changed compared to the first time I met you. She looked outside with him, cautiously reminding him, however, moving forward without allies this time will not be easy. I have a plan. Ready. Aisha was surprised and confused. Irene left his seat, crossed his arms and continued, The Pendragon family itself has recovered the power of the dragon, and there are many who wish to invest in us. And I, Raven. He smiled faintly, want to acquire those who will become heroes in the future. Aisha's eyes widened in shock. He crossed his arms, contemplating the future. If I can turn them into loyal vassals while they are still unknown, we can create a powerful army, both at home and abroad. Aisha was stunned. So if you have that intention, she rushed forward. She grabbed his wrist in surprise. Are you aiming for the throne? Irene's voice was cold as he gently warned her. Don't touch me, spirit. Aisha persisted, clinging to him. Then, can I hug you? Stop it. Aisha turned and walked away, smiling. I was just teasing you. Now I have no more regrets. Irene was silent, as if hesitating. He paused, then opened his mouth. 6 dragons came when I registered the contract. Aisha spun around. The other dragons came. Yes, he remembered. The image of the black dragon roaring, and the black dragon saying something about the dragon god and the demon god. Irene surmised, from what I understood of the conversation, it seems there's a reason behind my reincarnation. Even my memories from before I died in my past life suggested that everything is connected. Aisha was curious. He answered patiently, This is the first time I've heard about the dragon and demon gods. Did Sorek say anything about this? Time will tell. That's all she said. Aisha was silent for a moment, then smiled at him. You were quite close with her, aren't you? Seeing Irene's silence, she immediately brought up how they addressed each other. You just called her son, didn't you? Irene was silent, a bit annoyed. She told me to call her that. She and you are the only ones. He looked up confused when she fell silent. Can I talk about these things? Aisha was gradually fading, disappearing.
Irene was stunned. Hey!
Aisha's eyes welled up as she smiled at him. I have to go now. A single tear fell. Irene watched as Aisha slowly vanished. She smiled reassuringly. Have to go now. Irene rushed forward instinctively. Hey! As she flickered in and out of existence, she reached out her hand. Whether your goal is Zivin's or your own, Irene, I have complete faith that you can achieve it. Aisha sobbed, calling his name one last time. My precious Irene. Irene stared stunned at the translucent hand caressing his cheek. He grimaced unexpectedly. Irene hugged Aisha tightly, stammering, Aisha. She was completely taken aback. She smiled, accepting the embrace. Aisha continuously patted his back, gently reassuring him. From now on, just keep moving forward, Irene Pendragon. And Irene stood perfectly still as the last ray of light disappeared. Raven Vander, he stood there silently. The portrait of Aisha still hung intact. I will definitely do it, Aisha. The image of Irene and Lined at their wedding. The grand and solemn ceremony hall. Imperial year 314. Irene Pendragon and Linda Conrad are wed. Irene sat silently on the bed, lost in thought. Outside the window, a gentle voice was heard. So you have chosen that girl. The faint shadow of a skirt moved slowly by the window. My contract fake. He looked out and recognized her. Sorek. Irene looked up, his voice cold. You know the reason behind that party? Sorek slowly affirmed. Yes, I do. Why did you choose a maid? Irene grimaced and bowed his head warily, explaining, if I married someone arranged for me, I would have to participate in many obligations. It would be difficult for me to act freely. And as for an heir, it doesn't matter who I have a child with. It's better to just get it over with. Sorek tilted her head in surprise. So you have no interest in her at all? He bowed his head. He repeated tiredly, she took care of a dying Irene for 3 years. I trust her. Irene looked up, a little worried, wanting to know. By the way, where did you go? You just suddenly flew off. Sarek sat on the windowsill. Ria. She quickly explained, on the cliff behind the main tower, there is a statue of the dragon god. That is where I have lived since making the vow with the Pendragon family. Irene leaned back tired. Isn't it boring there? Sarek turned her head away. It's the same everywhere. Besides, no one can hear my voice. The Lord of Pendragon can hear it. But Irene looked up at the sky. I have never spoken with a Pendragon until now. Not with Gordon nor with his first Glenn. Irene was startled by this news. Sarek turned her head, hiding her emotions. They never wanted me to take this form, so, out of respect for their wishes, I always stayed in Ria. It was then that Irene remembered Aisha's words. You were really close with her. Sarek looked over, a little confused and curious. You talk a lot. It's rare for someone from the Pendragon family to want to talk to me. Irene remembered his invitation to her on the balcony before the party. You didn't come to the party. Well, no one can hear my voice anyway. He watched her indifferent figure and sighed. Has she always been like this, for centuries? Irene bowed his head slightly. But whether it's Irene or Zivan, you are still my contract fake. Irene looked over, explaining, John, I can't use to the way you call me. He smiled. You can call me whatever you like, except for that. Sodrek was momentarily speechless. She stammered, thinking. Then Sodrek softly suggested the short name Zay. I will call you Zay. Irene froze silent. Memories of his past life faintly emerged. Zay. As he thought, the memory of an old friend became clear. Sarek, worried, quickly asked, You don't like it? No. Irene smiled endlessly. I really like it. You can call me that from now on. Sarek was taken aback by his expression. She smiled in acceptance. She smiled brightly and replied gently, You really are different, Zay. Completely different from all the Pendragons before you. Irene let out a sigh. Sodrek also bowed her head in acceptance. Sodrek's voice rang out, clear as a bell. Alex, she raised her head to the sky, happy. The first Pendragon in it seemed the bright. Moonlight clearly illuminated it. Your promise has finally been fulfilled. A bird spread its wings across the sky, a messenger bird, carrying a newspaper article about the Pendragon family. The letter was spread far and wide, with the famous headline, The Pendragon family once again forms a pact with a dragon. The news quickly became known to everyone throughout the empire. A man holding the newspaper exclaimed, The Pendragon family is doing well. Burial walked along excitedly. Rith chimed in right after. They have a territory equivalent to a small empire, but they only have 5 knights. If things go well, we might be able to get some land and even a noble title. The two turned around cheerfully. What do you think, boy? The mysterious figure behind them, his face covered, remained silent. By now it was evening at the port. A man leaned against something, reading the paper. Not only a dragon but demons and Ancona orcs are following him too. He rubbed his forehead, looking tired. Irene Pendragon, I'm quite interested in you. Meanwhile, at Conrad Castle a shout rang out. Irene made a pact with a dragon. What is this, father? Luna was shocked, unable to believe it. Doesn't that make us look like a bunch of clowns? Her father was worried, sick, shouting. I can't sleep now. Luna bowed her head, silent and blushing. Irene, a magical hand appeared. He read the article slowly. Irene Pendragon. The man laughed with excitement. So the world we want to build. The sorcerer also read along with the command, casting the spell. So the world we want to build. A faint purple flame appeared. You are a nuisance. The flickering flame continued to burn the newspaper. Bearded man bit into a large piece of meat. Then let me take care of it. The sorcerer smiled brightly. I've been waiting for you, mad dog of the empire, general of the demon corps. The man was the one who had killed Irene in his previous life. Be safe, my lord, Lane said, bowing shyly. Irene tied his hair back and said gently, I'm off. But she asked worriedly, where are you going this time? He looked at her and smiled. To the barren gate to find more soldiers for the Pendragon family. Outside the castle, Killian shouted, where is your spirit? It's only been an hour and you're already this worn out. The soldiers' faces were pale and haggard. Killian's threat clearly got the soldiers back in shape. If so, then you are not worthy of being knights of the Pendragon family. Yes, sir. Irene approached, praising him and asking about the situation. Good work, Killian. Yes, young master. How is the recruitment of new soldiers going? Killian sighed with contempt. Oh, these days, the ones who want to become knights are all talk and no action. Irene was a little confused. You've recruited a lot of new soldiers in one go, haven't you? It's normal for quantity to make up for quality. He tilted his head and smiled. And your job is to train them, isn't it, Commander? Those 2 words from his mouth made Killian overjoyed. He turned to the soldiers and ordered, Did you hear that? Did you hear what the young master just said? He has high hopes for you. Since so much is expected of you, you must train until you drop dead. Show him that under my command you can become true Pendragon knights. The soldiers grumbled. Damn it, that pretty boy just shouts whatever he wants. Didn't the young master completely defeat him? Even if he's a first-rate knight, even if his skills are that good. Irene watched Killian shouting and thought to himself, lately, things have been going like this. The recruitment of new soldiers has only excited one person, and the long-awaited knight order has been formed. He narrowed his deep eyes, thinking dragon god and demon god. Everything is connected. There's the aura of both the dragon god and the demon god. What those 6 dragons said. He looked out at the training soldiers. We still have no sign of our enemies, but strengthening the army can't hurt. He then looked over at Karuta, who was reading a book. In preparation for the battle that will one day come, Irene looked up at the castle wall where the griffins were. Sarek sat among the griffins. He thought Sun left her cave and came to me. Those griffins are clearly Sun's family. Irene looked up, observing intently. Somehow she looks happier than ever. Sarek tilted her face to the sky. Peaceful, I suppose so, right? Then she noticed something. She communicated with him telepathically. Hey, Zay, what is it, Sun? From afar, a group of people is approaching. There are knights!
Knights are coming!
Killian stood blocking the group of 3. The new recruits saw this and gathered around curiously. They were freelance knights. Freelance knights, one recruit said, veterans who have been through many battles. They wander the world relying only on their weapons and skills. Sounds cool. They must have heard about the revival of the Pendragon family and came here to enlist. Killian arrogantly introduced himself. I am the commander of the White Dragon Corps of the Pendragon family, Mark Killian. Where are you from? Rith stepped forward and cheerfully introduced them. We are freelance knights from Avando. I am Rith Polak. I wish to serve a lord who possesses both virtue and talent. Burial stepped forward and quickly introduced himself. My name is Burial Latin. I'm looking for a place where I can show my true skills, whether it's in a duel or a real battle. Killian approached the last one. I see. And what about you? Isla was silent for a moment, then quickly said, I will let you know who I am. I have no name. Killian froze, completely speechless. Don't mind him, he's always like that. We don't even know his name. We met him not long ago, and he's traveling with us because it seems all 3 of us are heading to the same place. Killian broke into a sweat. I see. So you must be here because you want to become soldiers of the Pendragon family. Burial quickly stepped forward to explain, with Rith adding from behind, that's right. After all, the Pendragon family currently lacks a proper army commander. With our skills, you will be able to strengthen your forces. The 2 of them enthusiastically painted a bright future. You won't have to put up with a useless army anymore. You won't have to try to recruit more soldiers. Sounds good, doesn't it? Irene stepped forward majestically. Good. Freelance knights who rely only on their own skills. As long as their skills are good enough, their attitude doesn't matter. Killian looked worriedly at his young master. Irene tilted his head, but they have to be strong enough first. Irene quickly gave him an order, fight them, Killian. Killian was startled, then happily accepted.
As you command!
Burial rushed forward to fight with one hand, laughing heartily.
I like this!
The new recruits watched anxiously from the side. You have a pretty smart lord, don't you? Hey, will that pretty boy be okay? His opponent is so burly. He looks really strong. Burial wore a contemptuous smile. Killian remained completely silent, looking at him. In a single clash of swords, Killian completely knocked Burial's sword away. He looked at his trembling hand. Rith looked over anxiously. Killian calmly ordered, what? Are you gonna fight too? Damn it. Rith drew his sword. He rushed forward, swinging hard, wanting to finish Killian. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist the pressure, but his strength eventually gave out. The sword fell from Rith's hand. He stood there horrified. The soldiers cheered from the sidelines, energized. They were completely in awe. That pretty boy is amazing. He's that strong. Killian winked. Irene gave some half-hearted praise. How are their skills, young master? They were not weak. We re-short on manpower, so we can recruit them. Isla had been silently observing the entire fight. Irene turned his head and looked at him cheerfully. He coldly refused. You're not participating, not interested. Killian was startled. He's speaking so informally to the young master. Irene smiled amused. Don't say that. What's your name? He didn't care at all and turned his head. I will let you know who I am. I have no name. Killian was so angry he gritted his teeth. He shouted and rushed forward. Isla silently threw Killian behind him. He fell to the ground in an instant. Killian grabbed Isla's collar, questioning him relentlessly.
You bastard!
How dare you speak to the young master like that? What the hell? Isla silently threw him off. Killian stared blankly at his hand, which was still clutching the other's jacket. The soldiers were stunned. What just happened? The commander grabbed him, but he was the one who got thrown off. Irene smiled, amused, as he observed, just as I thought. This guy is strong. He looked at Isla, who was still silent. I want him at all costs within my means. Isla looked up silently, completely uninterested. Irene thought to himself, just as I thought, this guy is very strong. Seeing Isla calmly adjusting his sleeve, Irene was determined. I want to have him, no matter the cost, within my abilities. Isla pressed his lips together silently, his face showing a look of boredom and ennui, like a salted fish dried under the sun. Killian pushed himself up, looking up in disbelief. Isla's mouth was slightly open, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, Killian's embarrassment turned to anger. You bastard. But Irene cut him off. That's enough, Killian. He looked intently at Isla, picking up his sword and drawing it. Irene said confidently, I will be your next opponent. The space fell silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling the small leaves. Isla asked doubtfully, you will fight me? You, Irene retorted, you don't want to fight a so-called young master. Isla was silent, deep in thought. The sharp tip of the sword glinted coldly under the sun. Irene pointed his sword straight at him, surprising Isla. Irene calmly said, let's have a duel. Standing in front of someone and pointing a sword at their head is the sign for requesting a duel among the Knights of Vambas, isn't it? Isla silently glanced at Irene. Killian exclaimed in disbelief, Knights of Vambas? A soldier asked, what's that, Commander? Killian recounted in the far southern lands, a land of war and constant conflict where large and small territories lie adjacent to each other. Knight of Anvis is the local term for the knights there. Killian said, the knights who grew up on that land of war have the skills of 1,000 warriors. They become sharp swords serving their masters. Swords that do not fear death. That is what they are. Killian said, in this field, there's no way to know more than through rumors. This is also the first time I've seen one of them. But seeing Irene pointing his sword at Isla, Killian muttered doubtfully, how did the young master? Seeing the confident and proud smile on Irene's face, Killian thought with suspicion he recognized him at a glance. Looking at Isla standing with his arms crossed, Irene thought his unique way of dressing, his southern accent, and the fact that he uses 2 swords, one long and one short, Irene remembered, are all similar to the knights of Vanvas I faced when I went to the south in my previous life. Irene thought, and also the longsword and shield hanging on his saddle. Irene thought furthermore he also has a crossbow. It's clear he is a warrior ready to fight in any situation. Irene said, the knights of Vanvas never bow their heads, except to those they consider their masters. Irene calmly stated, even if it's the emperor, no one can force a knight of Vanvas to bow, because they are completely confident in their own strength and skills. Irene said, this gentleman came to Pendragon seeking a master who can make him wield his sword with all his might. Am I right? Isla pursed his lips slightly, then looked up at the sky and said, you are wrong. I am no longer interested in serving others. I came here only because I followed the guidance of the stars. Burial and Rith awkwardly said the stars. Isla said, I went with them because they gave me water. This heart-wrenching statement silenced the two of them. Irene thought, the people of Vanvas are people of the sea. Astrology and drink are essential to them. Irene said that constellation was right. Isla heard this but didn't understand. Irene confidently said, you were guided to me, Irene Pendragon. Isla silently looked at him. Irene declared firmly, I want you. Isla used his calm and deep eyes to look straight at the confident man before him. He raised his hand and drew his sword, saying, a knight of Vanvas does not serve, Isla said, for social status, money, or lineage, such worthless things. Isla held a sword in each hand, standing straight with a sharp and powerful aura. Isla said bluntly, if you want me, then risk your life to take me. If you lose, you will die. Irene got into a fighting stance and calmly said, I know. Fighting a knight is just like that. The surrounding soldiers, seeing this scene, cheered excitedly. Rith said that young master has a good stance. Burial next to him was confused. But isn't that sword the type mercenaries use? A young noble using it. His foot tilted forward slightly, putting force on the ball of his foot to gather power. Irene shot forward like an arrow, slashing toward Isla. Killian, observing, exclaimed, fast! But Isla, with his dead fish eyes, thought slow. Isla raised his sword to block Irene's slash. Then he used the momentum to press Irene's sword down. Just like that, Irene's sword hand was forced down at an angle. His other sword hand took the opportunity to thrust straight at Irene's neck, however Isla missed. His dead fish eyes now showed a hint of surprise and astonishment. Irene, having escaped Isla's control, swung his sword horizontally towards the area between Isla's stomach and chest. He quickly bent back to dodge but still received a small cut. However, Irene's face was also grazed by Isla's sword. The two continuously dueled, their blades clashing at high frequency and speed, creating whistling sounds and ear-piercing noises. The swords turned into blurry afterimages. Suddenly they both stopped at the same time, as if they had planned it. The crowd of observers was shocked, their mouths agape, speechless. Rith asked in a daze what just happened. They were so fast I couldn't see a thing. A short-haired soldier asked urgently, what just happened, Commander? Killian stammered, Well, Irene said, missed my winning move. It usually works on dual wielders. Irene said, when you knocked me off balance with the small sword on your left. After you controlled me, you attacked, Irene recalled, saying, at that moment, I attacked your back with a spinning slash. Irene touched the skin near his wound and calmly said, and yet you retaliated immediately, aiming for my head. You are truly strong. Isla looked at him silently. He asked, who are you? Are you really the son of some noble? Irene replied, I am just like you. Irene said, I have killed many monsters and people. Isla was silent, showing no emotion. Irene calmly said, I don't kill indiscriminately, only to survive. Isla asked, you've done that? He answered briefly. Yes, Irene said, you give off a similar scent. Isla's face suddenly changed completely. His expression, like a salted fish dried under the sun, became serious and imposing. The corner of his mouth opened slightly, revealing sharp teeth. He raised both sword-wielding hands at the same time. Killian, sensing the difference, exclaimed, what's... Irene said, now you're willing to use both hands. You finally decided to fight seriously, haven't you? Looking at Isla with his murderous aura, he said, the explosive power of Vanvas, so this is it. At this moment, he yawned widely. Then his eyes became drowsy. It's so noisy. How am I supposed to get any proper rest like this? Karuta, sitting next to him looking after little Maya, said maybe they refighting or something. Karuta scratched his head. Hey, what are you guys doing? At that moment, all three of them froze like statues, staring in shock at the scene. Irene was now in a fierce battle with Isla. What is going on? The two fought with great excitement. Isla's expression was a bit thrilled. Irene was also surprised by his opponent's strength. Little Maya, sitting on Karuta's shoulder, trembled. He too was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, amazing. He's as strong as the young master. Who exactly is that swordsman? Killian's face was also filled with utter confusion. I want to know that too. On this side, the two were excitedly clashing. Isla raised his sword to block Irene's attack, but Irene's strength was no joke. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, that feint was amazing! The swords clashed, creating a piercing sound. Then the two pushed their swords down. Killian panicked. No. The other sword. Young master. On this side, Isla, with a somewhat crazed expression, thrust his other sword at Irene. Irene twisted into the air, dodging the slash. Then, while still in the air, he attacked his opponent. Isla leaned back to dodge. After that, Irene landed on the ground. He began to analyze. So Isla, with a sword in each hand, was relentlessly attacking him. Killian panicked again. A feint. It was actually on the left. Isla had now pointed his sword at Irene's neck. Irene swung his sword to block it, but his expression had become a bit panicked. Karuta shouted at that moment, no, it's the right side. Isla frantically swung his sword in attack. Right then he reached out and grabbed his arm. Isla struggled to break free from his grip. Irene, his face covered in sweat, wore an excited smile. You're really good. Isla also smiled excitedly in response. You too. Then he used his knee to strike Irene's thigh. Unprepared, he immediately took the painful blow. My leg! It wasn't over. Isla continued to control Irene's leg. He was thrown into the air by him. Irene's body lost its balance. A leg sweep. He's good. He quickly placed his hand on the ground to support his body and then launched a kick at Isla. He couldn't react in time and his back knee was hit. Isla knelt down, panicking, and looked behind him. Irene had swung his sword for a slash. He tried to raise his two swords to block it. The two were now face to face, struggling like that for a while. Rith exclaimed, those attacks and defenses are all amazing. Burial was just as stunned. Those two, are they monsters or something? At that moment, Karuta laughed and looked up, asking, Karuta, do you think you can win against that human? Karuta, looking bewildered, couldn't answer with certainty. Killian was now extremely panicked, his face pale, thinking to himself, I was even planning to pick a fight with that guy. Thank God I didn't. On this side, Irene, in such an exciting match, exclaimed, should I teach you the weakness of dual wielders? Isla replied excitedly, what is it? Then he raised a fist. Unexpectedly, Irene threw a handful of sand at his opponent's face. Isla, not anticipating this move, had a stunned expression. Karuta exclaimed, sand. Karuta was also surprised. When he fell, he took the chance to grab some sand. At that moment, Isla got sand in his eyes, momentarily blinding him. His foot slipped on the ground, and then he was pushed back by Irene's sword. His slash was about to hit one of his hands, causing him to drop one of his swords. Irene was swinging his other sword. Killian was extremely panicked. He missed at a time like this. Karuta also exclaimed, his hand, is it because he's tired? Oh no, that guy is coming back. Isla quickly regained his excited expression the right side. He still had one sword and was about to charge and attack again. But at that moment, Irene gently swung his sword, creating afterimages. In an instant, the sword was at Isla's neck, leaving him utterly stunned. Killian, Rith, and Burial were momentarily unable to react. Karuta and Kraton were also sweating bullets. On this side, Isla stopped, panting slightly as he glared at his opponent. Irene said cheerfully, just as expected of a knight of Vanvas, your skills are amazing. If I didn't have this sword in my hand, I might have lost. There was now a bleeding cut on his neck. Irene continued to smile and say, this sword has saved me countless times. It's the sword I cherish the most. Isla lowered his head as if deep in thought. Then, he decided to drop his remaining sword to the ground. Suddenly, he knelt before Irene and solemnly declared, Irene Pendragon, you are more worthy of the title of warrior than any knight of Vanvas. He seriously declared, my name is Elkin Isla. From this day forward, I swear to become your sword and destroy your enemies. At that moment, while everyone was cheering, Irene was stunned, thinking to himself, he said he's Elkin Isla. Everyone was very excited by Isla's captivating promise, but Irene was frozen in place. Elkin Isla. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isla. The man standing next to Killian had wide eyes. Elkin Isla, is that the name of a famous knight? He replied with a blank face, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard that name. Rith and Burial agreed in turn, me too. Same here. When they saw Irene's strange reaction, they guessed, maybe the young master knows him. He finally remembered. Elkin Isla, he's famous for being a trustworthy man, the strongest knight of Vanvas. In his previous life, a few years from now, he would be known as the Sea Dragon King of the Far South. He was a member of the Duchy of Erangus, and he participated in many battles to prove his worth, which made his reputation echo throughout the empire. Irene smiled. Although he is currently unknown, in the future, he will become one of the heroes. With that thought, he knelt down. Isla's eyes widened in surprise. Killian, Rith, and Burial were completely frozen. Isla was stunned when Irene requested, raise your head, Isla. He smiled warmly. You are my sword and I am your master. We are not so distant. The only difference between us is our roles. Irene offered, I want you to become my partner. He then looked towards his other companions. Just like them, Isla's eyes sparkled with happiness. Then he closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Isla exclaimed, you are truly interesting, Pendragon. Rith boasted, maybe he can conquer the world. He is Irene Pendragon after all. Burial chimed in, I will follow this young man too. Killian, looking puzzled, said, but no one said you would become his partners. A familiar voice rang out, attracting Irene's attention. Is it over? He guessed that's Zay. Just as Irene thought, Sarek was approaching them. Rith and Burial's jaws dropped. Isla froze for 2 seconds. A griffin. Irene was overjoyed. John Sarek replied softly. Standing next to Sarek were 2 griffins. Sarek emitted a strange energy. Killian, Rith, and Burial suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Burial exclaimed, "What is this pressure, this woman?" Rith had the same question, "Who the hell is she?" Killian was drenched in sweat. "That is the white dragon, Sarek." Rith and Burial were stunned, shouting, "That woman is a dragon." "What do you mean?" He was completely frozen. "That's what I want to know." Killian stroked his beard. "You have a point. This unreal beauty and nobility," he frowned, marveling. "Of course she is very beautiful. But she is a creature that exudes so much power that just being near her freezes your entire body." The atmosphere became more tense than ever. Irene pointed at Sarek and said, "Let me introduce her to you, Isla. She is my contract fake, the white dragon of the Pendragon family, Sarek." Isla glanced up and said nothing. Then he stepped forward. Isla and Sarek looked at each other. He stammered, "White dragon, the ruler of the griffins. You are Sarek." She said nothing. The other 3 heard it like a thunderclap. Beryl exclaimed loudly, "Hey, that kid Isla, he's still so calm in front of a dragon." Rith gritted his teeth. "He's that strong." Irene crossed his arms and denied it. "No, you are wrong," he remembered. "When I first met Sun in my previous life, I felt that pressure too. It's not something you can just ignore by being strong. Not everyone who is strong can overcome the pressure of a dragon. But you are different, Elkin Esla." Irene smiled. "You are interesting until the very end." He looked up at the clear sky. He fell into a stream of thought. "From now on I will expand beyond the borders of my territory and seek out the famous people from my previous life. For example, the person who possessed so much wealth that it could be compared to the national treasury. The young merchant of the free city of Eden, Dorian. The one who built a tower in the south of Vanvas and settled there, who also created many magical tools. The transcendent sorcerer Zingobelun, a 20-year-old youth who, with only a few hundred soldiers, conquered all the northern knights. The genius general Ivan Getter. Having the memories of my previous life is my most valuable asset. With them I can slowly recruit the people who once dominated the world." The crystal on Karuta's collar suddenly beeped, interrupting his thoughts. He jumped. "The elder is calling." The crystal in Karuta's hand emitted a brilliant blue light. Killian was surprised. "What is that?" He explained. "This is magic that uses minerals. It allows us to communicate with each other." Karuta added, "With this we can easily talk to the elder using magic." Killian was intrigued. "Magic is really convenient." Karuta replied, "Let me see." He closed his eyes and began to feel. Karuta's whole body erupted with a powerful aura. A few humans carrying weapons have entered the Ancona forest. Everyone there listened intently as he relayed the message. There seemed to be a few dozen soldiers among them. After he finished speaking, someone asked in shock, "What?" Karuta's eyes widened as he replied, "The leader of them seems to be wearing an elf helmet." Karuta was horrified. An elf helmet? Karuta was stunned, wondering. He even defeated an elf and took it as a helmet. Is that something a human can do? Killian pondered. If that's the case, he is a very strong and fearsome opponent. Only Ella showed no emotion. Irene's body was trembling like a leaf. A person wearing an elf helmet in this world. There is only one such person. A series of unpleasant memories flooded back to him. He gasped, shouting the name Bantai. The atmosphere became strangely gloomy. Irene seemed to be very resentful. He erupted with an aura. This made everyone present feel extremely terrified. Irene growled, "Karuta, where is he?" Karuta's voice trembled. The report was sent from. He shouted an order. "Let's go!" To the orc village. At that moment at the orc village, orc corpses were scattered all over the ground. Bantai stood proudly among the orc corpses, exclaiming, "Finally, I've dealt with these little brats. Orcs are tough opponents." He grinned, pleased. Bantai was proud and unrivaled. How could it be? The elf who made this helmet, someone exclaimed in surprise. The Pendragons, while reading a letter from them. They have obtained the power of the white dragon and are recruiting more soldiers, slowly building a powerful army. So, that's Bantai. He laughed contemptuously. What's more annoying is that after doing what they want with this land, they are even strengthening their forces. You see it too, don't you? Bantai was now sitting comfortably in the heart of the wolf's den. The centaur standing opposite him seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Bantai took out a magic mirror. The mirror emitted a strange, demonic aura. The image of a man slowly appeared. He suddenly said incomprehensible things. The proud shield of the empire, the spear, the crossbow, and the arrow. The man's eyes shone brightly like headlights. If you obtain those things, then from now on, he made a tempting offer. You will become the strongest army in the world. The scene changes to the orc village. The children ran out joyfully. They jumped on Karuta, pulling his hair and clothes, and happily called out, "Daddy." He's 7 parts doting and 3 parts helpless, shouted, "You little fools, stop it. You will pull out all my hair." The atmosphere was now more lively than ever. Killian, who seemed unaccustomed to this, said, "It's hard to imagine the children of those crazy orcs being like this." Karuta made a comparison, just like tiger cubs and lion cubs are like kittens. Killian nodded, "That makes sense." But a little boy with his arms outstretched ran towards Irene, smiling brightly. Suddenly the boy froze, his face turning pale. Irene was now emitting a dark aura, making the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. His face was as cold as winter snow, which made the little boy so scared that he turned and ran. Killian felt a chill. He's been like that for a while now, Karuta added. Ever since he heard the news from the elders, he's had that intimidating look on his face. Killian wondered, and besides, am I imagining things? For a moment there, behind the young master, he secretly guessed. There was something like a dragon's aura. Karuta suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts, "Hey Pendragon, don't make the children cry like that." The unlucky boy, when running towards Isla, also turned and ran away, just like when he ran towards Irene. Isla's face was grim for a long time. Then he opened his arms to welcome the boy. But the boy was sweating profusely. Then he ran away as fast as he could, screaming as if he had just seen a ghost. Isla was rooted to the spot. The others, seeing this, whispered their guesses. Could it be that he likes cute things? An authoritative voice suddenly rang out, "Thank you for coming, new leader of Pendragon." Karuta called out loudly, "Elder." Killian was surprised. That person was Karuta's. "That's my father," he replied proudly. The elder suddenly froze for 2 seconds. His eyes met Surek's, who was standing below. The elder called out loudly, "Everyone." Everyone in the village poked their heads out. They bowed to Surek and Irene and shouted, "Greetings to the deity of the forest." Surek and Irene were silent for a long time. Surek spoke up, "If this continues, we won't get to the main point." "I will rest up there," Irene agreed with her. She explained, "Zay, I understand why you are angry, I am too. But if you get stuck in your anger, you will lose yourself." Irene was seething with killing intent. Everyone looked up as Surek flew up. Irene stared at the elder. Then he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Irene Pendragon, elder." He replied heartily, "You are the son of Duke Gordon. Please, come in." Soon after, they sat down at a table together. The elder raised his teacup and said, "That's right, a dozen men carrying weapons entered this forest." His expression quickly became serious. "And at the same time, they managed to evade my surveillance magic. I only realized it when they were leaving the forest." Karuta wondered, "They evaded your magic? Is there a sorcerer among them?" The elder replied, "No, only soldiers and giant wolves. But I'm sure magic was involved." He pondered, "This is troublesome." The elder looked sad. "Furthermore, I sent out the orc warriors, but they were all killed." Karuta heard this like a thunderclap, shouting, "What? What?" Irene gritted his teeth, thinking, giant wolves, their combat power can even defeat orcs and elves. "Just as I thought, it must be Bante. He came to this forest and brought the Rakshasa Legion with him." The elder added, "And it's clear that they came to meet the centaurs." Irene and Karuta expressed their surprise in turn. "Centaurs? What? Why those stupid horses?" Irene thought to himself, the relationship between the Pendragons, the orcs and the centaurs is very complicated. It seems the centaurs originally lived in the Ancona forest. The Pendragon family moved to the neighborhood and let the orcs live in the forest. It must be the centaurs, creatures that hate humans, who attacked the Pendragons. But the orcs became the family's shield. Things got even more tense because both are warlike and like to cause trouble. That's why the centaurs and orcs don't get along. I don't need to interfere in this matter since I'm just an outsider. I told that story hoping that nothing would happen after that, but Killian burst through the door in a panic and shouted, There's trouble, young master." His face was drenched in sweat as he reported, "The centaurs." At that moment outside, a bloody battle was taking place between the two tribes, the centaurs and the orcs. Irene exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Why are they suddenly in armed conflict with the centaurs?" It's been a long time since that happened, but, in the midst of the chaos, someone drew a bow and aimed at them. The arrow was aimed precisely at Irene, but luckily, he managed to block it. He froze for 2 seconds, his eyes fixed on the insignia carved on the arrow. Killian was stunned, exclaiming, "That's the imperial insignia. Why do the centaurs have it?" Irene was bewildered. "I know why," he secretly concluded. "They have cooperated with each other." Irene's eyes widened, his hand, and he was so enraged that he erupted with an aura. Killian panicked and shouted, young master." Irene was seething with killing intent. "Slaughter them. They attacked us first." He roared. "Anyone who survives, even if you wipe them from the face of this world. I don't care." Sorek stood above, observing everything. Her face showed no emotion. Irene, burning with killing intent, charged towards the enemy. Rith and Burial exclaimed, Lord. Allah's eyes widened. Pendragon. The centaurs simultaneously shot their crossbows at Irene. He still charged forward bravely, and with one slash he cut through the centaur's arrows. Rith and Burial's eyes were wide and their mouths agape. What? He broke their arrows. Wherever Irene went, centaurs were sent to their graves. Sizzla was stunned. So fast! He continued to defeat the centaurs. To everyone's amazement, Rith and Burial smiled brightly. He did it! The centaurs continued to charge forward. They were burning with determination to send Irene to the afterlife. He was a little surprised. They were not afraid at all. The centaur's eyes were like fire. He growled, "You bastards. You took our forest, and now we will finally destroy you completely." The centaur, with absolute determination, roared, "We have expanded our army, just waiting for this moment." Irene froze. "What?" The centaurs charged forward in unison, shouting the slogan, "Protect our forest. Protect our forest." Karuta gritted his teeth, concentrating hard on fighting them. His mind seemed to still be processing, what's wrong with them? They were all acting exactly the same. Karuta wondered, have the centaurs always been this strong? Karuta explained, "It's magic. They've been hypnotized." He explained, while fighting the centaurs, their fear and anger have been exploited. Their minds are controlled by magic. They are being forced beyond their physical limits and turned into mindless killing machines. Rith was utterly bewildered when his sword was broken by a centaur. Luckily Killian was there to support him in time.
Take this.
The centaur kicked back to gain momentum. Then he kicked Killian hard in the stomach, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Rith and Burial ran over worriedly when they saw Killian writhing on the ground.
Commander!
Killian trembled like a leaf. It went through my armor and my ribs, so strong. It's too strong. The atmosphere on the battlefield was as tense as a drawn bowstring, and it seemed the centaurs had the upper hand. Irene's powerful slash made the centaur groan in pain. One of them drew a bow intending to sneak attack him from above. Irene quickly ducked to dodge the attack. He cursed bitterly, "They re so shameless." Irene looked towards Sarek and called out loudly, "John." He called for help. "Help us deal with these damn horses." Sarek immediately refused. "Both the orcs and the centaurs are like my children. I cannot participate in this battle." Irene was stunned. What? He watched his people being defeated by the centaurs. Irene was furious. Damn it. He suddenly remembered Bantai's gloating face. He erupted with an aura. Those bastards. He suddenly froze. What caught Irene's eye was the image of an orc child being chased by a centaur. The orc child was terrified, crying and running for his life. The centaur's arrow was aimed straight at the child. Luckily, Irene managed to charge in and save the boy in time. The orc child looked at him with sparkling eyes, then smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Thank you, sir." This made Irene freeze for 2 seconds. He glanced around the battlefield. Our forces are weakening and the orc village has been destroyed. Irene silently asked himself, so what will Pendragon do now? Irene decisively jumped on his horse, then shouted a challenge to his opponents. "Hey you half-man, half-horse bastards." They all turned their eyes towards him. Irene sneered, "I heard that centaurs are proud warriors, yet you rely on human weapons. The very creatures you despise, and you shamelessly target children. I guess you re just a tribe of half-horse bastards. To deal with a lowly tribe like you I alone am more than enough. You've come this far and haven't even managed to cut off your enemy's head." Irene taunted them as he rode his horse, trampling on the centaur corpses. "Your dead warriors are crying in despair and hell." The centaur's blood boiled at the sight. They chased after Irene with all their might. This left those who remained utterly confused. Karuta, the Zaloon, did he do all this to force the centaurs out of the village? Karuta worried, he can't fight that many centaurs at once. Isla's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Sarek couldn't have predicted this move. She waved her hand and a griffin immediately flew to her. It landed in front of Isla, leaving him stunned. "A griffin." He exclaimed, "A griffin." He looked up at Sarek. Then he wondered, "Is it you?" The griffin shrieked. Isla seemed to understand. His eyes lit up. The black horse galloped forward. The centaurs slowed their pace. They surrounded Irene. Irene was now trapped between a deep abyss on one side and the centaurs on the other. A centaur spoke up, taunting him. "So, you chose to be bait to save your army. What a benevolent lord. However, if you die here, the orc village will also be destroyed. What a foolish decision." Irene, unshaken, retorted, "You half-man, half-horse bastards are the foolish ones. Didn't I already say? I alone am more than enough to deal with you." He narrowed his eyes, calculating. "The centaurs are being enhanced by magic. Can I do this? One against so many." The centaur's blood boiled as he raised his weapon. We were about to tear. He and his comrades charged forward, shouting a challenge. "That smart mouth off your face." Irene gritted his teeth and charged forward, but in the next second, 3 sharp arrows whizzed past Irene's head, stunning him. The arrows accurately pierced the chests of 3 centaurs, causing them to fall backward. Instinctively, Irene looked towards where the arrows came from. A griffin was soaring in the sky, and the one riding the griffin was none other than Isla. His eyes burned with determination as he looked down at Irene. Irene shouted his name in surprise. Isla loaded an arrow into his crossbow while saying, "Pendragon, I told you that I would become your sword and destroy your enemies." The centaurs all stared at Isla, their jaws dropped. "A griffin? That's the griffin of the guardian deity." The griffin shrieked, then swooped over the heads of the centaurs. The centaurs gritted their teeth, drawing their bows to shoot at the griffin. Isla quickly dodged. He blocked his opponent's arrow with one hand while preparing his crossbow with the other. The arrow pierced deep into the centaur's chest, causing him immense pain. The other centaurs met the same fate. The remaining centaurs all aimed their crossbows at the griffin and Isla. Irene's face was grim. A griffin knight. Griffins are divine beasts that serve under the dragon race. Although they are large, to those looking up from below, they seem to be dancing in the sky. With the power they possess, they are used for hunting and military purposes, and are extremely difficult to deal with. So borrowing knowledge from ancient times, after a long period of harsh training, the first writable griffin appeared after hundreds of battles with the knight it chose. As a result, Isla drew his weapon. With one shot, he sent his opponent to the afterlife. A griffin knight. Irene's eyes were fixed on the centaurs. He was a little surprised. Elkin Esla, his nickname in my previous life was the Stormbringer. Isla was seething with killing intent. Irene smiled. "So, it's a name that says it all." The centaurs were in dire straits, being continuously defeated. Their leader shouted an order. "All troops, retreat! Retreat!" He turned and fled. Isla analyzed. They are running towards the middle of the forest. If they go deeper into the forest, the griffin won't be able to follow, and they will be able to recover and regroup. He quickly wounded the centaur. He fell flat on his face. Irene slowly approached him. He calmly aimed his crossbow at the centaur. Irene sneered. "The Empire's crossbows are indeed high quality, surely. They are much more valuable than some half-man, half-horse from the forest, aren't they, leader of the centaur army? The centaur slowly sat up. Irene still aimed his crossbow at him while riding his horse towards him. He reminded him, even if the pain disappears, you still can't move with a broken leg. The centaur's face turned pale, sweat dripping down his back. On Irene's horse there was a shield. He reached out and grabbed it. He aimed the brightly shining shield at the centaur. He stared at the shield. The centaur was amazed as the wounds on his body gradually healed. My wounds. The centaur's eyes gradually changed. He stared blankly at the shield. The centaur's head was spinning. Why did you help me? Irene replied indifferently. I only made you return to normal. Otherwise, I would have finished you off. He said with a serious face, now tell me who gave you these weapons. Where is Bante? The crossbow in Irene's hand now emitted a dense aura. Irene told the centaur, so tell me where is the one who gave you all these weapons? He was stunned when he continued, the mad dog of the empire, commander of the demon corps, Bante. Where is he? The centaur was surprised. Bante of the demon corps. How do you know that name? Irene questioned him. I'm the one asking the questions. What happened between him and the centaur tribe? The man was silent for a long time. Then he lowered his head and replied, he suddenly invaded the forest and proposed a partnership with us. The centaur recalled the words Bante had said. The Pendragon family has recovered the power of the White Dragon and is now recruiting troops while also strengthening their weapons. Clearly, they are planning to turn the tables against their sworn enemies, the centaur tribe. So, before that happens, I will lend you weapons. Go destroy the orc village and reclaim the Ancona forest with the strength of the centaur tribe. Irene wondered, so, based on those baseless accusations, you were seduced by that offer. The centaur gritted his teeth. It might have been his magic. It came from his mirror. He recounted, in the mirror, there was a person in a cloak talking to us. At the same time, everyone lost their composure and was engulfed in rage and resentment. I can't remember what happened after that moment. Irene, after hearing those words, said nothing. Then he turned his horse and rode towards Isla. He had wide eyes. Duke Pendragon. Irene, with a blank face, looked at the corpses lying on the cold ground, then used his magic shield to heal them. The centaurs sat up with expressions of utter confusion. My wounds, they were all like bewildered deer. Irene, drenched in sweat as if he had just taken a bath, let out a sigh. It seems my life force can only heal this much. I asked curiously, why did you do that, Pendragon? He explained, our enemy is the one who instigated them. And furthermore, Irene lowered his head. The one who created those negative emotions was none other than the Pendragon family. So, we also have a responsibility in this matter. The centaurs couldn't help but be shocked. Irene, while riding his horse to another spot, expressed, I cannot resurrect the fallen centaurs. The leader of the centaur army clenched his fist. They are warriors of the centaur army. Dying on the battlefield is not something they regret. Irene glanced at him. The centaur remarked, young Pendragon, you are very different from your ancestors. Irene was surprised and confirmed, is that so? Time will tell. The man smiled brightly. Do you remember what you said before? You are truly a talented and wise ruler. He placed his hand on his chest, expressing his respect and offering, so, from now on the centaur army will become an ally of the Pendragon family. Isla and Irene were stunned. The centaur shared, to take revenge on those who turned us into this. I swear that we will not hesitate to give our all to cooperate with the Pendragon family. He then turned and winked at his subordinates. Am I right, everyone? The other two stammered, yes, if the elder wants it, then we will follow. Irene suddenly became thoughtful for a moment. Then he looked up and said then, I will rely on the centaur army to protect the forest, in the name of the bravest knights. The two happily shook hands. From now on we are comrades. After the conflict with the centaur tribe ended, a peaceful atmosphere once again enveloped the Ancona forest. The white soldiers were healed by the water spirits, and then ate and drank their fill at the peace celebration. At this time at the tavern, Isla sat silently alone in a corner. He looked out the window with deep eyes. Suddenly someone came and greeted him, startling him. He looked down and saw two orc boys. One boy naively said, You're so cool. You can ride a griffin. The two boys happily jumped on Isla. He suddenly felt a strange warmth. Isla gently stroked the two boys' heads. At this time at the treehouse, a round-table conference was taking place. Karuta frowned and exclaimed, magic from a mirror. Irene wondered, is that possible? He replied, I don't have enough knowledge to answer this question. Then he turned to the leader of the centaur army and said, however, it is a very powerful and complex type of magic. Brainwashing and enhancement. Karuta was skeptical, and not just to the extent of affecting people. It's something like controlling the emotions of many centaurs at once. The person who did this is a fearsome sorcerer. While everyone was discussing, Irene was deep in thought. Tonight was a clear, moonlit night. Irene stood on a tree branch, gazing at the night scenery. Sorek flew over and called out, why the long face, Ray? He was startled and turned to her son. Irene wondered, is it you? The one who let Isla ride the griffin. Sorek corrected him. They just sensed the aura of a griffin knight on him. Irene lowered his voice. Maybe he has ridden a griffin before, but for some reason he doesn't want to talk about it. Sorek remarked, humans are very complex creatures. You weren't swallowed by that violent dragon aura. Irene then asked, violent dragon aura. He remembered when he erupted with power, breaking his opponent's arrow. Irene expressed his confusion. That sudden surge of power, Sorek replied, As my contract fake, your body has the ability to possess the power of a dragon, and the ability to control it will differ depending on the user. Irene looked away with a silent gaze. If I let my anger overcome my reason, I won't be able to have an objective view. He thought to himself, that's right. But there's still something I don't understand. At first, because I was angry, I forgot about it. But in my previous life by now I would have become a member of the Demon Corps. And the Demon Corps was fighting in the far southern lands, in the Mangha, against the Troll King, the most brutal creature. Half of the Demon Corps was wiped out in that terrible battle. But Bantai was also there. So the fact that Bantai actually contacted the Centaurs is very strange. And what about the battle in the Mangha, and the Troll King, and my past self, Raven Vander, where is he? Irene crossed his arms sternly. At that time he said something, everything is connected. The decline of the Pendragon clan, the Vander family being destroyed, and now those who are trying to destroy the Pendragon clan. Irene gritted his teeth. Let's try to go to my homeland. He described the place where a family had lost its honor. The land of shame. Irene paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, it's time for us to return to my homeland. Sarek was startled and looked at him. Irene's gaze was fixed on the distance, cold and distant. He crossed his arms, letting the cold night wind blow. His voice was flat. The place where my family once lost its honor, the land of shame. To Sasaki, the scene was one of ruins and desolation of once beautiful architecture. The sky was gloomy. All that remained were the strange, mournful cries of crows. On the ground, dust mixed with the rubble, a burnt, tattered, and dirty family flag. The scene changes to nobles leisurely eating. They savored and slowly enjoyed the meat on the plates before them. Rows of people in splendid attire knelt with their heads to the ground. The Count and his son Saris knelt at the forefront, their faces pale, shocked, and fearful, wondering why this was happening. Luna was even more terrified. Why had they suddenly come to the Saris territory? The son and daughter of the Emperor, symbols of power, their crest meticulously embroidered on the royal banner. Prince N and Princess Ingrid. They leaned back leisurely, the food on the table already finished. Ain arrogantly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a contempt that looked down on him. I kicked the table, sending it flying. The Saris father and son flinched and looked up. Ain's face was scowled as he bent over and cursed, you pieces of trash. Immediately a chorus of voices shouted loud enough to tear the roof off. We are deeply sorry, your highness. Princess Ingrid, sitting beside him, set down her teacup and sighed in frustration. Stop it, brother, she complained. You were ruining my mood. She continued, you didn't have to eat everything, before leisurely taking a sip of tea. Ain scoffed and replied, I was just waiting for you to finish, little sister. Aren't I a good brother? That doesn't make me happy at all. The mood of the Saris father and son sank, confused by this affectionate conversation. Getting back to the point, Ain pointed to himself and arrogantly declared, there is only one reason why I, the crown prince, would come to this backwater countryside. Your neighbor is the territory of Duke Pendragon, along with its master Irene Pendragon. The father and son both stared in surprise. He rested his chin on his hand and continued coldly, the Irene I knew was nothing more than a thin, weak earthworm. It's hard to believe that. When he woke up from his coma, he managed to form a contract with a white dragon. Do you know what happened to him? The Count hesitated, unable to answer. He turned and hurriedly asked his daughter, you've met him, haven't you, Luna? What's he like? Luna was a bit startled. She calmed herself and answered according to her thoughts. I knew him before, but it's as if he's become a completely different person. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes a little dreamy. He's become bold yet calm and so strong. Better than me, Ain's dark voice suddenly cut in. Luna looked up in alarm, meeting his vicious red eyes. He smirked, his face dark and terrifying. What else, Luna? Fear choked the words in her throat, leaving only meaningless, broken syllables to escape. Suddenly Ain clutched his face and burst into crazed laughter. She was too stunned to keep up with his roller coaster of emotions. A golden aura spread around them. He leaned back and laughed maniacally. The fierce aura burst forth like a mighty lion. The faces of all the nobles turned pale with terror and awe. What is that? An aura. The aura of an invader. They wondered in shock. Anne, however, was exhilarated, shouting, that white worm is seducing girls. I'm so surprised, Ingrid! He whipped around to share the news with her as if it were world-shattering. Ingrid bit her lip, looking at her brother with utter mortification. She chose to play dumb and remain silent. Yen lowered himself to look at Luna and began, Hey Lady Saris, come with me. Luna jumped, confused. Huh. He gripped her chin tightly, his voice cold and leaving no room for refusal. This is an order. Ain contemptuously clarified, that white worm has crossed the line, hasn't he, my lady? Luna's vision went dark and her whole body trembled. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. I can't refuse him. He's the second prince, the tyrant Pendragon. Bright sunlight glinted off the corner of the castle. Irene squinted suspiciously. Huh. The prince and princess are coming here. Butler Melbourne replied, yes, the second Prince N and his sister, Ingrid. Irene was annoyed. What the hell are those bastards thinking? Melbourne broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Bastards? Seeing his butler's pale expression, Irene said casually, Melbourne was distressed. He scratched his cheek, troubled, but still explained, Princess Ingrid is your former fiancée, and the one who broke off the engagement was Prince N. The news hit Irene like a lightning bolt. He yelled, what the hell? I had another fiancée before Lady Saris. Melbourne's eyes widened. Oh, you didn't know? Irene rolled his eyes in annoyance. And of all people, it had to be a princess. Come to think of it, I feel like I've heard about her before. He dropped his head in frustration and sighed. His mind was wary, the situation had become quite complicated. A month after the incident with the centaurs, many new knights have joined us, and Ezla has begun organizing the Griffin Knight Squadron, greatly strengthening our forces. Furthermore, I've been able to control the White Dragon's aura to a considerable degree. The Pendragon family usually takes a break every summer, so I can use that as an excuse to visit the estate near Sasaki. The fall of the Van family, and the search for those who pulled the strings behind it, and now, this thing right in front of me. Irene rested his chin on his hand and asked directly, so, the reason they're trying to see me has something to do with the engagement? Melbourne was unsure. He spoke cautiously, I do not know, but please be careful. Irene was confused. Melbourne slowly explained, the second prince has been named the next emperor, and throughout the empire, he is known as the tyrant. So if you somehow affect his mood, a thought suddenly flashed through Irene's mind. He caught the key point in the butler's words, lifted his head from his hand, and cut him off mid-sentence. Wait. Why was the second prince named the next emperor? Melbourne stammered. According to the news being spread, it's because the first prince's condition seems to have worsened. Irene clasped his hands behind his head, his sky blue eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, his voice lowered slightly. I see. He turned his head, looking for a more comfortable position. Suddenly he froze, realizing something. Irene's eyes widened. Wait, his pupils reflected shock and astonishment, and it shouldn't have been N in his previous life. Raven stared emotionlessly at the thin paper in his hand. The name of the person who would become the next emperor. On the newspaper was a photo from the coronation ceremony. The headline clearly printed the name Gon Aragon. Gon, he mumbled the name aloud. Melbourne's eyes widened, not understanding Irene's thoughts. Irene hesitated slightly and asked, is the first prince's name Gon? The butler diligently replied, no sir, his name is Sayan Arag. I've never heard the name Gon before. Now Irene was truly stunned. He stared, a chill running down his spine. It's not the name of the first or second prince. Who the hell is this mysterious Gon? The present future is different from what happened in my past life. Images flashed through his mind at the giant orc monster that had massacred people, the confrontation between two forces, the demon army commander Bantai, and the centaurs. Irene asked himself, could they all be connected? Blue-white flame appeared on his fingertip before the butler's astonished eyes. It flared violently, taking the form of a dragon. Irene's eyes were sharp and cold, his voice unusually calm. Now I have a reason to meet that prince, Anna Aragon. Before the gates of the Pendragon family's territory, a loud command rang out. The royal family has arrived. Show your respect. The commoners on both sides of the road knelt down solemnly. The horse-drawn carriage slowly clattered past. The moment Ian stepped down, he released his golden lion king's aura, standing arrogantly with his hands on his hips. This intense pressure enveloped the entire castle courtyard. All the nobles panicked, breaking into a cold sweat as they endured the weight of the pressure. Their vision darkened. What is this pressure? He's a member of the royal family. We can't even lift our heads. The name Tyrant and Aragon could only be cursed in their minds, unable to be spoken. Just then, Anne noticed something in front of him. Irene walked forward slowly and leisurely. Anne's explosive aura didn't seem to affect even a thread of his clothing. Anne let out a small "oh," as if finding it faintly interesting. He withdrew his aura. The two faced each other. Anne, displeased with Irene's attitude, scolded, "Don't you think you holding your head a little too high, Pendragon kid?" Irene, unafraid, retorted bluntly, "And why not? It's not like you the emperor." Anne grew annoyed and asserted, "But I will become the emperor." Once again he unleashed his pressure without restraint, pressing down on Irene's body. Irene watched this display with cold eyes. He smirked in defiance, a deep blue aura swirling around his body, his eyes shining brightly. "The one who will become emperor is not you." Irene flinched. His mocking laughter rang out coldly. "How humiliating, isn't it?" The white dragon's aura surged, roaring as it directly challenged the golden lion king. Anne staggered slightly, stunned. "The blood of the first emperor flows through my body, and I even have the aura of an invader." But, his eyes widened, "I'm being pushed back by that white worm." This strange disparity felt like a stomp on his pride. Before that terrifying aura, Irene stood firm, the white dragon protecting him from behind. For the first time, Anne felt it. Is that the white dragon's aura? No. Unable to accept such an insolent outcome, he roared furiously, "You bastard. How dare you!" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps cut through Yan's momentum, drawing the attention of both men and shattering the ridiculous scene. Ingrid and Luna stepped down from the carriage. Anne called out to her dazedly, "Ingrid." Ingrid spoke with annoyance. "Don't cause trouble, brother." Irene coldly observed the princess's sidelong glance at her brother. She calls him brother, so she must be the princess. But, why is Luna Saris here? As if sensing his gaze, Luna felt a little embarrassed and lowered her eyes. As a member of the royal family, protocol was still required. Ingrid stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and curtsied slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, your grace. My name is Ingrid." Irene was a little surprised but quickly returned the courtesy. "The pleasure is mine. I am Irene Pendragon." She took the opportunity to speak. "We were betrothed before we were even born, so we've never met." He didn't seem too bothered by it, "I see." Suddenly, Ingrid flashed a sweet, amused smile. However, just as Luna Saris said, "You are a very strong and handsome man, Irene Pendragon." She revealed a shy, adoring expression as she spoke, her sparkling eyes looking straight at him. Irene immediately felt a numbing chill. Seeing his chance, rushed forward in a panic. Hey Ingrid, are you just going to ignore your own brother? Ingrid cheerfully took Irene's dazed hand. Will you give me a tour of the castle? Luna, standing behind them, watched the scene unfold. Feeling a bit awkward and out of place, the four of them walked into the castle. Ain was seething with displeasure, his attitude obvious as he glared at the dog holding his sister's hand. Feeling helpless and frustrated, Irene endured the stare that felt like it was about to drill holes in his back, sighing tiredly. Things have gotten incredibly complicated again. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Irene, in front of them stood three people. It was his mother and two younger siblings. Lady Helen spoke a welcome. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Prince and Princess Ingrid. Irene also flashed a bright smile.
Welcome!
It's so good to see you. Ain was dazed, captivated. Ignoring the exchange between the lady and his sister. Do you remember me from our time at the White Palace? Of course. He leaped in front of Irene, batting his eyelashes flirtatiously. Lady Pendragon, may I have your name? She replied politely, my name is Irene. Receiving this reply, N puffed up like a peacock spreading its tail. He gently tucked a lock of hair behind his ear and said with a bright smile, Irene. What a beautiful name, like a flower. My name is Pendragon, second prince of the empire. I am the strongest warrior in the capital because I have been blessed by the gods. His narcissistic words went in one ear and out the other. Irene wasn't paying attention. Spotting someone, she immediately jumped for joy like a rabbit, exclaiming, brother. Ignoring the second prince, she rushed to her brother's side, her eyes sparkling as she showered him with praise. You're even more dazzling today. I can feel your aura. Ian was so shocked he couldn't believe it. I'm a prince and I'm still being ignored. He immediately erupted in anger, his aura flaring uncontrollably. It shot straight out, startling little Maya so much her heart skipped a beat. The little let out a terrified cry and rushed to someone nearby. Large round eyes filled with tears as she timidly clung to the person's pant leg, hiding behind Isla's leg. Isla glanced at him. Seeing his gaze, Ain's face darkened instantly. Hey you bastard. Who are you? Isla didn't even give him a second glance, saying disdainfully, I have no obligation to report my name to you. Ian's eyes widened and he roared in anger, you bastard. How dare a mere knight like you be so disrespectful to me? Introduce yourself. Irene rushed forward in a panic to salvage the situation. Your Highness, he is a knight of Vanvas, so please forgive. But before she could finish, N had already latched onto the main point and his brain short-circuited. A knight of Vanvas, I see. But being known for his eccentricity, he turned to Isla with great excitement and proposed, hey, let's have a match. I'll make you understand who the stronger one is. Isla coldly refused. You wouldn't be able to. Ain was like a gas tank exploding again. A dark voice warned from the side, that's the second time, brother. Her face cold, she announced her verdict. If you cause any more trouble, you won't be allowed to open your mouth for an entire year. Ain clicked his tongue in annoyance. Finally, things temporarily settled down. The escort knights along with Luna silently watched. One commented, what's going on? In the capital, he's known as the tyrant whom no one can defy. But since coming here, he's been constantly led by the nose. They all shared the same thought, the Pendragon family is amazing. Just then, Ain approached him again. Hey, white worm, Irene rolled his eyes in annoyance. Let's talk, he began. Just the two of us, I have something important to say. Irene gave him a cold look, and raised an eyebrow, taunting, you, scared. Irene smirked nonchalantly and replied, no. I'm just surprised to hear that nickname. I want to talk to you too, Eternal Prince. In a luxurious room, the two of them sat at opposite ends of a table. Gave him a flat look and remarked, you've changed a lot. He picked up his wine glass, tilting it slightly and raising his eyes. The last time I saw you, you were just a small, pale, weak and fragile worm. That's why I decided to break my sister's engagement to you. Irene calmly raised his glass as well. So that's what you decided. Fine, why did you come here? Do you want to talk about getting engaged again? Ian was disgusted by the thought and grimly refuted. No way would I entrust my sister to you, you bastard. Dropping his previous demeanor, Ian calmly explained, since arriving, I haven't sensed any loyalty to the royal family from you, including that knight of yours. As someone connected to the royal family, what do you mean by acting this way? He asked directly. Irene replied with conviction, the Pendragon family does not hide in anyone's shadow, and I will do only as I please. He closed his eyes, that's all there is to it. The words had barely left his lips when he felt a murderous intent, and raised a fist and lunged. Irene immediately threw his glass of white wine straight into his face. The second prince instantly lost his footing. Irene swiftly grabbed one of Yan's arms, launched himself up, and drove a powerful elbow straight into his face. Blood gushed from Yan's nose as he fell backward, but deep in his eyes was excitement. He quickly turned, grabbing Irene's arm and using a leg sweep to throw him over his shoulder. Irene was slightly stunned to see the tabletop rushing towards his face. With a loud crack, Irene's handsome face slammed squarely onto the table. Seeing this, N flashed a cruel smile, but the tables turned instantly. Despite the pain, Irene didn't stop. He raised his hand to grab Yan's arm, his powerful legs wrapping strongly around the second prince's neck to throw him. He slammed him down, pinning Yan's arm and pressing his face into the table. He gritted his teeth, struggling and trembling as he tried to push up. Suddenly Irene flinched, catching a glimpse of something. Next to Yen's trembling propped up hand a sharp steak knife lay very close. Irene's eyes turned cold and dark. He quickly leaped to one side. Yen was also startled and confused. He was silent for a moment, then gently tucked his hair behind his ear and glanced over coldly. Why did you let me go? Irene paused for a moment, his hair falling to cover the profusely bleeding wound on his forehead. He calmly closed his eyes to compose himself, then answered, It seems you didn't want to use your full strength. Irene said, If you had picked up that knife and tried to stab me, you would have been able to escape with that move, and remained silent. However, Irene had run out of patience. He swept his hair back in frustration, his white dragon aura flaring out of control. Irene's tone became sharp. So, I'll ask you again, why did you come here? The two once again released their opposing auras, the golden and blue energies as different as fire and water. And wiped his nose then. He let out a small two-syllable laugh which then erupted into a wild hearty roar. And joyfully howled, so you can push me this far. Irene's expression went completely blank at his words. He was speechless, dumbfounded, and continued, You really intrigued me. Calming down a bit, Anne turned to him with a serious, sullen expression and made an offer. Will you join hands with me? I will make you the cornerstone of the empire, Irene Pendragon. He asked again, Will you join forces with me, Irene Pendragon? I need your resources as well as your military strength, Anne said. It was clear Irene was silent, unable to stop himself from cursing internally. What a drastic change in the situation. The tyrant's aura is gone, and his mood has completely changed. Irene slowly withdrew his white dragon aura and asked coldly, Join forces. What do you mean by that? Ian jumped off the table. Currently the members of the royal family are fighting over who will become the heir. Irene watched his retreating back with a blank expression. Ian continued coldly, It's not just me but many other princes as well, and the other nobles who secretly support them. So he turned back and smiled at Irene. If it's not a problem, I want the Pendragon family to stand on the same side as me. Whether it's the Empire's gold or recognition as an independent region, I will reward you handsomely. I promise. Hearing this, Irene thought the deal sounded good. The promised reward was indeed very tempting. He smirked, thinking to himself, if he becomes the emperor. Suddenly Irene's eyes grew cold. Thinking about it, he refuted his own thought. No, he's known throughout the capital as a tyrant. However, it seems this is his true nature. Two contrasting images of N appeared in his calculations. Irene was intensely suspicious. Why would someone who wants to be the next emperor create the impression of a tyrant in the eyes of others? This means he crossed his arms and glanced at him, pointing out the facade. You don't want to become the emperor, do you? At first N was stunned. Then, he turned his head back in surprise to look at him. Irene looked straight at him and asked, The tyrant is just an act, isn't it? What are you thinking? He tilted his head slightly and continued, The reward doesn't matter. I will not accept an offer from someone I can't trust. The two men just looked at each other, and the space fell silent for a moment. Anne now seemed a bit wary, looking at him cautiously. You know that much. You're the first person to understand my purpose, besides my sister. He pressed his lips together, silent. Then, as if having made a decision, he said softly, I want to make my older brother, Saiyan Aragon, the emperor. Irene looked at his slightly awkward expression, a little surprised. Saiyan, the first prince who is bedridden with illness. Anne turned away slightly, his usually proud and straight back slumping a little. Bedridden with illness, his voice was dazed. Then he suddenly clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, and his voice rose to a shout. You were wrong. Ian couldn't contain his indignant anger. My brother was nearly assassinated 3 years ago during the uprising in Sasaki. Irene was startled, shocked. What? And was so agitated he couldn't stop. My brother can do anything. He is a kind and benevolent person. He would have been a wise ruler. He said he would change this country. Irene stared in amazement at Ian's outburst, but his voice was choked with bitterness. Irene suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened. 3 years ago. Sasaki, the scene flashed back to the destruction, the image of a young boy kneeling before the side of a villa engulfed in roaring flames. Irene was lost in thought. The uprising. Calm for a moment, he softly called out Anne. He said lightly, I'll accept your offer. Anne froze, the boiling anger from a moment ago coming to a halt. In return, you will tell me everything you know. Irene's face was grim. About that uprising outside, as Lady Helen was introducing Linda to Irene, both Ingrid and Luna gasped. He's married. Back with them, a glass of wine was gently pushed forward. And that's everything I know about it, Anne said. Irene didn't reply. He looked at the reflection of his current life's face in the glass. He suddenly saw the shadow of his naive, younger self from his past life. At that time he, who wanted to become a knight, had received a letter from the Lord of Sasaki. The memory suddenly invaded. The young Raven, with a hint of surprise on his dazed face, received the letter with both hands. It seems they have a different purpose behind this action. Irene silently stared at the wine glass, his eyes sad and downcast. It was Yen who spoke up. The problem is, we don't know who instigated that uprising. He wondered, could it be one of the other princes, those who are aiming for the throne? And didn't dismiss the thought. He spoke of the obvious truth. However, there are many princes, as well as countless nobles who support them. I can't be sure which of them is the instigator. Irene rested his chin on his hand, silent. He suddenly said the name of the final winner in the struggle for the throne. Gone. Do you know any prince with that name? Gone repeated as if trying to jog his memory. Gone him. He's just the son of a concubine. He only has the title of nobility, so he has no real influence. After he finished, he became a little curious. But how do you know that name? Irene was silent. So there really is a person named Gone. But he's just someone with a noble title. Remembering the image of the newspaper from his coronation in his previous life, he could only feel disbelief. Then within just a few years from now, how did he become the emperor? Irene coldly raised his eyes slightly to probe. That concubine, what is the background of Gone's mother's family? Ian, bored, thought for a moment. Baron Olin. She comes from a port city here, and I heard my father say that her hometown is probably in. At this point he suddenly froze. Ian was stunned and said a name, Sasaki. He also didn't expect it, realizing something, and immediately jumped up from his chair furious.
Hey!
How could that bastard do that? Even if he killed my brother, he would never be in the line of succession. Irene stood up calmly and refuted without hesitation. No one can guarantee that. Ian was still stubborn, but remembering. The moment the demon corpse hand contemptuously grabbed his head, Irene understood. Everything is connected. A familiar, deep blue aura rose and wrapped around him. His voice was low and dark. I knew it. Irene was furious. The powerful white dragon's aura radiated out, heavy and filled with rage. Ian stared blankly at the seething aura, like a strange fire that could swallow everything. He couldn't believe it. What is this aura? Everything IV felt from him before, from the fight to the conflict in the square in front of the mansion, wasn't his full power. He thought of his dark mumble just now. I knew it. Ian was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. What does he know? Who the hell is this guy? Despite Ian's thoughts, Irene was brought back to his senses. He was attracted by something outside the door. The large draconic form of Sarek appeared right outside. The window was wide open. Ian looked and stammered, "It's the white dragon, Sarek Sapphire." Like eyes glanced at him. A dazzling light shone. Her dress fluttered in the doorway, a deep blue aura swirling around her. Sarek, in her human form, stood at the threshold. Her large wings partially blocked the sunlight. He was a little surprised that she had appeared here. Sarek looked at him, her gaze complete. Her voice was still like the poetry of millennia, condensed and slow. I felt a very strong dragon's aura. Are you alright, Zay? Irene reached out to help her down, and was still dazed, admiring her in his head. So beautiful. Is that really that fearsome dragon? The Pendragon family are the contract fakes of the white dragon. Anne suddenly smirked. He leisurely spoke. I see. He asked, looking at him with a question mark, and said arrogantly, you must be a special person. Since you are someone I have acknowledged, I will trust your intuition. Irene turned and smiled at him. Sarek beside him asked curiously what happened. He just smiled and replied briefly, a lot. Then, he turned his head and called out decisively, Anne. Irene pointed to himself and suggested, come to the summer mansion with us. Anne was surprised. What? He said confidently, it's on the outskirts of Sasaki along the Silver Tyrn coast. Let's lure our enemies out from there. The sun was high and harsh, the sea in the distance a brilliant blue. On the dirt road, a line of carriages headed for the largest commercial city in the empire, the port city of Laws. At the Laws Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Hey, have you heard? The Pendragon family and the tyrant of the royal capital, Prince Yen, have arrived at the nearby Symbol coast. The chatter was lively on the seaside lookout. Why are those two together? I don't know, but isn't that pretty bad? The blonde man replied casually, of course, the top dog, Governor Count Saguna, and Pendragon are like cats and dogs. After all, for the governor's wife, Countess Alina, hearing this, the person opposite him trembled and shouted in panic, stop. Don't say any more. You'll be punished. Another person interjected. But this year Lords is too busy. I heard that the supreme ruler of the south, the ship of the sea dragon King Orangus, docked the other day. The man's voice was low and cautious. The other two stared at him with wide eyes, repeating in bewilderment, Sea Dragon King. The man replied, yes, protected by the fierce sea dragon Viscula. The sea dragon had a large body, sharp teeth and claws, and scales the color of the deep blue sea. The man's voice continued, somehow he has acquired power that can rival even the emperor's. That fearsome military strength Orangus. The blonde man exclaimed, so scary. The southern warriors are tough, aren't they? Pendragon, the tyrant, and Orangus, I really hope nothing happens. At that moment, a man's voice interjected, leisurely comforting them. There's no need to worry about anything. After speaking, the man tilted his head back and chugged the beer in his hand. The blonde man was surprised. President John! The person opposite him also had to turn around to look a little worried. He's drinking a lot. Vincent sneered, when the rich gather, we can expect business to increase many times over. That's all. The scene changes to a beautiful beach. A flower-adorned hat shielded her from the sun. A gentle female voice called out, hey, Lord Irene, what do you think of my swimsuit? Ingrid lifted her hat and softly introduced it. It was made by a famous craftsman in the royal capital. It's a designer piece. Despite her bright smile, Irene was silently drowning, not daring to even look. Then a cheerful voice called out, brother. Irene happily pulled Lined over. Both were in cool bikinis. His sister's voice was excited. Lined has changed too. Hey! Lined was a little shy. I haven't been to the sea in a long time. Irene was eager. Then we have to enjoy it to the fullest. Miss Luna, you two come here. Luna shyly approached. Yes. Ingrid glanced at the girls in front of her and muttered unhappily. Getting involved in things that have nothing to do with them. Irene gritted his teeth, his head aching. Damn it, we came here to investigate the incident in Sasaki. How did things turn into this? Every little thing. Is that idiot's fault. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Someone who had just appeared went crazy, roaring,
"Hey, beautiful lace!"
Ian appeared with a body wearing only a pair of tiny shorts. Standing against the light, his expression confident to the point of being astonishing. Excuse me, I'm writing, seeing this part, I really feel it's quite hard to describe, smiles. Returning to the scene Ian with 10 parts confidence and 11 parts self-satisfaction, said arrogantly, you girls, throw that knave worm aside and come talk to this great prince. In his memory, when he invited Anne here, he had complained, pointing a finger at him, just the three of us on a trip, don't be silly. Bring some girls along, too. And now, the atmosphere was painfully silent. The girls each had an expression that was hard to describe. This is so awkward. Only Irene seemed not to mind. He burst out laughing happily and praised, that's a great swimsuit, your highness. You're so funny. Anne was startled. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. What? Why is she laughing when she sees my beautiful body honed by martial arts? Ignoring Yen, who was heartbroken and trembling, wondering why, Irene looked at him, a little surprised, and asked, oh, where are you going? Irene sighed and replied, I'm going to catch some fish or something. With that he took off his shirt. Under the bright sun his back was revealed, with clearly defined shoulder muscles, extremely charming. The young ladies who saw this were so delighted that their cheeks flushed. Yen couldn't accept such a huge difference in emotional response. He was angry and indignant. Hey! Why, I'm showing more than him. Irene, holding a trident, secretly sneered. He rolled his eyes and cursed, idiot. Suddenly something fell from the sky with a whoosh, making him look up. With a splash, a giant fish fell into the sea, creating a powerful wave that crashed into the group. They screamed in chaos. Irene was stunned to see Sorek slowly flying down, standing steadily on the large fish. She looked down with a hint of showing off, and said softly, I caught a fish. Look, a huge whale lay along the shore. He was drenched, his face showing a doting smile. A fish? Well, to a dragon that might be just like a fish. A whale? Well then. Irene suddenly thought, how will the enemy react to all this? In the bustling port scene, Isla, Killian, and Karuta walked together. Killian, observing his surroundings, asked, but why did it turn into such a grand trip? Who would have thought Prince Yen would come with us? Karuta laughed greedily. Who cares about that? More importantly, look. He opened his eyes wide and said, this city, warriors, knights in iron armor, warriors. Warriors, so many. So many people with different styles, all skilled in martial arts. Karuta was so happy he was drooling. He wiped his mouth and praised, this is truly paradise. I want to challenge them right now. I want to take them all down. Killian looked at him with a very judgmental gaze, thinking to himself, now that I think about it, these guys left the forest because they craved battle. When he said he wanted to go to the port, I wondered what he was thinking, so this is the reason. Suddenly, the people in front of them jumped and turned around, as if attracted by something. The crowd parted to make way. Isla wondered what's going on. Rough blue-skinned feet stepped on the ground. Elves with sea-colored skin walked proudly through the crowd. Karuta was dumbfounded. Orcs. Killian's voice was suddenly filled with shock. Are those Rachuan orcs? Karuta was confused. What's that? Killian was still stunned but replied, from the far southern lands, the Motor Archipelago, the most brutal orc tribe. That's because to earn a living, they work as pirates. The face of the leading orc back was full of pride and arrogance. He sneered at the person next to him. Had we just passed by and the humans are already scattering in fear? That person also replied contemptuously, these weak, lowly creatures. Suddenly Beck exclaimed in surprise, hey look! Orcs. There are orcs. All attention turned to Karuta. That's a race I've never seen before. He looked at him with contempt. Well, that one is definitely not a very strong race. After all, he easily made way for us. It seems to be a species that lives in harmony with the weak, lowly humans. Karuta heard this and was furious. What did you just say, you bastard? You want to go? I'll kill you right now. Killian, oh my god, Clee intervened, you idiot! Stop it. Don't do that in front of all these people. You're a member of Pendragon now. That very sentence was what held back this green giant. Karuta was trembling with anger, but just gritted his teeth and said nothing more. The Rachuan orcs, seeing him submit, took advantage of the situation and laughed contemptuously. Jojo, no way. A proud orc submitting to a human. I'm so surprised. This is truly the weakest orc race in the world. They then turned their backs and danced. Uzla and Karuta were seething with killing intent. Killian still had to maintain the bigger picture, sweating as he held them back. He suddenly sensed something unusual and looked back. He saw that Isla's finger had pushed his sword up slightly, revealing the shiny blade. Killian's mind panicked. The blade is drawn. Karuta, burning with anger, clenched his fist and growled, I will definitely kill them. Isla, with few words, agreed. The killing intent had risen silently. Only Killian was left with a blank face. He covered his face with his hands, feeling as if 1,000 horses were running through his heart, lamenting, why do I have to look after these dangerous guys? I want to rest on the beach. However, Killian raised his head. Even if this is a commercial city, why are these pirates walking around so openly? He thought back to when they had just appeared, his suspicion growing. This city is hiding something. The evening sun was setting on the horizon, painting the rooftops a warm orange. Governor Lars's mansion, the residence of Count Saguna, An old man's back with his hands clasped behind him looked at the fiery red sky slowly fading behind the glass window. An elderly man's voice spoke evenly. The contract fake of the white dragon Irene Pendragon and the lion's son Aragon have come to rest on the outskirts of Lars. What do you think, Torio Saguna, governor of Lars? He asked with a grim face Vincent. Vincent leisurely raised his glass and replied, not only on the outskirts of Lars but also in Sasaki, the Symbol Coast. Saguna tilted his head slightly. He hesitated, probing, don't you think they've realized the problem? In Sasaki he cut him off, raising his glass and saying if they investigate Baron Olin and the Godfrey family's connections, they will find out. If that's all there is to it. Putting in. Aside, Pendragon has no reason to stick his nose into that business, Vincent analyzed. The governor replied with an unclear meaning, well of course, that matter is not directly related to Pendragon. But we owe that family a very big gift. Vincent was silent. Saguna's mumble was annoyed. So troublesome. Those sneaky cunning people. He smiled towards the distant sun, his meaning deep and unpredictable. Let's leave it to that person. The one who controls the pirates, the Dark King of Lords. The Dark King. The sun set behind the horizon, flashing a brilliant light on the water, covering the entire city of Lawson and Aurora. The first day of the Pendragon family's summer vacation, held at the beautiful Symbol Coast, it ended with a lavish banquet. Karuta looked at his friend who was eating and grumbling, and asked curiously, why are you so angry, Karuta? Killian helplessly recounted, well, earlier at the port, with all the whale meat, a crowd gathered around the whale carcass on a piece of land not too far away. Isla showed off his sword skills, graciously serving his pet. The night clouds were thick, the moon hanging high, illuminating the bustling city of Laws. Irene sat leisurely on the balcony, drinking wine and enjoying the scenery. Suddenly someone poured wine and spoke, attracting his attention. Drinking because you can never sleep. The noble Yen approached, his hands in his pockets. Let me sit with you. He observed his face, paused for a moment, and commented, you don't seem happy. He rolled his eyes and replied, of course. And angrily remembered the times he went swimming, which led to him trembling with indignation for himself. I was the one who invited the girls on vacation. Why are you always like that? Irene clicked his tongue, speechless. Your usual behavior is not good. You always add unnecessary trouble. He pouted. Your expression is always one of disinterest. Could it be that he took a sip of wine, cutting him off. I'm married, Anne was dejected. But you don't seem to care much about that concubine either. Suddenly Anne jumped and shouted with a horrified expression, ah. Then could it be that Irene glanced at him suspiciously. He was stunned and continued, with that dragon. For the first time, he was shattered. He couldn't believe his own ears. He shot up from his chair. But Anne calmly considered the case, analyzing it logically. No, it's because when I saw you at the castle, when you were talking to the white dragon in her human form, you seemed different from usual. Irene was silent, his mind suddenly remembering that night. He had once admitted, I am a Pendragon, but I am Zeven. That memory made him a little silent. Not for long. After a moment Irene refuted. It's not like that. But looking at his own reflection in the wine glass, he tilted his head back and drank, replying, well, she is special. Anne heard this and immediately expressed his opinion. She is indeed beautiful on another level, but I'll pass, thank you. I only need you. He said coldly, I don't care about your thoughts. Then he seriously said, the most important thing is the purpose of this vacation, which is to investigate who is the mastermind behind Sun's assassination. Anne speculated freely. Prince Geoffrey, his mother Baroness Balin, and Governor Luz Segoin are relatives. Irene calculated if he is the mastermind of the assassination, he would have done something when he heard that the prince was in nearby Sasaki. He fell silent. For example, coming to kill me. For example, Ian interjected. Irene glanced at him. He sneered, those law-defying bastards. I can't believe they would dare to do that. You're not the type to sit back and wait to be eaten, are you? Ian smirked. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready to go crazy. Irene flatly chimed in, we still have to wait for the fish to bite. The second prince didn't answer, raising his glass to drink. But he suddenly frowned, thinking. But he can guess the enemy with every piece of news. Irene remembered their previous encounters. I know. Is it his intuition? The second prince stared at him intently. Or is there something more to you? What exactly do you see, Irene Pendragon? Irene's face was indifferent as he looked out at the sea, his hair blowing wildly in the sea breeze. The scene changes to a place in the lost underworld. At the Killer Whale Island bar. In front of the door, some Rachun orcs were sitting on the steps. Some knights passing by whispered about them. But I'm really shocked. Yeah, who would have thought a human would enter the Killer Whale Island bar, a gathering place for orc pirates? I hope he doesn't get eaten. The sign hanging high, Killer Whale. Inside the bar, a man chugged a large mug of beer. As soon as he put it down, a familiar face was revealed. It was Vincent. A deep hoarse voice rang out, revealing sharp teeth. You can drink well. Vincent sat calmly in front of the two giants, Back and Tolio Oranges. The other orc was still dreaming, oblivious to the world. He played with the sword in his hand, his eyes narrowed sharply as he asked directly, So let me ask you straight. What did the governor say? Vincent cautiously replied, deal with the snake and the cat. That's what he said. He was pleasantly surprised and praised, so bold, killing the prince. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That old man is something else. Well, I understand. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, 3 years ago also in Sasaki, He flatly cut him off. He doesn't like to be pried into, especially by people from a filthy place like this. Hearing this, Tolio was silent. He hummed for a moment, then smiled and continued, you were also very bold. Not just in front of a regular orc, but also in front of me. You were really bold. I like it, that attitude. His eyes were fixed on him. Then Tolio burst out laughing crazily. Strong people are great. Orcs or humans, it's all the same. Not bothering to listen to his madness, Vincent handed him a blank piece of paper. Here are the details. Tolio glanced at it, holding it like a small piece of paper, listening to him explain. In 3 days, the snake and the cat will be invited to his house. The cat, who wants to stand out, will get straight to the point with a little provocation. Tolio laughed mischievously. Got it. So, the lovely tyrant of a crown prince, I will have a lot of fun. With the kitten, he crumpled the paper. Suddenly, Vincent spoke up seriously. Sorry, but can I ask you a personal question? What is it? Tolio sounded a little curious. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, are you human? He froze for a second. Then his tone became a little hard to read. Human. Vincent's eyes widened. He jumped up from his chair and backed away. In front of him, Tolio suddenly radiated a red and black aura, a mix of slaughter and wild ferocity. This intense pressure quickly filled the space around him. He was terrified. What is this? This killing intent is making it hard for me to breathe. Tolio looked at him coldly, beckoning with his hand, his voice low. What do you think? The human looked at the hand filled with a brutal aura. Vincent tense gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he quickly grabbed his neck. But simply, Tolio threw him and Vincent's body flipped over. He stared with wide, unguarded eyes, quickly observing. Luckily, he landed on his feet and collapsed to the floor. Tolio somehow enthusiastically patted Vincent on the back, his voice loud with excitement. Hey! You landed on your feet. Amazing. That's great. You read better than I thought. Immediately, his face darkened again, contemptuous. He said slowly, for a human, that's all. He quickly turned around and shouted, hey! The one sleeping in the back. Hey back, it's been a while. Do you want some orc meat? As if flipped by a switch, he shot up, startled. His face, upon hearing the word eat, lit up. Tolio showed off, pointing. Orc meat aged in the forest for a decade. I'm sure it's delicious. Back intrigued, played along. Sounds great. I happened to see some in the city today. I'm very curious. He licked his lips greedily, narrowing his eyes. So what's Junior eating? Those orcs are mine. Tolio grinned, his brutal, deadly aura surging. I'll eat the cat and the snake. Kill them immediately! He roared with excitement, describing it as if he held everything in his hands. Then I'll skin the females and eat them. Vincent stood there, dazed before the thick, bloody killing intent that spread through the sea, stunned. He's not human. He's a monster, the second son of one of the 5 great duchies of the empire, the sea dragon King Orangus, the dark emperor of lords. His face was filled with a crazed killing intent. Tolio Orangus. The scene is to a clear, blue sky day. Sylvia and Luna were having tea together when Killian appeared and announced, we've just received an invitation from the governor of Lars, Count Siguna, Irene, along with the girl next to him. Their eyes lit up. To a ball. Killian held the letter and smiled cheerfully. Yes, we all going. Irene was now deep in thought. Our chance has come. For now I'll go along with what he wants. Ain was now looking at his opponent with a triumphant expression. At this moment, Helen had a worried look on her face and called out, Count Siguna. Irene looked over and saw her hesitating. Then he said, mother, please sit here and rest. Because a lot is about to happen here. Helen now smiled. Thank you, my son. Then Irene called out loudly, son. Sarek, sitting on the roof, heard him and looked down. Irene stood up and asked, can you take care of my mother? I'll entrust the Duchess to you. Sarek looked down with a blank expression. The scene changes to the governor's residence in Lars, Siguna's mansion. Everyone was gathered in a noisy, lively crowd when someone's appearance attracted attention. Someone exclaimed, it's an honor to have you visit. The main characters of today's gathering, Irene's group, were now walking forward. Cheers rang out as the beautiful girls appeared. Wow, so beautiful! Those young ladies are so handsome. The prince and the duke? Their attitude is so gracious. Even though we are nobles, this is an honor we don't deserve. They will surely meet the count. This is the first time we've met the young master. But suddenly a character appeared and roared, hey Pendragon, this is completely different from what you told me. The appearance of this person startled the girls. Isla now appeared looking around nonchalantly. Karuta, on the other hand, said excitedly, what the hell is this? It's just a bunch of stuffed pigs here. Aren't they just little bugs? You said something was going to happen, so I came all this way in an excited mood. But where are the warriors? I want to beat those orcs to a pulp. Right then, a person holding a glass of wine spoke up. Thank you all for coming, Pendragon and your companions. This made Irene's group look in that direction. The newcomer was Vincent. He approached Irene and introduced himself. I am a knight serving under Governor Siguna. My name is Vincent. It's a pleasure to meet you all, young Master Pendragon. As he spoke, he stared straight ahead, his 2 pupils emitting a stream of power. Irene was surprised as he looked into Vincent's eyes. Then he was stunned and thought to himself, is that an aura flow? I heard that an aura flow only appears in those who are skilled warriors and have a lot of experience on the battlefield. This is interesting. Let's observe the situation a little longer. With that thought, he wore an interested smile. Then Irene turned his face away and said, Vincent had a thoughtful expression as if waiting for him to say something. But then, he spoke again. Then everyone, please follow me. The group quickly followed. And now looked at Vincent's back and began to analyze in his mind. His steps are always steady, his posture doesn't slouch at all. Maybe he can. Karuta was also surprised to realize that Isla, however, still had a sharp gaze fixed forward. Stepping inside was a sparkling, glittering hall. The girls were very happy with the beautiful space. Right then, a man leaning on a cane approached. He wore a bright smile and introduced himself. I am the governor of Lowe's, Torio Saguna. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Prince N? Anne smiled in reply. I think it's been about 3 years. You see, a lot has happened at the palace. Saguna then turned to Ingrid. And Princess Ingrid, it's been 5 years, hasn't it? You've become even more beautiful. Suddenly he was stunned and looked to the side, which made Irene jump and look over as well. Saguna smiled again. And this person is Miss Irene. My, you become so beautiful. Then his eyes became dangerous. Irene noticed it. At that moment, Saguna looked up and smiled brightly. And now the center of attention, young Master Pendragon. You made a contract with the White Dragon and made both orcs and griffins follow your command. Truly brilliant, however, where is the Duchess? He replied vaguely, her condition is not good, so she is resting at another villa with my other sister. Hearing this, he put on an exaggeratedly panicked expression. That's terrible. I will send my personal physician to treat her. Of course, I will also personally go to see her. Irene made a reluctant expression and refused. I am very grateful for your words, but please don't do that. If a dangerous situation arises, things will get very complicated. Saguna heard this and his expression became thoughtful as he looked at him. A moment later, he stood in the middle of the hall and said loudly, Is that so? Then please enjoy tonight to the fullest. Anne stood next to Irene holding a glass of wine and smiling. He's a real bastard, isn't he? Makes you sick, he replied flatly. Yeah. I heard that a long time ago, he proposed to the Duchess and was rejected. It's been 20 years, but he's still holding a grudge. Besides that night Vincent, who the hell is he? N pondered. He is the most trusted attendant of Count Saguna. He came to Laws 2 years ago and quickly rose to prominence. Rumor has it, he's the one who does the dirty work for Count Saguna. That's what I heard. Irene asked, dirty work. In his mind he thought, how is he related to the incident in Sasaki? Yen now raised his wine glass and turned away, saying, that's my hint. Now let's enjoy the party. Don't drink too much. Irene was speechless. I should be the one saying that. A moment later, from outside the castle, fragmented voices could be heard. Why are you here? With this outfit, a young man, bewildered and trembling, pointed a knife at his opponent while questioning, why did you come here? Tolio sneered. Because I heard there was going to be a party. You have to dress up. He pointed at the person and then slashed at the young man. Just like that, the young man collapsed to the floor. Tolio exclaimed, this is my outfit, and I'm dressed appropriately for the occasion. Then he turned and laughed with his accomplice. So now let's play to our heart's content. They laughed like they had never laughed before. Ha. Inside at that moment, Irene and Isla were standing together when chatter rang out. What a reckless kid, that Irene Pendragon. Old Saguna turned back and asked, what do you think, Sir Vincent? Vincent was now sitting at his desk. He swirled the wine in his glass and said flatly, when I released my aura flow he could see it. However, he quickly looked away. It seems he was scared. Saguna wore a contemptuous smile. Basically just a little bug. Vincent continued, however, that brown-skinned person, there's no doubt he's very strong. Saguna wondered, compared to you, what level is he at? I don't know. We'll only know if we fight. His expression became thoughtful as he began to think. That person must be a knight from Vanvas. Those foolish and reckless warriors. There's no way he would serve under a weak bug like that. Old Saguna showed contempt. Then I'll leave that knight to you. If you can't kill him, it doesn't matter, because our reinforcements will arrive soon. The son of the Sea Dragon King, the Dark King. He will take care of the cat and the snake. You met him at that dump, right? The Dark King. The image of Tolio appeared at that time, confronting that Tolio. Vincent thought back and broke into a cold sweat. He put his wine glass down on the table and said, he is a monster. No one can defeat him. At least, a human can't do it. Saguna then wore a sinister smile. Ha. If someone like you says so, then everything will go according to plan. Among all the people I know, you are the most intelligent and skilled in battle. If today's events go smoothly, then our plan will even be expanded and its progress will be accelerated. And when that time comes, I will give you the position you've been dying for. Vincent heard this and replied flatly, I am not worthy of such an honor, my lord. Old Saguna continued to look down at the hall below. It's all right, I'm not bound by anything that happens here. His expression became sinister. I'm simply a victim, that's all. Just like the foolish, carefree people down there. Isn't that right? As he spoke, old Saguna turned his ugly, sinister face back. Vincent was leisurely taking a sip of wine. Then he replied, that's right, my lord. Suddenly at that moment, the glass door was shattered by some force. Irene was startled and glanced over. Anne and the girls who were having fun were startled and bewildered. Both Esla and Karuta, who were enjoying their meat, quickly turned in that direction. Ingrid and Luna were also bewildered, and the ones who broke the glass door were none other than Back and Tolio. Their expressions were extremely excited. At that moment screams rang out, it's the pirates! Ah! The people in the hall were slashed one by them in a gruesome manner. The girls were not spared from their cruelty. Someone was even thrown to the ceiling. Tolio now wore a terrifying expression and shouted, "Kill all those bugs. Take their wealth and enjoy the women to the fullest. Let's go, you bastards." Suguna on the upper floor covered his mouth, feigning fear. "He's overdoing it. It'll be hard to clean up the bloodstains later." As for Vincent, he remained calm. "Well done, because he did this. No one will suspect you, my lord. Then I should also start my work." At that moment a few people ran up the stairs. It was Ingrid's group. Blinded, now running and panting, said, "Running in heels is so hard." Irene turned back and said, "You have to keep running, Lindy." Ingrid said, "Why is this happening?" Suddenly at that moment Tolio jumped down from somewhere in front of everyone. He wore a vile expression. "Found you!" Then he launched an attack. All four girls seemed to be unable to react to something. Tolio then pointed his finger out. Then he uttered each word one by one. At this moment, the girls clutched their necks, their bodies trembling. Tolio uttered, "I will choose to eat." Ingrid was now having her mouth covered.
"I can't breathe."
Tolio continued to point at each person. Who's first? Luna now clutched her neck. This is
Just like that time.
the fear of orcs. Then at that moment, Tolio's finger pointed down and stopped. He pointed his hand down at Luna.
I choose you.
Then he raised his sword and burst out laughing with that ugly face of his.
Haha.
Luna cowered in fear as his slash came down. A clashing sound rang out. At that moment, Irene had appeared in time to block Tolio's blow.
Irene, seeing this, cheered with joy. "Brother."
Luna also quickly turned around and exclaimed, "Irene!" He turned back and asked, "Are you alright, serious?" Luna was now both moved and felt her heart flutter, her cheeks turning red. Tolio now smiled triumphantly in his heart. The fools have taken the bait and shown themselves without even thinking. Right then, another person appeared from the top of the stairs and spoke. "No matter how closely I observe, it's still just a big pig." It was Yan. He looked down and questioned, "You think you only have one opponent?" Right at the bottom of the stairs, Isla had also appeared with Karuta. Karuta put his hands on his hips. "So when you said something was going to happen, this is what you meant. Things are finally getting interesting." Tolio was now blocked on all three sides. He began to feel uneasy in his heart. The one who's trapped is me. He looked at Irene's face, then Yan's, then both Esla and Karuta. Suddenly Tolio wore a triumphant smile. He held his head and burst out laughing, simultaneously releasing his strange demonic power. "So haha! But you fools have never changed. No matter how many bugs there are, they will never be able to defeat me." A moment later, the situation was that Tolio was still trapped by the three. Irene stood protectively in front of the girls, and blocked one way, and Isla with Karuta another way. Tolio with a serious expression raised his sword. Then he muttered to himself, "Dealing with four is a bit much, so let me take care of the unnecessary ones first." Immediately a blood-red demonic flame appeared in his hand. The flame began to grow. He used that fiery fist to punch the floor hard. A stream of air erupted from it. Seeing this, was so shocked he couldn't speak. That at this moment the spot Tolio punched was shattered. Karuta fell through. Isla quickly jumped back. At this moment old Suguna screamed, "Ah!" The stairs. Everything in the hall was now a mess. Karuta pushed himself up. Then he looked up in confusion. "What the hell is wrong with that idiot? He made us fall straight down to the first floor." Right then, a group of people appeared from behind the two. One of them exclaimed, "Hey, look! It's that orc from before." It was the pirates walking menacingly towards them. "Great. Eating those fat pigs was making me sick. Orc meat, first come, first served." Karuta, seeing this, was stunned and exclaimed, "The one with the eye patch. We met them at the port." Then he charged forward and shouted, "Haha, I'm the one who's gonna eat you with some delicious beer on the side, you damn pirates." Then both Karuta and Isla charged in to fight the pirates. On the second floor, with the middle punched through, Tolio was now facing only Yan. At this moment, he said triumphantly, "Now, it's just the cat and the snake left. Now I can enjoy myself properly." "First, you little cat." A now sneered, "Although you re a giant pig, your strength is no joke. But do you think, in a fight, the only thing that matters is strength?" With that, he got into a fighting stance. His raised sword emitted a stream of power. Irene had a worried expression. "Will the prince be alright?" Ingrid, standing beside him, reassured him, "Don't worry. My brother is no ordinary person. It's rumored that when it comes to technique, he is the best in the imperial capital. And I have never seen him lose, not even once." A golden stream of power was radiating from Yan. He thrust his sword, but Tolio dodged it. Sharp slashes were continuously delivered by Yan. Irene, observing, admired him. What a great series of attacks from the prince. It seems that pirate can't fight back. But at this moment, Irene's sharp eyes had noticed it. No, right then Yan was at a disadvantage when Tolio swung back in response. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, when our swords clashed I didn't feel anything. Did he just counterattack? At this moment, Tolio smiled triumphantly. Right here, he used his strength to press Yan's sword down. He was once again bewildered. Both Irene and Ingrid were horrified. Tolio spoke again, "The tyrant of the imperial capital this week." Then he swung his strange, fiery fist again. But unexpectedly an attack came from another direction. Irene slashed out, but Tolio leaned back and dodged the attack. The sudden attack made Tolio fall back and shouted, "Irene." He stood in front and said, "Let's attack together. He's not ordinary." Tolio was now stunned, touching the wound on his face. Then he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That one surprised me. How long has it been since I last blood?" Maybe Tolio narrowed his dangerous eyes. I should have started with the snake. My meal has become much more interesting. As he spoke, he raised a shield. Tolio provoked the two. Give it your all. Because if you lose, I'll elite both you and those women. On this side, Karuta was gritting his teeth and fighting with the pirates. Isla was also lightly handling them one by one with his knife. Then he quickly rushed up the stairs. Isla's expression was extremely serious. Up here, Irene and N were joining forces to deal with Tolio. Isla narrowed his eyes, about to charge up. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared behind him and attacked. Isla was startled and quickly launched a counterattack. Then he leaned back to dodge the other's attacks. Isla swung his sword in response. The two attacks clashed, but he successfully knocked the cloaked figure's sword away. His hand trembled. Isla then asked coldly, "It's you, the knight from before, isn't it?" The man had a stunned expression. Isla crossed his two swords and continued, "A knight of Vanvas. Once he has sensed the aura of another warrior, will never forget it." This man's eyes calmed down. Then he also raised his sword and exclaimed, "I have a reason to eliminate you right now. So,
Fight seriously!"
The two once again charged at each other. On Tolio's side, he was laughing with excitement. "Give it your all. If you lose, I'll eat you along with the women." And now devised a plan. "Hey Irene, I will make him leave an opening in his defense somewhere. When that happens, you finish him." Irene then said, "That's a rather unusual suggestion for a prince who likes to show off like you." And said, "Now is not the time to maintain that fake image. Even so, I am still the strongest master in the imperial capital. Don't you know, I will be known for having fought him for a while. The only one who can defeat that monster is you. You are stronger than me." Hearing this acknowledgement from him, Irene had to look over in surprise. Then he burst out laughing and said, "Don't get yourself killed immediately." N held his sword tightly and exclaimed, "It's not funny." Then the two charged at the monster, who was releasing his strange, demonic power. On this side, Isla was still dealing with the cloaked figure. Karuta was handling the other pirates. But at this moment he began to worry. "This is a mess. I'm still on the first floor, fighting with these small fry pirates. And Isla has been blocked by a suspicious bastard on the stairs. At this rate, we won't be able to get to the second floor to help." Isla slashed forward. The cloaked figure dodged it. Then he slashed again. He also managed to dodge it. As soon as Ella slashed again, the cloaked figure flipped into the air. He landed on the stairs above. Then he said confidently, "I won't let you go up to the second floor." He looked at his opponent with a cold expression. On Tolio's side he was laughing wildly.
"Ha ha!"
Then he slashed. Irene had a hard time blocking this slash. At this moment N gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Tolio triumphantly raised his shield to block it. He lightly parried both of them, then even laughed mockingly.
"Oh!
Is that all you two can do?" Then he leaned back to dodge a thrust. Tolio gracefully dodged the attacks from both sides. Ain gritted his teeth in anger. Even though he's huge, he's still too fast. Suddenly Irene looked horrified and shouted, "Anne!" At that moment, Toli had suddenly appeared behind him, and quickly turned around and swung his sword, but it was broken by Tolio's slash. Only a small piece of the sword remained in his hand. Tolio said triumphantly, "First one." Right then Irene swung his sword and charged. Seeing this, he had a crazed expression. Ian decided to drop his hilt. Then he grabbed the arm of the other person. Irene also froze and grabbed Tolio's arm and shouted, "Do it now, Irene."
"Get him!"
Irene immediately accelerated and charged. Tolio suddenly let go of his sword. Then he used his strength to lift N up and slam him down, making him roll. Irene was stunned and looked in that direction. N was now flying through the air. Then he crashed into Irene. He hadn't even had time to react when Tolio loomed over him. He triumphantly punched him in the stomach. Irene flew straight back. Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't over. Tolio gave him another punch. Irene was sent flying far back and shouted in panic, but he was kicked by Tolio. He also coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Then he was sent flying straight into a table behind him. Irene and Ingrid both screamed in panic, brother." Tolio now became even more arrogant. "To me, you humans are just food. Ha ha ha." The commotion on the upper floor had attracted Isla's attention. Isla exclaimed in panic, "Pendragon." While he was distracted, the cloaked figure stabbed out, leaving a wound on his face. Then he spoke again. "Now is not the time to look away, is it?" Isla now gritted his teeth in anger. Upstairs at the sight of Irene and Anne's miserable state, Tolio spoke triumphantly. Now that I've eliminated the cat and the snake, next, it's time to eat the women." He then turned to a corner where the four girls were. All four of them were now trembling in fear. His eyes widened in astonishment. Irene, blood dripping down, still managed to stand up. The girls exclaimed in panic, "Ah! Brother Irene." Tolio was stunned and thought to himself, no way a human can stand up after taking that blow. Not only his right arm, but even his internal organs should have been crushed. Irene now spoke up, "You are indeed strong. Both physically and in skill you have no weaknesses." But he said as he raised his sword forward, "I have killed an opponent of this caliber a long time ago." The image of Irene's past life overlapped behind him. Tolio's voice, filled with a hint of curiosity, asked, "So, a long time ago you killed someone like me?" He was contemptuous. He didn't believe it was true at all. "Ha! What the hell are you talking about? Did I beat you so badly that you've gone crazy, you piece of trash?" Irene sneered at him, not hiding his contempt. "Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand." His eyebrows furrowed, his sharp eyes reflecting his inner thoughts. You are indeed very strong, but he remembered the terrifying memory of fighting the pig-faced, horned monster. You are nothing compared to the one who slaughtered half of the demon corpse. The most evil and wicked creature, the Troll King. Drops of blood soaked his hand after I defeated it. I obtained this immortal body. Tolio's face was momentarily stunned. He stared at his sword-wielding hand. His right arm should have been crushed, yet he can still move it. Seeing the tense situation, Ingrid turned to ask Irene, did something like this happen before? Just like he said. She was a little hesitant. No, brother, I've never been in such trouble. Lying beside her was also a little unsure. Maybe we misheard. Luna clenched her fists, her heart racing as she remembered the past. Back then, I thought he had no self-respect or pride at all. Her hand clenched tightly, hesitating. But meanwhile, the two involved were extremely tense, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Tolio sneered contemptuously, don't try to act cool, you half-dead thing. Immediately after, he charged forward attack, roaring, you bastard. Irene leaned to the side, dodging. He lowered his center of gravity and circled behind his opponent. Tolio quickly spotted his position, surprise evident on his face. He shouldn't be able to move like that. He gathered his strength and swung his sword down with all his might, but it was blocked by Tolio's shield. Irene was surprised to see his attack rendered useless. Before he could recover, he was kicked away by him. By inertia, he was pushed back a distance. Suddenly, he was startled, as if he had discovered something. In front of him was Tolio, firmly holding his defensive stance with the shield in his hand. He suddenly realized, because of the shield, I can't see where his sword is. He lowered his head, paying attention to the area below. The shadow of his powerfully kicking leg appeared for a moment. Then, he leaned to the right to dodge the sharp, sneaky blade. He wanted to stab me. Seeing his plan fail, he gritted his teeth in anger. The shield was swung with great force. Tolio continuously used it to attack, trying to knock his opponent down, but both times he was quickly dodged. The sharp swords of the two clashed, creating small sparks. Irene swung his hand straight, surprising him endlessly. It seemed that Tolio's eyes had truly been opened. Irene raised his sword confidently. I told you, didn't I have fought and killed opponents of your caliber before? As soon as the words were spoken, an imposing, invisible aura radiated out, stunning everyone nearby. He muttered to himself, the interplay between his shield and sword, it must be the Rajuan sword style. It is a city built by the ancient dwarves in the middle of the sea, but it was invaded by orcs decades ago. And now it has become the largest orc kingdom in the empire. By combining the curved sword of the archipelago and the shield that the dwarves created, they have created a unique sword style. And that strange throwing technique from before, it's definitely the same type of throw that Isla has used. After a round of fighting, he had an assessment of him. Seems he is also proficient in the southern techniques. That means this monster, his eyes were sharp, fixed on his opponent, is either a famous warrior from the south or the illegitimate child of a noble. Maybe he is both an orc and, meanwhile, Tolio was also secretly analyzing him. It's clear that he has recovered and can even counterattack the Rajuan sword style. That little bug who learned the standard royal techniques would be crushed by this sword style in an instant. His suspicions still hadn't subsided. Has he fought someone who uses the Rajuan sword style before? No, this brat couldn't possibly have experience fighting it. He remembered his earlier words. I have killed opponents like you before. He himself noticed the unexplainable difference between the two of them. I am superior in both strength and technique, but there's something very strange about this brat. The one I dealt with before hasn't been completely defeated. If the ones with him on the lower floor manage to get up here, it will be quite dangerous. Tolio's ambition grew. For the ambition of the Sea Dragon King, I should eliminate this Pendragon brat as quickly as possible. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He changed his attitude, acting nonchalant to lower his guard. So, you were pretty good at dodging. He smiled faintly with a hidden meaning. Like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Having lived a whole life, Irene was obviously not easily caught off guard by such empty words. Tolio continued, but I hate fighting endlessly without a clear winner. So, his next words were full of warning. Even worms should care about their friends, right? As if realizing something was wrong, Irene was startled. Sure enough, Tolio immediately turned in the opposite direction. He cursed, damn it. His target was Ian. He quickly grabbed his leg. Tolio lifted Ian up like a frog and roared, you white worm bastard. Since you keep dodging, I will turn this idiot. He was startled awake, listening to the insults directed at him, into a bloody pulp. Anger surged, and grabbed a broken half of a wine bottle with a few drops remaining. Then he threw it straight at his face, in a surprising and sharp move. The sharp shard of the bottle pierced Tolio's eye. He immediately let him go and clutched his face, screaming. He roared with rage, you damn bastard. My eye. Ian, his face covered in wounds, showed a triumphant expression. That worm doesn't just know how to run, he's also pretty good at counterattacking, right, you idiot? He cursed angrily, die. Before he could even register it, Tolio felt a killing intent from behind him, from Irene. He slashed down with his hand. Two streams of blue power flashed simultaneously, mixing with the dust. Tolio turned the tables very flexibly, reversing his body and sweeping out a sword strike to block his attack. Seeing this, Ian's eyes widened in astonishment. He still managed to react in that instant. The sword in Irene's hand shattered into many pieces. He didn't panic and directly used his bare hands to grab the hilt of his opponent's sword. Using that as a pivot, he jumped up and wrapped his legs around his neck. This move of Irene's opened Tolio's eyes, using my blind spot to lock my neck. However, in the next second his hand let go of the sword. But Tolio used his advantage in size to immediately reverse the situation and throw him back. To me it's useless. Irene was thrown to the ground and began to panic. His hand grabbed his giant finger. Tolio, with his blood-stained, injured eye, glared. Next, he performed a legendary thumb-bending move. This immortal technique was something even Tolio couldn't withstand. He screamed in pain. Losing his center of gravity, Irene gritted his teeth and seized the next opportunity. He then used his strength to pull his hand towards him, using one leg to press firmly on his chest to control him at the same time. Meanwhile, in another place, a fierce sword fight was taking place. Isla had the upper hand, not needing much effort to block his opponent's attacks. Vincent was clearly starting to panic at the difference in their strength. He was suddenly startled because, in front of him, Isla was already preparing to swing his sword and charge. In an instant, blood and sword fragments flew everywhere. He decisively cut his sword in half. Half of the sword fell down the stairs, clattering a few times. He held two swords and reminded his opponent, a sword that thin is good for assassinations, not for duels. Vincent trembled, looking at the broken hilt as if he had suffered a great shock. He was startled to find the tattoo on his right arm exposed and quickly covered it with his hand. Isla looked puzzled. Suddenly an unexpected scream was heard. Vincent turned his head doubtfully. Was that scream the Dark King's? Isla also noticed the commotion and craned his neck to see. Vincent thought of Tolio, filled with unease. That monster's voice. At this moment, another scream was heard from below the stairs. Back was punched in the face by Karuta. Seeing him collapse to the ground, he said arrogantly, "Now do you understand, you damn pirate orc?" He looked up and raised both hands, roaring, "The orcs of the Ancona forest are the strongest." The terrifying sight left Vincent dazed. The orcs from the archipelago were completely wiped out. What kind of monsters are they? A drop of sweat rolled down his face. While Isla hadn't even had time to react, he had already quickly jumped over the railing. Vincent flew straight down. Realizing something was wrong, he looked up and then quickly climbed the stairs and flew up. On the other side, Tolio's thumb was completely broken, bent backward. The two separated, neither acting first. Irene sneered, "The tables have turned, haven't they?" He gritted his teeth, holding his shield, and glared at him. He refused to admit defeat. "Don't rely on luck so much. Even if I lose an arm, I won't lose to a lowly creature." Just then, Isla and Karuta charged over, shouting loudly, "Pendragon!" The two quickly advanced, running to support him. He raised his voice and called Isla, "Karuta." Meanwhile, Tolio relaxed his grip on the shield. While everyone was distracted, he threw the shield straight at N. Irene quickly kicked it to block it. By inertia, he fell to his knees in front of him. In the chaos, Tolio had climbed onto the window, preparing to escape. Before leaving, he turned back to taunt, "Let's fight again in the future. At that time, I will definitely cut off your head." He ran to chase him, but he had already quickly jumped down. He put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Below, where he was about to land, was a dense area of grass and trees. Unexpectedly, a giant bird swooped in as if trained, just in time to let Tolio sit on its back. Inside the room, they stood there, dazed, watching him ride the bird away. Karuta was angry. That damn pirate jumped on a griffin's back and escaped. Irene said, "But I injured his right hand and eye, so for now he won't attack immediately." Uzzle also reported on the situation from earlier. "The person who attacked me just now was that knight named Vincent." The other two were surprised. "What? Why that knight?" Ian remembered Saguna and gritted his teeth in anger. So this chaos was planned from the beginning. That rotten old man. Irene, however, was more cautious, stroking his chin. This reason alone may not be enough to prove it. He turned and asked Isla, "By the way, is that knight Vincent that strong?" He recounted, "In our fight we were evenly matched. There's no way he's just some nobody." He added, "Furthermore," Isla pointed to his right arm. "He has a tattoo of a tower on his shoulder." Hearing this key point, he was startled. The village, by the sea, the night was strangely sparkling. The sky was filled with a river of stars. A mother and child were sitting and playing, reading a book on the porch. Suddenly, they noticed a flock of birds in the distance. The mother was startled. They were coming closer. Closer, it was a flock of giant birds carrying groups of armed people. Screams of terror rang out. Tolio rode his bird, flying through the forests. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Tolio! Tolio oranges!" Saguna's hasty figure rushed out from the bushes. He panted and questioned loudly, "What is the meaning of this, you bastard?" The two large birds' claws scraped hard against the ground. He arrogantly didn't get down, looking at him with one eye. "Didn't you promise not to call me that, Governor?" But Saguna couldn't keep his composure anymore. "You think I will keep my promise? Especially when you were the one who broke the agreement first." He became more and more agitated as he spoke. "You turned my mansion into a mess and didn't even kill the targets." His attitude was still very calm. "Besides the snake, I've already caused the cat a lot of damage." But in his words there was a hint of a terrifying threat. "So I just need the sorcerer I brought from the south to finish the rest. That's all." Was his turn to stammer. "A sorcerer?" Tolio decided to jump down from the bird's back. "That's right, you wanted to kidnap that white worm's mother, right? I've already sent the orcs there, too." "This is strange. A sorcerer who specializes in brainwashing and assassination." He approached him. "If he's here, there's no way we can't deal with them." Immediately after, Tolio roared in anger right in Suguna's face. But because I had to send him to the mansion, we didn't kill them. It's all because of your insatiable greed. He was so scared he was trembling, but he still kept blaming him. Shut up, Dark King. You bragged about your abilities, but couldn't even complete the mission. You know better than Before he could finish, Tolio swung his hand and slapped him hard, knocking out a few of his teeth and filling his mouth with blood. He crossed his arms and looked at him. That's right. I still have to injure you, don't I? Next he stomped hard on Suguna's body, threatening him. This way you won't be suspected of being the one who orchestrated all of this. He picked up his cane and declared, I will take this as my final reward. The desolate forest was left with only Suguna, with a naked body. The scene changes. In the sky above the village, the evil birds were fighting fiercely with the white birds. The white birds charged bravely, their sharp claws slashing at their opponents' faces. The green and blue armies also joined the battle. The blue army shouted in panic, What the hell, we have the numerical advantage. They looked at the green army, which was charging with great strength.
But they were strong.
Killian also charged forward with his sword. He slashed hard, causing the blue man to bleed. Burial and Rith ran over just in time to witness the scene and cheered, You got him! As expected of the commander. He looked at the sword in his hand, his whole body surrounded by a layer of green aura like a protective shield. Killian muttered, That priest's enhancement spell is pretty good. On the other side, Karuta stood in the middle of a magic circle, holding the staff in his hand. After the incident with the centaurs, I found a reason to train again. Meanwhile, the round magic orb was replaying the battle. Two men hiding behind a hill looked at the orb and commented on the battle. The famous orcs of the archipelago, the Lachuan orcs, are being pushed back, and by the fallen Pendragon army, no less. Suddenly a voice cut in. A pair of bandaged hands held up a centipede. It's because of the enhancement spell. One of the two men called out his name, Lord Galota. He gnawed on the centipede and continued, and it seems he's not the only one there who can use it. There's another sorcerer of the same level there too. His whole body exuded a terrifying, dark aura. But of course, how can they be as strong as me? The two young men felt a sense of dread. What a sinister aura. Is this the power of a sorcerer? A power that is said to be able to slaughter thousands of knights and mercenaries? Galota laughed terrifyingly. But anyway, they are all just bait. He looked at what was happening through the orb and ordered, while they are distracted fighting the pirates, we will kidnap that white worm's mother. That's the order that the Dark King gave us. He raised his hand to the magic orb and asked, So where is she? Immediately, an image appeared. A mother and child were hugging each other in fear. Moans were heard. I'm so scared, I don't want to die. Zal, don't be scared, I'm not like you. Although she was very worried, Helen still tried to comfort the children. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. The soldiers are outside fighting for us. I choose to believe that. Suddenly, a flame appeared near the door. All of them stared blankly at it. The flame flared up violently, but it wasn't normal. Sweat rolled down her face even more. The metal door, Galota and his accomplices appeared from behind the burnt door. He played with the flame in his hand and sneered, Are you well, my lady? Tie yourself up and come with us. He even threatened, if you resist, the trash next to you will melt like that door just did. Tatter and his friend trembled even more with fear. I don't want to be turned into soup. It's too scary. Helen was silent, deep in thought, weighing her options. Finally, to ensure the children's safety, she decided to approach him alone. She asked cautiously, Is that an order from Governor Suguna? Galota, who had run out of patience, waved his hand. Don't say such useless things, or I will turn you. As he spoke, the white ice strands on his hand extended and rushed to tie her up. Helena was gagged, unable to make a sound. Seeing her tied up and rolling on the floor, the maid screamed, Lady Helena. Galota signaled his subordinates to take her away. They obediently replied, Yes, Lord Galota. Helen was tied up tightly, struggling to breathe. The man behind her rushed forward excitedly. Great! We were able to easily kidnap the Duchess. Sorcerers are truly on a completely different level. Suddenly a wave of power swept over them. In an instant all of Galota's troops were cut in half. He turned his head in panic to look. The children were also dazed. Person with white wings appeared. White hair and a pure aura emanated from that person. Helen was surprised. Meanwhile, Galota was extremely shocked by the recent annihilation. The ones who were just killed didn't even bleed. An aura sword, he muttered. Galota was horrified, his whole body trembling. I have killed countless humans before. He found it hard to accept. Noble knights, Royal but then, he realized the only emotion left was fear. Galota unconsciously took a step back. That piece of trash in front of me, that woman. Before his eyes, Sorek's perfect beauty did not lessen his fear, but only made him feel that death was approaching. His teeth chattered. Clearly not human. The jewelry on her forehead, the wings on her back. Galota completely realized that he had no ability to resist, and the ability to create a blade of light with her bare hands. In his mind, a mythical creature appeared. There is only one species that can do this. He screamed in despair. But Sorek didn't give him that chance. A blue light flashed past. In an instant his head was sent flying, without a single last word. The carriage moved silently through the night. Inside was Irene's group, who had just escaped the battle. Ingrid held a shield, healing Yen. Are you alright, brother? He was sweating slightly, his voice filled with relief. I'm better. The healing magic of this shield is no joke. With that, he cautiously looked up. But, and asked boldly, what the hell is wrong with your body, Irene? All eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity. You were crushed by that monster's shield, but you were still able to get up right after and continue fighting. Irene looked away, silent for a moment. It's the power of the white dragon. This sounded like an excuse, and stretched back. The white dragon, huh? That's great. A thoughtful expression appeared on Luna's small face. She was a little suspicious. Is that really so? Night fell, the moonlight shimmering on the calm waves. A flock of griffins circled the rooftops. Killian's face was grimy but excited as he shouted, "Look here." His sword pointed at the defeated monsters. "We have completely annihilated the Lachuan orc army." As if a great burden had been lifted, everyone smiled brightly with him. The Pendragon army is victorious. Karuta had a rare look of satisfaction. He placed his hand on a griffin's head and smiled at them. The griffins, as if celebrating their victory, soared in the sky. Their Surek's silver wings also caught the moonlight. Someone approached her from behind and said softly, "Thank you." Was Helen with a sad expression different from her usual cheerful face. Surek didn't pay much attention, gently stroking a griffin's chin. "Zay asked me to protect you. That's all." Her jade blue eyes lowered slightly. "I don't understand what you were saying," she said bluntly. "You have no responsibility to protect the Pendragon family. Your duty is only tied to the contract. Fake." Helen lowered her head slightly, her voice filled with sadness. "I know that much." Surek coldly turned to look at her. Helen seemed to be struggling. Before, when Gordon was still alive, she remembered the emotionless woman in front of her. I had only seen the white dragon in this form once. The wind seemed to gently blow, bringing back that memory. Surek's gaze was always fixed on the man with golden hair. Helen had once thought stronger and more beautiful than any human. When she saw them looking at each other, that thought kept haunting her. I couldn't control my jealousy. But Helen closed her eyes, seemingly having truly let go. She spoke. "When you looked at my husband, no, my son, I felt that you had," she expressed herself sincerely, "a painful look in your eyes, as if you were reminiscing about a distant past." Her emotions were quite complex. "Now I understand this feeling." Helen bowed her head sincerely. "So please continue to protect my son from now on." A lock of golden hair fell down. Her emotions at this moment were hard to describe. Her lips trembled as she uttered each word. "I understand that a mother's instinct has also told me it's possible that my son, no, maybe he's a different person now." Her hand clutching her skirt trembled. "But I am a mother." She tried to force out the meaningful words, though her throat was a little choked. "Even if my son is a different person, no, even if the person inside him has changed." Her eyes sparkled with tears as she spoke words she had never truly meant. "I will still love him from the bottom of my heart." Helen lowered her head, wiping away the tears that kept falling. "I am trying to love him." Sorek listened quietly to her confession for a long time. Only the wind gently brushed through her silver hair, her jade eyes lowered slightly. "I too don't understand your words." "But," she turned to the sad woman, "whether Zay is Zivan Vander or Irene Pendragon," she looked up at the moon, her hand raised. "I still see Alec." Inside him, her hand was raised as if to catch the moon. Sorek's face was tinged with a nameless sadness. "So, among all my contract fakes so far, Zay is probably the one I cherish the most." The two were silent, as if they understood each other, as if they were reminiscing about the old days. Irene suddenly kicked the door open, followed by the two girls. "Mother." He was anxious. "Are you all right, Mother? I heard you were attacked by those bastards." "I'm fine, thanks to Sorek." Helen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Ah, thank you, Sorek. How are you, son?" A single question of concern made Irene's face stiffen. He forced a smile. "Of course I'm fine. Nothing happened, Mother." She seemed relieved. "Is that so? Thank you for coming back." She reached out her arms and hugged the body that had grown so much. "Safely, my beloved son." Irene was stunned. He felt a warm stream on his shoulder. Not only that, Helen also turned to hug Irene's sister. She was also dazed. What's going on?" Mother Irene's expression was somewhat blank. It seemed this hug had affected him somehow. In the starry sky there was only one moon. Mother Sorek, she had been watching him all this time, but she remained silent. After a long time ensuring everyone's safety, the heavy atmosphere was dispelled. Helen smiled gently at him. "Now sleep well, Irene." His sister also waved cheerfully. "Good night, brother Irene." Irene suddenly noticed Linda's strange state. He suddenly realized and immediately bent down to hug her small figure. "Good night, my lovely wife." Line blushed and replied softly, "Good night, my lord." From a distance, Luna observed everything. She was silent, waiting until Irene turned to her. "Nancy Ross, you too, go rest." She interrupted him, suddenly calling his name. "Irene." She took a deep breath, her tone serious. "I have something important to discuss with you right now." Irene had never seen her like this. He was stunned. Luna pursed her lips, waiting for his response, her cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. Two orcs lay still, never to wake again. Their good brothers silently observed every feature on their faces. They were all silent for a long time. Finally, an orc shouted, "Hey, aren't you jealous of them?" He wore a smile that was more than ugly. "Dying in battle is our honor." They both knew that. He proudly reassured them, "This is their greatest honor." The two of them, Irene, silently watched them. The leader was full of spirit. So instead of sending them off to their motherland in a boring way, why not send them off in style? Hearing this, the remaining orcs cheered in agreement. Karuta rested his head on his staff. A green light flashed. Saplings grew surrounding the 2 orc corpses. Pure white flowers bloomed as if they had life. The remaining orcs danced around, sending off their 2 friends. We are comrades, we are brothers. The 2 of them, Irene, silently watched them dance and sing on the self-made field of white flowers. Luna was a little moved, for some unknown reason. So beautiful, her eyes welled up with sparkling sad tears. She took in the scene of the orcs happily dancing. Irene's face was expressionless. Only those who fought with the dead are allowed to see this ceremony. This is the most solemn burial ceremony for warriors. His tone was even. Normally they wouldn't let other species witness this scene. So it seems they see us as family. The more Luna heard, the sadder she became. Is that so? Irene closed his eyes and changed the subject. You said, you had something to say. Let's go somewhere quiet. Yes. The moon tonight was so sad. He led Luna to a place overlooking the sea. The 2 sat on the steps in silence. Luna spoke first. If I hadn't mentioned the divorce back then, she seemed to have difficulty saying it. Would I have become your wife? Irene didn't answer, his long eyelashes lowering slightly. Luna continued, I regret it. After seeing the new you, she confessed, but it was my family's decision, so I thought it was unavoidable and accepted it. Irene rested his hand on his temple. Luna's voice continued, but when we went to the mausoleum, I kept watching you. Those images were still vivid in her mind. When you protected me, it seemed an emotion within her had awakened, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Luna was on the verge of tears. She didn't want to hide this feeling anymore. Maybe it won't change, but until now, every time I think about it, she wanted to say more, but Irene's cold voice rang out. I'm sorry. His long hair covered his eyes. I don't have those feelings for you. This one sentence made Luna feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. She quickly accepted her fate. I understand. She also knew what she had done before. I treated you very badly, and I'm even more despicable for approaching you as soon as you became successful. Her beautiful face turned red. I didn't think I was so foolish. Neither of them said a word. Only the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. Suddenly Irene spoke up. You were wrong. It's not because of that. Luna looked at him, dazed. I have never hated you or thought you were despicable. Irene's expression was pained. But in this life of mine there are no real emotions. It seemed he was also affected by Luna's mood and opened up. I'm just like a pawn moving according to someone else's orders. Irene asserted emotions cannot exist in me. He looked very conflicted. I will say that to everyone who wants to date me. It seemed these things were causing chaos within him. I'm sorry. He stood up, his voice revealing a hint of wariness. You should go rest. Luna was silent, tears rolling down her chin and falling with gravity. A head peeked out from the bushes. Immediately Irene exposed her. You too, Princess Ingrid. He put his hands in his pockets and walked straight ahead. However, inside him, it seemed something had changed. But he remembered the warm hug he had received for the first time. His resolute face tensed slightly. It doesn't mean I can stay like this forever. Irene stopped walking. He looked out at the vast empty space. Now I have to... He had determined his next destination. Go to my homeland, Javen's homeland. The blazing fire still burned in his mind. The name he could never forget, Sasaki. The sun gradually rose on the horizon. A new day began. The lures exchange was also bustling. Hey, have you heard? The rumor is that the Lachuan orcs caused a big scene here. They stormed the governor's banquet, and the nobles there were brutally killed, to the point where only fragments remained. The governor was seriously injured. The news of yesterday's events had spread quickly through word of mouth, except for that governor. The person opposite him snapped, Hey, you idiot! You'll be punished now. They were all agitated. What's amazing is that those brutal Lachuan orcs were dealt with by the Pendragon family. He seemed to have a lot of information. The Pendragon family's warriors turned the tables and dealt with them. Really. Amidst the chatter, Vincent was focused on the coins on the table. He rested his chin on his hand, his thoughts unknown. The scale on the table tilted to one side. He picked up a coin, his golden eyes very focused. He remembered what had happened. All the Lachuan orcs were defeated by a single Ancona orc warrior. As if the truth had been verified, he placed a few coins on one side of the scale. Another thing that impressed Vincent. The one who fought me, the Knight of Vanvas. He placed a few more coins on the other side of the scale, and a rare, puzzled expression on his face. In his hand were the coins. Irene's evasive face when he confronted him, along with the final boss, and the Dark Emperor Tolio Oranges, the undefeated monster of the south. To this day he still shivered at the aura from him. Even I felt suppressed. Cold sweat dripped down. Even so, just as Vincent was about to place the last coin on the scale, a voice rang out urgently, Sir John. Sir John. He frowned. Why is it so noisy? The person who ran up was urgent. An opportunity. Please. It suddenly appeared. Look. It seemed he also couldn't have predicted this. Slowly the whole town, look. Irene Pendragon is here. These words stirred Vincent's usually calm mood. Irene stepped into the exchange, looking around. So luxurious. It was unclear whether he was praising or criticizing. With that equipment, a small or medium-sized business wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. You must be making a lot of money. Vincent frowned, looking at the arrogant young man's assessment. Irene's attitude didn't change. He shook his head. Old Governor Saguna has developed it a lot. The economy of Los, that is. While Vincent suddenly poured beer into a glass, Irene seemed not to notice, lost in his own world. He must have a great subordinate. Until Vincent held out the beer glass for a toast, Irene's train of thought was cut off. He looked over. His hand reached out to take it. Before it reached his hand, Vincent let go. Irene instinctively grabbed the glass. Immediately after, the person in front of him suddenly kicked. He nimbly dodged the dangerous blow. He looked up and saw Vincent's fist already close. He cleverly used a move to deflect his attack. The two fought back and forth, probing each other until, at one point, they had grabbed each other's collars. Irene sneered slightly. I expected at least this much. The cunning old fox who fought on par with Isla. Vincent didn't hold back his insults. Aren't you the cunning one? You pretended to be afraid of my aura flow. His hand gripped his collar tightly, not letting go. Since you were able to deal with the Dark King, you must be very strong. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, if you think you can easily kill me, you're mistaken. Vincent's body seemed to burst into flames. Because in this world, I still have things to do. Irene's long eyelashes didn't move. He suddenly spoke up. With the power of this Chamber of Commerce, you were planning to reduce the economic disparity in the empire and develop it, right? Vincent's eyes widened. He looked at him in disbelief. The two let go of each other's collars. Irene said gently again, you're mistaken. I didn't come here to capture you. Of course not to kill you either. His expression was very calm. I want to buy you Master of the Twilight Tower John Vincent. Vincent's expression was funny, his eyes wide with astonishment. Irene added with even more certainty, at first, I didn't realize it, even though the name Vincent is quite common. Irene could guess, but from what Isla reported to me, he has a tattoo of a tower on his shoulder. The result was almost completely certain, the Twilight Tower. This was rare information, very little information about it was known to outsiders, but two things were certain, Irene knew for sure. First, its members have a tower tattoo. The talented members among them have outstanding abilities in countless fields, and they call the head of that field master. The other thing is, for the good of the world, they pledge themselves to walk the path of righteousness. In his previous life, Irene had heard stories about them in the Demon Corps. He smiled faintly. You, calmly told his plan as if it were his own. First, you want to take over the foundation of Lurs and gain control of all the coastal cities of the empire. He said clearly, through this Chamber of Commerce, you want to gather the strength of small and medium-sized merchants and, through benefits, put pressure on the large merchants and nobles. Every word made Vincent freeze. To disrupt their main source of income and prevent them from becoming too powerful. In his mind, he was already in chaos. How I've never told anyone the nature of my plan. But how does this guy know about it? Irene's expression was hard to read. By doing that, he is planning to eliminate the economic discrimination in the empire. You have planned something very big. He silently mentioned this famous name. The gray shadow of twilight, John Vincent. Compared to the image before him, it wasn't much different. His name was famous in my previous life. He was one of the heroes. Irene tilted his head slightly. I don't understand why a person of your caliber would work under someone like Count Siguna. In response to his question was Vincent's silence. He turned away. His first words were a denial. That man is not incompetent at all. His tone had a hint of admiration. He willingly did the work without caring about my social status and used me to skillfully develop the entire economy of laws. He also didn't resist. Because of that, the population has become more crowded. Irene's cold voice rang out. But because of those profits, he planned to kill me and Anne. His cold jade blue eyes swept over him, and maybe even crown Prince Sane. But Vincent's attitude was very indifferent. So what? His eyes widened slightly, but he didn't seem surprised. Vincent walked to his desk, picking up a beer bottle. Those foolish nobles and royals are always struggling to gain power and influence. No matter who wins or dies, he seemed not to care about anything else. It has nothing to do with me, because in this world Vincent sows beer. My perspective is to bring prosperity and safety to everyone, that's all. Before taking a sip, he made it clear. Besides, all nobles are more or less like Count Siguna. Irene's handsome face sneered. Even me, Irene Pendragon. Vincent paused, his golden eyes looking over his shoulder. Then they fell back to the glass in his hand. I still don't know. Irene seemed to understand his thoughts. He made a tempting offer. Try coming to the Pendragon territory. I will treat you as a guest in my home. After that you can make your decision. Vincent listened quietly. He didn't stop there. If you think it's for the good of the people, then you can try to cut off Pendragon's source of income or try to kill me. You can do what you want. In response was Vincent's troubled expression. He still couldn't give an answer. If you accept me as an ally, you want to expose all of Count Siguna's conspiracies. You were looking forward to that, aren't you? Vincent leaned against the table and smiled faintly. All right then, I'll try cooperating with you. Having received the desired answer, he left. I'm looking forward to it. Before leaving, he even spent some money, tossing a few coins behind him. Vincent stared blankly at the coins floating in the air. They landed precisely on one side of the scale. The sound of the coins clashing was clear. Only Irene's back remained. That's for the beer we toasted with. Vincent was still stunned. The scale tilted slightly, but then it tipped completely to one side. His thoughts also changed. This meeting had changed his first impression, Irene Pendragon. Another day passed like the morning mist. Are your wounds all right, Anne? The two young men toasted on the balcony. And nodded. Yes, it's all thanks to that healing shield. He let out a sigh. This expedition was like hell. Ingrid will be traumatized for the rest of her life. He suddenly got angry and pointed at Irene's face.
I won't let you have my sister!
In contrast, Irene was still nonchalant. You read that determined. Fine, I'll cause trouble for you and make you deal with it. Ain quickly changed the subject. Now we're going to Sasaki, right? Irene went along with it. We have to continue the investigation. This time I will bring Isla and Sun with me. Ain was a little worried. Just the three of you. Will that be alright? We don't know what the enemy is planning. Irene sneered faintly. I'm sure you witnessed my and Isla's strength at Count Seguna's mansion. His eyes showed determination and confidence, and the last person is much stronger than both of us combined. Hearing this, and chuckled. I guess so, after all, she is a dragon. A monster with a human appearance. Ain's expression suddenly became serious. Well, calling her a monster isn't quite right, but what the hell is he? Every time I remember that life or death moment, I get goosebumps. That pirate leader, he still couldn't help but wonder. Even when fighting both of us at the same time, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Clearly, he's not an ordinary person, Irene pondered. He must be a half-orc. He's also proficient in southern combat techniques, and no longer had a humorous expression. So behind Count Seguna, there's an even bigger enemy. Behind that incident, the two fell silent for a moment. Irene spoke first. However, having you as a friend makes me feel very at ease, and was so startled he jumped. Irene was still lost in his personal feelings. In the battle with that monster, if you weren't there, I probably wouldn't have survived. Ain was now stammering, flustered. Did you hit your head somewhere? So you really were injured in the battle with the pirates. This attitude killed his mood. Hey! The two had joked enough, and put his hands in his pockets. So we'll set off tomorrow morning. He gently stroked his smooth hair. We also need to find Godfrey in the royal palace. Mentioning this name, something stirred within him. Things about this person were still clear in his memory. The man who will become the emperor in the future. He reminded his friend, don't be careless. Our enemies are everywhere. Ian smiled and beckoned with his hand, you too. The next morning was a beautiful sunny day. Irene's whole family came out to see off the carriage. Princess Ingrid excitedly stuck her head out of the carriage and waved. Their expressions were as if there was no parting. Luna silently looked out at the sea, the waves, until dusk fell. Vincent, on his own warhorse, looked at the small town one last time. He spurred his horse and rode off into the sunset. Another long, peaceful day ended. The sky was full of stars, but somewhere someone couldn't sleep. Seguna held his head and trembled. What do I do now? What do I do? He was extremely panicked. This morning En set off for the royal palace. The assassination plan failed. He fell into a crisis. I couldn't manage to touch Duchess Irene, another thing that made Seguna despair, and Vincent had disappeared. He angrily slapped his leg. What the hell happened?
Damn it!
He stubbornly clung to hope. Anyway, I have to make Godfrey the crown prince as soon as possible. But the more he thought, the more he fell into a spiral of despair. If they come here to find clues behind Prince Scene's assassination plot, and if they go to Sasaki and find evidence behind the incident. Cold sweat dripped down, his eyes bloodshot. What was promised to happen? The future will change. Seguna couldn't sit still. I have to contact them. At this time in the desolate, dead land of Sasaki, the sound of galloping hooves and desperate screams. The greedy shrieks of birds with their prey. A group of people ran for their lives, followed by a large flock of birds. One of them, scared out of his wits, said, damn it, they're about to catch up. To think those monsters are here. I knew we shouldn't have come. It's too late to know now. He could only scream. The cursed land of Sasaki. At that moment, arrows flew through the air. They accurately pierced the heads of the three large birds chasing the group. The group was suddenly surprised to see the birds falling like leaves from a tree and looked up. They saw three people on a cliff. One of them had just shot down a bird with a crossbow. The remaining one immediately changed its target to the three people. One of them drew his sword. The sharp blade glinted coldly. He jumped up, facing the bird head on. One slash came down like cutting grass. The group's jaws dropped in horror. The bird, in the blink of an eye, was cut in half. It was Irene with his jet black hair. His cold eyes glanced at the group as if they weren't even there. They looked at each other nervously. Damn it, mercenaries. If we provoke them, unexpectedly he turned and left. One of them spoke up, wondering, hey, aren't you gonna take our money? Irene coldly wiped his sword. I don't need it. I was just testing my sword. The two merchants, though surprised, were very grateful.
Thank you so much, sir.
What is your name? His long black hair was tied up, gently blowing in the wind. He said in a low voice, using a fake name, Raven is my name. Then he called the two people above to go. Elk and son. They took off their hoods. It was still Isla and Sarek, but in disguise. The three of them advanced towards their goal, their backs proud. Soon they arrived at the residential area in Sasaki. The weather was not clear at all. Their stop was Elma's tavern. Inside the tavern, it was full of drunkards laughing and talking loudly. A waitress approached Irene's group's table with water. Have you decided what you'd like to order, sir? She whispered in his ear. Drinks, food, if you want, you can call for girls too. I can prepare those things for you. Can I? Hey, then, the sound of gold coins falling on the table. Waitress was startled. She saw the customer take off his hood. 2 beers, herb roasted chicken, and smoked pork. Irene revealed his face. And the famous rice dish here. Soon a lavish table was set. The hot rice dish was mixed with rich spices. He took a bite, his expression unchanging. Rice, I haven't had it since I left the south. Irene pushed his hair back and also took a bite of rice. Sasaki is a mountainous region, so it's not suitable for growing wheat. Instead, because it rains a lot here, people have built terraced fields on the mountains to grow rice. Isla couldn't help but say, "You know a lot about Sasaki." In response was Irene's silent expression, "I guess so." Isla heard this and thought for a moment. Sarek was still busy with the chicken in her hand. In the end, he didn't think any more, and they continued to eat their own food. Not just their table, other tables were also immersed in the food and gossip. The tavern also accepted mercenaries of questionable character. There were also those who argued right in the tavern. Irene had known for a long time. Mercenaries and monsters roam everywhere in this barren mountainous region. The cursed land of Sasaki, his jade, blue eyes darkened. That name for this place appeared 10 years ago. He still remembered his name clearly. The feudal lord of Sasaki, Count Brysa. This man had paid a large sum of money to buy the title of lord from the empire. Since then, the royal army, the force, that had previously controlled this land had withdrawn. But Brysa, who had spent most of his money to buy the estate, could not protect his land. As a result, gangs and monsters rushed in like a storm, and the government in Sasaki collapsed. To protect themselves, the people who could not rely on their lord began to hire mercenaries with the little money they had. Irene knew quite a lot, and while that was happening, the Van family trained real soldiers and ensured the safety of the people. Until the fire broke out, engulfing the entire sky, Irene coldly introduced them the two who were eating, Elkin and Sun. They are siblings, and Sun is my wife. The other person guessed, "You're a family of mercenaries. That's not very common, is it?" Irene said indifferently, "I guess so." The other person didn't mind his attitude and said enthusiastically, "So, you also came to hunt monsters? In this land of Sasaki you can find monsters everywhere." Because the feudal lord couldn't manage it. He was exasperated. Not only the villagers, but even the nobles don't know what to do with them. The quests and rewards are all very high. There's no other paradise for mercenaries. It seemed he was implying something. If you were confident in your abilities, then that's it. The two of them, Irene, immediately became serious and didn't reply. The short-haired girl smiled seductively. "What about you, Elkin? You seem pretty good. And your face is cute too. I think you're my type." She suddenly had an exciting idea. "Hey, why don't you guys come with us? We won't disappoint you." The third person sighed, all too familiar with this behavior. "There she goes again, that nymphomaniac. This is why perverts keep approaching you." She didn't care and slammed her mug on the table.
Oh, I know.
"Your sharp eyes are driving me crazy, Elkin. Come to this hot big sister." The middle-aged man felt embarrassed. "She's always like that. Please don't mind her." Irene didn't pay much attention either. "All right," he spoke up. "You said the nobles are recruiting mercenaries." The other person nodded. "That's right." Irene became a little serious. "The lord of this land." In his memory, the vile face of a despicable person appeared. He mentioned a name. Rudel too, the middle-aged man, was suddenly startled. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him in amazement. What was that? Did I just feel this person's bloodlust? To everyone's surprise, Irene announced, "We will go to the territory of Zudaland with them." Everyone was stunned and looked at him, but he still looked down and smiled, saying, "It seems we also found some decent teammates. Don't you all think so, Elkin?" Isla was stunned and exclaimed, What? Sala's eyes lit up. She grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "You understand what he means, right, my love? I can fight and do a bunch of other things too. I will teach you everything." Irene looked down at Geordie and smiled, saying, "It seems fate has brought us together." "Didn't you say those connections are very important?" Geordie was startled and replied, Yes. On this side, Isla was being held tightly by Sala, her eyes sparkling. He looked at Sorek as if for help, but she just calmly drank her beer. A moment later, the moon was higher in the sky. In a rented room, Isla, with a cold expression, questioned, "What do you mean by that, Pendragon? Why do we have to go with those three?" Irene calmly replied, "To get information. After all, they have traveled all over the empire. And besides, if we go with them, it will be easier for us to disguise ourselves, especially Sun. She stands out too much." Hearing this, he also looked at Sarek. Irene looked out the window and continued, "The more we stand out, the harder it will be to move. So for our true purpose." Both of them looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly at that moment, a voice was heard from Sarek. That Rudel. Irene looked over in surprise and saw she was sitting silently. A moment later, Sarek asked again, "Is he the one who framed Zivan and destroyed the Van family?" Irene lowered his head thoughtfully. "So you've seen my memories." Then he suddenly gritted his teeth in resentment. Rutile, he remembered. His past life when he was still Javan. When he heard the news, he had cheered with joy. "Yes! I'm going to become a knight in the Brissar family." Rudel confirmed, "That's right. Along with Jep, my son. It's because your swordsmanship is so outstanding. I'm recommending you. So, I want you to deliver this letter to the guests staying in this district." Some time later, a happy announcement was heard. "I did it, father! Brother!" Raven rushed home to tell his father and brother. "Lord Tylan recommended both me and Jep to be knights. I just have to do one thing, and then I can become a knight." His brother was also happy for Raven. "That's great, Zay!" His father was no less confident. Tylan is the most trusted subordinate of the Count, so he has enough authority to make recommendations. But the next day, everything suddenly changed. At that moment, Javan's entire family was surrounded by the army, who pointed their swords at them and shouted, "Traitors! Seize them." Raven was extremely confused at that time. There must be some mistake. We've been framed. Returning to the present, Irene said, from what I heard Anne say, the letter was supposed to be for Prince Sion, and he was secretly visiting Sasaki. When he opened the letter, he was harmed by the poison in the ink, and the letter also evaporated on its own. Some kind of magic must have been cast on the letter, and because we were the biggest suspects behind the incident, we were brutally tortured. And then, when Raven was locked in the dungeon, Rudel appeared with a wicked smile. He exclaimed, "Your father Ravender has confessed. He was hired for 5 gold bars to have his son swap the letter with an assassination tool." Raven couldn't believe it.
What?
This guy continued, so that his eldest son could inherit the family safely, he had his useless second son do it. How shameful. Even though he was respected as an honorable knight and a good friend. Raven wrote in resentment, "Don't mess with me. My father would never say those words." You re the one. But he was cut off by Rutel. Hey. Between the words of Count Brace's most trusted vassal and the words of the second son of a lesser family, who do you think people will believe? Even a kid would understand. Raven could only grit his teeth in resentment. "You bastard!" He continued, "I've arranged for you to escape this place and be sent to the demon corpse. If you can manage to survive in that hell for 10 years, then your sins will be forgiven." To think that someone like that would be imprisoned to the point of becoming someone who can only follow others' orders. It really warms my heart. Raven heard this and was bewildered and confused. Rudolph turned back and wore a sinister smile. "Be grateful for your father's testimony, Raven Venter." Raven's eyes narrowed, then he rushed to the iron bars and roared, "Fuck you. I will definitely kill you. I will survive those 10 years and tear you into 100 pieces." Returning to the present, Irene covered his face exhausted. "My father lied, and that's the only way he could save my life. All of this was because he swapped the letter." After hearing this, Sarek was silent. A moment later he continued, "The members of the Vander family were framed as traitors, and besides me, everyone was hanged. But this time he spoke with a determined tone. We will disguise ourselves, approach Rudel, and find an opportunity to capture him. I will make him confess all his sins." At this moment Sarek's expression also began to become more determined. Irene had released his power. "And as for the ones who orchestrated all of this, I will find all of them. And I will definitely kill them all." At this time, in the inn, a discussion was heard. "Are we really going to go with them?" Sala then said, "If you don't like it, then go by yourself. Good was annoyed, stupid woman." "Leave me alone." Then he began to analyze Sarek. "The woman with them, it seems she can't hear or speak to us. Is she really a mercenary?" Jordy then said, "But according to what they said, she's the strongest." Good exclaimed, "I'd be crazy to believe that." Sala also pondered, "That must be it." But Jordy thought to himself, "There are definitely some strange things, but the deadly aura I felt in that moment makes me certain that they are not just some nobodies." Jordy drank a mug of beer and then reassured them, "Don't worry about it." He gave a thumbs up, winked, and smiled confidently. "Because my intuition is never wrong." Right then Irene's group appeared and called out, "Jordy, let's go!" to the territory of Rudel. A moment later the group of 6 was on their way. As they walked, Irene asked, "How long will it take to get to Rudel's territory?" Jordy cheerfully turned back and replied, "After leaving Elma it should take half a day." Unexpectedly, Good exclaimed, "It seems there's some commotion at the city gate." A carriage passed through the gate. The driver was ordering the passers-by to bow their heads. "You country bumpkins? The young lady of the Brisa family is coming. She is the flower of Sasaki Sophia." Brisa! She was now sitting in the carriage very leisurely. Then she continued, "Not just of Sasaki but of the entire empire. Right, Sophia praised herself and dreamed, 'One day I will win the heart of the crown prince, leave this filthy land of Sasaki, and become the empress.'" Then a perverted, vile, and ambitious laugh came from inside the carriage. "Ha!" Good heard this and looked in that direction with a contemptuous gaze. "I've heard rumors that the count's daughter is a piece of trash, but to think it's not wrong at all, it's really Sala, standing next to him, asked, 'I'm more charming than her, right?' He immediately denied it. "No way." Jordy turned back and seriously reminded them, "We have to avoid trouble. Let's go." Raven, suddenly, at this moment, Irene walked towards the carriage, causing the others to stare in astonishment. Jordy panicked and called out, Hey, Raven!" Irene's eyes were gradually filled with resentment as he saw the family flag. He exclaimed in his heart, "The Brisa family. They are the ones who framed my family." Irene, at this moment, momentarily lost control and released his mana. Sarek immediately reminded him, "Hey," her hand intertwined with his to calm him down. Irene glanced to the side, then suppressed his hatred. "I know. There's no time for this today." The two turned and walked away. Right then, Sophia suddenly called out loudly to Irene, "Wait. You the one over there. You just glared at me, you piece of trash mercenary. Kneel down immediately." Jordy's group panicked. Good exclaimed, Hey! It seems we didn't leave fast enough." At this moment, a knight next to Sophia tried to remind her, "Miss Sophia, if you behave so recklessly, you will be," but she turned and snapped at him, "You dare interrupt me, head knight." Then she pointed at Irene. "I order you to seize them and force them to kneel immediately." Immediately after, the knights could only reluctantly comply. They were about to seize Irene. Immediately, one knight was controlled by Isla's hand. Another knight's face was tripped by him and fell. Then Isla threw the other knights far away. Sophia's jaw dropped as she watched the scene. Geordie's group was no better, their expressions filled with disbelief. In a short time Isla had single-handedly dealt with 3 knights. He stood in front of Irene and said coldly, "If you dare to lay a hand on him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Then his hand reached for the 2 swords at his waist. Sophia was now pale, her whole body trembling, but she still tried to resist with her status. "What do you mean? I am the daughter of a count," Isla declared clearly. "I don't care about your lineage." She now had tears and snot all over her face, her expression a mix of anger and fear. Irene now ran out to intervene. "Stop it, Elkin!" But Isla had already thrust his sword forward. At this moment, the slash had been delivered, but it was blocked by the head knight next to the carriage. Irene immediately stopped to observe the situation. The head knight now calmly said, "I beg your forgiveness, warrior of Vanvas." Isla silently looked at his opponent. As for Sophia, she had rolled onto the ground, her whole body filthy, as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Vanvas? What?" The head knight sheathed his sword and explained, "They come from the far south and are knights from a land of turmoil called Vanvas. They are knights who possess astonishing strength, and they will kill anyone who dares to draw their sword against their master, whether they are nobles or royalty." As he spoke, he glanced back at his arrogant young lady. Sophia now covered her mouth, her eyes wide, speechless. He continued, "You still have much to learn about the world, my lady, so don't be too arrogant about your lineage." Then the head knight turned to Isla and smiled, saying, "However, your skills are truly astonishing. Can you tell me your name?" He still had a cold expression. "I have no intention of telling you my name." These words made the 2 on this side momentarily stunned. Then Sophia jumped into the carriage as fast as lightning, not forgetting to threaten, "I'll tell my father about this." Irene watched her go, thinking the Brisa family, commander of the Knights Filmo. "When I was young, I remembered him as an outstanding warrior and wished to be like him. The fact that he could block Isla's attack," he sighed. "It's truly a disgrace to serve under Count Brisa." A moment later, the group of 6 was on their way again. Geordie exclaimed to Isla, "You really surprised me. Are you really a knight from Vanvas?" Sala sidled up to him and said, "Teach me that throwing move you just used." "Teach me well." Seeing her clinging to Isla like that, Good could only feel speechless. Then with a displeased expression, he thought, because he is a knight from Vanvas, he won't listen to someone weaker than him. This means he glanced at Irene again and guessed, this person is much stronger. Good also had to laugh bitterly at Geordie. "Your intuition really doesn't disappoint, Geordie," he replied confidently, "didn't I tell you?" Then Sala's happy voice was heard. "We can see it. The territory of Rudel." A moment later the scene changes to inside the mansion of Count Brisa. Talon sat with his chin in his hand and asked, "I see, so you want to enlist with me, Rudel?" Below were the 6 of them, Irene's group. Geordie immediately replied, "That's right, but we are professional warriors." Sala continued, "We get paid to defeat enemies. That's our job," Good said. "We don't agree to become loyal dogs." Rutail heard this and agreed. "Well, of course, you really possess the skills you just mentioned." Then, he turned his gaze to the 3 of them, Irene's group. "The 3 standing behind you too, right?" At this moment, he closed his eyes, silent, not looking at his opponent for fear that his hatred would rise again. Rutail continued then, "Allow me to test you a little. I will give you the task of hunting monsters at the border of the territory I currently rule in the village of Mon." Irene, hearing this name, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression stunned. He exclaimed in his heart, "Monza," he said, then he gritted his teeth in resentment. "In the village of Monza, that village is my hometown. It's the land that the Van family once ruled." A moment later the scene changes to the village of Monza. The monsters just kept coming like a tide. Geordie seriously dealt with them one by one. Sala also swung her sword gracefully. Good with a powerful slash cut a monster in half. The knights standing beside them couldn't help but show their stunned expressions. At this moment, a beautiful and exquisite spear appeared. The monster immediately fell at that person's feet. Isla fought fiercely and relentlessly. He single-handedly dealt with the largest monster. The knights beside him had even more exaggerated and admiring expressions. A moment later Isla turned back, but another giant beast appeared behind him. It opened its wide mouth, about to bite down, but Isla calmly looked up. Immediately Irene appeared, jumped on the bear's head and stabbed it. Then he quickly landed on the ground. As the monster went berserk with pain, Irene calmly held his sword and charged. Then he swung his hand and slashed hard. Blood from the monster splattered everywhere. The expressions of the 2 knights at this moment showed their horror. The slashes in the air were like lightning. Behind the red meat was a mystical blue pupil. Sorek stood among the monster corpses. Beside her were delicious-looking pieces of meat. There was a little blood on Sorek's face, making her look even colder. The 2 knights were now sweating cold sweat all over. Some time later the farmers were able to go back to the fields to plant rice. Sala was in the middle of a very excited celebration, exclaiming, "Aha! Did you see that?" The expressions on those knights' faces when they saw our strength. Their faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to say anything else. Geordie chimed in, "Well, it was mainly watching those 3, no, rather watching Sun." Good laughed and said, "Anyway, we definitely in." "Geordie, it's a good thing we on the same team, Raven." He was about to say something happy, but then he saw Irene's thoughtful and sad expression. Geordie then asked seriously, "What's wrong, Raven? You don't look very happy." Irene replied thoughtfully, "No, I'm worried about the villagers here. At this moment, the villagers were still trying to farm. Irene looked out and wondered, are they that poor? The current farmers of this village, Jordy replied, but they were not farmers. This made both Irene and Isla look at him. Jordy continued to explain they have no property and no freedom, no they are slaves. Irene had a disbelieving expression and exclaimed, what? Both Isla and Sorek also waited for an answer. Good then continued, currently most of Sasaki is in this state. When that idiot Brisa bought this land, he invested most of his assets in it. And to get that money back, he imposed a heavy tax policy on the people in the territory. But that still wasn't enough, and in the end, he established a serfdom system. That day, everything they owned except for food was taken away. They are just slaves being exploited by a damn pig who is already rich but still greedy. As he spoke, he took a sip of beer to wash away the bitterness. Sala now nudged him and reminded him, hey, don't talk so loud. What if the knights hear you? Good laughed bitterly. The oh-so-great knights won't come to this dump. Irene now gritted his teeth in resentment. Isla couldn't help but curse, you piece of trash. Irene clenched his fist, thinking to himself this never happened before. At least in this village when father was still. When the Van family was here, at that time the whole family was happy together. When he was still Zivan, he was very happy to be loved by his parents. Returning to the present, Irene could only bow his head in silence. Suddenly a rain began to fall. Sala held out her hand to catch it and exclaimed, oh, it's raining. Irene, with an unclear expression, pushed himself up from the table. When they saw him walking away, they were bewildered.
Jordy called out, hey!
Where are you going, Raven? It's raining. Irene didn't turn back and just told everyone, leave me alone for a while. Isla and Sorek seemed to understand what he was thinking and just silently watched him go. The rain fell harder and harder. Irene just walked in the rain for a long time. A moment later he arrived at a building that had been destroyed, no longer in its original beautiful shape. His eyes lowered, seeing something. It was the flag of his family from his past life. At this moment it was burnt and discarded on the ground like a piece of rag. At this moment Irene stood alone in front of the old, dilapidated house. His eyes lowered, looking at his family's flag, which was almost completely burnt. Sorek now appeared behind him and said, so, this is the Van family where you grew up. He turned back and said, son, I told you to leave me alone for a while. Sorek then replied, I was worried about you. He heard this and was momentarily surprised. She continued, since we came to Sasaki you've been acting very strange. We are contract fakes, connected through our souls. Or am I mistaken? Irene heard this and his expression became sad again. Then he walked forward. At this moment he stood before 3 graves. Sorek asked, are those the graves of your family members? Irene replied, my father Gray Van, my brother Rich Van, and my mother Sina. But, since the members of the Van family were accused of treason, there's no way Thailand or the Brisa clan would have built these graves. What the hell? Right then, a person appeared with a pair of tattered pants. Who are you? Irene turned back. It was a bearded man with 2 round glasses, a hat and a torn shirt, also soaked in the rain. Irene guessed in his mind a commoner. No, this person is. He was stunned to realize something. Irene remembered seeing him in his past life. The butler of the Van family, Mr. Rameda. As he approached the graves, he asked, did you come to laugh at the graves of the traitors of the Van family? I served them for a very long time. Even now, my master has never changed. Ellen bowed his head in silence. Then he tried to speak. I heard that the head of the Van Gray family was a proud warrior who always protected his people. I don't believe they committed treason. There must have been some mistake. Romelda looked surprised for a moment, then bowed his head, trembling, and replied, is that so? Thank you. The two stood facing each other for a while. Then, Ellen spoke again. Were you the one who made these graves? Romelda replied, yes I was. I wanted to give them a proper farewell. They were all wonderful people. Lord Grey always said that there should be no difference between a lord and his people, and that the only difference between them was their role. His son, Rich, followed in his father's footsteps. He was a brave warrior. I saw him risk his life countless times to protect the villagers from monsters. And his wife, Sino, gave food to the villagers every time the harvest failed. She even helped the remaining villagers plow the fields. The 3 of them were wonderful people. But everything changed when their son, Rich, went to the Brisa family and delivered a letter to them. Ellen, who had been listening with emotion, was suddenly stunned. Utterly bewildered, he quickly asked, wait, you delivered the letter to them, not Raven Van? Romelda's expression became confused. Raven Van, who is that? It was as if a bomb went off in Ellen's head. He lost his composure, grabbed the man's shoulders, and yelled, the second son of the Van family, Raven Van. There's no way you don't know him. Romelda shouted back in protest. What are you talking about? The Van family has no second son. Rich and Sino, their family only had 3 members. Why would you say such a thing? Ellen was completely bewildered, his whole body trembling violently. So, Raven Van doesn't exist in this world. He could no longer stand firm, his vision blurred. Then restoring the Van family, if no one survived, then all my struggles, my purpose. No, in the end. What the hell am I? All the images of his efforts and his past life shattered in Ellen's memory. He clutched his head and cried out in agony. Sodex, alarmed, reached out, but it was too late. Ellen fell to his knees, letting out a wretched scream. His body trembled uncontrollably, making Sodex extremely worried. All it could do now was sit silently beside him. Romelda, finding the man too strange, hurried away. But at that moment someone else was watching the situation from behind a broken wall. It was none other than Isla. He too was sitting there, stunned. Ellen, unable to calm down, stammered, why am I Sodex? Could only sit and hold him, trying to comfort him. The rain still showed no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, at the carriage escorting that bitch Sophia, angry shouts rang out. Those insolent mercenaries. I'll make them pay. I'll gouge out their eyes and make them crawl on the ground like dogs. She ground her teeth in anger, biting her nails, and then will force them to work as slaves until they die. The head knight Filmo reminded her from outside, Lady Sophia, you being too loud. The bitch screamed, I am royalty. I am a count's daughter. Do they think I'll forgive what they did in Sizek? My father will agree to anything I ask. Just then, a bearded man appeared with a terrifying smile, muttering, haha, seems I've found two fools I can make use of. The scene changes to evening, screams echo through the air. Demons? The demons are here. Monsters were swarming in. The head knight stepped forward and sliced off the heads of several of them. He handled a few of them on his own. But then Filmo glanced behind him and saw a beast charging at him. Instantly, he swung his sword. The servants watching from the side were full of admiration. He did it! As expected of Sir Filmo, one of Sizek's finest knights. After dealing with the monster, Filmo started to break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Even after I cut off its head, it didn't stop. He noticed the head was still growling on the ground. The sight of a disembodied head growling was incredibly bizarre. Just then, the circular mark on the monster's forehead began to glow. Filmo immediately stomped on it with great force. He then walked up the stairs. The servants bowed respectfully. It is an honor to be visited by the head knight and the young lady. A moment later he arrived before a door and called out, Lady Sophia, have you taken care of them? Suddenly Filmo's expression grew grim. The bearded man from before was there, wearing a grotesque smile. Well, how are you, brave soldier of Sizek, head knight Filmo? At that moment Sophia, who had been captured and gagged, was struggling to cry out, but couldn't. The man had tied her up tightly and locked her in a cage, warning, be a little quieter, won't you? Or her head will fly. Filmo surveyed the surroundings. The bodies of several people beheaded lay gruesomely on the floor. He was shocked. The 3 specially selected guards were all massacred without making a sound. And Lady Sophia, who the hell is this monster? Filmo, sweating profusely, asked, what do you want? Money. The bearded man just kept smiling sinisterly. It's all for the grand plan. I won't reveal anything more to a puny insect like you. You don't need to know about it. Anyway, since I can use you and that foolish Brissa, I'll be able to capture the one I want without any effort. Filmo quickly spoke up, I don't care what happens to me. Let Lady Sophia go. The man laughed. You've got a sharp tongue, don't you? Very well then. He pointed to his own eyes and said, both of your eyes, gouge them out for me. Filmo was once again stunned. The bearded man then brought his fingers to Sophia's eyes. If you don't hurry. As he spoke, he pressed his fingers in hard, causing her to writhe in silent agony. The bearded man continued, I will take them from this bitch instead. Sophia had lost all of her arrogant demeanor. Tears began to stream down her face. Her eyes were squeezed shut as the man's fingers pressed down. Just then a spray of blood erupted. The bearded man was so surprised his jaw dropped. Filmo held something out in his hand, 2 eyeballs. His own eyes were closed shut, blood streaming from the empty sockets. He then asked, is this enough? The other man burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! So you re that loyal, are you? Is this the knight's oath? How amusing. However, you re a fool. While Filmo couldn't see, a human head flew towards him, trailing blood. Filmo, confused and unaware of what was happening, caught a human head in his hand. Filmo's mouth opened in a silent, furious scream. He then raised his sword, ready for a life or death battle with his opponent. But he was immediately cut in half by a swing of the bearded man's axe. The man then turned back with a sinister smile. There's no way a blind man could beat me, you barbarian. You re a fool for taking orders from this useless bitch. But now you'll have an excellent new master. As he spoke, he raised a scepter with a purple gem on it. The gem began to glow, emitting a strange power that shone down on the corpses of Filmo and Sophia. The 2 corpses began to transform. They started to rise as if becoming new undead beings. The severed body parts were reattached by the strange power. A moment later, within the light, the 2 of them began to get up. The bearded man was extremely pleased with his creation. He smiled brightly. From now on, you are my puppets. At that moment, 2 sinister fangs appeared at the corners of their mouth. They both knelt before the bearded man and said in unison, everything is as you wish, Master Talvin. On the back of their necks, a purple circular symbol appeared, glowing just like the one on the monster Filmo had slain earlier. The scene changes back to Jordy's group at the inn. They were discussing amongst themselves. Hey, what happened to Ilan? Ever since that rainy day, he hasn't left his room at all. Did he say anything to you guys? Isla remained silent inside. Ellen was still unable to accept the truth that he didn't exist in this life. Sodex sat silently beside him. The scene shifts back to the bearded man's mansion. He asked, so, what about the strength of those 6 mercenaries? A knight knelt and replied, they are all top-tier mercenaries. However, there is a small problem. Hearing this, the man looked puzzled. Back with Ellen, a new plate of food had been brought in by Sodex, but the old one remained untouched by him. Sodex, with a sad expression, called out, Ellen, you have to eat at least a little. But Ellen was still clutching his head in despair. He mumbled Raven Van doesn't exist here. And the Van family is gone. His whole body trembled. Then what the hell am I? What am I living for?
Tell me, Sodex.
Sodex could only remain silent. Then, in the rain, someone whispered, I'm sorry, Ellen. The scene changes to a magnificent opulent mansion. Count Brisa was contemplating something with some diamonds in his hand. Lately, Sophia's gaze has been so cold he was the Lord of Sizek, Count Brisa. The knights below looked worried.
No, that's not it, my lord. Oh, really? Count Brisa suddenly exclaimed. That's right.
I'll give Sophia another gemstone. One so expensive it could become part of the Midran royal treasury. Then his expression suddenly turned grim. For this reason we must raise taxes. At that point someone tried to speak up, my lord, about that, but he continued, those who don't pay will be turned into serfs. They'll have to fend for themselves. Talon, our most important vassal, will also support this new policy. The knight couldn't help but feel speechless. Just then, another knight ran in with a panicked expression. My lord, Lady Sophia and Sir Filmo have returned. Hearing this, Count Brisa cheered happily. He rushed outside calling Sophia. Sophia! He stopped abruptly, his face a mask of shock. Sophia had become the bearded man's puppet. She was wearing a tight off-the-shoulder dress. The slit in her skirt went all the way up her thigh. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and heavy sharp makeup. Beside her was Filmo. She spoke in a robotic voice, hello dear father. Filmo, with an equally strange expression, added, we have returned. Count Brisa's cheeks flushed with surprise. His whole body trembled perversely as he noticed Sophia's ample chest. He thought to himself, what's going on? They're reacting differently than usual. Just then Filmo spoke, my lord, a troublesome matter has arisen. This is an important topic, so I ask that you have the others withdraw. Immediately, the knights inside were sent out inside. Count Brisa sat on his throne and hurriedly asked about the situation. Well, what happened? Filmo replied, to put it simply, one of the lords of Elmar, Talon, is planning a rebellion. Count Brisa was utterly stunned. What? Filmo continued, they tried to take Lady Sophia hostage, and we were also attacked in the mountains. And recently they've been hiring a large number of mercenaries. It would be better if we moved first. Otherwise, things will get very complicated. Hearing these words, Brisa gritted his teeth in confusion. This can't be, he's my closest vassal. Then, with sweat pouring down his face, he thought, however, Filmo is one of Sisek's strongest warriors and my most loyal subordinate. There's no way he would give a false report. Suddenly, Filmo brought out a sack and threw a human head out in front of Count Brisa. Not just one, but 3 heads were inside. Count Brisa screamed in terror. Filmo spoke again. These 3 were killed by Talon's assassins. And although I managed to save the young lady, she was also tied up and humiliated. As Filmo spoke, Sophia stepped forward, revealing a scratch on her upper arm. Seeing this was like a lightning bolt striking Count Brisa. Sophia stepped forward and hugged him tightly, sobbing, Father, do something, please protect me. The perverted old man's cheeks flushed from the contact with his daughter. Seeing her beautiful tears fall, he thought to himself, my daughter, I will definitely protect you. Later, under the pouring rain, the knights were assembled. Count Brisa's loud cry rang out, our enemy is the house of Talon. To protect our honor, and to protect Sophia, all troops, advance. He was now wearing armor, personally leading the troops, looking incredibly majestic. The knights below also continuously pumped their fists in the air, showing their morale. Sophia hugged Count Brisa's arm tightly and cried out, Father, you are the best father in the world. I love you. Brisa wore a foolish, happy smile. At that moment, within the army, the bearded man laughed, ha ha ha, my mistake. Thanks to you the evidence will be destroyed. Talon then, deep in the forest, loud noises could be heard. Jordy's group, who were walking, turned back in alarm. Damn it. What the hell is that? Sarah was being wrapped by something slimy. It was the tongue of a giant monster. She was being bound by it then. The monster shot out more of its long tongues. Just like that, 2 tongues wrapped tightly around the arms of the other 2, leaving them unable to resist. Now all 3 of them were tied up together.
Damn it!
It opened its mouth, about to swallow the closest person, Sarah. Just then Isla appeared and quickly drew his sword. He rushed forward and cut the giant tongues, freeing everyone. His expression was incredibly determined and calm. Shout rang out, Isla! He charged straight at the monster again. He swung his sword, cutting the monster's tongues to pieces. Later, back at the inn, Sala's group was in shock. That was, you really saved our lives back there, Isla. Jordy laughed in admiration. As expected of a Vanva's knight, you're on a whole different level. Sala added, one day I'd really like to go to Vanvas with you. Isla remained expressionless, just quietly focusing on his meal. He then noticed his spoon, and looked out at the rice fields, which were beginning to give off the scent of ripe grain. At that moment, a memory surfaced. A huge fire was raging in a field. He attacked all the wicked men. After the fight, Isla dropped his 2 swords. He just stood there staring blankly at the scene. Everyone was lying on the ground, not getting up again. Around him, fires still smoldered. Isla's face was blank as if he had lost everything. A single tear of blood trickled from his eye. Back in the present, Isla just replied quietly, it's the same, whether in Vanvas or here. Sala's group looked at his unusually strange expression in surprise. Then Gud turned and exclaimed, I'm really surprised we ran into that monster. Jordy added, if we were a step slower, we would have been done for. If we could become official soldiers for some family, life would be much easier. Like, the most talked about topic right now, the Pendragon family for example. Isla, who was eating, heard that and startled, spitting out a mouthful of rice. Sarah exclaimed excitedly, because of the hero of Lurs, right? He defeated all the orc pirates that attacked Governor Seguna's mansion. The three of them continued to chat in front of Isla, making him increasingly nervous, sweat covering his face. I heard they treat their soldiers really well there. I also heard the Duke is very handsome. Gud covered his face in exasperation. She's starting to act like that again, damn it. Geordie turned to him excitedly and asked, what do you think, Elkin? Isla just trembled for a moment, while Gud suddenly exclaimed, I have no intention of becoming a dog for anyone. Don't you see how pathetic Sizek is? The nobles and lords in this domain have no skills other than exploiting the people, a bunch of worthless scum. I'd rather go back to being a bandit than work for someone like that. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and took a swig of beer. Sarah turned to Isla and said, see, he used to be a bandit. Geordie explained, but the ones who ruled this domain before were the Vanta family. It seems things weren't like this back then. Isla looked at Geordie in shock. Geordie continued, I heard they opposed the serfdom of Luthalan and the Brisa clan. I've also heard that the Lord himself led his troops to fight monsters and protect his people, and that he was a warrior full of honor. Gud listened to this and became pensive, while Sarah added, but don't all the people of Luthalan say that the Vanna family are a bunch of traitors? Geordie then said, I don't know the details of why they were charged with treason. I only know that after that incident, their reputation was tarnished. But in the village of Monza, there are still many people who say they were wise and benevolent lords. Just then, while looking at his spoon, Isla said a warrior full of honor. Then the boy remembered Irene's earlier appearance. Suddenly, it was as if he realized something. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. A knight rode up shouting at the group mercenaries, listen up. Gather at the Lutailinze mansion immediately. The foolish Brisa are marching this way. All four of them looked towards that direction in confusion. At that moment, Count Brisa's army was still marching on the road. The flag of the Brisa family was raised high. Just then Isla rushed back towards the inn. Without bothering to knock, he pushed the door open forcefully. Inside, Soldrake was comforting Irene. Isla took off his rain-soaked helmet and said, Pendragon, it's time to move out. Irene, still subdued, asked, is it an order from Tylan? His soldiers just delivered the message. If we don't act, he'll be killed, and our investigation into the assassination attempt on Prince Scene will all be for nothing. Isla then said loudly, so we have to. Suddenly, he asked again why. Isla was stunned. Irene covered his face in anguish. I'm not Pendragon, and I'm not Raven, so what does any of that have to do with me? What's the purpose of this battle? What is it? The more he spoke, the lower his head sank. There's no reason to fight anymore. Just then, a loud thud echo. Isla had punched Irene hard. This startled Soldrake. Irene was knocked to the floor. Isla then pulled him up by the collar. He leaned in close to Irene's face and said, the man I decided to follow, Irene Pendragon, is just a weakling like this. At that moment, his face was filled with indignation as he questioned him. Irene looked at the person in front of him in a daze and uttered, Isla. He had never seen him like this before, so he was completely bewildered. Isla. Just then, Isla stood up and said with resignation, you don't normally act like this. I've felt it since we came to Sizek, Irene. He looked at him in confusion. Isla continued, there's always been something bothering you since we came here. I've also thought a lot about it. This wretched Sizek and my homeland, Vamvas, are very similar. He recounted Vamvas as a domain composed of a chaotic patchwork of lands. Because of that, it's a place of endless, incessant warfare. And because of the insatiable greed and conservatism of the lords of the various domains, countless civilians and soldiers have had to sacrifice themselves. Just like Sizek is now. Irene was completely stunned to hear this. Isla fell silent, then continued his story. The more enemies I killed one after another, the less I could find a reason to fight, and in the end I left. He clenched his fists around his two swords. I lost my will to live under the name of a Vanvas knight. Until I met you, Pendragon. Irene was even more astonished. Just as you said after our battle, I am your sword, and you are my master. But that doesn't mean we aren't equals. It's just that our roles are different, that's all. At that time, Irene had smiled and said that to him. You defeated me so thoroughly I had to submit, and then you said those words. You were the first person to do so. Then Isla sat down in front of him and placed his sword down. That is why I, Elkin Isla, swore to become your sword. His expression was incredibly serious and determined. Irene was still in a daze. A moment later he turned his face away helplessly. Even so, it's fine. Then he clenched his teeth and thought to himself, the Vanda family and Ziv and Vanda are no more. Isla, seeing his dispirited state, pulled him by the collar again and shouted, Pendragon. Then he paused for a moment. Then he suddenly uttered the name, Raven. Irene looked at him in shock. Seeing his unwavering face, Isla explained, on that rainy day something happened, and I don't know what it was. I don't know what your relationship is with the Vanda family, but they were the only ones on this rotten land who protected their people. I heard. They were warriors full of honor. When you chose to fight the Centaur army alone, I felt the exact same way. He let go of Irene's collar, then looked at Soldrake and said, so let me ride the griffin she gave me once more. Then, he excitedly pulled Irene's collar again and said loudly, you are Irene Pendragon, and you have the power to change the world. Even this rotten sissock. At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in Irene's eyes. Then he thought to himself, that's right, even if the Vanna family is gone, their wishes still live on inside me. Images of his past battles, of being warmly welcomed and sent off by everyone, flashed in his mind. Uzla then raised his fist. How much longer are you going to let your sword rust? I won't forgive you. With that, he was about to throw a punch. But just then, a clashing sound rang out, causing Soldrake, who was about to rush in and stop him, to freeze. Isla looked ahead in astonishment. Just then Irene had blocked the blow. Then he gritted his teeth and began to laugh. This made Uzla a bit confused. Irene then said, you really don't talk much, but you talk every day, don't you, Isla? At that moment he had a radiant smile. Isla also grinned happily. Then he smiled happily and replied, you too. You look unusually haggard today, Pendragon. The two of them started talking to each other again very cheerfully. Irene stood up and said, I don't want to hear you say that. A burst of laughter rang out, leaving Soldrake unable to process what was happening. Irene then automatically walked to the dining table and picked up a piece of bread. Then he called out again, son. While eating, he said the dragon armor. Just Soldrake wore a happy smile. Very quickly, a ray of light shone into the room. Outside the window, the sky had begun to show a glimmer of light. The three of them, Geordie's group, were standing together. Gud spoke up, I'm not participating. Javen probably won't either. After all, with Tylan is of no use. Geordie sighed. He's made the lord of the domain his enemy. I have to agree with that decision. Just then, a pair of exquisite boots appeared. The sound made all three of them turn around in surprise. Irene appeared and said, Humfif, sorry to keep you waiting, Geordie. Geordie couldn't help but be stunned. Raven, all three of them stared at him as if he were an alien. Was now wearing the dragon armor, looking incredibly majestic, with a calm, angelic demeanor. He said to Tylan's domain, bring the horses. Irene, who had appeared out of nowhere, was radiating a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. In his hand was still the familiar black sword that had accompanied him in battle for so long. Irene's sudden appearance made the space quieter than ever. He stood alone, clad in his battle attire, his familiar sword in hand, under the brilliant sunset, basking in the brightest halo of light. The three of them, Geordie and Sarah, stood before him, staring in stunned silence. Irene walked step by step towards them, greeting them as he went. Sorry to keep you waiting, Geordie. He was so surprised his eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face. He could only think to himself, what's with the air around him? He's like a noble. Even Sarah was no less surprised. Her heart pounded, and she didn't dare move an inch. She also noticed that the air around Irene radiated a much more noble feeling than before. Gud was the most surprised. He even stared at him without blinking, both in admiration and awe. Back when I was a thief, I saw countless high-quality items. However, I've never seen a piece of armor of this quality. The reason they were so surprised was not just the aura Irene radiated, but also the value and uniqueness of the battle attire he was wearing. Was this very point that made them doubt and ask the question, is he really a mercenary? Irene seemed not to care what they thought and directly gave the order, to Tylan's domain. Bring the horses. As soon as Irene finished speaking, the three of them suddenly shouted, What? Geordie couldn't understand Irene's next move and asked nervously, Are you planning to join forces with Tylan? Gud and Sarah were no less worried. Don't you know Tylan has made an enemy of the Lord? Even if we participate, we won't gain anything. On the contrary, that rotten family will. But he didn't care in the slightest, only asking nonchalantly, Is that so? Because for him, that still wasn't the worst case scenario. But letting him die now would be a nuisance. Horses. The horses were ready. Irene decisively mounted his horse, ready to charge into battle, affirming to the three of them, This is my battle. I have no intention of dragging you into it. Before leaving, Irene still turned around and politely said goodbye. Take care. With that, he spurred his horse and rode off without looking back. Irene had already galloped a long way ahead before Isla and Soldrake mounted their horses. The other three only belatedly realized and questioned in a panic, Hey, are you serious? Isla, already seated on his horse, glanced at them. He declared, I am his sword. This also meant that no matter where Irene went or what he did, he would follow. The two of them spurred their horses and quickly rode off, to the astonishment of the others. The three of them stood there in a daze, watching the last two people step by step into the smoke and fire. Sarah's whole body trembled as she watched the heroic Irene charge forward with his two right-hand men. For a moment, her heart was moved, and she couldn't bear to let them go alone. She decisively called out, Wait. Irene's body nimbly climbed onto the horse next to her. The scene surprised Gud so much that his eyes widened and his mouth hung open uncontrollably. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He let out a curse, That redhead is crazy. But unexpectedly, Geordie had the same thought as Sarah. It's true. After we defeated that monster, we owe them. Geordie also quickly mounted his horse, deciding to follow Sarah as a way to repay Irene, to Gud's astonishment. The reason Geordie made such a decision was not just to repay his debt of gratitude to Irene, but also an inner impulse. He will definitely not regret it. Moreover, I have a feeling that if we go our separate ways now, we will surely regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Geordie spurred his horse and rode off, leaving Gud standing alone and bewildered in the empty field with a horse. Gud seemed to still be pondering, uncertain of which way to go, to follow them or to go his own way. He stood there listlessly for a long time. Although he was unwilling, compared to not being able to carry everything on his own to go his own way. He would rather grit his teeth and endure a little than, damn it. Damn you all, you bunch of idiots. After a while of riding like the wind, Irene and his two right-hand men finally arrived at their destination. The sky was also dyed red by the brilliant sunset of the afternoon. Moreover, the space was not only filled with the red of the sky but also the red of the smoke and fire that soared to the heavens, burning fiercely and incinerating an entire region. Irene was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Isla didn't dare to act rashly, so he asked for his opinion first. What do you think of this conflict, Pendragon? Irene suddenly turned his head to look at him without saying anything. His eyes were deep and unpredictable, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Irene didn't pay much attention and returned to the main issue. Normally Brisa wouldn't declare war so suddenly, and it seems Talon's soldiers are also very confused about this. He offered his temporary speculation. There's a high probability that someone else has a hand in this battle, and that person is the one who wants to wipe out Talon. His expression became increasingly grim as he kept thinking about the unfavorable scenarios. Perhaps I don't know if it's the person behind the assassination attempt on Prince Scene, Saguna, or someone of higher status. Irene hadn't given the order yet, but Isla was already eager to fight. He took out his treasured twin swords from his waist, preparing to join the battle. Unexpectedly, before his hand could make the next move, Irene already knew what he was about to do and advised him. Don't kill the soldiers recklessly. I guess they were just following their lord's orders. Isla turned to look at him with a mixture of surprise and astonishment. But soon after, he understood Irene's intention. The three of them turned their heads and switched to another path, spurring their horses towards the burning castle not far away. However, when they arrived, what greeted them made them so astonished their eyes widened in disbelief. The castle had been devastated to the point where it was hard to recognize its original shape. Outside soldiers were still continuously attacking. The catastrophic scene was like World War I. Isla exclaimed, "We were too late." Irene, still not giving up, objected, "No, they were still attacking." He guessed that there must be a hidden story behind this. Moreover, the Talon I know, he said to Isla, Roof Talon is not one to sacrifice himself for honor. Irene took the lead and gave the order, the three of us will split up to find him. But before the horse could run more than a few meters, a voice was heard calling from a distance, Irene. Unexpectedly, the three of them, Geordie's group, had chased them all the way here. Sarah led the way calling out. Irene looked at them, surprised and amazed. Our numbers have increased. Isla was no less astonished. Irene praised him, as expected of a Vanvas knight. You earned their trust quickly. Receiving such high praise from his leader, Isla was naturally very happy. With more people, they seemed to have gained more strength and energy, spurring their horses forward. Geordie's group of three also joined the attack, following the six of them. They charged deep into the burnt-out castle. Smoke and fire billowed up, making it hard to escape. Irene and his powerful warhorse broke through, leaping over the burning out-of-control gate. The image of one man and one horse was majestic and awe-inspiring, their spirit soaring to the heavens. The soldiers continued to attack the fortified castle, burning everything around them wherever they went. Amidst that battlefield of smoke and fire, the savage, uncontrolled laughter of a madman in power echoed. "Look, Sophia!" Count Brisa sat on a high platform, holding his little daughter in his arms, contentedly watching the vast land, including the castle, sink into a sea of fire. His madness seemed to intensify as he witnessed thousands of lives being lost before his eyes, yet he could still laugh as if he had never laughed before. The fate of those who dare to mess with my daughter, that despicable Ruftalin. As for Sophia, she gracefully embraced her pot-bellied father, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. My wise and brave father. No matter what sweet words she spoke, she didn't hesitate to say them, just to achieve her wicked goals. I love you so much. Inside the castle, everything was burned to the point where its original form was unrecognizable. The guards were either killed or suffocated by the poisonous smoke. Bodies were scattered everywhere in the castle, in every corner. Three of Talon's soldiers, who had luckily escaped death thanks to their martial arts skills, still dared to face Count Brisa. Crush them. But he had his minions. He wasn't afraid of those small fries at all. On the contrary, he taunted them. You bastards, my mercenaries. You still alive, huh? Unfortunately, before they could even rejoice, they were swiftly dealt with by a familiar sword. Irene lightly passed by them as if taking a stroll. Irene didn't care about them at all, focusing solely on his main objective. I don't have time to deal with these insects. I have to find Talon quickly. One of the soldiers who suddenly appeared also had a sword pointed at him. Isla still handled him neatly, without any hindrance. In no time he was lying at his feet amidst the sea of fire. All around the soldiers were all unconscious. They lay scattered on the ground. Isla silently looked around, as if pondering something. Of course they weren't all dead yet, because his twin swords were still sheathed. Just then a mysterious man spoke in a low voice, attracting his attention. Why didn't you kill them? The man was wearing a military uniform similar to the ones the men Isla had just defeated were wearing. In his hand he held a long gleaming sword. Hearing the voice, Isla was startled and turned his head. It was Filmo. Not only was he not afraid of death, but he even wore that military uniform and came before him to challenge and provoke him. You're too soft for a Van Vaz knight. That's right. Illa's attitude wasn't entirely clear, just a little surprised that he would appear here. Yuri, the one from before. But in his heart he already knew who he was. He was once a member of the Knightly Order. He knew his identity better than anyone, captain of the Knightly Order. Suddenly his eyes hardened, as if he had paused at something strange. Isla showed no respect for this captain, directly drawing his sword from its sheath. The gleaming sharp sword, for the first time, got to see the world and experience a real battle, bathed in blood and flesh, without the protection of its scabbard, which fell freely to the ground. Isla seemed to have made up his mind to have a decisive battle with the person before him. He was once again lost in thought, unsure of the identity of the person before him. Who are you? Because if he was the captain of the Knightly Order, he couldn't be pointing his sword at him like this. The man showed no restraint. Even when he questioned him, he didn't stop his attack. In another place, an equally fierce battle was taking place. Soldrake, with magic in her hands, could deal with multiple people at once with just a wave of her hand. But unexpectedly, besides the soldiers, there were also monsters participating. Soldrake also found it strange not knowing what was going on. Fortunately, Soldrake's powerful magic took care of the disobedient monsters. However, they weren't completely dead. Although their heads had fallen and blood had flowed long ago, their bodies still trembled. They just didn't have the strength to bite people anymore. And over here, Geordie was also working hard to eliminate their other teammates. With every swing of his sword, a head fell. The number of monsters appearing inside and outside the castle was too great. Relying on just the three of them, Geordie's group certainly couldn't control them. Sarah was extremely surprised by their strange presence. Hey, how the hell are there monsters in the domain? They don't even die after being beheaded. Geordie knew they were no match for them. If they insisted on fighting, they would soon lose due to exhaustion. So he signaled to them, forget them. The three of them managed to escape the pursuit of the monsters, climbing to the upper floor to search for Tylan. Irene on this side was also facing one of the monsters in the domain. The monster, of course, was also beheaded by Irene. However, on its head, besides the flowing blood, there was also a strange symbol that lit up like a sigil. Irene also found it strange. A monster that still moves after being beheaded. He suspected that the Brisa family's sudden attack. He silently looked at the monster's corpse lying before him, not being consumed by the flames, and sighed to himself. Just as I predicted. There's someone behind all of this. Irene looked towards the staircase not far away. Everything was already engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames and its embers enveloped the entire castle uncontrollably. Then suddenly from the upper floor, a familiar voice echoed. For a mercenary, you're pretty strong, aren't you? In an instant, Irene's eyes widened. A large fat man stepped out from the flames, continuing his words. You were attacked by those zombies, but you don't seem to be injured at all. Irene suddenly became much more tense, as if he had met the person who killed him in his previous life again. His voice trembled. This voice, in fact, he was also the psychological shadow of Irene. Words still echoed in his head to this day. How pitiful Zivan. At that time it was his own hand that stepped on Irene, pinning him to the cold ground, and said with contempt, you died before you could be free. While Irene's head was still covered in blood, he showed no mercy, directly grabbing his hair and lifting him up, laughing savagely, reminding him, everything is just a part of someone else's plan. The hand that had personally sent Irene on his way to eternity. Farewell, Zivan. After that, he unceremoniously beheaded him. That tragic scene is still deeply imprinted in Irene's memory to this day. It became his haunting memory. With a severed head full of fresh red blood gushing from his neck and mouth, Irene bowed his head, reluctantly recalling that horrifying memory he didn't want to remember. As for him in the present, he didn't hold back, directly carrying his weapon and declaring, then I'll have to deal with you myself. Besides, he said, killing this person is just clearing the way, not something to be squeamish about, to serve our great plan. Irene finally mobilized his strength again, determined to fight him head on. Bantai in the sea of raging fire, two men faced off, using this one time to settle all the hatred of their past lives. In another corner of the castle, Isla and Filmo were also engaged in a particularly fierce one-on-one duel. Regardless of the smoke and fire that billowed and swallowed everything, Filmo was always the one on the offensive, attacking first. Every sword strike he unleashed helped him gain the upper hand. Although he was very strong, Isla parried every blow very lightly, without any damage. The only thing was it was always him attacking and Isla defending. Even if there were no injuries, he would soon be exhausted. It was unknown how long he could last. The two swords clashed again and again in a battle with no clear winner. However, Isla could also be considered to have an advantage. Because Filmo always struck first, over a long period of time he didn't increase his strength, which led to his power gradually weakening. At this moment, Isla's youth had a great effect. He turned himself back to the offensive, leaning in and pressing his sword down on the ground, to the man's astonishment. Filmo was so angry he trembled, opening his mouth to curse, you little brat. He, not accepting defeat, swung his sword back. Isla unexpectedly retreated, returning to his initial defensive stance. As a result, the man had just swung his sword once, and his cloak was torn in two in an instant. Thanks to that, he was once again superior to his opponent. At this moment he gloated and laughed, Yuri still green. Unexpectedly, this counterattack restored his strength to its original level, as if he hadn't fought a single battle just now. Filmo directly aimed for Isla's head and slashed, laughing loudly as if he had caught a big fish. Got you! Fortunately, with his youth, flexibility, and agility, Isla still managed to smoothly dodge the man's fatal sword strike. Isla unexpectedly tilted his head back, leaning backwards, so the sword strike that Filmo had put all his strength into was useless. The man was so astonished his eyes widened. Isla unexpectedly retreated to create a safe space for himself. At that moment, Filmo was also in a favorable position for Isla to attack from behind. He decisively aimed his sword straight at the man's head. Filmo actually managed to block that surprise attack. It must be said that his reflexes were as fast as a young man like Isla's, just a little more tiring. But it seemed he had forgotten that Isla's weapon was twin swords, which meant that the one sword he blocked was just a distraction for his attention, while the other sword was the real trump card in his hand. Isla took that opportunity to slash across Filmo's body when he couldn't react in time. The man immediately froze on the spot. Isla didn't even give him time to rest or compose himself, but took the opportunity to continue his attack. Isla used his agility to circle above, aiming for the artery on the man's neck and slashing. Fresh blood immediately spurted out like from a slaughtered chicken. Filmo's neck was half severed, blood gushing out like fireworks. His neck was also tilted back to the remaining intact half. This time Filmo was as good as gone. Fearing that wasn't enough to finish him, Isla slashed again just to be sure. Unexpectedly, the man really hadn't had enough. His right hand gripped the sword again as if he had never taken a blow. Then Filmo unexpectedly stabbed straight into Isla's shoulder. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. The man not only stabbed but also drove the sword deeper, causing him so much pain that his sweat mixed with his tears. His teeth clenched together to suppress a scream of pain. In order to protect himself, he was forced to abandon his attack and retreat to a defensive position to prevent the man from stabbing any deeper. The wound on his shoulder was extremely deep, and blood flowed continuously, staining a corner of his cloak red. Isla clutched his injured arm in pain, his face contorted as a way to alleviate the pain in his body. His mouth gasped for breath with difficulty. The unbelievable thing was that Filmo's neck was half severed, but his hands and body were mutated like a zombie. The wound on his hip that Isla had stabbed earlier also healed, just like how a vampire recovers. Moreover, his hand very naturally supported his lifeless head, which was tilted halfway back to its original upright position. Very quickly, the man's head was back to normal, as if it had never been severed. The blood was just a complimentary decoration. Isla, witnessing this scene, was stunned, amazed, and flabbergasted. He couldn't even believe his eyes. It reattached itself. After reattaching his head, he could still speak, just as I thought. Even for an experienced Van Vaz knight, dealing with opponents like this is still unfamiliar, isn't it? Now injured, no longer had the same abundant strength as before. He cursed the strange thing before him with hatred. "You're no longer human, you bastard." Filmo actually spoke in the same way Bantai spoke to Irene. "I have transcended the limits of humanity to serve the great cause. To serve the mighty one." Filmo seemed to have been brainwashed, now just a killing machine being used by others. Every word he spoke mentioned that mysterious figure. "I hold this immortal body to destroy his enemies." Isla asked doubtfully, "A great cause?" The man bowed his head and laughed like a victor, saying, "You don't need to know." He rambled on in the flames, as if being controlled by someone else. "Not me, not you." Isla seemed to understand something, bowing his head and saying softly, "So you're definitely not human." The man was a little surprised when he said that. Filmo looked at Isla with deep, unexpected eyes. What he understood was different from the great things the man said. He said the man was just a puppet. Filmo frowned upon hearing this, showing his dissatisfaction with this conclusion. But he didn't say a word. He actually played the trick of acting first and reporting later, saying nothing and directly charging with his sword to chase and kill Isla. He also refused to lose, immediately raising his sword to retaliate. At the same time, Bantai and Irene on this side were also engaged in an equally fierce battle, evenly matched. The two sides fought back and forth, with neither willing to lose. Every time Irene struck, Bantai also struck. Even in battle, Ban couldn't shake off his habit of provoking others. "How do you know my name? Have we met before? Or have I become that famous?" Irene also refused to lose, retorting, "I have no obligation to answer you." He asserted, "You will die here." Unexpectedly, Bantai still neatly dodged his last blow. He swung his axe in a counterattack, sneering, "You quick, young man." Just when it seemed Irene was done for, the axe landed where Irene was. However, Irene not only didn't die but also blocked Bantai's axe blow, directly stunning him on the spot. He was astonished. He stopped my axe with just one hand. Now, the fire in Irene was completely unleashed. He looked at him with terrifying eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive right there. The fire of anger in Irene completely erupted, and his eyes also became different. It was only known that Irene powerfully swung his sword, sending him flying several meters away. Irene in his own red flames was surprisingly not burned to death. It was not an ordinary flame, but the flame of hatred. It flared up at the provocation of the enemy. As for Bantai, after being counterattacked, he had to use all his strength to stop himself from becoming a bird with a broken wing. Irene at this moment completely exploded with all his inherent strength, with his true form as a fire dragon warrior. The flames around him also raged and billowed up in waves. The newly freed dragon roared as if to show its might. The sound immediately echoed throughout the space. Bantai was directly stunned by it. Dragon aura. One would think he would be terrified, but on the contrary he let out a savage smile. He's actually not afraid, even more excited than before. How interesting. You're truly a worthy prey to hunt. Bante liked challenges like this even more, which made his demon hunting blood boil. Irene's eyes widened upon hearing this, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was definitely going to be an extremely difficult battle. Irene exploded, mobilizing all the flames to surround him and Bante. This time Irene had the opportunity for revenge and would certainly not lose. However, facing imminent danger, Bante was not afraid at all. He even licked his lips in satisfaction, as if preparing to devour delicious prey. Irene charged forward, taking the initiative. Every footstep was so heavy that the ground sank and shattered into pieces. Irene rushed forward at lightning speed, almost leaving no gap for Bante. However, he was not intimidated by his opponent, but as calm as if he were watching a good show from the sidelines. He actually shamelessly whistled, calling his minions over. In no time, several monsters appeared out of nowhere, rushing to bite and tear Irene, causing him to pause for a few seconds. Irene was furious, feeling that the old man in front of him was truly too despicable, too cowardly. He couldn't fight one-on-one, so he called out this useless bunch to hold him back. He angrily shouted, "Get out!" and in an instant, released a stream of fire that swept away all the surrounding monsters, sending them flying. The monsters were all burned to ashes. One would think Bante called them out to be his powerful assistants in attack. Unexpectedly, he played such a despicable trick, riding one of them and dashing away first. Just as this scene came into Irene's view, he would definitely not miss this rare opportunity for revenge. He began to launch fire towards Bante. The rolling flames quickly shot out, sweeping away everything in front of him. They also rushed in a line, blocking Bante's escape route, forming a circle to surround him and the monster. The monster, which was rushing at full speed, immediately braked upon encountering the fire, almost throwing Bante into the flames due to inertia. Irene had begun to show signs of exhaustion. A line of fresh blood flowed down from his nose, becoming the highlight of his pale face. But even so, he would not give up. "I won't let you escape," Irene declared. "I will kill you right here." Another group of monsters under his command rushed into the flames to escort him. Irene ignored them and pointed his sword at him in defiance. Bante still put on a fearless facade, a grotesque smile on his face in response. He liked Irene's attitude even more, continuing to provoke him. Good, keep going, get even angrier. The three of them, Jordy's group, were also passing through the wall of fire, searching for Talon. Sarah, while running, would occasionally turn her head back to look. She was excited. "Seems he has defeated the monsters." Gud retorted, "Defeated? It's more like he scattered them. They were not chasing us anymore." Jordy nodded in agreement, saying, "That's convenient for us. Now that we have a chance, we must find Talon quickly." Not long after, the scene before him made him stare in astonishment. 'Cause before him was an unbelievable sight. 3 people who were Vanvaz knights were surrounding Talon, pointing their swords at him threateningly. They unceremoniously ordered, "Ruv Talon, you traitor! By order of the great lord Count Brisa, I will now eliminate you." Talon, who was very afraid of death, immediately spoke up to clear his name upon hearing they intended to kill him.
"It's all slender."
"That foolish lord has gone mad. Do you really believe the words of that ugly pig?" He raised the sword in his hand, preparing to take Talon's head. He casually explained a few things to him. "This matter has been reported by Sir Filmo, the bravest knight captain of Sisexy." He asserted that there's no way he could have misjudged. Just as he swung his sword down, a clanging sound changed everything. Jordy bravely rushed in and took the blow for Talon. The man, having escaped death, stood there stunned, ignoring the knight who continued to press his sword closer. Jordy still had to greet him and tease him a bit. "Hello, Sir Talon. Are you alright? You don't look so good." When Talon saw him, it was like he had struck gold. His eyes lit up like stars as he shouted, "Mercenaries." At the same time, Gud and Sarah took the opportunity to sneak behind the other 2 knights, coordinating flawlessly to take them down. The dazed one was quickly taken down by Gud with just a single stab from behind. Sarah also took advantage of her small, agile body to give the other one a deep slash across the abdomen. Finally, Jordy swept his sword in a circle, finishing off the last one. Everything happened smoothly. The 3 of them, Jordy's group, suffered no harm and neatly took care of the 3 members of the knightly order. Gud said without reservation, "Even though he doesn't look so good, we still saved him. Lucky for you." Sarah also had a couple of jokes. "He's not that strong, is he? And he still dares to go around showing off in the name of a knight." Talon was so angry he coughed up blood, but he couldn't do anything. He not only didn't thank them, but also raised his voice to scold and question them.
"You re so late, you idiots!"
"If you re so strong, you should have come sooner. Where are the other 3? He hadn't even been arrogant for a minute before he was grabbed by the throat and choked. Gud also didn't hold back, shouting in his face,
"Shut up, you damn noble!"
"It's not like we came here willingly. If you keep complaining, I will break your neck." Sarah also pointed her sword at him threateningly. "I will chase your relatives to the ends of the earth and torture them for their money." Jordy, seeing that the situation ahead was not good, called out, Hey! There's no time for jokes." In front of them was another group of nearly a dozen knights, charging towards them with swords in hand. It seemed they wanted to deal with them. The 3 of them only belatedly realized, wow, there are so many of them. More of them. Run. On this side, Irene was also killing one after another of the bloodthirsty monsters that attacked him. Any that came forward got a taste of the sharpness of his blade, but, in the end, they still had overwhelming numbers. Irene's blows were not enough to wipe them all out. In the end, one slipped through the net and bit his arm. His left arm was pierced by an arrow from an unknown source, even through the thick armor. Irene gradually fell into a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. He was being attacked from both sides, while Bante was still majestically riding monster, surrounded and escorted by them. He was watching the fun from the outside, constantly provoking him. Oh! Regis fighting with the monsters. I'm so lonely here. Weren't you going to kill me, Irene? At some point, he had started coughing up blood, his strength slowly draining away. He stared blankly at Bante, who was still high and mighty, looking down on others as before. But there was no way to bring him down. His last bit of reason revived Irene, giving him a little more strength to continue his revenge. He suddenly grabbed the monster's head and ripped it off his arm. Irene violently smashed its head on the ground. Black blood immediately gushed from its nose. Just then 2 other monsters joined the fray. They ferociously charged at Irene, but he was already prepared. As soon as they stepped into the circle of fire, they would be immediately burned to a crisp. Irene always prepared an escape route for himself, never letting himself get into any dangerous situations. But finishing them off didn't give Irene enough time to recover. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't stained with blood. Bantai, standing outside, had to admire his strength. That's amazing. He's been injured and pierced through, but he still doesn't stop. He didn't hold back in expressing his disgusting excitement. He's truly a wielder of dragon aura. I can't even tell who the monster is anymore. Bantai thought to himself, that's right. This isn't a battle, it's a hunt. Everything seemed to be within his careful calculations. Go mad, kill, get angry until you've exhausted all your strength. Irene still couldn't control himself and completely lost it. Looking at the scene now, it was impossible to distinguish between his blood and the monster's blood. The more Irene lost it, the more satisfied and happy Bantai became. He stretched his savage smile like a victor. He knocked an arrow, preparing to end his hunt with the demeanor of a madman. Dragon hunting is so much fun. Isla and Filmo were still fighting fiercely amidst the sea of fire that surrounded them both. They were almost evenly matched, fighting back and forth with no clear winner. However, Filmo was no longer completely human. He had the strength of an undead. Compared to the injured Isla, he definitely had an advantage. Every time he swung his sword down, Isla had to dodge to save his life. To win against him, he could only take advantage of his openings. His right arm, which had been deeply stabbed, was completely unable to fight anymore. Isla attacked with his trembling left hand, which was not his strong suit. As for him, he was as persistent as a leech. No matter how many times he was cut, his wounds would heal themselves. Each of his sword strikes became stronger. But Isla was also considered a veteran of the knightly order, one of the best. With an injured arm, he still managed to block Filmo's sword strike. He pressed his sword tightly against him, forcing him towards the sharp railing behind him. He said in a low voice, "You've done well. To last this long with only one arm. But unfortunately your life ends here." Outside, the rumbling sound of Katic footsteps echoed. Soon after, a group of knights also entered. They were all members of the knightly order, under Filmo's command. Their voices called out incessantly in the large room. "Captain! Sir Filmo." Very quickly they located Filmo and his opponent. Without knowing the truth of the story, they all sided with him. "We will support you." Filmo was very satisfied with the gullible crowd and said to Isla, "With these soldiers you have no chance of winning." He became more and more frantic, threatening him. "Now you have to choose. Either run and be hunted down for dessert, or stay here and be neatly beheaded by my hand." Filmo squeezed the sword in his hand tighter, forcing him to make a choice. "Choose!" Isla was in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Filmo pressed harder and harder. Isla was also gradually losing strength. His heavy, difficult breathing mixed with the chaotic sounds of the scene. He suddenly glanced at his surroundings, his eyes stopping on a bright spot. Isla was determined to push his sword back a little to create some space for himself. Soon after, he let go of the only sword in his hand, as if completely giving up resistance, which meant he had completely given up his chance to live. Because of that, he also lightened the force on his sword a little. Unexpectedly, it created a favorable condition for Isla to turn the tables. He suddenly bent down and grabbed the man's waist. Then, using all his remaining strength, he lifted Filmo into the air. The man was so surprised his eyes widened. Isla aimed straight for the destroyed railing, where only countless sharp points remained. Isla spectacularly succeeded in turning the tables. He threw the man with one hand, hitting the sharp point of the railing. His chest was pierced through like a piece of paper. Fresh blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. He was also burned to death by the raging flames surrounding the railing, engulfed until he was dead. The only thing left in the space was his final, tragic screams. All the soldiers of the knightly order were extremely shocked, shouting, "Captain!" They still refused to give up. "Help Captain Filmo. Just kill that bastard." Seeing that Filmo was completely incapable of fighting back, Isla could finally put his mind at ease. He didn't mind giving the guy a rare compliment. "It seems you highly respected, huh?" The guy firmly confirmed, "That's right. You can't fight against that many soldiers." Moreover, he was also certain that he couldn't possibly die like this. "And as for me, there's no way these things can kill me." Isla just stared intently at his bloody head without saying a word. He bent down and picked up his sword that had fallen to the ground earlier. The guy glared as Isla got closer and closer to him with the sharp sword, unable to do anything but accept it. Isla raised the sword in his hand and declared to him, "But this battle is over." Right after that, the sword fell straight down on his body, as fast as a blink of an eye, instantly taking away his persistent life. There was never a moment of hesitation in Isla's eyes, as if he had fought a life and death battle with him. Fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. His corpse was instantly buried in the smoke and fire, swallowed by the billowing flames, not leaving a single piece of flesh behind. Outside, Irene, facing Bantai, also suffered quite a few injuries. Early he was only hit by one arrow, now he had taken a second one. The monsters had also injured him more. Blood flowed from his wounds, becoming more and more profuse. It was hard for Irene not to be exhausted. Every time he suffered a new wound, it was another time he used his dragon aura to destroy them. Unfortunately, those dragon auras didn't have exact coordinates for each control. However, Irene's endurance could still be considered a kind of strength. Irene still had enough strength to endure. He quickly pulled the 2 arrows on his left arm out of his body. Another beast rushed at him, and he unleashed a punch, making it groan on the ground. One after another they took turns advancing. Irene could still counterattack, but each strike's destructive power was a little weaker. As for Bantai, he was still very satisfied watching the fun show, continuing his crazy commentary.
Go crazy!
Go even crazier. He had actually planned his hunt. Madness produces power, and power makes your sword dull, and eventually it will exhaust you. He accepted sacrificing the small monsters to catch the big one. The slashes he makes with that dragon aura are indeed very strong, however, they have no accuracy at all. This undead army is truly his nemesis. He quietly pulled out another arrow and loaded it into the crossbow, looking at Irene with sinister eyes, arranging everything to carry out his dark scheme. I'll let the undead wear down his stamina. Then my axe will finish him off with just one slash. After thinking, he seemed to drown in pleasure, breaking into a disgusting, savage smile. Bantai aimed the crossbow at Irene and shouted, "Do your best, kid! Anyway, whatever you do is hopeless." He believed that from the very beginning, everything in this world had already been predetermined. Everything, even this battle. Bantai kept asserting, "Your stupidity and stubbornness won't help you live any longer." He shouted madly, "The fate of Ruftalin has already been decided, along with Sizek too." Hearing this, Irene was stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Bantai still believed that he was never wrong, that his words were the most accurate measure, including the life and death of others. It was all decided by him. Where can you run to escape fate? Bantai no longer looked human. He was immersed in the beautiful illusion he created himself. "We will rule the empire, and ultimately you will become our slave." Hearing this, Irene was momentarily dazed, his whole body stiff and unresponsive, as if a heavy rock was pressing down on his feet. In his mind he gradually recalled, filled with poor images of the past. The situation at that time was extremely difficult, and the era was not very developed. At that time, a sudden fire also robbed him of everything he had. That year, the whole village burned to death. The fire engulfed a small village, destroying the simple, fragile houses. It also took away the parents of poor children, turning them into helpless orphans. Suddenly, Irene felt empty inside, a feeling of being lost, as if he didn't belong here, creeping into every corner of his body. Then he asked himself, "That's right, what am I doing?" Irene was so dazed that he let the noisy surroundings be, not letting a single sound reach his ears, blurring his thoughts. And then, 2 monsters, taking advantage of his lack of focus, suddenly rushed straight at him. Bantai, realizing the time was ripe, continued to aim the crossbow at Irene, his mouth full of worms, shouting, "Die!" Just when he thought Irene was really done for, a blue aura suddenly radiated out, enveloping the large space around him. That blue aura easily snapped the 2 arrows before they could even touch Irene's skin. Was also that strange blue aura that chopped off a monster's reckless leg, causing it to free fall in mid-air. Bantai was instantly stunned, his wrinkled face looking like a dried monkey, his expression extremely ugly. Right at this moment, Irene activated the second dragon aura in his body, letting it appear in its complete form. The beast that originally intended to attack him also had all 4 of its legs chopped off by the blue aura, making it groan in pain on the ground. Bantai quickly withdrew his look of astonishment. He can still slash so accurately. Even though his undead army was very agile, he couldn't let go of his competitive nature and cursed Irene, making them unable to move anymore. "Huh, you bastard." Irene was still standing majestically in the safe encirclement of the dragon aura. In an instant, the whole space lit up. It was as if this was the real Irene. No one could easily touch Irene. Irene's dragon aura was expanding more and more, getting closer and closer to Bantai's position. He finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He's no longer attacking randomly. The problem wasn't just that. He was so angry that he swore, and his aura has changed too. Damn it! It seemed the dragon aura had the ability to heal the host's wounds. Even though he had suffered quite a few injuries, there was almost no significant weakness affecting the battle. Bantai was so surprised that he started to get scared, leaning backward. Now is not the time to be trapped by the rage I have for him. Irene tightly gripped the sword embedded with the blue gemstone in his hand, focusing entirely on his power. As the inheritor of the Van family's will, every image of fighting monsters to protect the innocent played back in Irene's memory like a slow-motion movie. Back then, Raven did it. He successfully protected the innocent, returning peace to the world. Irene silently cheered himself on, his hand gripping the sword tighter as a way to encourage himself. He told himself, I will fulfill my duty. Outside, the cavalrymen were still continuously attacking the territory. Although the castle was surrounded by flames, the entire land that was originally engulfed in darkness had now become a brightly lit place. The large mansions were all burned to ashes, destroyed beyond their original shapes. On the narrow road, the four of Geordie's group were all pressed to a dead end by the stupid, brainless cavalry. All of them pointed their swords at them,
threatening, it's over! You guys can't escape!
The four of Geordie's group huddled together, backing closer and closer to the blazing fire. That stupid short-brained Talon directly questioned, why did we come here?
Now we're at a dead end!
Sal immediately retorted, what other choice do we have? We can't just run into the fire. The whole mansion is engulfed in a sea of fire. Good, provoked to the point of madness, threatened him back, if you keep grumbling, I'll hand your head over to them. Geordie also joined in with a joke, just kidding, but maybe that's the only way for us to get out of here alive. Hearing this, Talon immediately trembled, speechless. No way, no. Before they had time to think of a way to escape, the cavalry had already rushed up with their swords, ready to fight them to the death. The four immediately became alert as the crowded group got closer and closer, continuously backing away. Right when the tips of their swords were about to touch their skin, everything directly changed. Mysterious magic suddenly appeared, blocking the hasty steps of those aggressive cavalrymen. Very quickly, that magic blasted away all the dirt and rocks that were already crumbling due to the heat of the fire. The whole group was suspicious. Geordie was equally surprised, because this magic seemed to have saved them from a brutal massacre. What the? Right at this moment, Sordrax soared high from the smoke, using that thick smoke to temporarily blind the cavalry. Geordie was momentarily dazed. The three of Sala shared the same astonished expression. They had probably never had the chance to witness this scene. The cavalry also dropped their jaws. Just like Good's group, they had never seen a scene like this before. Sordrax unleashed another magic, reinforcing a powerful blue magic stream, attacking from above. As for Sordrax, she was still gently flying in the air with her special wings. Completely unaffected by the remnants of the fire, Sordrax appeared as the savior of Talon and Geordie's group, so everyone was surprised. Only now did Sala notice Sordrax's wings. Talon was so stunned that he couldn't control his mouth and blurted out, so beautiful. When the smoke cleared, everything was revealed. The rocky ground between them and the cavalry had been destroyed by Sordrax, turning into an abyss filled with dirt and rocks. The four were temporarily safe, keeping their lives. Since her appearance, Sordrax hadn't said a single word, directly flying down to pick them up. Sordrax's speed was even faster than the spread of the fire. In less than 5 seconds, she was close to the ground. Geordie's group instinctively startled and backed away. Unexpectedly, besides having magic, Sordrax also possessed boundless strength. Grabbing Sala's collar with one hand and lifting Talon with the other was no problem at all. Even Geordie and Good were neatly grabbed in Sordrax's hands. Just like that, Sordrax successfully rescued the four of them from the sea of fire and the cavalry's encirclement, amidst their bewilderment and astonishment. Before they could do anything, they lost the prey right in front of their eyes. Sordrax flapped her wings and flew as high as possible. Since her appearance, she still had an expressionless face. Her mouth didn't even open to say a word. Just like that, one person instantly saved the lives of 4 people right in front of dozens of cavalrymen. When they completely left, the crowd finally came to their senses and reacted. They ran away. What the hell is going on? That woman Sordrax flew in the sky, carrying 4 people from Geordie and Talon's group in her hands, successfully rescuing them from the cavalry. It was just that Talon still hadn't recovered his senses. She lifted several grown men with her hands. What terrifying strength. Sala looked at him with half an eye, asking, is that the only thing that surprises you? Geordie didn't argue, forcing a wry smile. Good couldn't even utter a word, his face as pale as a zombie. Just like that, the 5 of them narrowly escaped the burning mansion, successfully completing their goal. But, at this time, inside the building, Isla still hadn't left. He was still inside that fiercely burning mansion. The reason he couldn't get out immediately was because he was still facing dozens of cavalrymen. However, Isla didn't show a hint of fear, turning his head to look at them with bored, rogue eyes. The sword in his hand was still dripping with blood, like a turning point proving Isla's growth. One would think Filmo had been completely fixed by Isla, but he could still open his mouth madly.
You did great coming here, you guys!
Ignoring the surprised looks and the not-so-optimistic ugly faces of the soldiers, he kept blabbering, truly Sissek's chivalrous army that I raised with my own hands. He was extremely proud of this group of people. My extremely loyal partners. Hearing this, Isla also felt a chill. He unconsciously looked at the guy's incomplete body. He ordered, take this guy down, but no one stepped forward to make a move, because they had seen his body pierced by the railing pillar. His neck was cut halfway off and both his arms were completely severed. Yet, he could still talk to his surroundings. There wasn't even much blood. All of these were very clear signs of a zombie. Seeing this, he lost his patience and shouted, hurry up, but they didn't dare to make a move. Only now did they slowly respond. Commander Filmo. He just looked back at them with suspicious eyes. However, one of the cavalrymen noticed the anomaly. He trembled and affirmed, no, he's not the commander. He resolutely pointed at the guy's savage body, asserting, "What the hell is that monster? He's an imposter." In an instant, Filmo's eyes widened, looking at him and the crowd as if he couldn't believe his eyes. However, before he could react, those cavalrymen ignored everything and simultaneously raised their swords to finish him off. Isla just stood there, slowly enjoying the vivid masterpiece before his eyes. Even when his blood splattered on his face, he didn't care. He raised the blood-stained sword in his hand, asking himself, a puppet that exceeds human limits, huh? That sword constantly wrapped the blood neatly in Isla's hand like an extremely precious treasure. For a moment, the bloody sword shone brightly, reflecting his own image, another version of Isla himself. He rubbed his eyes, staring at it, as if looking back at himself. Isla nodded in satisfaction, calmly putting the sword back into its sheath. The matter of Filmo was completely killed by the cavalry, leaving him no chance to do it over. As for Isla, right after that, he also turned his back and left. Inside and outside the mansion were surrounded by flames burning to ashes. Wherever the fire didn't reach, it was also destroyed by the soldiers, leaving nothing of its original intact appearance. Bantai and Jordy's group still hadn't left this vast territory. Just flying to the center inside the territory, they saw a crowded line of people gathered in the middle of the campus. Jordy suddenly called them. "Hey look, there's something very strange." They were also surprised. The Brisa family's army stopped attacking. Sordrax quickly noticed the situation below. She looked at the huge mansion that was burned to the ground, pondering something for a long time. Those who had finished off Filmo earlier also returned to gather with the crowded cavalry, who were buzzing about the commander. "Commander Filmo is an imposter. Then what the hell are we fighting for?" The noise outside couldn't stop the direct confrontation between Irene and Bantai. He didn't know since when he had received the information about Filmo's death, blurting out curses. "What a useless puppet." Irene quickly noticed Bantai's disadvantage and interrupted. "It seems you won't be receiving any more backup, huh? Then I'll end it here." Bantai also noticed Irene's dizzying change. The wounds he received have already healed, because at this time the wounds on Irene's face had stopped bleeding. Even the wounds had healed into scars. He stood in front of him without a single injury on his body, completely unlike someone who had just fought 2 battles with monsters. Bana speculated, could it be that he also has an immortal body like the undead? No, this power is just like the image of that bizarre creature back then. It suddenly appeared in his thoughts. But very quickly, he pushed it out of his head, not wanting to continue thinking about it anymore. Bantai changed the subject. "How do you know my name? Who told you this? And what else did he say?" Irene lowered his head, slowly introducing himself. "I am Irene." He hesitated, unable to say the words, but in his heart he silently told himself that he was Zivan Vander. He suddenly smirked. The aura around him immediately exploded. In an instant, the dragon aura once again surrounded the entire environment, including Irene and Bantai. That dragon aura surrounded the two of them, radiating a terrifying bright light. At this time, his attitude was completely different from before. His eyes widened, his teeth unconsciously clenched together, his face extremely shocked. "What the hell is this?" From within the thick blue aura, the sword in Irene's hand and his armor gradually changed color, changing from a mysterious jet black to a pure bright white. He also noticed this, his armor changed color! Irene's whole body slowly turned into a gentle white. He also found it strange. Turning white finally, even his hair turned platinum blonde. His cape also changed to bright red. Stripping away the mask he had worn for so long, Irene could finally return to the form of a true noble that he wanted. That was also his true identity. The contractor of the White Dragon, Irene Pendragon. He still stood within the protective encirclement of the dragon aura, facing the old man riding on the bloodthirsty beast. Bantai watched this entire transformation, stammering speechlessly. Irene Pendragon. Suddenly Bantai's eyes darkened, his eyebrows furrowed tightly together, as if calculating a deep, unpredictable matter. The two of them just stood silently in place for a while, neither making the first move. Bantai kept staring at him but didn't launch any attacks, his throat emitting growls and moans like a bloodthirsty beast. Irene faced him with indifferent eyes, as if confident that whatever attack he launched, he could handle it well. In the end, it was still Bantai who made the first move. He snatched the hammer hanging on his back, riding the fierce beast straight towards Irene. He didn't back down, getting into a fighting stance. He didn't expect him to use the hammer right from the start, bringing down a strike that he once considered a life or death deciding blow. Irene didn't show any boredom either. He was ready to respond to any attack. The expression on his face hadn't changed at all since the beginning. Moreover, besides the sword, there was also the dragon aura support him at the same time, like dual swords. 2 sharp weapons combined, nothing else could surpass Irene. He strained his eyes, aiming at the most accurate position on Bantai's body to attack. Besides his huge body but knowing no martial arts and a large hammer, he had nothing else. He only knew how to shout loudly and smash the hammer down hard to vent his anger. Irene's dragon aura sword went through every layer in the air, sweeping away everything it passed, including Bantai's hand. He was hit by a powerful slash from Irene, cutting the large hammer in half. His body was also cut into 3 parts. His lower body still sat intact on the beast. His upper half flew in the air, and his 2 arms flew off to who knows where. It seemed that the corpse was still there, but the person was gone. Irene dealt with Bantai with absolutely no expression on his face. Bantai was swept away several meters by the dragon aura, his flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Waiting until Irene completely let go, every piece of his body also landed on the ground in a bloody mess. Until he saw that Bantai was completely incapable of fighting back or doing anything else, the dragon aura on the sword was slowly withdrawn. Back to Irene. This time the fight didn't even take too much effort. Just one slash was enough to destroy him neatly. One would think he died standing, but Irene heard words from his mouth. "You truly are a special one, Irene Pendragon." Irene immediately turned his head to look for the direction of the voice. A look of astonishment suddenly appearing on his face. Even though he only had less than half of his upper body left, he still stubbornly continued speaking. However, it was a pity that Irene was only surprised but didn't make any new moves, because besides being able to continue talking, he was in a miserable state everywhere. He admitted this thing is just a puppet. Even the beast that Irene slashed at the same time as him was groaning and growling in the corner. Compared to him, there was no difference. Hearing this, Irene was momentarily speechless, unable to say anything. In the final moments before his body vanished, he wondered, where did you get that immortal body? And how do you know my name, huh? Because his body was no longer of any use. He spewed all the harsh words at a kid from the Pendragon family, a child who used to be mocked for being a cowardly little white worm. Irene still stood there, not responding, just frowning at him. He still tried to continue speaking. "Anyway, it seems you are a major obstacle to many of our plans." Irene stood still as a statue, watching his body start to melt like a puddle of mud. Bantai shamelessly declared, "I will pursue and hunt you down until you die by any means necessary." He became more and more frantic. "I swear on the mad dog name of the commander of the Demon Legion, Tovan Bantai." After speaking, he laughed uncontrollably, his head also starting to melt into a puddle. In just a moment, his flesh and blood evaporated strangely right in front of Irene. As soon as he disappeared, Irene said, "That's right. For now, nothing has changed." He was completely optimistic about this. This was just the beginning. Moreover, right now he had a more important matter to deal with first. Starting with Ruftalin in the east, the sun had begun to rise, the horizon gradually brightening. The dark clouds of the eternal night all gave way and dispersed. Inside a mansion near the port, the dark night still enveloped the quiet space. Inside, the candle had burned halfway. It was past midnight. Two beautiful women in the prime of their youth were sitting stark naked on the bed, clutching a thin blanket to cover themselves, looking at the person in front of them with an anxious, sweating face. The three women surrounded the naked man, whose body was covered in wounds. Bantai suddenly opened his eyes wide, scaring them so much that they startled and backed away. More and more new wounds appeared on his body, to the point that the veins on his bald head also bulged. One of the women timidly pointed at him and said, "Bantai, there's blood." Before answering her, he himself was suspicious. "The wounds I received, they passed through that puppet and transferred to my real body." After a long while, Bantai finally opened his mouth. "I must urgently report this to that person." Elsewhere, the dark night still covered the entire sky. The same mansion was still being consumed by fire. The large fire spread relentlessly and powerfully, swallowing an entire estate. The three of them, Geordie's group, Isla, and Soldrake, were all gathered to watch the show. As for Talon, he was panting heavily, kneeling down to admit his guilt in a way he never had before. Irene looked at him with half an eye, not even bothering to acknowledge him. He had gone to find him for the sake of the mission. He himself had no desire to save him from that deadly mansion at all. Talon just knelt before Irene in the most humiliating way, in his own mansion. Irene suddenly brought up the past. Back then our positions were reversed. The man, having a guilty conscience, immediately questioned him on the spot upon hearing this. "What the hell are you talking about?" Irene narrowed his eyes. In a flash, all the dark memories of the past became crystal clear. At that time, the arrogant Talon had chained him up like a dog, even arrogantly grabbing his hair. At that time, he had used all sorts of torture on him, turning him into a joke for his amusement. After tormenting him to his heart's content, he then forced him to kneel in the rain for all the world to see. How humiliating those days were. To this day, Irene still remembered everything very clearly. His sword was suddenly raised, and then, that same sword was placed against his neck, just as he had done before. He was so scared he didn't dare to utter a word, fearing that with the slightest movement, his small life would be taken away. Irene began to question him with a deadly aura. 3 years ago, you sent a letter to the Vanner family, didn't you?" Talon suddenly fell silent, not saying a word, his guilt clearly visible on his face. Irene continued, "To set the stage for the assassination of Prince Saren, you sent a letter laced with poison." The man asked in astonishment how. Seeing his dishonesty, the aura within Irene immediately erupted, scaring him to death. The three of them, Geordie's group, all looked on in shock. Only Esla remained calm, as if he was already used to this scene. Geordie could only tremble and think to himself, "This is aura. It's something only the strongest warriors, who have been through thousands of battlefields, can use." He was extremely surprised by the scene before him. "But this is the first time I've seen an aura this large." Irene continued his interrogation. "For branding the Vanner family as traitors." Talon, before Irene's overwhelming aura, didn't dare to make a move. His whole body trembled in waves. Irene, not satisfied with his reaction, continuously pressed him. "Answer me." Talon unconsciously replied, "Why, yes," but in his heart he didn't understand what he was saying. What's going on? Then his mouth began to confess. The Vander family opposed the policy I had enacted. They are low-class people. But he didn't understand why he was saying those words. I can't resist it. Soon after, he suddenly became like a mad child, frantically explaining. But I didn't know that the poison would be sent to the crown prince. He was terrified by the intimidating power of the dragon aura. His aura is beyond normal. His face was contorted, no longer resembling a noble. He silently guessed it's like that person's aura. Irene continued to interrogate him. Who was the one who ordered you to do it? Talon collapsed in fear, stammering, unable to form a sentence. Sweat flowed down his face in long streams, continuously pouring out. He only dared to look at the ground and say it was an orcra. Irene was stunned, not understanding what he was saying. Talon finally bowed his head completely and revealed the whole truth. He's a half-breed between an orc and a human. A fearsome pirate lord. He sent me a message to eliminate the Count's guests. Irene was surprised by this unexpected result. A pirate. Isla also found it strange. It was the first time he had seen such a strange case. Talon added, of course, I was wary of him, but I couldn't resist. He remembered that day. He had been threatened by that person. Even if you are exposed, we won't do anything bad to you. He had sat arrogantly on the large chair, threatening. You see. He narrowed his eyes threateningly. I'm not an ordinary pirate either. Just that was enough to make him remember to this day. He even remembered his name. Oranges. He trembled as he reported, Tolio Oranges, that's his name. Irene's eyes widened upon hearing this, unable to believe what he had just heard. Oranges, he asked doubtfully. Duke Oranges. In Irene's impression of Tolio, he was no ordinary person either. The supreme ruler of the southern domain, the Oranges Duchy. The Sea Dragon King. That day it was also him who had personally held a sword to threaten him. That day every single person in his clan was tortured to death by him in a cruel manner. Even he himself had his life threatened by him. This person was by no means simple, nor would he easily let someone like Talon off the hook. At this moment, everyone was silent, looking at Taylor's miserable state, but no one intervened, leaving it to Irene to handle. Geordie, after watching for a while, still didn't understand and asked, what the hell is he talking about? Irene Isla spoke at this moment. He had originally intended to call him Pendragon, but halfway through, he swallowed the words back and changed it to Zivan. Irene replied, it seems we've found the ones behind this incident. Just then, Brissa also came looking for them frantically. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started cursing, you bastards. What have you done to my Sophia? He held Sophia's limp, melted body in his arms, his whole body trembling as he questioned them. Irene looked at him with a displeased expression and casually called out, Count Brissa. He was so angry he could only gasp for breath, trembling as he held the body of his precious daughter in his arms. He was so soft on her that tears and snot ran down his face. His voice trembled. My beauty of Sizek, no one of the beauties of the empire, my precious daughter Sophia. He questioned, how could my precious daughter become like this? Her body had melted in a terrible way. He became even more frantic, hastily looking for someone to blame. It's your fault, isn't it, Talon? As soon as he heard him mention his name, he trembled like a leaf in the wind. In his grief, he immediately gave the order, gouge out his eyes. Make him crawl on the ground like a dog for me. Kill him! However, as soon as he finished his sentence, nothing changed. The 6 of them, Irene's group, still stood there like statues. Talon was still kowtowing on the ground. The soldiers didn't charge forward. Gud's group didn't even take him seriously and said, what's that fat pig saying? Irene then explained, Captain Filmo was being manipulated by someone, like a puppet. So, based on that, I speculate that your daughter, Sophia, probably suffered a similar fate. The man was stunned upon hearing this. He also guessed that the 2 of them must have been acting abnormally. Immediately, from behind him, the murmuring of the knights grew louder. As for him, he still stood there like a statue, his expression unchanging. Seeing that he still didn't understand his intention, Irene directly laid his cards on the table. You started this meaningless war just because you were tricked by someone else, you useless fool. Brisa was dumbfounded upon hearing this, sweat pouring down his face. He continued, if you think I'm lying, then just ask your soldiers why they stopped attacking. He didn't react, didn't say a word, his whole body just trembled in waves. His face contorted, his 2 eyebrows furrowed together as if they were about to kiss. Finally the anger in him exploded. He turned around and shouted orders to the group of knights. You insolent bastards. Seize them. However, not a single knight was willing to obey him. They not only didn't raise their swords and charge forward, but they also gathered in groups of 5 and 3, gossiping. He couldn't help but shout, what are you doing? Brisa continued to stubbornly give the order, seize them now, but the knightly order just looked at him with contempt, completely devoid of any respect or reverence. He couldn't contain his madness anymore and screamed, don't you hear what I'm saying? I'm ordering you to seize them. Irene once again spoke up to remind him, because you started this meaningless battle, countless villagers and soldiers had to sacrifice themselves. It was those remote villages that were completely burned down because of him, blocking the livelihood of the poor people. The children also lost their fathers and mothers because of him, because of his vain indulgence, becoming wanderers on the streets. He continued, even though you know the truth, before he could finish his sentence. He frantically interrupted, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The villagers, the soldiers, they were nothing. He became more and more arrogant, showing no respect for anyone.
But they are my property?
Seeing that the knightly order was no longer of any use, he called for someone else. Mercenary vermin. Isla had long been displeased with him, and his recent actions had just pushed him to his limit. Isla decisively drew the sword in his hand. He directly placed the sharp sword against his neck. In an instant he fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Isla's killing intent was no less than Irene's. As soon as he opened his mouth, he warned him, "Shut your mouth immediately. You have no right to speak here." Now his life was as fragile as a glass. If he moves, neck would take the full force of the sword, so he trembled in fear, not daring to make a move, letting Isla hold him in check. Irene and Soldrake both did not intervene. Irene softly called out, "John." Soldrake immediately received the signal. She quickly leaned on Irene's shoulder for support, spread her wings wide, and soared into the air. Her snow-white dragon tail also gradually revealed itself. The sight before him made him suddenly forget that he had a sword to his neck. He gaped in astonishment. Wings. The circlet covering her forehead also gradually came undone, revealing her ears and the threum, like seals on her forehead. Her whole body emitted a clear, radiant light. Bressar stared in a daze. So beautiful. Sorek completely exploded, relying on Irene to help him transform once again. The light of the aura immediately spread, dazzling an entire area, temporarily disabling the vision of everyone present. Geordie's group was also blinded by the light. In their discomfort, they reflexively wondered what's going on. The dragon aura was so strong it sent him flying several meters away. Sophia's empty body also flew from his hands. Their aura enveloped a vast space, forming a terrifying pillar of smoke that obscured everyone's vision. The group of knights was also affected, knocked to the ground. In that soaring pillar of smoke, the fleeting shadow of a great creature could be seen. The creature slowly opened its eyes, revealing eyes as blue as the ocean and skin as white as snow. The white dragon rose from the pillar of smoke with its overwhelming aura, flapping its wings and flying in the sky as if freed after long, suffocating days. Geordie was so stunned he was rooted to the spot. Geordie's group were all surprised. A dragon? Some became a dragon. As for Tylan, he was both amazed and terrified. His hair suddenly turned from platinum blonde to snow white. His trembling voice uttered, "This is a white dragon." He knew very well about it. A creature that can single-handedly destroy an entire nation. The strongest living creature. Brisa suddenly trembled so much he couldn't stand firm. His face turned ashen as he stammered, So this guy." Then he saw Isla walk step by step towards the giant dragon. He respectfully knelt on one knee and bowed his head in greeting like a loyal servant. Brisa was in utter confusion. It can't be. Irene's armor transformed from black to white. He stood under the absolute protection of the white dragon, high and mighty. He felt that the events before him were unbelievable. In his heart, he kept denying it. It can't be. The white dragon gently bowed its head to Irene's level. He also gently stroked it back. Only now did he belatedly realize that Irene was actually the white dragon Duke Pendragon. The giant white dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth in an instant. In a moment, the mortal body of Brisa, who had no martial arts skills, was quickly sent flying dozens of meters away. Just flying wasn't enough. He also rolled several times on the hard, rocky ground with his round, fat belly. Finally he stopped, landing on his face, which couldn't have been bigger. It was because of this fall that his face was disfigured and covered in blood. By the time he looked up, he no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had before. Moreover, what he didn't expect was that the villagers, the innocent people who had been ruined by his meaningless war, were all standing before him. One hand holding a hoe, the other a shovel, one holding a knife, another an axe, looking at him with resentful eyes. They had all become extremely poor because of him. At this very moment, the fire of anger in their hearts flared up fiercely. They looked at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Brisa was extremely surprised. Peasants. Before he could finish his surprise, he was attacked by a fierce farmer with a spear across his back. He cried out in pain, but no one wanted to save him. They even used that spark to charge forward at the same time, attacking and taking revenge. Everyone hated him and cursed him. "Because of the war you started, I had to suffer the loss of my home and family. We won't endure it anymore." The group of peasants frantically rushed in, beating him to vent their anger.
"Die, you disgusting pig!"
Sticks, spears, and axe blades continuously stabbed into his body. He still didn't see that he was wrong, continuously screaming for help.
"Please, someone save me!"
"It hurts so much. My loyal knights, my soldiers." His screams echoed across the vast courtyard. "Save me!" The group of knights just stood outside, watching, with absolutely no intention of helping him. They felt that Brisa deserved what he was getting. Isla, witnessing this, finally let out a sigh. It's finally over. Irene beside him also nodded in agreement. He felt a great sense of relief in his heart. His indifferent eyes continued, "This way at least we've saved Sizek a little." Here the sun also began to rise, the sky gradually brightening. A new day began. After everything was settled, it was time for them to retreat from there. The group of them quickly returned to the inn from before. When they returned, it was already night. The bright clear moonlight was high in the sky. Geordie put his beer mug down on the table and sighed. "To think he's the white dragon Duke Pendragon." He continued, "I always thought he couldn't be an ordinary person." But Sarah's soul was still wandering in the clouds, thinking about his beauty. Such a strong and handsome master. I have to work for him. Displeased, waved it away. How foolish. If you want to follow him, then go ahead. We are mercenaries, those who do not submit to anyone. He turned his head to look at the moonlight outside the window and said distantly, "And it's not like we'll see him again." As soon as Gud finished speaking, Jordy and Sarah became much more melancholic. Suddenly another person entered the room. The sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. The three of them who were feeling melancholic unconsciously turned their heads towards the door. Irene, Isla, and Soldrake slowly entered the room. He spoke first. "Just as odd, everyone's here, Jordy, Sarah, and Gud." Jordy was extremely surprised to see Irene appear here. He asked, "Aren't you going to the nobles' reception in Sizek?" Irene, while pulling out a chair to sit, explained, "Listening to their flattery suddenly made me lose my appetite." He continued, "So, I came here to drink with everyone. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you all." Outside the brightly lit inn, the moonlight still illuminated a corner of the sky, climbing higher and higher as the time pushed towards midnight. After discussing matters with Jordy's group, Irene went to the large balcony outside the room. Isla and Soldrake, one leaning against the wooden railing, relaxed, the other sitting properly at the tea table, were both waiting outside. Isla spoke first. "Is the favor done?" Irene nodded. "Yes," but very quickly the cheerful demeanor he had while talking with Jordy's group was gone. Not even a faint smile remained. The atmosphere once again fell into silence, as it was before Irene appeared. His eyes stared into the empty space before him, as if he still had many unspoken worries. After a while, Irene was the one to speak first. "You made it possible for me to pick up my sword and fight Isla. It's all thanks to you." Isla was momentarily surprised and looked at him. It was the first time he had heard Irene express gratitude to him. Irene continued, "After I woke up from my coma, I felt that I no longer had any reason to live." Irene revealed his true thoughts that he had kept for so long. "I didn't understand who I was." Isla remained silent, quietly observing Irene's expression. He recalled that day it was Isla who had helped him come to his senses. "But when you hit me, I realized." After that he also realized, "I'm not anyone else but myself, Irene." He also gradually accepted his identity in Irene Pendragon. Thanks to Isla, he also understood his important mission. "Also, as the ruler of the Pendragon Duchy, I have sworn to win the things I deserve to possess." Isla bowed his head and smiled faintly. He let go of the wooden railing at the side and walked over to stand next to Irene, smiling and saying, "If you stray from the path again, I'll just have to hit you." He turned to smile gently and affirm, "Because I am your sword." Irene felt even more at ease upon hearing those words, and a faint smile also appeared on his face in response. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed, attracting the attention of both of them. They both looked towards the sky in front of them at the same time. Soldrake had flapped her wings and flown away, leaving them some private space. Soldrake flew towards the bright yellow moonlight, leaving Irene and Isla to enjoy their privacy. Irene unconsciously looked towards the tea table where she had been sitting. On the table were 2 empty cups and a bottle of beer. Everything seemed to have been prepared for them. Irene looked on silently, a faint smile on his face as a thank you. Soldrake had never said a word, but she was a very considerate person. After leaving, she smiled faintly in satisfaction. Irene and Isla sat under the moonlight drinking beer together, raising their glasses, toasting and reminiscing about old times. The next day the surviving villagers had already gathered in front of the inn to express their gratitude to those who had helped them. They were all chatting animatedly. "It seems Duke Pendragon has come to Sizek, and because of him, that disgusting fat pig Count Brisa is dead." Irene's group also gradually appeared again. The villagers were eagerly waiting. "I will forever remember his great figure."
"He's here!"
Sarah began to speak in flowery, extravagant words again. "It seems everyone has been waiting for a long time for a hero to save them from the hands of a foolish ruler." She ostentatiously spurred her horse and shouted, "I am the only woman of the warrior Pendragon, the female warrior on the battlefield, Sarah." Her words were loud, as if she was immersed in cheers. But the people didn't know who she was or what she had done. She led the procession but didn't get their cheers of support. Jordy, who was too used to this scene, couldn't help but feel embarrassed for her and reminded her, "Hey Sarah, you're overdoing it." Irene was a bit more open-minded and stopped Jordy. "Let her be. It's fun with her around." He continued to explain, "I'm always stuck between these two silent people, so it gets boring to the point of madness." He turned his head to look at Jordy, expressing his feelings. "I'm very grateful that you accepted my invitation." Jordy humbly replied, "Not at all, I couldn't have wished for more. On the contrary, thank you for..." He looked towards Talon, who was handcuffed like a prisoner, so disheveled he no longer looked human, and said, "If it weren't for your help, capturing Ruv Talon would have been impossible." Irene affirmed, "You are strong enough, and above all you are the comrades who have gone through life and death with me." He pointed at Isla and gestured, "And this Van Vaz knight here is also very fond of you." The expression on his face remained the same, without a single change. Jordy looked at his expression and silently swallowed, not daring to make a move. He glanced at the person next to him, hesitating to continue. Very quickly, he regained his courage and dared to tease Gud. "I didn't think someone who hates nobles like you would come with us." Gud replied nonchalantly, "Because of the rotten relationship between me and you." He hesitated and added, "Besides, Gud remembered everything from last night when Irene made his offer. When he bowed his head and asked us like that, he also felt a little at ease about Irene. I feel that he's not like the other trashy nobles out there." Gud was also somewhat at ease with his decision to follow Irene. "So, I think a person..." An old villager, who looked quite old, suddenly noticed him. He stroked his beard, feeling that the person in front of him was very familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. In Irene's shadow there was a faint shadow of Zivan from the past. It made sense, as the two were originally one. Raven, back then, also had a radiant aura like now. The old man finally remembered and made his guess, Lord Raven. There was no reply for him, but in an instant, a thin, clear layer of water welled up in his eyes. He didn't disturb them but just stood there silently, watching them leave. Irene turned back and said to everyone, "Let's return to the Pendragon domain." At the same time, in another place, Bantai was respectfully kneeling before Oranges. He sat arrogantly in the highest position, his voice low as he reprimanded, "Not only was my son defeated, but you also failed to complete your mission." Unexpectedly, Bantai was loyal to him and bowed his head to accept his guilt. "Please punish me," Oranges put on the air of a wise ruler. Not only did he not punish him, but he also praised him. "It's fine, I like strong people. If we have to deal with someone as strong as that, we also need to find a way to cope, right?" He smiled faintly and reminded him, "However, haven't we already thought of the next step in the plan?" Bantai's face lit up with a satisfied smile upon hearing this. He immediately raised his head high, facing him respectfully and replying, "I am very happy to hear that." He sat on the hot seat, surrounded by countless women who constantly flattered him. See Dragon King Duke Oranges. He stroked his beard, his brows furrowed in thought. White Dragon Duke Irene Pendragon. He seemed to be planning to remove an obstacle from his chessboard, implicitly referring to him. Lately that name has been bothering me quite a bit. In the Pendragon domain at Conrad Castle, Irene and Lindsay were overjoyed. "Brother is coming back." Tata held Irene's letter in her hand and read it to everyone. He said he has completed his mission in ESUC, so he will be home soon. Hearing Tata say that, Irene joyfully took Lindsay's hand. "Did you hear that, Lindsay? Just as expected from my brother." Lady Helen, sitting on the side, was also overjoyed. She murmured Irene's name in her head. Elsewhere in the barracks of the Pendragon family, Kim Lian was training with 3 other soldiers. He leisurely got into a ready-to-fight stance. The 3 of them charged forward in unison. Kim Lian also calmly held his wooden sword and rushed forward. A loud thud echoed everywhere, the sound of the collision. Kim Lian quickly knocked the swords out of the hands of all 3 of them. The onlookers watched this match unfold quickly, and Kim Lian defeated the others so spectacularly that they couldn't help but gasp in admiration. He looked at his painful and trembling hands in disbelief. "He's stronger." Now hearing this, King Lion was extremely arrogant. "Of course, I'm the one who killed all those orc pirates in the battle on the coast of Xinvio." He turned around. "It seems you've finally realized the true strength that comes from serving the young master for many years." Kim Lian was so cool. He turned his head to look at the group and said in a very dashing manner, "My current self could even defeat people like Uzla. Except for Qadar and Qadar a ton." He was speechless at Qadar's showness, spreading his tail like a peacock. The others were naively admiring Qadar immensely. The whole group surrounded Kin Lian, constantly showing their admiration. As expected from the captain, suddenly Kin Lian noticed a place somewhere. At that moment, Vincent clapped his hands as he approached. "I failed to recognize such an important person as you, Captain. To think that 3 knights were defeated by you, what amazing strength." Kin Lian replied, "Oh, thank you for the compliment. I don't think I've met you before. Are you a visitor?" Vincent bowed politely and introduced himself. "I came here at the suggestion of Sir Pendragon. My name is Vincent John." The whole group and the team looked at Vincent in a daze. They were extremely surprised by his appearance here. Smiling politely, Vincent suddenly wondered why everyone was silent and looking at him like that. Just then, Kin Lian slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and said, "I see. Then you must have heard from the Lord." Kin Lian tilted his head. "Here neither politics nor military matters. We will lead and rebuild this country." Kin Lian suddenly pointed the tip of his sword at Vincent, startling him. "But you here, proud that the Lord chose you." Seeing the sword being angrily thrown to the ground by Kim Lian, Vincent didn't know how to handle it. What is this baseless accusation?" Just then, Kim Lian looked at Vincent with a cunning gaze and ordered, "Pick up the sword. It's time for your entrance exam." Kin Lian once again pointed his sword at Vincent. "Show me your true strength now." The people around, seeing Kin Lian's imposing manner, couldn't help but cheer excitedly. They encouraged Vincent to pick up the sword, making him freeze up, not understanding what was happening. He suddenly remembered Irene's cunning face and broke out in a cold sweat, resigning himself to his fate. Vincent picked up the sword. "I really am a cunning old fox here, huh?" Vincent held the sword. He calmly gave up all resistance. "Alright, I agree." Elsewhere, the sky was a brilliant blue with clouds like fluffy cotton candy floating by. In the domain of Count Sirius, in a bustling market, vendors and people passed by. Sarah's excited voice echoed, "Ha, this is great. A big city is really different." She held the gemstones in her hand, excitedly showing them to everyone.
"Look at these gemstones."
"I bought them." Gud took the items and evaluated them for a bit, then said, "More than half of them are fakes." Hearing this, Sarah was utterly bewildered. The noise from the 2 of them attracted quite a few stares. Irene, walking ahead, didn't pay much attention to Sarah's scream. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Geordie asked with concern, "Why do you look so down, sir? I know that for you a big city like this is a common sight." Irene pondered for a moment, then replied, "It's not that." Jody wondered, then why did we all have to come here? Irene didn't say anything upon hearing this. After a while he calmly said to meet Count Siros a moment later at the palace of Count Siros. Siros and Luna were quite surprised to see Irene's mature, somewhat domineering CEO-like appearance. Not just the two of them, but also the servants here were quite surprised. Irene politely bowed. It's been a while, Count and Miss Luna. Count Siros was a little stunned, thinking I've heard the rumors, but to think that Irene Pendragon has changed this much. Luna standing beside him suddenly blushed. Something has changed. She stared at Irene. After Lurs, he has changed once again. The evening sun shone through the window, making the scene incredibly gentle and warm. At the reception table of the Cyril house, Count Siros discussed, I've heard about your activities in Sup. To think that you caught the person behind the assassination attempt on the first prince. Irene interrupted, soon I will go to the capital and explain everything to the emperor. And then, perhaps everything will be clarified. He was a little surprised, I know, but he was also quite worried and asked again, but will everything be alright? Count Brisa also died because of this incident, and you can't avoid being suspected either. Irene took a sip of tea and said calmly, a foolish ruler deserved to die. Hearing Irene's arrogant yet calm words, both of them couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Saroth asked in alarm, could it be that you were the one? This goes against the laws of the empire. Irene put down his teacup. He was a tyrant and oppressor. He was dealt with by his own people. And if the empire attacks those people, Irene radiated an extremely powerful aura. He calmly said, then they will have to suffer my invasion because I will fight against them. Count Saros was petrified on the spot. He gaped, unable to say a word. Sitting next to him, was extremely surprised. She didn't expect Irene to have changed so drastically. Later when the conversation ended, both Irene and Lena went to the balcony and admired the view below. Irene suddenly called out Luna. He looked at this land thoughtfully. Your domain is developing quite well. Even more so than the Pendragon domain now. Luna was stunned. She didn't understand what Irene meant. Irene suddenly changed the subject. I'm sorry about the loss incident. I didn't listen to you, Luna. She froze, then blushed. It's alright, that was... Irene interrupted. At that time I didn't understand. He remembered the Javan of the past. My life and what it means. He slowly said, what do I live for? Irene looked at the scenery below and pondered. But now I can say, he suddenly remembered the moment Lady Helen hugged him, crying with happiness. Isla angrily grabbed his collar. Sandrake was laughing happily and, his people though poor, were still determined to see him off on this path. Irene was extremely determined. I will live under the name Irene Pendragon. His eyes shone with a sharp and resilient light. And under the name of a Pendragon, my domain will be a place where everyone will live a prosperous life. That is the solution I found in Sisu. The evening sun shone on Irene, making him look incredibly warm. Looking at the prosperous land here, Irene firmly asserted, and that is my answer. Alon felt very thoughtful and fell into silence. At that time I didn't understand my life and what it meant. He remembered the moments he was hugged by Lady Helena, or the moments he was weak in front of Luna. What do I live for? He gently placed his hand on the railing and confessed, but, now Luna was surprised by his attitude. I can say. Ellen was very decisive, asserting that I will live under the name Irene Pendragon. He also made a promise of honor, and under the name of a Pendragon my domain will be a place where everyone will live a happy life. Ellen had come up with a new idea and thought. He believed that is the solution I found in Sizuk, and that is my answer. Lune was silent at his attitude. He mentioned the things they had discussed together, but about the things you said, at this moment Luna interrupted him. I understand. She quietly asked Ellen a deep, introspective question. Right now you re-drunk on love, aren't you? He closed his eyes and confirmed in confusion, while she immediately understood. Then, she sincerely said with a simple yet intimate title. A secretary like that, would that be alright? Alun was quite surprised by the strange proposal. Luna frankly stated what she wanted. If I learn how, even I can do it, and I can also be by your side to help you. He was surprised and quickly denied it. No, that's not it. She also honestly confessed what she had been cherishing. The words you said have moved me. Luna looked up at him. She gathered all her courage and said, I also want to live as myself. She was also very brave in expressing her views and desires. A life where I don't have to wait for a Prince Charming. I want to try it on my own. She tried to act like she was fine and reassured him, so you don't have to worry, it's alright. Luna's eyes carried a hint of sadness and some disappointment. Because today is not that day, right? Alan was immediately stunned, and he just silently looked at her for a long time. On a beautiful day at the kingdom, Irene happily ran towards Ellen and called out loudly, brother. She ran and hugged him tightly, which also startled him. It's been so long since I've seen you. Ellen held his loved ones in his arms. Lady Helena was immediately surprised. She suddenly noticed the atmosphere. She keenly noticed the unusual change around Ellen when he interacted with people. The boy has changed again. He looked at Lady Helena in surprise. She also held him back and looked at him. Ellen slowly walked towards his mother. He gently reached out his hand to take hers. Ellen emotionally hugged her tightly. I'm home, mother. Helena couldn't believe this moment was real. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears when she saw her son return safely. Both of them were so moved that they couldn't bear to let go and hugged each other tightly for a while. The kingdom seemed to be filled with great joy. Lady Helena announced, welcome home, Irene. He went to visit the generals and soldiers of his kingdom's army. Killian was surprised by Ellen's return and exclaimed, "It's been a while since I've seen you, young master." He was extremely arrogant as he boasted about his outstanding achievements. "While you were away, your loyal servant, Killian, led and protected the entire team perfectly." He laughed loudly as he patted the shoulder of Vincent, who was standing there. "And a passionate new recruit has also joined us." Vincent gave a silent glance. Killian affirmed to Ellen once again. He added more about Vincent's strengths. "Just as you said, young master, this guy is really arrogant, but his skills are undeniable. Anyway, he's still arrogant and puts himself first. He's still inferior to my skills." Youth Isla, upon seeing him, immediately froze on the spot in astonishment. Killian laughed loudly and explained the reason for recruiting him. It was an interesting match, but he surrendered in the middle of it. The difference lies in endurance training. Vincent appeared very clever and modest, replying, "I'm just an ordinary citizen after all. There's no way I can be on par with you, Captain." Isla got a little closer to him to get a better look. His eyes immediately became serious as he stared at him. Vincent also didn't avoid his gaze, but looked back with a sharp gaze. Ellen on the other side had seen the rivalry between the two of them. Ellen poured precious wine into the cup and confided, "You really are a cunning old fox." In the end, he sat down to talk with Vincent and honestly said everything. To hide your true strength, he enjoyed the offered wine, and he also didn't hold back, speaking frankly. "Aren't you the real old fox here?" Vincent said everything he had predicted about Ellen's thoughts. "You weren't trying to test me, were you?" Ellen wore a satisfied smile at his quick wit and cunning. He remembered when he fought with Vincent in front of everyone. A new recruit full of suspicion and a mysterious background defeated the head knight. Vincent was a refined and clever person in his conduct, so he had anticipated that others would surely gossip. He admitted to being inferior to others to find a way out for himself, so as not to affect his honor. "I hid my skills enough to be able to fight on equal terms with him." But Vincent also had to acknowledge his talent. "You really have a good knightly order." Alon then asked him a difficult question. "Do you like the Pendragon people?" Vincent answered vaguely, "It's up to you." Ellen gradually felt that this man was hard to expose and hard to understand. He raised his wine glass and invited him. Anyway, Vincent picked up a bottle of wine and said with a hidden meaning, "There's a very special flavor in the beer produced here. But for me that's not enough." He pointed at the bottle and asked Ellen a question. "Why do you think that is?" Alon wore a delighted smile. "It's starting." And that was the beginning of what was predicted to be a boozy meal between the two of them. The test of the master of the ivory tower, Vincent Tron. The two of them sat opposite each other like real men. Elon looked at him with eyes full of wisdom and asked, "This domain is lacking something. That's your question, right?" Vincent quietly poured into the cup and smirked. "You guess." His eyes emitted a burning flame and he said with a hidden meaning, "The beer here, compared to the beer I used to drink in Laws, what's the difference?" Immediately after that sentence, Vincent immediately transformed his spirit and pointed his sword straight at Earl's face. The shining tip of the sword was close to a face, but he was very calm. Elon wore a smile. He had felt what he was facing. "It seems this sword of his can stab me at any time." The cold face of Vincent made him even more certain. "It makes me feel like I'm fighting him." Facing a worthy opponent made Earl even more cautious about his words. One wrong step and he was done for. "And he won't be on my side." The way he evaluated the beer, he also vaguely understood. The beer here, compared to the beer at the seaport, can also be compared to a clear truth. The difference between Pendragon and Lurs. Alun had keenly noticed that. The thing that's missing here. He closed his eyes. Before the fiery sword tip, he bravely opened his eyes and answered frankly, "It's the people. The biggest difference is the population." Hearing this answer, Vincent was also unexpectedly stunned on the spot. Ellen honestly expressed his opinion. Although the territory of Pendragon is vast, the population is sparse. He looked out the window at the vast expanse of land, and gave a specific example. Normally this piece of land should be enough for more than 100,000 people to live, but now the population is only a mere 30,000. He also pointed out some details about the people and their awareness of living. As for less, because there is a seaport, the flow of people into the city is too large compared to Pendragon. It's a world of difference. Not only that, he also clearly explained Vincent's deep question about the beer. If there aren't enough residents gathered here, there will be no technical progress or fighting strength, so the taste of the beer will always be the same. The population is also considered a strength of a domain, and he also sincerely said everything he understood. That is what Pendragon currently lacks. Vincent's voice dropped. He analyzed with deep philosophy, just like the traditional sake of a region. Culture is very important. He took another sip of beer and emphasized very clearly, simply put, the strength of a domain is the product it creates. Ellen glanced at him, a little tense. Vincent also didn't hide his admiration for his leadership style. "According to my investigation, this place is developing very quickly, thanks to you, Irene Pendragon, who has led and guided it. Immigration is also gradually progressing." But he also frankly pointed out the limitations when he saw their situation firsthand. However, many immigrants are living in poverty. Ellen also admitted the mistake and decided to correct and improve it. Then we must help them first. For the benefit of the domain. Vincent then asked a question. How? Once again, the tip of his sword created pressure for Earl. He had also thought of a perfect answer. Create fertile land and give them the right to cultivate it. According to Earl, that was the most optimal method at the present time. By doing so, we can naturally turn them into our people and at the same time increase the food supply. It's killing two birds with one stone. Vincent was also quite surprised by this strategy of his, also realized some of the risks of this issue. But this strategy has a problem. Vincent calmly reminded him, please continue. He expressed his worries and concerns to Vincent. That is safety. If thousands of people come here to cultivate the land, villages will spring up like mushrooms. Moreover, a very difficult thing for the Elrond kingdom is that we don't have enough soldiers to protect them from bandits and monsters. Vincent then tested him. What if you entrust this matter to the Griffiths? Once again, the question was very on point and overwhelming from Vincent's side. Ellen was not at all shaken by this series of questions. No matter how tamed, their nature is still that of monsters. And he was also very clear-headed in his response. If we really want to turn them into our people. In his mind, he had arranged all the plans. We must let the people they trust take on this task. A few examples like Iceland, for instance, like a knight, or an even better option, mercenaries, for example. Ireland was very delicate and understood the psychology of the new immigrants. If we don't do that, they will think they are not being treated like human beings, but more like slaves. Vincent was stunned upon hearing this, at his tight arguments. Ellen was very much looking forward to the best things for the new residents. They came here to escape poverty, and the dream of changing their lives is waiting for them. He was very realistic in the simplest and most secret thoughts of human beings. If we treat them like slaves, the people who come here with dreams and ambitions will no longer have convincing and easy to hear arguments. Ellen's words made Vincent silently listen to every word. I have seen Cizek fall into that situation, and also places where many nobles think that using force to suppress them is the right thing to do. He had learned and drawn experience from what he had witnessed. But if we do that, this domain will not prosper. The scenes of oppression and exploitation of the farmer's labor, he understood better than anyone. Even a worm will turn. The painful and miserable scenes were also one of the deep-rooted causes of the oppressive thoughts. Then in the end, they became bitter and were ready to kill those who had tormented them and their relatives for personal gain. They suppressed their negative emotions and went to destroy and attack those very leaders. The Lord will be dealt with by his own people. Vincent's eyes widened in astonishment at this humanitarian ideology. Because the real Lord, he proudly presented his deep life philosophies, is all the people living in the same domain. The flaming sword tip at his neck then retracted on its own, as if in shame and humiliation. The room where they sat was filled with a burning and hot light. Vincent couldn't hide his admiration and exclamation. After meeting you again, I feel. He sincerely gave his assessment of Ellen. You have changed. Ellen was a little surprised by this assessment. Vincent quietly replied yes. He also didn't hide the worries in his heart. He replied, but even if you have good intentions, without a plan it's useless. Alan decisively said about Vincent's way of thinking, you're too strict. Vincent was very clear about Alan's spirit, so he was very careful with his words. If you were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't hesitate to praise you to take advantage of you. He then took a big gulp of beer and continued, but I intend to speak seriously with you. Ellen was very patient and looked forward to the opportunity to discuss with him. He chugged the bottle of beer in one go, some of it spilling out of his mouth. He put the empty bottle down and directly shared his interesting feeling. Because I still want to drink more of this delicious beer. Alan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He expressed his desire to listen. I want to hear your thoughts. The two of them looked at each other with much more peace and comfort. Vincent brought some good news. I have a way to solve the immigration issue, and I also intend to attract more people to the domain. Alan happily replied, I understand. He glanced at Alan and said with a hidden meaning, the answer also lies in what you just said, Pendragon. A griffin was flying as fast as a storm. Isla was the one controlling and leading the flock of griffins below. A flock of griffins flew smoothly in the sky. The elves were busy working. Even the centaurs were helping out. Everyone was busy building large and sturdy houses. A few villagers looked up with astonishment at the great change. They said to each other, it's amazing. That's right, this once dilapidated village, before the villagers' eyes, the village had now transformed and was more prosperous than ever. Has now become a city. At Alun's place, he was surprised by Vincent's words. You said the answer lies in what I just said. He replied yes. He made a very new proposal. We will carry out a large-scale construction project. Ellen was amazed by this idea. He repeated, construction. Vincent then laid out the first steps of the change. First, we will solve the employment issue for the poor immigrants. He explained the advantages of this method, which was extremely optimal and effective. However, instead of giving them land to do whatever they want, it would be better to give them construction jobs. Since this is a large-scale project, we will need thousands of people like them. He presented an advantage of the plan, and we will also be able to gather them in one single place. Ilan became excited and immediately realized the safety of this. If we do that, we can reduce the number of soldiers needed to protect them. Vincent emphasized very clearly, and because it is a large-scale project, we will definitely need other people as well. He was very clever in the deep details of this benefit. One person will bring another. This was exactly what he was intentionally aiming for to develop. That will lead to the formation of a free city, a city that welcomes everyone, regardless of citizenship, race, and species. Desired vision had appeared in his mind. If everything goes well, the population will multiply at a dizzying speed. At a mansion in the city of Jack, in the meeting room, Alan, Vincent, and Luna were present to directly hear the feedback from the people. A farmer enthusiastically volunteered to cooperate with everyone. My piece of land is near a forest that has a lot of good quality wood. Please prioritize using us in this city expansion. Another person took on the task of entertaining the workers after a hard day's labor. He said excitedly, I want to open a tavern for all the immigrant workers. After all, there's nothing better than a glass of beer after a tiring day. He tried to use all the reasons to convince them. They will work very hard, so at the end of the day, hearing this man's story, Alan also gradually realized the deep meaning in Vincent's words from before. I finally understand what he meant. One person will bring another. The valuable tactics that he enthusiastically taught. If there are enough people, the demand for new businesses will increase. He frankly made a very clear assessment. And from now on, that's what's important. A strategy was laid out by Vincent in a very meticulous way. We will sign contracts with the merchants who gather here to buy and sell. Elon stood up to speak before everyone. He sincerely thanked them from the bottom of his heart. I am very grateful to all of you for not minding the long journey to come here. Besides that, he also emphasized the human rights and benefits of this place. This city of Job is a free city without discrimination based on race, species, or nationality. Luna took out a large bag of money. Elon also loudly declared, however, if you want to do business here, you need to follow this one rule. Luna poured the new and shiny gold coins onto the table. He also made an important decision at the same time. That is, everyone must use these dragon coins. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Elon had also been hesitant when making such a bold decision, creating a new and independent currency. Vincent calmly assessed the situation. He explained, of course, the Empire will not accept this. However, if the Pendragon family goes in the right direction now, it will be fine. He mentioned the spirit of righteous battle with Tolio to comfort him. Thanks to your battle at Lures, the Prince of the Empire, N, is very grateful to you. Moreover, the stories of his courage in daring to charge forward were also a great recognition. And thanks to you catching the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the first Prince of the Empire at Sis. That is one of the very important reasons that prompted Ellen to change. And because the person behind it is the Sea Dragon King, the strength of the Pendragon family is necessary in the fight against the Arangis family. Hearing that, he was also a little moved. Vincent also gave a legitimate reason for them to be recognized for this new thing. For all these reasons, they will have no other choice but to comply with it. He mentioned the attractive benefits they would gain if they followed the plan correctly. And if we can trade with the Empire using this currency, the Pendragon family will have even more influence. The strengths that Vincent presented were extremely reasonable and had a very large impact on Ellen's kingdom. And for you to be able to achieve what you want in the Empire, you will need even more strength. This made Ellen even more determined to pursue them. They will have to take a heavy blow from my attack, because I will fight side by side with the Empire. He immediately considered it carefully. His hand trembled with anxiety, definitely. However, Ellen found it difficult to issue this new currency. Another challenge. Even if there are many mines in this territory, it won't be enough to mint all those gold coins. Vincent was stunned and froze. He then burst out laughing heartily. He advised Ellen to rest assured he had calculated everything beforehand. You don't need to worry about that, because the money will be. A beautiful sunset afternoon, the pink sunlight shone down on the incredibly beautiful scenery. The people who received the coins were very curious. Is this dragon coin really usable? They were very skeptical about the quality and value of the new currency. Compared to the Empire's currency, the composition is only about 70% gold. And it's also much smaller. When we finish the project, a low-quality currency like this will disappear anyway. The man next to him immediately made a prediction. I think the Empire's currency is the one that will disappear. This man seemed very knowledgeable and wise. He was also a rather powerful and influential person. The head of Giovanni, the fourth largest merchant guild in the Empire, Toka Giovanni. He carefully examined it and gave a very frank assessment. Because it's compact, it's easier to carry around. And it doesn't matter how much gold it contains, its value is still equivalent to the Empire's currency. Tak explained the advantages of the new currency's compactness and convenience. So in terms of convenience value, these two coins are the same. But the Empire's coin is heavier, so it's harder to carry. Then he asked a very practical and useful question. So which coin would you choose to keep and which to spend? The others were surprised by his reasoning, by his intelligence and sophistication. Vincent picked up a bottle of beer. He then stated a profound business philosophy. In the business world, there's a proverb like this: the first coin is the wise coin. He gave the most practical applications to explain to them. The value of a currency is determined by its circulation in the market. Vincent, being timely and far-sighted, assessed, if we can make the Empire's currency be used as an asset, then sooner or later, it will become like gold ore at present. And at that time the market will be flooded with dragon coins. Luna had understood a little. She expressed her thoughts. So basically, the one with lower quality will take the place of the one with higher quality. He replied, that's right. Vincent lifted the bottle of beer. He was very confident that just one piece of paper can make that happen. I believe so. Ilon was surprised. Really, Vincent drank while replying to him. Anyway, it's just in theory. He was very confident in what he asserted. But in a future far beyond our deaths, there might be evidence to prove that it's true. Ilon realized that he wore a satisfied smile. Ellen greatly admired Vincent's talent and vision. He thought to himself, even though I know what the future really holds, I can't believe he can see so far, so broadly. In his eyes, he was a respectable wise man. He's a scary person. At sunset, Vincent Tron, following C, admired the newly minted coins. He also had to acknowledge this talent. To come up with a plan like this, the person who did it must be quite capable, so UV succeeded. He was very surprised and admired Ellen for finding such a quality ally. UV subdued that cunning fox Irene Pendragon. Toka gripped his hand tightly. He asserted definitely. Within a year, no, half a year from now, it will make a big splash. The most brilliant and magnificent image was drawn as a recognition. The city of Freedom Jack. At the city gate, the crowd came and went in a bustling stream, just as Vincent John's plan had stated. The immigrant residents were talking to each other. The immigrants are coming quickly. They were all sorts of people, flooding joke before. The desk, the crowd was reporting information to Luna. The man spoke cheerfully, and she also diligently held a pen, taking notes of what he said. The sunlight shone on the main castle. She held the collected immigrant information in her hand. Then, Luna calmly reported, "This is today's shocking report from Jack." In front of Ellen and Vincent, who were sitting there, she took the stack of reports to examine. Elon looked at the document with a serious expression, then turned to Vincent beside him and commented, "Everything is still proceeding as planned, right?" He agreed, "Yes." He calmly looked at the paper and stated the advantages. "But you have seen their business vision and even know their true intentions." Then, he looked up at Luna and praised her. "You are really talented in this field." Seeing the praise, her face lit up with a smile. Vincent looked up and smiled at her. "Because the number of businesses has been increasing rapidly lately. Just the two of us can't handle all the work without your help." Luna placed her hand on her chest and smiled happily, humbly saying, "Thank you very much." After that, she left the room. The space was quiet, with only the sound of the closing door remaining. Vincent turned to look at Ellen and smiled. "She's pretty good, isn't she, Pendragon?" He also startled and looked over, then bowed his head and smiled. "Yes." Elsewhere, the group was working on a wooden construction project. A green orc was carrying a log. He quickly threw the log up. "Here, take it, Pendragon." Above, he rushed out to catch it. The group also looked on in a daze. Then he angrily looked at the green orc below and shouted, "You idiot. If you throw it that hard." He was still arrogant and teased. "There's no other way. For us orcs, that's light as a feather." Above, Isla, riding a bird, looked down at the construction site. He pursed his lips, his eyes staring at Ellen, who was talking to the person next to him below. Luna and Vincent sat on a chair supervising the construction. She widened her eyes in wonder. "But why is Irene doing construction?" He swirled the water in his glass, closed his eyes, and explained, "It's an image strategy." Then he brought the glass to his lips, tilted his head back and prepared to drink. If he sweats along with the workers, he will win the favor of the people. Vincent concluded, as someone who will accompany them. Luna also smiled wryly and looked over, not knowing what to say. He widened his eyes and added, "I suggested he do that." Above, Ellen was still smiling energetically, building with the group. Vincent commented, "And it seems he's quite familiar with that kind of work." He looked at Ellen intently. As for him, he was still working so hard he was sweating profusely. He glanced down and thought to himself. At that time he remembered his past life when he had also gone to plant rice with the people. "In my past life, I also helped a lot in the Vanna family." On the bank, his mother brought food and called out to him. He looked up at her. She held a basket of food and smiled, waving at him from below. Ellen bowed his head, a little sad. "It's always." Suddenly, from below, someone shouted to him, "Irene." Everyone looked down. It was Lind. She was carrying a basket of bread and reminded him,
"It's lunchtime."
After that, the whole group, including the orcs and birds, sat down on the ground to eat bread. Lind handed a loaf to Earl. He took a bite and his eyes widened in surprise. He praised, "This is delicious." She was also happy to hear that and smiled. "After all, I used to be a commoner, so I'm used to doing things like this." Her hands were calloused. He stared at her hands, completely stunned. Then his eyes widened as if he had realized something. The image of his mother from his past life appeared in his mind through Linda's form. Luna stood there staring for a long time. She also looked up at him in the twilight. Lindy looked at him with some doubt. Beside her, Luna and Vincent also looked on with doubt. He smiled while she on the side was surprised. "I have a feeling I'm about to drink some delicious beer in this domain." Her face was a little sad. Vincent also glanced over and noticed that above, Soldrake was also looking down at the castle from afar. She commented in surprise, "Everything is gradually changing." The city's development policy had been in place for a while since she came here. To Pendragon, this place has remained the same for a very long time. She remembered her agreement with Jai and thought to herself, but after the agreement with Jai, Sorek still stood there silently, looking at the castle from afar. Her eyes narrowed as she called out in her heart. The wind blew through her hair. "What do you think, Alex?" Then, she looked up at the bright sun overhead and shouted in her heart, "Alec Pendragon." On another mountain peak, a person and a horse stood together looking at the castle. The person mumbled, "I'm finally here." The place I've always longed for, the Pendragon domain. He gripped the sword in his hand, and right here Talion John Bon. He smiled excitedly in the wind, will become a proud and honorable knight. Lean's face was full of confidence. At this moment, Line the maid was distributing food to the people. Irene, she smiled brightly and announced, everyone, the Pendragon domain is providing construction jobs for immigrants. She went around saying everyone doesn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The men were attracted and mumbled, so pretty. Yeah, really pretty. Vincent, who was sitting with Maya, praised just as I thought. Lady Irene is perfect for this task, she's doing a great job. The little girl replied, she said it's a strategy to improve our image. Humans are strange, the two of them observed Irene. Isn't she ugly? She's like an elf. You re-insulting people, I don't know. Hush, she happily handed food to a person sitting there. Here, help yourself. He took it and said thank you. Irene bowed and reassured him, it'll be alright. We will provide work. Suddenly his whole body trembled. He said no. She found it strange. She looked at him and thought to herself, this person has a pretty good sword. She wondered to herself, he also has a good sense of style. Is he really an immigrant? Suddenly a hideous zombie rushed out from between the two of them. The two of them looked at it in confusion. Riding Kazal, she saw it and exclaimed in surprise, a zombie! Following that, a series of other grotesque monsters appeared. It's coming! The initial zombie pounced on Irene. She screamed in fear. Hey! The boy from before jumped in to save her, shouting, watch out. He was hit by the hideous zombie and sent flying. Irene looked at him, not noticing the zombie in front of her with its mouth wide open. A pair of nimble feet were approaching. It was Vincent. He grabbed Irene with one hand and with the other held a sword and cut the zombie's body. It had become 3 separate, distinct parts. After a while everything stabilized again. He spoke up, this area is really dangerous. There was nothing written on the information board that monsters like this could appear. Teacher Zip said, thank you, sir. Then she turned her head to look at the ground and saw that the boy had been lying there trembling for a while. Irene panicked, ran over and asked, are you okay? He tried to stand up, his whole body trembling, his mouth crying out pitifully, I'm really pathetic. Irene encouraged him, that's not true. You were really brave. Vincent also added, that's right. Thanks to you, I was able to arrive in time to help. He helplessly shed tears, his hands continuously hitting the ground, saying that's still not enough. I came to Pendragon because I wanted to become a knight. Vincent and Irene looked at each other, as if understanding something inside. In a castle, a calm voice rang out, thank you for saving my sister. Irene slowly said, from what I heard you took the test to become a part of the White Dragon Force, but failed. He didn't dare to face him, softly replying yes. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and spoke, I couldn't become a knight, but being able to meet you is truly an honor. I've always admired you. He asked again, admired. He replied yes. At Governor Seguna's party he recounted, I was also there and witnessed the attack of the orc pirates. I hurriedly ran away from there as fast as I could. He clenched his fists, declaring boldly, but you didn't. He said you fought the pirates with everything you had, and you even defeated them. The hero of Lurs. He looked at him with bright eyes. I also want to become a knight as strong as that, and I traveled all the way here from the imperial capital just to achieve that. Hearing this, Irene was silent for a moment, calmly replying, I see. He asked softly, since you are here, are you also a noble? Hearing this, he seemed to lose all his energy, slowly lowering his head and introducing himself. Yes, my name is Leon Jonbon. I am the second son of Count Jonbon. Irene found it strange, Count Jonbon, huh? He thought to himself, I've never heard of him before. He stood dejectedly for a moment. He smiled shyly and said, the Jonbon family is an honorary count. We are the jesters of the royal castle. Irene was surprised. Honorary count? You mean you have national level talent? He smiled a bit shyly and replied, yes. The people in my family have been proud of Path for generations, he recounted. But the nobles in the royal castle don't think so. Irene listened attentively. We are simply jesters, a laughingstock. I couldn't stand their contempt for us. He was silent after hearing these words. Leon clenched his fists. That's why I want to become a knight, fight like a warrior, and restore the reputation. Speaking up to here, his hands trembled non-stop of the Jonbon family. Irene fell into deep thought. So, there are also victims of severe discrimination present in the empire. A moment later, he spoke coldly, Sir Jonbon Leon, I want to see your performance. He stood stunned. He emphasized again, show me. His face became more serious than before. Then he tossed his cape high and replied, I understand. He immediately showed off his talent. First, it was 2 inverted human figures. Next, he slowly slipped his legs on his back easily. A few seconds later, he stabilized his posture, crossing his eyes and sticking his tongue out. He supported his whole body in midair with one hand. Irene held his posture, looking at him. Then Leon placed his hands on the floor, springing high up with one bound, his hands in midair. His whole body was suspended high up. He somersaulted a few times in the air, then landed gently. Finishing his performance, he stood in a serious and honorable greeting posture. Irene and Vincent witnessed this, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Irene stared at him for a moment, then slowly stood up, saying, that's right, indeed. Maybe you can't become a knight, he added, but I know someone who can develop your talent, Leon. Both of the people behind him were also surprised and wide-eyed upon hearing this. Irene lowered his head, thinking, the person who taught me martial arts in my previous life. The person who was by my side and rushed into the battlefield, my master, the back of a muscular man appeared. Raxo Agat. If it's him, he can develop his talent. He rested one hand on his hip, commenting on him, flexibility beyond ordinary people. Especially balance and jumping power. Then he cracked his knuckles and said, Linjamban, become a gladiator. Go. Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. A second later he agreed, clasping his hands together and exclaiming, a gladiator. In his head he thought, so cool. It was getting dark. Vincent opened his mouth to ask, so you and Leon will go together to the capital? He sat across from him with his arms crossed, coldly replying, yeah. Irene continued, and during that time maybe I will find someone who can become his master. Vincent asked carefully, is that okay? This trip is very important to us. We have a lot of goals to accomplish. He intertwined his hands, looking down and saying, like the reward for punishing Luftdalen, and granting permission for Pendragon coin. Vincent interrupted, drinking water while saying, and Luftdalen's escort team is about to depart. It's too dangerous. He slowly exclaimed, that's why we have to do some things. Irene looked up at him. I heard news from the orcs. He added, part of the zombie and ghoul horde near the tome that we fought before has come back to life. Meaning the lich we defeated back then is still wandering somewhere out there. Vincent wondered, so the zombie horde that attacked Lady Irene yesterday wasn't all of them. Before he could finish his sentence, he replied quickly, probably. He said in confusion, even when you signed a contract with the White Dragon, he still hasn't lost all his power. He was silent for a few seconds, then replied, it seems there's someone behind this. Perhaps it's a creature that can resist even a dragon. In the middle of the late night, Irene lay tiredly on the large bed. Feeling like someone was there, he struggled to sit up and open his eyes to see. Seeing Sordrax peeking outside the window, he called out, Sordrax. Irene invited her into the room, then spoke up, I haven't seen you for a long time, what's wrong? She slowly replied, recovering mana. Then Sordrax added, and outside the Pendragon territory, being in human form consumes a lot of mana. Irene looked confused. He raised his voice, why didn't you tell me this before? If I had known then, Sordrax lowered her head, gently replying, because I wanted to be by your side. Hearing this, he immediately fell silent. She asked further, are you happy? He replied in confusion, no. While speaking, he suddenly lost his voice. He remembered the past, when Sordrax hugged him to comfort him in the rain, when she brought food to Irene, always looking at him with affectionate eyes. A moment later he opened his mouth, you took care of me in Sizek. She gently said, no need to apologize. Our souls are connected. She slowly told him, and it's my fault when you did the opposite of what you used to. Irene stood silently looking at her. He remembered images of the past. Then he asked, you didn't know, did you, about what would happen? She quickly replied, I didn't know. Sordrax recounted any magic that can turn back time. I currently don't know any magic like that. He listened to Sordrax. And if it does exist, it needs a massive amount of mana, and a special place to contain all that mana, a dragon vein, and my life, the patriarch of the dragon tribe. For something like that to happen. Irene clenched his fists, that's right. The white dragon back then, remembering the memories, he said, didn't fight with all his might and ended his own life. Just like my Pendragon in my previous life, wanted to return to the past, huh? Sordrax looked at Irene, who was in a daze. A second later, she stood up and said, that's why I have to go. He was confused. She stood looking at the sky, her eyes somewhat distant. Death back then. Then she turned into a dragon, spreading her wings and flying away. Lost in step. The next morning, a carriage was slowly moving in the Alice territory at the combat festival. A boy was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground, trembling and groaning. His arm was broken, unable to move normally. In the stands, the spectators were also amazed. Oh my God, to think that the eldest son of Count Lover, seeing him beaten to a pulp by that man, the holy Ieder, was beaten to a pulp like this. The spectators carefully observed that person, then wondered, who is he? His hands were stained with the young man's blood. Who is that mercenary? He clasped his hands together, standing arrogantly looking forward. At this time the announcement rang out loudly. The winner is Warrior Agat! His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if containing something unknown. Irene in the Alice territory also had to exclaim, wow, it's really beautiful. The maid also chimed in, the territory. It turned out they were in Alice, the galaxy city. A beautiful place. Crowds of people bustling back and forth in this place. On this side, Irene, wearing a black hooded cloak over his head, looked around, thinking to himself, the great territory of Alice. With a city like this, they'll soon be on par with the Empire. Irene spoke up, there are so many people here. Leon quickly replied, because the combat festival is held here once a year. It has become a tourist city. He added, I've been here many times to improve my skills. Both Irene and the maid said together, I also want to see Leon's skills. Me too. Was surprised to see this. Then he took a bite of an apple, laughing and replying, foo foo foo. Then just for a moment. Second later he tossed up a bunch of other apples. The two of them opened their eyes wide in admiration, looking at Leon. He even used his feet to kick the apples up, dazzling their eyes. He hid his hands behind his back, then used his back to catch an apple, preventing it from falling. Next was using his shoulders to lift 2 apples easily, continuing by kicking the apples from behind to the front. Everyone watching marveled, wow. He didn't even use his hands. That guy is good. Leon kicked an apple high up right at the tip of his shoe, flipping his whole body up. Finally he threw that apple away. Irene and the maid lined continuously clapped. He landed gently, but at this time everyone looked to one side. He followed their gaze. It turned out to be a fierce-looking guy carrying an axe on his back. On his body was the apple that Leon had thrown. He glared at him with eyes as sharp and cold as a knife. Leon immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground to apologize. But suddenly there was something heavy on his shoulders. It was Irene. He quickly sat on his back at some point. He turned his head to look at Irene, and immediately received a lecture. Food is not something to be wasted. Leon was sweating with fear, his whole body trembling, hesitantly replying, "I'm sorry." That fierce guy and his friends also laughed. Irene helped Leon up, but he had no life left in him at this point. The maid lined wondered, "But are there many strong people here?" Irene coldly replied, "It's because today is the day the combat festival is held here." Irene looked at him with interest. He said blankly, "Right? I completely forgot about that." Suddenly, as if some thought crossed his mind, Leon excitedly exclaimed, "Could it be that young master intends to participate?" His eyes lit up hearing Irene reply, "Yes." He pondered, "However, I don't know if a god will listen to me." Irene bowed his head slightly. "In my previous life I heard about him, so he's in some castle." A loud bang rang out along with a frustrated voice. "What disgrace!" The lord of the Alice territory, Count Lover. His whole body trembled with anger. He scolded, "For generations the Count Lover family has always been famous for producing renowned people," he said in disappointment. An editor who was specially trained since birth, he looked at his son, covered in wounds, trembling in pain but having to listen to his father's words. Is now famous and known as the Holy Eye across many countries. He rolled his eyes and shouted, lost miserably to an unarmed old man. He asked, "Aren't you ashamed?" The son and two close aides simultaneously bowed their heads. We apologize. This loss is unforgivable." Count Lover angrily clenched his fists. If he wins, the Galaxy Knights of the Lover family will become a disgrace. Hearing this, the son was also dazed, saying nothing. Suddenly, a person slowly walked in and spoke up, "You don't need to worry, father." He walked in slowly with two escorts on his arms. The boy also turned his head to look. "After all, you still have me." The son was surprised. "Morgan." He held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it slowly but confidently. "The number one handsome man of Alice." Then a second later he tossed that glass of red wine high up. He drew the sword from his body. He looked down but swung the sword up. The escort held the glass of red wine. But at that moment, the glass was split in half because he slashed it with his sword. Count Lover and his son Eder stared wide-eyed at Morgan. He continued, "And the strongest knight in history." Then he smiled mischievously and asked softly, "Is your son Morgan Lover?" Right. A second later, he adjusted the button on his shirt. Returning to the combat festival arena, the announcement rang out loudly. "And the winner is a god. Next is Sir Morgan Lover, the winner." The two of them stared at each other. The evil aura they emitted was also different. Both of them would advance to the finals. In the Alice legal territory, Baron Dawson's territory, suddenly there was a hasty call. "Lord Dawson." "Lord Dawson." A young guard quickly said, "What do you think about that warrior?" "Let's hire him as a guard for our Dawson family." He continued, "His abilities in the battle festival are quite—" Lord Dawson quietly spoke up, "Enough." But he didn't listen and kept blabbering. "But maybe that guy will be able to defeat the genius Sir Morgan." He shouted loudly, "Enough. Leave immediately." The two of them left immediately. He was confused. What's wrong with Lord Dawson? He looked at the person next to him and said, "Even though he's a knight, he doesn't watch the tournament at all. And he doesn't even train." The other person replied, "It's as if he's no longer a noble." Dawson sat silently in the room. "I just can't understand how such a useless person could hold such a title." He picked up something that looked like a flower-shaped button and looked at it affectionately. This reminded him of his little daughter. He slowly clenched it tightly in his hand, then buried his face in his hands without saying a word. The four of them stood in front of a large inn. Leon blinked and looked at it. "So, my master is staying in this inn." Irene sighed. The two of them secretly thought about their respected master from their previous life, Argus. Was he really here right now? Suddenly, he stammered, "But look down there!" People are lying unconscious everywhere. What the hell happened to these guys? One of them slowly said, "We came here to see Argus." Leon quickly replied, "Ah, right." He trembled, struggling to warn them, Don't try to talk to him.
Turn back while you still can."
He's absurdly strong, even when he's not going all out." Looking at the unconscious men, it seemed all the nobles and knights had come here to test his strength after witnessing his skills at the festival, and they had all been beaten to a pulp like this. Hearing this, Irene and Linda were terrified. Leon turned to Irene. "Is everything really going to be okay?" He coldly replied, "There might be some unexpected situations." He instructed, "Leave it to me for now." Later, soon after, they stood in front of Argus's room. He knocked on the door a few times and spoke up, "Respected warrior Argus, I have something I'd like to discuss with you right now." Silence, not a single word of response. A second later, Argus's voice echoed from inside, "Get lost unless you want to lose an eye." Irene stayed silent, then suddenly opened his mouth. "I know what happened to Joe and Raja." Instantly, a massive arm swung at him. Argus, furious with bloodshot eyes, lunged toward Irene. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. Argus quickly threw a punch, but Irene reacted in time and dodged it. Irene continuously dodged those powerful attacks, thinking to himself, "He's so fast." At that moment, Argus's foot reached his arm. He immediately swung his leg up to deliver a kick to Irene's face. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged it, secretly admiring just as expected. That's the technique I absolutely love. His eyes narrowed as he thought, now he's going to use his third technique. Argus instantly launched a straight upward kick. He predicted it was the kite snatch technique, so Irene continuously evaded his attacks. Using the back of his hand, he delivered a powerful slap to Argus. The mark of the strike was left on his face. Not stopping there, Irene raised his leg and kicked straight at Argus. He quickly blocked the blow with his arm. Then, Irene used the exact same technique Argus had used earlier. He immediately raised his leg and delivered a swift, wind-tearing kick right to his face. Argus was knocked back but managed to stay on his feet. He touched his bleeding forehead, staring intently at him. At this moment, Argus spoke up. Did you copy my technique? No, you already knew it. He remained silent, not answering. He continued asking, who are you? And how do you know about my daughters? Argus pressed him. Are you an accomplice of that despicable bastard, Morgan Lover? Irene slowly replied, I came here to change your fate, so I hope you will listen to what I have to say. He stared fixedly at him. At this moment, Irene looked straight into Argus's eyes to drive the final nail into the coffin. He said decisively, of that monster in human skin. One night, in a certain forest, Morgan, with a scratched and bloody face, he laughed to himself. How I can never get tired of this. He stood with one hand on his hip, flashing a bright smile as if this massacre was just a stroll. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, thanks to my looks and wits, these stupid bitches just can't resist my charm. That moment, a soft foot with marks that looked like chains appeared lying on the ground, accompanied by Morgan's bitter voice. And by using my power, all my scandals and bad rumors have been covered up. He laughed maniacally, raising both hands in satisfaction and shouting as if everything in the world was in his grasp. The symbol of pleasure, power. I hold it all. Ha ha ha. He walked under the moonlight in the late night forest, talking to himself. 2 more days. After the finals, then. He raised his blood-stained sword. That old mercenary who dared to oppose my family. He crazily licked the blood off the blade and confidently said, that guy will drown in a sea of blood. Argus sat on his empty bed, smoking a cigarette. He said, you want me to believe what you say, even when I don't even know you? Irene bowed his head and calmly replied, respected and extraordinary warrior Argus. He looked up at Argus. I truly just want to help you. He took a drag of his cigarette and spoke again. I appreciate that, really. But will that bring my daughters back? Hearing this, Irene silently lowered his head. Argus was heartbroken, but his expression was full of murderous intent. They were violated and murdered by that despicable bastard Morgan. There's nothing that can bring Joe and Raja back, right? He said in frustration. Those noble bastards, their very existence represents the law. Then, furiously, he shouted, no matter what heinous crimes they commit, no one dares to do anything to them. Argus's entire body seemed to emit a gloomy, murderous aura. If no one will do anything to them, then I will. Irene silently stared at him. After listening, he said, everything you said is right, he explained. But if you do it this way, you won't achieve your revenge. Instead, you will be seen as a criminal and exiled to the Demon Legion. Argus looked at him with exhausted, haggard eyes. He added, if that happens, you'll only end up crawling in the mud across countless battlefields. Fighting in those meaningless wars, Irene solemnly said, only to eventually become a soulless corpse, expecting nothing but death. At this moment, both of them fell into silence. Then, Argus replied, you speak as if you can see the future. He stayed silent, listening to him. That counterattack of yours earlier, he recalled when the two of them fought earlier and marveled. Your timing and reflexes were absolutely perfect. Argus wondered, did you already know and learn my technique? He frowned, impressed. So let me ask you one more time. Who are you? He slowly replied, I cannot reveal that to you. Irene looked straight into his eyes and said, but I haven't lied to you at all. Everything I've said is completely sincere. Please understand. The two of them fell into silence again. He took a drag and said, then tell me. What do you want? At the arena hosting the combat festival, the excited cheers of the audience echoed. On the field, Argus and Morgan were facing off. The referee's voice announced, the final match of the combat festival in the Alice territory begins right now. Morgan held his sword with a confident demeanor, a peerless genius seen only once in a century. The strongest knight of Alice, the genius knight, Morgan Lovra. Next is Argus. He didn't bring any weapons, yet remained calm and completely unafraid. On the other side of the battlefield, an unknown individual with an undefeated record in this tournament, warrior Argus. Two spectators chatted with each other. I've never seen the crowd this hyped up. Yeah, old man Argus is famous now. The long-haired man looked over at Dawson and said, even Lord Dawson, who's famous for hating this festival, came to watch. His eyes had dark circles as he sat, quietly watching. Argus, though simple in appearance, had an equally confident demeanor. Sitting and watching, softly wondered, is that the same Argus we usually see? Irene also said, why is he suddenly so unusually calm? The servant line turned to ask Irene, did you say something to him, young Master Irene? He coldly replied, yeah, something like that. All three of them looked at him in confusion. Irene said, Leon, you must pay close attention to this match. Leon quickly replied, yes, Count. Smug and confident in his son, proudly said Poft, look at those clueless fools. The skills of Eder and Morgan are on a completely different level. He widened his eyes. Show them the difference between nobles and commoners. Right at that Moment the two of them stood facing each other on the field. Morgan sneered and said, "Yesterday you really did a number on my little brother, old man." Argus stayed silent, not saying a word. He chuckled and said, "Are you deaf?" Old Morgan, confident in his strength, declared, "Today will be your death anniversary. Die." His entire body immediately emitted a purple aura. That aura spread to the spectator area where Irene's group of 4 was sitting. Irene frowned, thinking, that's something very few people can possess. Or I never thought I'd see it in this territory. Then he pointed his sword straight at Argus, flashing a wicked smile. "This festival can only end with your death. Don't blame me though. After all, those are the rules." He swallowed hard, then slowly smiled and replied, "Is that so? I'm glad to hear that." He looked at Argus in confusion. Argus looked straight at him and said, "Because you re the one who has to die. I will end you without a moment's hesitation." He suddenly widened his eyes and immediately charged straight at him with his sword. Argus also charged straight at him. He ran up and lunged at Morgan, with one hand supporting Morgan's back and the other swinging punches continuously. The battle took place in complete silence. Everyone in the stands watched this intense match closely. The two of them grappled with each other, neither willing to back down. Then, suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Someone asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are they standing still?" Count Lover angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" "Kill him, Morgan." Irene and the maid watched intently. Meanwhile, a satisfied smile appeared on Irene's face. Argus supported Morgan's body. Morgan was sticking his tongue out, trembling violently. "What did you say earlier, you idiot?" His entire body shook uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face as he groaned in pain. Then he fell dead silent, his eyes wide open, and blood spewed from his mouth. A second later, Morgan was lying flat on his back on the field, motionless. He was dead. The spectators witnessing this were left with their jaws dropped. Argus stood proudly before his corpse. He smiled and said, "Why am I talking to a corpse?" The referee's announcement echoed. "Whoa. The eldest son of the Lord of the Alice territory, Morgan, has lost and been killed in the match." His face looked so terrifying it was hard to look at. Everyone was in shock. Irene exclaimed, "What just happened?" Leon hesitated. He should have hit the armor, but Irene turned to Lyndon and said, "Heart-piercing strike. His internal organs are probably completely destroyed." He explained, "The force from the palm flows like a wave, piercing through his armor and shattering his internal organs." All three of them looked at him in bewilderment. Leon softly asked, "Is that really true?" He nodded and replied, "That move is only passed down to the holy warriors of the Tyramus Temple. Supreme Grace." Leon was confused. Supreme Grace. Then his eyes lit up. "That's amazing." Irene thought to himself, "Even I can't copy that technique." He looked at Argus with admiration. "Just as I thought. Argus, you are the strongest warrior." Count Lover was horrified, his jaw dropping as he screamed, "No! Morgan! Morgan!" Seeing his son lying motionless, he yelled, "My son!" He pointed at Argus and immediately ordered, "Arrest that old man. Kill him right now." Then frantically grabbing a sword, he acted impulsively.
"No, I'll kill him myself."
He and his guards raised their swords in front of Argus. He angrily shouted, "How dare you? How dare you?" His whole body trembled. "You lowly peasant. How dare you do this to my son?" Argus calmly smiled and replied, "According to the rules, the festival only ends with death. Didn't your stupid, ugly son say so himself?" Argus sneered, "You don't even follow the rules you set yourself. Turns out nobles are nothing more than a bunch of scoundrels, huh?" He angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Screaming with tears falling down his face, "In this territory, I am the law." Suddenly, someone stepped onto the field and spoke up, "That's enough from you." Irene slowly walked step by step toward them, his eyes sharp and cold, his expression unreadable. Argus exclaimed in surprise, "You." Count Lover gritted his teeth and cursed, "What now, you bastard? You want to protect him?" He screamed hysterically, "Accomplices will be punished just like the criminal. Is that what you want?" Irene calmly said, "An accomplice is also a criminal, huh?" He decisively stated, "In that case you re a criminal too." He panicked. "What?" He continued, "Ignoring your son's crimes, bending the rules you set yourself, and insulting and punishing those who are carrying out justice." Hearing his words, he fell dead silent. "A fool like you doesn't deserve to be the lord of this territory." He coldly declared, "That's right, Count Lover." He trembled violently, stammering, "What?" Then he screamed in his face, "What do you know? Who the hell are you?" He stared intently into his eyes. A blinding golden light appeared. Instantly, something massive materialized. He and Argus were overwhelmed as they witnessed it. Count Lover, sweating profusely, thought to himself, "What is this? This terrifying aura." Everyone in the stands also gasped in awe. "What is that?" "Look. It's a dragon." Right at this moment, a massive blue dragon appeared behind Irene. He said softly, "I am the contractor of the white dragon, Irene Pendragon." Instantly the dragon flapped its wings and let out a mighty roar. Argus stood frozen. Irene Pendragon, one of the 5 great dukes of the kingdom, in the flesh. He couldn't believe his eyes. Behind Irene, a pair of blue dragon-like wings sprouted. He wasn't afraid but laughed and said, "Ha, Irene Pendragon.
You re nothing.
You only know how to borrow the power of a dragon to threaten me." Then he declared, "Bring your army here.
I'll fight you."
Alice is one of the most powerful forces in this kingdom. Irene's dragon lowered its head. He said decisively, "We are justice." He coldly replied, "Are you deaf, you fool? You are the criminal." Suddenly, the dragon vanished. He let out a sigh then. A second later he spoke up, "People of this territory, listen to me. The reason warrior Argus went to such lengths," he didn't hesitate to shout loudly, "is because Morgan Lerver seduced countless women only to murder them. He is the most disgusting criminal of all." Everyone in the stands was horrified. "Huh? What?" Irene continued, "And his daughters were his victims." "Count." Lover shouted loudly, "What are you saying, you bastard? Don't pin this on me." He pointed his sword at him and demanded, "Where's the proof?"
If you don't have any, you'll hear from me.
At this he immediately replied, "Ryan Dawson." He stood frozen after hearing that name. Argus also fell silent. A second later, he shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "Knight of the Vero territory, under the Alice territory, Baron Dawson. Are you here?" Suddenly he stood up in the middle of the stands. Gentle and calm, he gave a slight bow and replied, "Once again, Count Lover, the evidence is in your hands," Irene said, respectfully addressing Ryan Dawson. He shouted loudly, "Knights of the Vero territory, under the Alice great territory. Is Baron Dawson here?" Agat stood dazed, not understanding what was happening. Count Lover grew restless and fearful. Ryan stepped forward, his head bowed. His face was clouded with sorrow as he looked at them. Irene looked up at Ryan. He shouted, hoping the man would expose the villain. "Baron Dawson, in the summer 2 years ago, your daughter was murdered by Morgan. The price for your silence was the Vero territory." His shout made the man fall silent, his face darkening. "Is that true?" Count Lover's face turned pale. He stammered, How could?" Irene stood there in silence. Suddenly, tears began to stream down the man's face. His voice cracked with every word. I am a foolish father, Rihanna." Heartbroken, he recalled the image of his daughter from 2 years ago. "My little girl was killed on a rural road." He remembered the haunting memory, her eyes wide, her lower body covered in blood. He trembled, and in her hand Ryan shook as he described it. It was a golden badge. He continued, "It was engraved with the crest of the Count's house." All the residents looked up at him in shock. Ryan clenched his fists and shouted in rage, "I was determined to go to the Count's castle." The Count spoke in fear, but Morgan had caught him first. Ryan recalled Morgan's threatening demeanor. "Either you go to my father now and keep your mouth shut forever," Morgan's eyes became terrifying, "or you keep your mouth shut, and I'll give you some money." He continued to speak, his whole body shaking uncontrollably.
"Choose Rihanna!"
He held out the old button and explained loudly to everyone, "This is the evidence." The button bearing the Count's crest shone brightly in his hand. It couldn't be a fake. Everyone was stunned, jumping to their feet. A commotion broke out. "Is it true? But it's true that 2 years ago Mr. Dawson suddenly became a baron." Someone took the badge and exclaimed in shock, "This golden badge, it really has the Count's crest on it." People crowded forward.
"Let me see the evidence."
"Me too." Leon looked on doubtfully. Lindsay was amazed. "Is that what he meant, Count?" Larver collapsed to his knees, muttering, "No, it's impossible." Agat looked at him and laughed mockingly. What a surprise. Suddenly he turned to look at Irene with suspicion. "But Pendragon, how did you know about that?" Agat asked. He bowed his head and spoke. He remembered that after the arrest, Knight Dawson had come to visit to express his gratitude. He felt a pang in his heart, thinking to himself, "In my past life, you were the one who told me." Irene turned to look at the fallen Count Lover and spoke sternly. "Everything is clear now. Get out, you fool." The Count's whole body trembled with rage as he weakly replied, "I will not forgive him." Count Lover stood up, limping step by step. "He has committed so many crimes, not only treason but also murdering a noble. I won't let you get away with this." He lost his mind and lunged at Irene. "How can a commoner's life compare to a noble's?" Larver screamed. "Protecting a criminal like him is no different from treason." He lunged straight at him. Irene remained calm, not even flinching. He spoke sternly, "If that's the case, I have no choice but to go against the Empire." The Count froze. Irene continued, "In this world, there is no place for a ruler who doesn't respect the lives of his subjects." His eyes, filled with killing intent, fixed on the man. "And that includes you." Irene released a massive surge of power. Count Lover trembled violently within that aura. Irene drew his sword. He swung it with fury. The power followed the blade toward the Count. Lover raised his sword to block, but his blade shattered into pieces. Irene pointed his sword at the Count's face. Lover collapsed. Irene walked past his body and said coldly, "Your life is worth nothing." He walked away in a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Agat stared him in amazement. Turning toward Irene, he praised, "Well said, young man." He turned his head and whispered softly, "You are the kind of person this world needs." Agat was momentarily stunned. He walked up to Irene and said cheerfully, "I don't care if you re a duke or not. I don't even know you." Agat turned his head, "But I can't ignore my benefactor." Irene smiled with satisfaction. Agat slapped him on the back, and they walked with their arms around each other like close friends. Irene watched them in surprise. "They really get along," Lindsay added, looking up at them. "It's like they've been side by side for a long time." Lean looked on with pure admiration. "Men are so cool." Suddenly a hand pointed at his face. Agat asked doubtfully, "So this guy is going to be my disciple?" Leon suffered under his harsh master, having to run the entire way even though there was a carriage. Agat didn't care and focused on smoking. Leon was exhausted and panting for breath. Agat's eyes turned terrifying as he whipped Leon's back, making him scream in pain. He lectured angrily, "Don't let yourself run out of breath like that. It'll exhaust you even faster. In a real battle, being like that means death." Agat continued, learning to breathe properly is the foundation of the art of combat.
Lian respectfully replied, yes.
Another whip struck Lian's back. Agat corrected him. The correct answer is
Yes, sir.
yes, sir. Inside the carriage, Aram watched Agat's training and broke into a cold sweat. His training is a bit harsh, isn't it? Lindsay worried. Will Lian be okay? Irene said calmly. As a teacher, his skills are unquestionable, and Lian has the talent to learn his techniques. Outside, Lian was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he tripped over a branch and tumbled to the ground. Lian's pathetic cries rang out. Agat calmly continued his lecture.
You were not focusing at all.
On the battlefield, that also means death. The horse's reins were tied to Lian, dragging him along and creating friction that made the road smoke. When we reach the imperial capital, you'll spar with real opponents. Until then, engrave these basics into your body. Got turned back with a terrifying gaze. According to the Lord, I have 3 months to train you.
Now train until you die.
Lian cried in fear. Yes, sir. The two girls inside looked at each other, terrified. This is truly brutal. Elsewhere, after escaping, Luna's scream was heard. She suspected Irene was involved in the death of Count Lerver's illegitimate son, Morgan Lerver. The messenger confirmed it. Yes, he confirmed it and protected the one who did it. Vincent continued, I was surprised at first, but I listened to what happened. He speculated it seems Morgan was someone who abused his power. He attacked and killed young girls, a true villain. Vincent recalled his intelligence. The one who killed him was a family member of one of his victims. He smiled with satisfaction. Justice is on their side. Vincent raised his wine glass, took a sip, and continued, however, he has cleared the way for some forces hostile to the Pendragon family to act more boldly than before. He bowed his head and thought, his eyes didn't lie to me. Vincent thought firmly, my mission right now is to protect him from slander and help him become strong enough to stand up as a true king. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, so that he can protect the weak in this empire, as well as fulfill my own long-held wishes. Elsewhere, a squadron of griffins was flying in the sky. They practiced flying with agility and terrifying power, making leaves fall. The targets were riddled with arrow marks. Isla looked bored, his face showing no emotion. Vincent walked up with a wine glass. That was magnificent, Sir Ella. Vincent stood beside him, looking into the distance. The Griffin Knights are our future. With this progress, only the best knights can meet expectations. He looked up at the sky and continued, to be able to mass-produce such powerful Griffin Knights. He closed his eyes in appreciation. Isla, it must mean the Griffins have been trained very systematically and strictly. You are truly a wonderful leader. However, Isla remained cold and didn't bother to answer. Vincent brought up another matter. By the way, can you do that? This time Isla reacted and replied, no problem. He smiled, that's reliable. I'll put you in charge of strategic transport. Your strength is too great for trivial tasks. Isla looked at the griffins in the sky and fell silent again. The atmosphere between them was a bit awkward. Vincent took a sip of water and thought, is he still angry about our duel? He looked at that cold face. He wondered, or maybe he's just a man of few words. The silence continued. Isla reached out to stroke a griffin, making it nuzzle him and cry out. He suddenly spoke up. By the way, Isla looked straight at Vincent. Do you know where Leon went? Vincent took another sip before speaking. Just like the Lord, Vincent looked at the distant sky. They only leave the duchy when they need to solve matters of great importance. A griffin glided low, flying through a deep mountain pass. Suddenly it stopped, a light flashed, and it transformed. It took the form of a girl. Sordrax looked around and thought, it's exactly as Jay told me from his memories. She looked at the hazy green smoke. The Lost Plains, there's a massive amount of latent mana here. A dragon vein. Sordrax thought if I set up my new lair here he could. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. A black dragon was charging toward her. Sordrax grew alert. A black dragon. She was shocked. The black dragon flew up, its aura dispersing powerfully. A sphere of spiritual energy was created, spinning in the air for a moment. It suddenly exploded, creating a blinding light. The black dragon also transformed into a human form. He looked at Sordrax and wondered, why have you come here, O Queen? The evil dragon Amon didn't waste words. She asked, is this dragon vein yours? Amuhun replied, no, I only discovered it by chance a few years ago. Forgive me for keeping it from you. Sordrax asked, why didn't you say anything? He lowered his eyes calmly. I just didn't want the Queen to be troubled by such useless information. Especially after the Pendragon contract, your dragon form has been very unstable. Sordrax looked at him silently, as if trying to uncover something. Emihen found it strange. But how did you know about this place? He began to recount. After finding this place, I've witnessed the mana here go out of control twice. He held up a finger to count. The first time was in the spring of this year. The second time was when the Queen made the oath with the Pendragon family. Amuan spoke seriously, and that Pendragon, he doesn't just possess the dragon's aura. Inside his body, there is also the aura of the demon god. Sordrax was shaken. She began to think back. Spring of this year, could it be? Sordrax wondered if that was when Irene Pendragon was reborn. Amihen continued, until now, an oath either succeeds or fails forever. I've never heard of a precedent like this. Light green mist swirled around. He emphasized, on that very day, the mana here went out of control. He looked straight at Sordrax, looking a bit grim. And today the Queen appears here without my knowledge. Amuan warned loudly, could it be that you know something about the true identity of that Pendragon brat? Sordrax bowed her head, remembering. She saw the scene of Irene and Zeven falling to the ground at the same time from the blood pit she had summoned. She closed her eyes to compose herself. Now is not the time. Amien's face turned serious. He spread his dragon wings and began to fly into the air. He gave Sordrax a final warning. The power of the demon god is something that can bring hell to this world. It will destroy and recreate another world. He narrowed his eyes. Our duty as dragonkind is to observe every move of that Pendragon. Sordrax gritted her teeth. I know, however. She faced Emuen seriously and said sharply, that child is the one I chose to be my contractor and hold my soul. Don't ever forget that black dragon Emuhan. Emuen transformed into his dragon form and flew high into the sky, leaving the pass containing the dragon vein. Sordrax watched his silhouette fly away. She softly called out, Jay. In the distance, Emuan's silhouette disappeared into the red sunset horizon. The sound of horse hooves and footsteps rang out incessantly. A forest dweller was confused. What on earth is that? They looked doubtfully at Leon, who was running at full speed to keep up with the horses. One person and 2 horses are pulling a carriage. He patted the horse's head, struggling. It's so hard on you, having to pull such a heavy carriage for such a long distance. Agat bit his cigarette and lightly tossed some chestnuts in his hand. He threw them hard straight ahead. Liam nimbly dodged all the chestnuts aimed at him. He turned back happily. Don't think I'm as mindless as those horses, master. Irene stuck his head out of the window and exclaimed,
Leon is so good.
Irene looked at the growing crowd and thought, it's getting more crowded. We must be almost there. Leon pointed ahead excitedly and shouted, there. Look, master. Look, young lord. The massive imperial city before them left everyone in awe. It was the entrance to the imperial city, the wall of glory. Everyone got out of the carriage, stunned by the scene. Irene's eyes widened. This is, he thought to himself. He analyzed the walls standing tall before a river 5 miles wide. No, it must be 10 miles. The bustling crowd surprised him. On the bridge leading to the outer city gate, countless people were moving in and out like a swarm of ants. Irene was shocked. This is just the outer city, but the population here might already equal the entire Pendragon territory. Got sighed, what's so fun about this? It's just crowded. Leon turned back excitedly. Master, don't worry. He pointed to the grand city gate. Because in a moment, we'll be passing through that gate. The first gate. Irene was a bit surprised. There wasn't a single person there. They moved toward the first gate. A guard immediately shouted, halt. Stop the carriage right now. He screamed, only those with the rank of count or higher can pass through the first gate. This path is reserved for the royal family. He then sternly suggested, please enter through another gate. Agat sighed. I don't know how to say this nicely. He called Irene out. Hey kid, come out here and talk to them. Irene looked at them coldly. His gaze made them freeze. A loud, ear-piercing trumpet blast rang. Agat shouted irritably, what's with all the noise? This is ridiculous. Inside the carriage, Leon covered his ears and shouted, whenever royalty or a duke of the empire arrives, the trumpets sound. Irene was startled. Oh, then could it be? The large gate opened. The door of a magnificent royal carriage swung open. A man jumped down grandly. He stopped in front of Irene. Standing there proudly, En praised happily, you always look so full of life, White Dragon Duke Pendragon. Irene frowned, looking a bit annoyed. And you're still the same. I hear your voice before I even see you, Prince Yen. A pair of feet stepped gently down from the royal carriage. A soft voice called out, Irene. Ingrid stood politely before him, smiling. She greeted him gently. It's been a long time, Irene. Irene was a bit flustered. Princess Ingrid. She was happy. This is the first time we've met in a long time. Irene looked at her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Irene jumped off the carriage and waved happily. The princess smiled warmly. It's truly an honor to see you two again. En rushed to Irene's side. He grabbed Irene's hand and praised her repeatedly. In the short time we haven't met, you've become so beautiful. Irene felt a bit helpless. He looked at the distant imperial city and sighed. This place is really noisy. Agat watched their reunion and sighed. Did they forget about us? Leon replied, it seems so, sir. Inside the luxurious palace. Anne spoke up, you've become quite man of few words lately, Irene Pendragon. The 4 of them were having tea together in the drawing room. Irene retorted, and you look truly exhausted. Prince N pointed at him angrily, it's your fault. Everywhere you go, you cause trouble. He held his head in frustration. You caused trouble in Sizek and Alice. You have no idea how worried my sister was. And because of that, even I, Irene replied frankly, as a duke, I only did what I had to do. Anne and Ingrid suddenly froze. He asked seriously, so, the culprit you caught in Sizek? Irene said softly, Morgan. I'll have the servants bring him here. Anne was worried. Is that okay? What if he attacks someone here? Irene was full of confidence. No need to worry about that. My servants will keep him under control. Anne frowned. Right now, there are too many enemies. He began to list them one by one, including Count Lover and also Governor Saguna. His power spans the entire empire. Anne's voice suddenly turned low. However, for this award ceremony, he looked at Irene seriously. The Lendigo and Aranges families, from the 5 great dukes of the empire, will also be coming. Irene was shocked. He recalled that man's fierce appearance. Aranges? Anne began to speculate. Duke Hung and the Sea Dragon King, those 2 have almost never come to the capital. Could it be? Irene spoke sternly. Yen, can you do me a favor? He continued, I want you to gather the strongest knights in the empire. Outside, Agat and Leon were still waiting for their master. Leon crushed a chestnut shell with his bare hand. He raised it happily. I did it, master. I crushed the chestnut. Agat waved him over. He dropped 3 chestnuts into Leon's hand.
This time you have to crush 3 at once. Leon was shocked. What?
Agat added and remembered to finish it within 10 days.
Leon panicked and could only reply, yes, sir.
Lindsay looked at them and thought, that probably wasn't a question, was it? Agat held 5 chestnuts in his hand and gently crushed them in an instant. He said calmly, a warrior without strong hand strength is like a knight who can't ride a horse. Leon lowered his head in disappointment. Yes, sir. Lindsay felt awkward, thinking he's given up. Irene and Anne walked out and saw the 2 of them. Anne was confused. Who are those 2? Irene replied, Leon and Agat, 2 warriors who have joined the Pendragon family. Anne narrowed his eyes. Agat. So that's the man who defeated the strongest knight in Alice. He looked at Leon, who was trying to crush the chestnuts, and asked doubtfully, the other one, I think I vaguely remember him. He was a jester in the court from the John Bond family. Irene firmly corrected him. He's not a jester anymore. He's now a warrior of the Pendragon family. He added, even though he's still an apprentice. Anne turned a bit surprised. Irene watched Leon practicing crushing chestnuts just like his master and stated boldly, he will become a powerful ally in the upcoming battle. Anne smiled. That's high praise coming from you. Irene looked at him and smirked. Agat looked at his surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, I don't fit in this fancy place. From the chandeliers to the paintings on the walls, he continued, all these shiny, luxurious things. Irene called out to them loudly, Agat. Leon. He smiled. Prince Yen has given us permission to tour the training grounds. They entered the training grounds, which were packed with people. Anne introduced them. These are the people who will become the sword and shield of the Empire, the Golden Lion Knights. The knights were practicing passionately without rest. Wooden swords constantly clashed against each other. Spears were also being used to their full potential. Agat laughed loudly.
So they have a place like this here.
He patted Leon's shoulder. I'll let you play with them for a bit.
Leon replied excitedly, yes, master.
Count Granite and his troops were standing tall and looking very solemn. Seeing the group approach, he became welcoming and spoke respectfully. Welcome, Prince N. I am Count Granite, commander of the Golden Lion Knights. Count Granite pointed to the people behind Anne. And who are these? Anne turned and introduced the blonde man with his hair tied up. This is the current Baron Pendragon, Irene Pendragon. Then Anne pointed to the other 2 and their subordinates. He turned to the Count and continued, they want to participate in training with the Golden Lion Knights, so I invited them here. Count Granite nodded. I see. He bowed politely and then looked up. I will treat them with all my heart. Count Granite led Anne and Irene to the Golden Lion Knights training area. Irene observed his surroundings cautiously. He saw 2 men using wooden swords in close combat. He looked at the archery team focusing intensely. Then a group of people on horseback, watching each other warily, the cavalry. Irene looked up in surprise. There's even a griffin squadron. He marveled as he looked around. These soldiers are all very well trained. Yen saw him looking dazed and turned to ask, though it was a bit boastful, what do you think, Irene? The Golden Lion Knights are the pride of our empire. Count Granite added, all members come from noble or knightly lineages. We have screened them very carefully to make them the most elite knights. Ain was proud, but the knights before them were still just average. Irene continued to observe closely without saying a word. Elsewhere, a young hand was fiddling with 3 chestnuts like toys. Leon looked at Agat and asked, Master, why do you and Lord Irene keep looking around? But he didn't answer, only saying with interest, this is quite an interesting place to find an opponent to play with. Agat felt the atmosphere and then grumbled irritably at Leon, and stopped fiddling with those chestnuts.
Leon immediately stopped. Oh, yes, sir.
Suddenly, something whizzed past, making him dodge to the side. But the person behind Leon was hit and fell flat on his back. A man stepped forward and said mockingly, sorry, I was a bit impolite. He put his sword back in its scabbard and looked at them with contempt. I was a bit heavy-handed for some new recruits. Suddenly, his eyes turned to shock. Agat and Leon were confused as to why he was staring at them like that. The man ran over, rested his chin on his hand and examined Leon's face closely. Your face reminds me of someone. His words made Leon jump in panic, breaking into a sweat. Because you wore such heavy makeup before, I almost didn't recognize you. He shouted excitedly as if he wanted everyone to hear. You were the eldest son of the John Bond family, aren't you? Leon was terrified, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Whispers and gossip broke out. The John Bond family, those jesters. The man wanted to embarrass him further and continued, I saw you perform at the royal palace once. He described that day. You twisted yourself into a ball and rolled all over the stage. He clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Then he gave a sarcastic compliment. It was truly excellent. That performance was a masterpiece. Leon was mortified. He hung his head in shame, but the man wouldn't let him go. So the jester from back then has decided to change professions. You're not even carrying a sword or a spear. He laughed contemptuously. Is your trump card throwing daggers? Instantly a chestnut was thrown from somewhere with massive force, flying toward him. The man reached out and caught it. The air suddenly went silent. All eyes were on Agat's throw. Agat proudly held up the 3 chestnuts still in his hand. It's this. The man looked at what he had just caught, confused. A chestnut. Agat explained, we are fighters and we use these to train our fists to the limit. He clenched his fist, and the chestnuts in his hand shattered easily. To the point where we can easily crush an opponent's skull. Agat opened his hand, letting the fragments fall. He spoke as the man stared in shock. So we don't need those useless weapons. Agat said firmly, we can fight anywhere, anytime. Let's see whose fighting style is stronger. The man stood frozen, then suddenly became agitated. He tried his best to crush the chestnut in his hand. Useless chestnuts. I can do it too. However, even though he used all his strength and squeezed with both hands, the chestnut didn't have a single crack. Agat turned his head and Leon understood. Leon tensely held the chestnut in his hand, and with one squeeze it shattered into pieces. Everyone watching was stunned. The man stood still, sweat pouring down as he looked at Leon in fear. Agat looked at him with contempt. 3 months? No, 1 month is more than enough for him to beat you if I teach him. Hearing that, the man turned red with rage. He drew his weapon and lunged at Agat. You bastard. Agat gently grabbed the hand drawing the sword. He raised his other hand to the man's nose. His legs were also in a stance, ready to attack at any moment. Agat looked at him and threatened softly, don't mess around, you little ant. The man was terrified, his whole body trembling, not daring to move. Leon stood to the side, looking at the confrontation with admiration. Suddenly Count Granite stepped forward.
He shouted angrily, what are you doing?
The man who was just arrogant and proud now spoke in a low, respectful voice, Commander. He waved his hands frantically explaining, it's not me.
They started it?
They dared to look down on our Golden Lion Knights. Agat closed his eyes and sighed. Your existence here is the real insult to the Golden Lion Knights. The man wanted to lunge again, but Ain clapped his hands to stop him. Alright, that's enough. The atmosphere grew still at the sound of the clapping. He looked around and remarked, what should we do? It seems neither of you is willing to back down. Yen pointed to Irene and Count Granite, making an interesting suggestion. So, why don't the two leaders here duel to find out who is right? Count Granite was shocked. He thought, what are you planning, Prince? Irene gritted his teeth, realizing that Anne had planned this from the start. Agat rubbed his chin excitedly. It seems we're not the only ones looking for fun. Lean replied instinctively, yes, sir. The arrogant man from before reluctantly became the referee. He raised his hand and spoke stutteringly now. With Prince N as a witness, he pointed to Count Granite. The duel between the commander of the Golden Lion Knights, Count Granite. Then he looked at Irene, and the representative of the Pendragon Duchy, Irene Pendragon. He announced loudly, will begin now. Count Granite drew his sword. He spoke calmly, once a sword is drawn, it doesn't matter if you're a farmer or a monarch. He raised his sword above his head and entered a stance. The only thing that matters is killing or being killed. Count Granite's gaze turned sinister. I will make sure you never forget that. He pointed his sword at Irene. His power created a massive circle of pressure. The light spread further and further. Leon exclaimed in surprise, he's very strong. Even stronger than Morgan. Agat looked at him with satisfaction. You can see that too. Leon nodded. Standing outside, couldn't help but marvel at Count Granite. He's probably 5 times stronger than me. He's much more skilled and experienced. He looked up at Irene. Brother, a memory surfaced. Ain was standing with Ingrid. He turned when she called him. Ingrid asked a question that made him think, why do you think Irene has changed so much compared to before? Back in reality, Ain still couldn't answer that question. It kept swirling in his head. Irene looked at the duel, wondering curiously, what will you do, Irene? At the duel, Irene was smiling comfortably. He held out his sword toward Count Granite. Then I will take this seriously too. Irene's feet tensed, ready. As quick as a flash, the Count lunged at him, but Irene managed to tilt his body and dodge. He looked in surprise at the tip of Count Granite's sword, which was close to him. He's too fast. Count Granite smirked. He attacked again. He landed several consecutive blows, but Irene nimbly dodged them all. Outside, Leon was panicked. He wondered, is the young lord being pushed back? Agat watched the fight closely and commented, that's not just normal agility, he's unimaginably fast. Leon was dazed. Anne, on the other hand, saw through Count Granite's actions. He doesn't have any preparatory actions or unnecessary movements. That's pure swordsmanship. He reflected on facing it directly. The sharp sword lunged forward. It looked like nothing more than a quick thrust. Ain looked at his agility and marveled. The commander has practiced that royal swordsmanship to its absolute limit. But no matter how fast Count Granite was, Irene could tilt his body and dodge spectacularly. He began to raise his sword to counter. The Count was startled. Count Granite ducked and turned his back, bumping hard into him.
Agat was amazed. Well done!
By closing the distance, he blocked the counterattack. The Count continued to lunge with his sword. His terrifying power made the path of the blade tear through the air with a streak of light. Irene jumped high and flipped to dodge the blow. Then he used his leg to deliver a kick straight to Count Granite's face. Taking advantage of the moment the Count was off guard, Irene swung his sword. Count Granite quickly backed away, narrowly escaping. With the sword in his hand, he swung it again. Irene refused to give up, rushing forward. The two swords clashed fiercely. The collision made the air more tense than ever. The tug of war continued to unfold to everyone's amazement. The arrogant guy from earlier was sweating profusely. But contrary to everyone's tension, Ian just rubbed his chin and let out an excited sound. Leon exclaimed, what an amazing battle. Agat remained silent but thought to himself, just as I predicted, that kid's swordsmanship is exactly like Count Taramis's. Granite pressed his sword down hard, his mouth constantly praising Irene. What a unique swordsmanship. He said disdainfully, but those tricks aren't enough, Count. Granite suddenly got excited, his power growing stronger and stronger to overcome the royal swordsmanship. The two swords rubbed against each other. Irene's sword was suddenly knocked back. He unexpectedly withdrew his hand and raised his sword, causing Count Granite to lose his balance and fall forward. He panicked but couldn't stop, and finally became horrified. Count Granite managed to break with his feet just before falling. He looked back at Irene in a daze. Outside, Agat rubbed his chin in excitement. In the battle, Count Granite had stood up. He wondered in a daze what had just happened. Irene didn't say a word, just staring at him. He raised his sword again, making Count Granite vigilant. Agat happily commented, "Looks like things will be different from now on." Suddenly, a powerful blue aura emanated from Irene, enveloping his entire body. The two powers faced each other, competing fiercely. Count Granite was tense. What just happened?
The pressure from him suddenly changed?
Agat was amused. He happily replied, "Somehow the situation has changed." Ian was amazed. He wondered suspiciously, could it be that the two powerful pressures are facing each other? Irene and Count Granite simultaneously rushed to attack. The battle once again turned into a tug of war. Irene leaned to one side. Count Granite lost his balance and fell forward once again. This time Irene didn't let him get away, but forcefully raised his sword and used his elbow to strike hard at Count Granite's back. He fell to the ground in pain. A guy anxiously shouted, "Captain." Count Granite didn't give up, but staggered to his feet. The light around Irene continued to surge and grow stronger. Granite sweated in fear. Count Granite channeled his energy again, creating a light even stronger than before. Agat and Leon were amazed. His aura suddenly got stronger. He shouted loudly and rushed forward fiercely. The tug of war continued once again. The crowd was in an uproar, exclaiming from the outside, "What a fierce attack. Go, Captain." Ian's face was pale, speechless. Count Granite's sword was knocked down again. He sweated nervously.
"No way!"
Count Granite looked helplessly at Irene. "Is there any chance to injure him, even just a little?" Ian stared suspiciously. "This feeling is exactly like what I felt in Lars." Agat rubbed his chin in amusement. "That's a signature technique of the South, used to redirect force elsewhere. Who would have thought he'd use it this way?" Meanwhile, Irene was attacking while recalling a beautiful past memory, the short time he spent with Ezla, when everyone gathered together to help each other train. He marveled at how many moves he had learned. The two swords gradually relaxed their force and then withdrew. Irene and Count Granite stared at each other. He panted warily and realized in horror, he's getting stronger and stronger. He thought in frustration, "No, that's not right. Something else has changed. What is it?" Suddenly, Irene turned his head, frowning and looking straight at Anne, startled and tense, and immediately stepped forward to stop the battle. "Stop. That's enough." He clapped his hands, pretending to laugh in praise. "You two both have amazing skills. I'm very satisfied. Now, put your swords away." Count Granite looked warily at Irene, sweating profusely. Irene stepped forward and extended his hand to him, politely replying, "I underestimated you, Count." Granite calmed down and smiled slightly. The two of them shook hands, creating a wonderful scene of peace. Outside, Agat rubbed his chin in excitement. "Our master is truly different." Leon was confused. "What do you mean?" He looked at the battle and explained with satisfaction, "He understands the principles of a one-on-one sword duel very well." Agat looked at Irene with admiration. He preserved the captain's pride, and reached out his hand, asking suspiciously, "Somehow you give me the feeling that you've changed a lot. Or rather." Irene just smiled and replied softly, "A lot of things have happened." He turned to look at Count Granite. "Anyway, this captain." He smiled brightly and asked for permission to join for himself, Agat and Leon. "The strength of the Night Order under your command truly impressed me. So I hope you'll allow us to stay here for further training." He turned to Leon and spoke enthusiastically, especially for Leon. This place must be the most suitable environment for him to develop. Count Granite closed his eyes and nodded. "I understand." He reached out and ordered the knights behind him, "Coordinate your training according to their wishes." They bowed respectfully. "Understood, Captain." Seeing the three of them so happy, the arrogant guy from earlier gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. Irene looked up at the sky. He firmly told himself, "Remember this. Our forces will be stronger than ever." Irene looked forward with some anticipation. "Then one day we will be able to step into the battle waiting for us outside the gates." The Golden Legion Division. Suddenly there was a noise. The sound of beating drums echoed throughout the city. The gates opened and a large crowd was approaching.
"Over there."
Someone sharp-eyed recognized the first carriage. One of the most powerful leaders of the Empire, Count Dawson. Murmurs about the second carriage arose. The one with a very close relationship with the Pendragon family, Count Saros. The third carriage was the most luxurious, with a flag fluttering on its roof. The most prominent commercial city of the Empire, the Governor of Lords, Count Segunda. Two guards outside marveled. This year's title conferment ceremony has so many high-ranking officials. Those drummers must be exhausted. As soon as the gates closed, the sound of trumpets rang out again, causing a commotion in the whole area. Everyone became amazed, not just drums but trumpets too. It must be a duke or someone of higher status arriving. The gates opened. A majestic carriage, heavily inlaid with intricate designs, was approaching. The guard stammered in shock. He sharply recognized the flag on it, the flag of the Sea Dragon King. The entourage walked with an air of authority amidst the panic and murmurs of the surroundings. The leader of the 5 great dukes, the absolute ruler of the South. The man holding a sword, covered in expensive jewelry, Duke Aranges. The image of Irene fighting fiercely with a sword flashed in his mind. Aranges stroked his beard and smiled, carrying a hint of malice. Elsewhere, a monster with a disgusting appearance was roaring, charging forward with a mace. Isla wasn't panicked at all, just calmly looking at him like looking at a puppet. He swung the mace, but it was deflected by Isla's staff. The monster charged again with the mace, but he still managed to dodge it. He roared in frustration, "If you re so good, stop dodging." Isla bent down and used his staff to strike the monster's leg. He stepped on the staff. Isla immediately raised the staff high, causing him to fall flat on the ground. The monster gritted his teeth in anger. He picked up a stick from the ground and did a somersault, shouting, "Die." Isla spun his staff, glaring angrily at the monster. He used the sharp sickle to slash at him, but the monster blocked it. Barrio, standing outside, hissed in confusion, looking helplessly at him. "I agree. I don't know why, but I feel like he's sulking. He was assigned a different task, so he couldn't go with the Lord. So he said he was training, but he's just been venting his anger this whole time." A piece of wood suddenly flew over, darting straight between the two of them. Isla's eyes were terrifying, his face hardened. They secretly marveled, "So scary." Jordy panicked and praised, "But they were really amazing, aren't they? They were on a different level, so their training methods are also on a different level." Killian sweated nervously. He awkwardly spoke up, "My knights have leveled up. So impressive. But I haven't trained in a long time, so I think I'll do another round." Sala looked at him and smiled disdainfully. "How do you still have the energy for another round?" Jordy was scared and hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, don't tease him." Vincent had been observing from the beginning. He commented, "Since coming to Lords they've become much stronger." Karathos, who was carrying Maya on his back, also spoke up. "Isla has the technique, Cacta has the strength." He marveled, "It's like they were born to be Joe's rivals, huh?" The little girl agreed, "Absolutely correct." Vincent suddenly turned his head and asked him, "By the way, any news yet, Kraton?" He raised his head and whispered the report. "That mage has infiltrated the territory of the Pendragon family." He and Luna gasped in amazement. Kraton spoke again. "Last time he managed to pierce the barrier, so this time I prepared a double-layered trap, and just now I detected him." Vincent asked in surprise, "You mean the mage who brainwashed the centaurs, right?" He hesitated. "I don't know if it's the same person this time either." Vincent thought to himself. The lich appeared near the tome. He remembered the tragedy when the undead appeared. Then a large number of undead appeared in Sasaxi. Is there any connection between them? Vincent thought of Aranges' flag of power. What genius mastermind is behind the assassination of the crown prince and Duke Anger? He muttered helplessly, "There's no way to know what they'll do next." Vincent looked into the distance, deep in thought. There are only 10 days left until the title conferment ceremony. Luna suddenly spoke up softly, "Irene." Elsewhere, a noisy voice rang out, "Hey Leon, look at this! I got two!" Irene happily lifted her dress, showing off and asking, "Do you guys think this dress of mine is pretty? This is a formal dress my mother left for me." Leon's eyes lit up with praise. Agat remained silent, just smoking a cigarette with a look of disdain. "It suits you very well, Princess Irene." He suddenly took the cigarette out and wondered, "Today is the title conferment ceremony for that brat, right?" Irene immediately peeked outside and enthusiastically waved, "Lindsay, come out here!" Lindsay hesitated, but Irene immediately reassured her, "Don't be shy. You look beautiful in this outfit." Lindsay shyly and slowly walked in. Agat and Leon were shocked when they saw her. Lindsay wore a pure white dress that further accentuated her alluring beauty. Irene excitedly leaned on her, linking arms and saying, "Now that you were my brother's wife, you must exude a captivating aura. You're the only one, right?" Irene turned her head and strictly explained to Agat and Leon, "Now you two go change into the clothes I personally picked out for you." Irene stood up high, looking into the distance. He marveled, "Finally this day has come."
Yeah.
Ain reached out and held his chin, happily saying, "Just thinking about seeing Irene wearing the most beautiful clothes makes my heart flutter." Irene ignored his frivolous words. He explained seriously, "The genius mastermind behind the crown prince's assassination will finally reveal himself." Irene's eyes were more resolute than ever. Right in front of Louvre, Tylan and the Emperor. And looked at Irene with a disappointed face. He gently reminded him, "I just want to tell you that you already have too many enemies right now." Yen looked at him with concern and continued, "It's highly likely that Segunda has laid many plots to harm you today. It's best that you be prepared." Irene just replied softly, "I know." The party began amidst a myriad of emotions. Irene looked awkwardly at Lindsay, who was looking down shyly. He hurriedly spoke up to break the strange atmosphere. "Are you not used to wearing this outfit?" She panicked and replied, "Yes, that's true." "But," Lindsay looked down sadly, "I feel uncomfortable inside." She raised her hand, looking self-consciously at the scars on it. "I was originally a farmer's daughter. My hands are full of calluses. And I'm not exactly what you'd call beautiful." Lindsay looked into the distance. She sighed, "I feel like I don't deserve to stand here. To stand beside you, Lord Irene." He was stunned, not knowing what to do. Irene remembered his own hard days, planting rice to make a living. But there was always someone who gave him delicious, fragrant bread. When he was tired and returned, there would always be someone waiting for him. Irene smiled, a smile of happiness and sorrow for the past memories. He bowed his head and spoke softly, "I feel the same way as you, Lindsay." She was amazed, continuing to walk behind him. On the upper floor, Three women gently observed them passing by. They started gossiping when they saw Irene. Is that Irene Pendragon? He's even more handsome than people say. The girl in the blue hat turned to look at Ingrid and asked, "Aren't you going with us, Ingrid?" She stammered, rubbing her hands to hide her embarrassment. "No, Just then, the girl in the red hat spoke up, mocking Ingrid. "Stop it, Sylvia, don't mention anymore. She got rejected." The blue-haired girl pretended to laugh in surprise. "Really?" They held out their hands full of expensive jewelry and showed off. "We are older, so we let you go first. Now it's our turn, okay? With both beauty and noble lineage. We are the pinnacle among the ladies in this kingdom." One girl held her head high, the princesses of the Laya kingdom. The girl in the blue hat, her eyes full of disdain, covered her mouth, Sylvia, and the haughty girl in the red hat, Ellen. They lifted their dresses and confidently walked forward. "Let's compete to see who will capture that gentleman's heart." At the mansion hosting the party, an elegant and bustling atmosphere enveloped the place. Count Saros, holding a glass of wine, approached Irene and asked, "So how is Luna, young Master Pendragon?" He replied firmly, "She is still very well. The person in charge of managing our internal affairs has praised her a lot." He put on a fake smile. "I'm glad she's still doing well. Then along with her knight, go ahead." Irene rested his chin on his hand. "Guessing it seems Count Saros is trying to arrange a marriage for Sister Luna and my brother." Irene and Lindsay were simultaneously surprised. Irene clapped her hands in excitement and smiled.
"I support it."
"Sister Luna is very beautiful and smart too. It's natural for a duke to have many wives. Right, Lindsay?" She looked up at Lindsay. She hesitated and replied, "Of course." Irene sighed warily. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the other side, drawing their attention. Those three guys over there were acting like idiots, covering their faces and crying. They said emotionally, "We made eye contact. They touched my hand. I'm so glad I was born for this moment." Agat asked in confusion, mocking them, "What's wrong with those crazy guys?" Leon suddenly shouted, pointing over there. "Look, it's those three girls, who were walking over earlier, using their charm to bewitch those lustful men." Leon was amazed. He stated firmly, "Those extravagant dresses, there's no mistaking it." That's Leon looked at them and introduced them. Laya, Sylvia, and Ellen, the beauty trio here. Irene was surprised. She wondered, "So, they are Sister Ingrid's sisters?" Irene also agreed. "Yeah, their faces look very similar." Agat pointed everyone in that direction again. "Hey look," he spoke with a disgusted voice. "Those three glamorous peacocks, they're coming this way." Their 3 pairs of shoes stood in a straight line, full of colors. They lifted their dresses and gently greeted Irene. "What an honor to meet you, young Master Pendragon." The 3 peacocks, in Agat's words, blushed, staring infatuatedly at Irene. He thought helplessly to himself, "I see they retargeting me too." Lindsay felt uneasy. She looked down, saying nothing, full of sadness. The 3 peacocks surrounded Irene, speaking enthusiastically. "We heard about the story of Lars from Ingrid." They took the opportunity to touch Irene, making him feel uncomfortable. "That you are not only handsome but also very good with a sword, even surpassing Prince N." Laya whispered admiringly into Irene's ear, "You possess everything a gentleman could have." Suddenly, they spoke in unison with a profound meaning, except for a suitable companion. Hearing them mention her, Lindsay was startled and panicked. Irene was stunned and amazed. His eyes narrowed, no longer polite like before. Irene pointed at Lindsay and covered her mouth, laughing disdainfully. "Concubine Lindsay, huh? I've heard about you, a former maid of the Pendragon family." They took turns using sharp words to make her feel ashamed. "You must come from a well-off family, right? Is your father a knight, or someone from the royal family?" Lindsay was flustered. She hesitated to answer. "My father." Irene clenched his fists in anger at them. Leon and Agat also looked at them with disgust. She trembled, tears falling, sobbing as she spoke. "My father," but right at this moment Irene answered for her. "Her father is a farmer." Irene and Laya immediately looked at him with satisfied eyes. They acted as if they didn't know, clinging to Irene and asking suspiciously, "What? You are truly a kind-hearted person, young Master Irene." Their eyes were infatuated. Their ambitious words were revealed. "But if it's about an ideal companion, isn't she lacking in criteria? That's why she's just a concubine, right?" The 3 of them simultaneously held out their hands, full of jewelry and shiny, and spoke up. "Please look at them. Our white and flawless hands." They rushed forward, shouting excitedly, "We are the symbol of beauty and noble lineage. We are the only ones fit to be your true wife." But Irene just coldly whispered, "Flawless hands, huh?" He looked at them mockingly. "So basically you've never farmed to secure seeds for the next day." He continued bitterly, "Or swung a sword to fight monsters." Then he thought of Lindsay's image, "Or sewed clothes for your family and relatives, and cooked for them." The 3 of them were suddenly stunned, frozen in place. Irene angrily questioned them. "You haven't done a single thing, so why are you so proud of it?" The 3 girls panicked, speechless. Irene turned his head, gently reassuring Lindsay. "She has done all of that and still always supports me." She self-consciously covered her scarred hands, hearing him continue, "Even now." And Lindsay blushed, clenching her fists, tears of emotion welling up when she heard Irene's final words, "and forever after." He turned his back, not caring about the 3 peacocks behind him anymore. He reached out to Lindsay. "I find it difficult to interact with people who have different views than me." Irene gently held her hand. His eyes were filled with love and pampering as he continued, "Let's go, Lindsay." She bowed her head, shedding tears. Then she looked up, smiling happily. Yes, Irene. Irene finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leon and Agat secretly admired him and gave him a thumbs up. The three peacocks, with their beautiful appearances, were now crying bitterly in frustration. A man wanting to curry favor with the peacocks stepped out and pointed straight at Irene.
Hey!
How can you speak to them like that? He shouted angrily. You've gone too far, young Master Pendragon. The guy clenched his fists and yelled, having a commoner as a concubine. That's unthinkable. It's an insult to the dignity of the Empire's noble class. The guys behind him also started to chime in and protest. That's no different from treason against the Empire.
That's right! That's right!
Leon was furious. He yelled angrily, just as Prince Yen said, he has too many enemies. But how can they be so arbitrary towards? But before Leon could finish his sentence, Agat irritably continued, why is every single one of them such a pathetic, smoldering bastard? Lindsay looked back and whispered, I'm sorry, Irene. He gently comforted her. It's okay. Don't pay attention to them. Let's go. Right then a voice from behind suddenly rang out. Everyone is so lively. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Irene and Lindsay were also surprised, turning their heads. Footsteps approached closer and closer. He stood staring at them, who were stiffening up. A person trembled and spoke up. It was Leon and Agat. Amazed Irene listened strictly to the murmurs. The Sea Dragon King, he smiled, letting them introduce themselves. Duke Oranges. Duke Oranges spoke softly. We are all under the protection of the Emperor. So suddenly his eyes became fiery and he shouted, raise your swords. The crowd was overwhelmed with fear. Their faces were dotted with sweat, their bodies stiff. Duke Oranges strolled forward, gently advising, let him do what he wants here. Therefore this is not a place you can interfere. He approached a noble, looking him up and down, and continued, every family in this kingdom must be at His Majesty's disposal. Nobles like you should know your place. The crowd's legs trembled unsteadily. Immediately the whole cowardly crowd slinked away. Irene stood facing the Duke, somewhat suspicious of the motive behind his sudden intervention. He remained silent at first. Duke Oranges also showed no expression, calmly evaluating and looking at him. The atmosphere sank into silence for a moment. The nobles had already surrounded them, eager for gossip, no longer in the mood to dance or enjoy tea. However, among the nobles, some were amazed and discussing. Duke Oranges, currently he has entrusted all the affairs of the South to his son, Arrigo, another person said, and he rarely shows his face outside. For him to appear in the capital at this time, the two of them were still looking at each other without speaking. Duke Oranges looked at them with meaningful eyes. Irene frowned deeply. He narrowed his golden eyes, a deep intensity flashing in his pupils. Then he suddenly broke into a bright smile. Duke Oranges praised, she is indeed a lovely wife, isn't she, Duke Pendragon? Then he smiled politely, turning to Irene, and this lady is your sister. You two look so much alike. And those two escorts? Duke Oranges narrowed his eyes, glancing, and continued, just by looking at them, I can tell they are incredibly fierce warriors. Leon was a bit shocked. Got quietly looked back. Irene's expression revealed no emotion. Then he bowed slightly, polite. It's a great honor to meet you, Duke Oranges. He didn't reply to him. He comfortably tilted his head, looking at the people around, commenting on them. So troublesome. Just busy chasing after titles. These nobles, he spoke in a daze, amazed. They are no different from commoners blinded by wealth. Duke Oranges gave a monologue, as if wanting to empathize with his feelings. I also have to endure a lot because of them. Everything in this kingdom is a mess. I'm also very sorry about the issue with my son. Irene said bluntly, about the half-orc son who wants to be a pirate. Sir, he closed his eyes, coldly saying, it's a pity that he is an accomplice and has caused a lot of trouble. He tilted his head, feigning doubt. Pirate, I don't quite understand. Then, he suddenly became unusually excited. But a half-orc is really a good idea. Duke Oranges immersed himself in dark thoughts. Having the intellect of a human and the strength of an orc, if we crossbreed the two species, the strongest warrior might appear. He narrowed his eyes, glancing at Irene, who was looking at him coldly. Duke Oranges seemed to lose interest. Having finished speaking, he turned to leave. As he walked, he said, when I was a young noble, I didn't know how the empire operated. He raised his hand and clenched it. This should be a place where any race and lineage can stand at the top if they surpass others. Do you? Duke Oranges turned his head back, his eyes sharp and piercing. Agree with me? The wind in the manor blew gently, swaying the magnificent cloaks of the two dukes. Irene faced him with a serious expression, then suddenly smiled, a mocking smile, a society where the best stands at the top. Duke Oranges looked up, admiring the exquisitely carved pillar with the statue of a proud warrior riding a brave lion forward. The solid gold was even more brilliant under the sunlight. He calmly said, an old and rusty sword cannot. His wide cloak perfectly revealed the figure of the sea dragon Viscula, capable of slaying dragons. Duke Oranges bowed slightly, his tone even more fluid. That is all I wanted to say. Having finished speaking, he decisively left. Irene stared blankly after him. That is the absolute ruler of the South, Duke Oranges. Lindsay was also a bit terrified. The aura radiating around him is too impressive. Leon seriously whispered, originally the Oranges family was rumored to become the kings ruling all the southern lands. Meaning, their origins are completely different from the nobles and subordinates of the first emperor. The nobles and subordinates knelt down to express their loyalty to the king. He continued, although I've lived in the palace for a long time, this is the first time, Leon recalled. I've seen him with my own eyes. They all watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance. Irene's expression was a bit heavy. He remained silent. Suddenly, a sudden voice rang out, drawing his full attention. You can solve everything with this. The person raised his fist. Kittigat was really serious when he did that. He pointed at him, his face stern and cold. When he talked to you, no matter how bloodthirsty I acted, he didn't react at all. Agat clenched his fist, his tone affirmative. That means he has experienced countless things and has too much combat experience. Leon said helplessly, Master, please stop being noisy. At least while we are in the palace. Agat just felt frustrated at his lack of ambition, scolding him, you idiot. Wherever there are martial arts, there is a battlefield. Irene's face darkened, frowning and thinking deeply. He is the father of that monster. The image of a crazed Tolio came to his mind, and the one behind the plot to assassinate the crown prince. The letter carrying dark magic surrounded the first prince, saying, then, the image of himself in his past life, and the culprit behind the downfall of the Van family. His mind stopped on the provocative face of Duke Aranges. Irene was filled with extreme hatred and resentment. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Today I will expose all of his crimes. The banquet hall was still as bustling and joyful as usual. Duke Aranges sipped his wine, muttering, just as I thought. He smiled slightly. He's smarter than all the nobles here. The Duke leisurely called out the Lord of Lords, Count Segunda. Count Segunda, who was nearby, immediately answered as an attendant. Yes, my lord. Pinching his small mustache behind his round glasses, he continued, since you have left that place, it will be very difficult for your opposition to that white worm to be exposed. Duke Aranges smiled meaningfully, glancing at him. He instructed himself for our ambition in the future. Therefore we have a task to complete today. He swirled the wine in his glass, making the surface ripple. Then he suddenly and slowly tilted the glass, pouring it all out. Count Segunda was also startled by this action. The Duke glanced at the arrogant architecture in front of him, his tone as cold as the wind that leaves no trace on the sand, dropping a final word. He will disappear with Louvre before I have to face the Empire. Having said that, his fingers lightly snapped the slender stem of the glass. The bowl of the glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The remaining red wine in the glass splashed like blood, staining the surroundings. The two of them stood still there. Count Segunda slowly spoke up, I will take care of it. The old man proudly continued, currently we have assassins everywhere. From the Duke's territory to the capital of the Empire. Because of what that white worm did in Sasaxi. The image of Irene and Sordrake sweeping the battlefield kept appearing in the old man's mind. Count Segunda's voice became even more gloomy and uncertain. Along with Alice. It seems the nobility is very dissatisfied with him. Not just those bugs from earlier. The nobles packed closely together in the banquet hall, but also nobles throughout the Empire are our allies. The heir of one of the largest territories in the Empire, yet opposing the great territory of Alice. Jamie Dawson. His handsome, polite, and gallant face clearly showed the old man's expression, making him even more excited. And even the Bear Duke of the Lindegard family seems to be cooperating with us. Contrary to the Count's ecstatic face, Duke Aranges just maintained a calm, bored expression. Oh, the Lindegard family, Count Segunda cautiously replied, yes. They also don't seem to care much about the heir of the Pendragon family. Duke Aranges looked straight ahead coldly, then suddenly broke into a kind smile. Is that so? He looked at the Count happily, not sparing his praise. You always impress me with your connections. Hearing this, Count Segunda's vanity was satisfied, and he was overjoyed. His smile was almost perverse as he added, that white worm is surrounded by enemies all over the palace. Duke Aranges gently reached out his hand, his words respectful. I am very grateful, my ally. The Count was also excited and overjoyed. Yes, my lord. The old man also reached out his hand in response. The two purple gemstones on their rings touched, ringing with a clear clink. In the great hall of the main palace. On the high platform was the king's throne. Both sides of the great hall were already bustling with officials and nobles waiting. The voice of the master of ceremonies echoed loudly in the great hall. Now is the time for the conferment of titles of the Empire. Count Saros and his wife both looked towards the main hall. Jamie Dawson was no different. The master of ceremonies shouted loudly, let the grand ceremony begin. Everyone looked towards the main gate. Please welcome the pride of the Empire. The 5 great dukes. The large doors slowly opened. Leading the way was the flag bearer. The ruler of the south, the sea dragon king, the symbol of the Viscula dragon fluttered. Duke Aranges, the man walked in proudly. They gradually passed by the Saros family. Count Saros marveled, so that is the leader of the 5 great dukes, the sea dragon king. The woman next to him was a bit admiring. He's so handsome. She praised, with the knights right beside him. He looks like a monarch. The master of ceremonies' voice continued to shout loudly. Following him is the bloodline of the Empire. The flag with the symbol of the white angel, blessed by the angels. Grand Duke, the stern man's face was a bit heavy and solemn. The blue cloak fluttered with his majestic steps. Lindegard Duchy. Saros was amazed, his mouth slightly agape. He stammered slightly, he's so huge, like a bear. The woman next to him was confused. Blessed by the angels. What does that mean? He whispered softly. It is said that they have the ability to fulfill wishes. She was amazed. Count Saros continued, for hundreds of years, they have never failed on the battlefield, and the heads of their family live very long. And now, the one who led the upper class last year. Leon smiled, holding the fluttering red flag. The one who signed a contract with the White Dragon. Duke Pendragon. He walked in. Behind him were his sister and his wife. At the end of the line was Oldegot. The golden hair representing his bloodline seemed to stand out, making Irene's cold face even more radiant under the lights of the main hall. The noble ladies eagerly and infatuatedly admired his beauty. Some people watched intently and whispered in admiration. So that's the hero of Lars, Irene Pendragon. He's quite young, isn't he? I heard he's only 17 years old. Count Segunda in the back gritted his teeth. The old man angrily bit his nails. Jamie. Dawson smiled faintly. And finally the supreme ruler of the Argan Royal Empire, Anne led the way. Behind him the master of ceremonies shouted loudly, "Glory!" All the members, except for the first Prince Sane, were present. Each had a different demeanor. Anne and Ingrid were both radiant and confident. The trio, Sylvia and Elin, were all in a state of sorrow, their faces gloomy and frowning. The next three princes had nothing too special about them. Irene stood on one side, arms crossed, bored, thinking, and those three idiots, Ingrid and the rest, they all looked the same. Suddenly, his eyes widened. At this moment, the master of ceremonies suddenly raised his voice. And the son of Baroness Erlin of the Sasaxi region, Gornaragan. The figure with that familiar name quietly stepped forward. His face was calm, his eyes exceptionally deep and bottomless. Irene was a bit stunned and not yet recovered. Gornaragan, the man he remembered his past life. The newspaper capturing the coronation ceremony, inheriting the royal throne. Gorn in his past life. That teenage boy slowly approached. Irene's face darkened, thinking to himself, if Yan is fire, then this person is more like water, a quiet stream like a lake. I can't read his expression. Gorn's face remained stiff, without a hint of variation. His dark eyes watched him walk right in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, how old is he now? 10 years, 14. Gorn's face was still the same. Suddenly a deadly gaze darted towards Irene, a flash of lightning. He was amazed. He still walked leisurely. Irene stared blankly after him. The master of ceremonies, as if having waited a long time, quickly said, and finally the supreme ruler of the Argan Empire. The one standing at the pinnacle of all families. Count Saros watched, the king of kings. Jamie Dawson also looked towards the door. The herald's voice boomed through the hall, announcing His Majesty Emperor Aragon. At the main gates of the Great Hall, the Imperial Guard stood in perfect formation, led by Earl Granite. His silver armor gleamed with a majestic, polished shine. Irene and Linda waited with bated breath. Irene kept a cold, stoic expression, silently evaluating the leader of the Imperial Knights as he led the massive escort. It was truly an impressive sight. Irene watched closely, wondering what kind of man the Emperor was. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking as a wave of disbelief washed over him. He saw wrinkled hands, heavy with caluses, leaning on a cane. Beneath deep dark circles and a white beard, His Majesty stood there, his back hunched like a stalk of ripened grain. He wore a majestic crimson robe and elaborate, magnificent crown. As his face became clearer, his eyes appeared hollow and dark, revealing nothing. The procession slowly entered, with Earl Granite leading the way in a disciplined march. Irene watched in stunned silence. So this was the king of the Aragon kingdom. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was this frail old man really the king? He studied the king's face, which looked so aged it seemed his time was nearly up. Jimmy Zozen stepped forward with pride, his voice ringing out. Jimmy Zozen, heir to the Zozen territory, requests an audience with your majesty. He stood tall at the foot of the steps before the king. The king's aged face remained expressionless, looking like a spent arrow, withered and devoid of life. Heavy silence filled the room, stretching on until the atmosphere felt strangely frozen. Jimmy Zozen blinked, confused and stunned. The lack of response made him feel increasingly awkward. Jimmy Zozen gritted his teeth and repeated, the heir to the Zozen territory. Before he could finish, Earl Granite, the king's closest aide, stepped forward calmly. Jimmy Zozen, he called out softly before announcing in a steady tone, I recognize you as the heir of the Zozen family and appoint you as an earl. Jimmy Zozen was stunned, standing frozen as he struggled to process the words. Earl Granite continued, such is the king's decree. Jimmy found it even more baffling, but there was nothing he could do. He pushed aside his confusion and bowed. I thank your majesty. Watching this, Irene felt the awkwardness of the situation. Earl Granite continued his duties. Maubers Berlin, I appoint you as a Baron. He continued calling names. Sackley Viscount, you are appointed as a Viscount. Aegon Habsburg. Everyone in the Great Hall watched this bizarre investiture ceremony. Some of the younger nobles began to openly mock and show their contempt. Earl Segunda watched with amusement. Zozen couldn't help but add a comment. He's nothing but a puppet. Anne and Ingrid both looked dejected, their spirits far less bright than when they first entered. Duke Orangus remained motionless. Irene whispered a question to Leon, who looked troubled as he spoke. Is he always like this? Leon replied with a serious face. Yeah, His Majesty has grown weaker over the last few years. Since then, I haven't heard a single word from him. They say it's due to illness and old age, but the truth remains a mystery. Irene frowned, remaining silent. His expression grew tense and angry. The Van family was destroyed for being disloyal to the king, but that was a lie. Looking at the frail king with his head bowed, Irene prayed sadly. If only he could see through those lies. If only he could control the tyranny of the nobles. If only he had the will to do so. Irene's mind drifted to the hardworking, struggling peasants. Morgan had run rampant, robbing and violating women until they died. His heart ached for Sissy and Alice. His heart felt heavy, and his gaze turned cold. This kingdom was rotten to the core, and it was his fault. Irene grimaced as he recalled how he had once boldly invoked the king's name during his confrontation with Earl Laver. If that is the case, I shall fight in the king's stead. Shaking off his memories, he quickly stepped forward to face the son of the empire. Irene's face was calm and determined. As he looked at the king, the words he had spoken back then felt strangely hazy. Now the man before him was a king in name only. He stood solemnly before the dais. Irene spoke coldly. Irene Pendragon, heir to the Pendragon family, requests an audience with the king. Suddenly those wrinkled, calloused hands gripped the armrests with unexpected strength. The throne, which had been silent as if occupied by a wooden puppet, creaked as the figure slowly stood up. Under the stunned gaze of his closest aide, Earl Granite, the king straightened his back and stepped forward. Nobles below all widened their eyes in shock. Irene was also caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Unexpectedly, the king opened his eyes. The light within them was as brilliant as a cosmic fireball. A powerful, surging Lion King aura erupted from him. It was fierce and roaring, its wings spreading wide with a majestic force that felt like it could blow Irene away. Irene's eyes went wide with shock as he gritted his teeth to withstand the pressure. Earl Granite also struggled to endure it, his face strained. Anne and Ingrid were startled and jumped back. The nobles near Earl Segunda were no different. The explosive intensity of the aura left them visibly terrified. Only Duke Oranges stood his ground against that overwhelming power, maintaining a calm and cold expression. Being the closest person to the king, the pressure Irene faced was incredibly dangerous. His mind was in shock, caught completely off guard. Was this the king's true aura? He struggled to resist. This man was stronger than N, at least twice as strong. He never expected such an aura to come from a frail old man. The Lion King's presence was too violent. The king's gaze became even more intimidating. Irene braced himself, thinking he would have to respond with the white dragon's aura. Irene raised his head to face the king. He saw gentle, kind brown eyes within those hollow sockets. That sight made his body freeze instinctively. He remembered the past when someone had told him not to just focus on the opponent. During their training, Isla had guided him. You must learn to harmonize yet still stand firm. Irene muttered the words to himself. Harmonize, Isla replied softly. Yes, just go with the flow. With that thought, he relaxed his body, letting the golden light swirl and wrap around him. Irene stood firm and released the white dragon's aura. It wasn't as violent as usual. It became softer, intertwining with the golden rays. Earl Granite watched in awe and amazement. He wondered what was happening. The auras of His Majesty and Irene, Prince Anne also stared blankly as the forms of the Lion King and the White Dragon entwined. The two spirits lunged forward, harmonizing their essence with one another. Their minds shook as they became one, and the intense pressure quickly dissolved into a gentle golden glow, like the first light of dawn. It was soft and radiant. The spiritual forms of both sides bowed slightly to each other. In the end, a part of their souls seemed to ascend. This harmony connected Irene to the king. Slowly the king's fierce aura began to recede. Duke Oranges found it hard to believe. The other princes jumped in fear. Gon remained dark and silent. A raspy, slow voice echoed through the solemn hall. I've been waiting for someone like you, Duke Pendragon. The king's face broke into a warm, fatherly smile. Irene stood there dazed, and Earl Granite was equally shocked. After that, the old king stepped back to his throne and sat down. Though still shaken, Earl Granite quickly announced in a loud voice, Irene Pendragon, I recognize you as the successor of the Pendragon family. Irene's back was straight and proud, his red hair glowing under the golden lights. Earl Granite's voice rose, and I grant you the title of Duke. The entire hall erupted like a disturbed beehive. Irene himself was stunned. He just stood there. He didn't react. Earl Saros was still overwhelmed, unable to believe that the puppet king still possessed such powerful aura. Duke Oranges chuckled softly, remarking that a lion is still a lion, even when old. Irene bowed solemnly. Earl Granite was also moved beyond words as he looked at the young man before him. He remembered how Irene had allowed the king's aura to wash over him, relaxing his body to harmonize with it. It hadn't been a threat or a confrontation. He had simply followed the flow and merged with it. Earl Granite looked tense. That wasn't something just anyone could do, and let out a helpless sigh. That guy. Duke Oranges watched Irene leave, holding him in high regard. Irene Pendragon is someone we must be wary of. The noble beside him looked at Earl Segunda, who was trembling with rage. He spoke cautiously. Governor Segunda. Consumed by hatred, the old man gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with a venomous curse. Enjoy it while you can, you white maggot. After tonight's banquet, your life will end. Irene returned to his family. Lind and Irene were very worried about him, while Leon looked on with sparkling admiration. The ball began shortly after. Noble ladies and gentlemen paired up and began to dance to the sound of the choir. Ingrid stepped forward gracefully and asked, Lord Irene, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner? Irene looked at her hesitantly but eventually agreed out of courtesy. The pleasure is mine. Sylvia watched with envious resentment. Dancing with Irene, his face looked like he was suffering from constipation. Ingrid closed her eyes and enjoyed the music, happily thinking to herself that silence was indeed golden. On the other side, Irene and Prince N were dancing happily. With his scholarly charm and handsome looks, Leon also caught the attention of many young ladies who invited him to dance. Agat sat at a table eating and drinking, watching the scene. He's more popular than I thought, he remarked. Opposite him, Line spoke up hesitantly. Lord Agat, she shyly asked, would you like to dance with me? Agat was shocked to his core.
Huh.
Linda noticed the stares from the male nobles around her and felt uneasy. Thanks to this dress, everyone is staring at me. Agat listened, feeling exasperated. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her across the hall. Linda followed him blindly, stumbling along as she tried to keep up. Agat suddenly shouted, "Hey!"
What the?
Irene and Ingrid both stopped and turned to look at him. Agat gave a serious command. "You should be dancing with your own wife." Linda was startled and Irene looked a bit dazed. Linda panicked and tried to decline.
"No, I'm fine."
"You don't need to leave Lady Ingrid to dance with." Agat looked at her defeated. Not letting her finish, he decisively pushed Linda forward, catching her off guard. Agat pointed at her and said firmly, "She's your wife, you brat, so do it properly." Both of them stood there stunned. Irene's eyes filled with a playful, doting smile as he looked at his beautiful wife. Linda's ears turned bright red. Summoning all her courage, she looked up. The lights of the great hall shone down on her, making Linda look even more ethereal and beautiful. Her voice was filled with sincerity as she asked softly, "Lord Irene, would you dance with me?" Irene gracefully took her hand and replied with all the love he felt for her, "It would be my honor." Their hands were not those of typical noblesse. They weren't smooth and unblemished. They were covered in calluses, bearing the marks of their shared hardships and efforts. As the choir played a soothing melody, Irene held his wife and followed the rhythm. Lee and Princess Ingrid, and even Earl Cyrus, everyone was watching them. But the two of them only had eyes for each other, sharing the tenderest of gazes. Irene and Linda, along with the other couples, were lost in the music in the middle of the vast hall. Suddenly, a thunderous shout cut through the air. "Your Majesty, the Emperor!" Irene and Linda froze. A noble stood before the king. It was Jimmy Zozan. He bowed respectfully and said, "As someone who has just been recognized as the lord of a great territory and granted the title of Earl by your Majesty, I, Jimmy Zozan, have a matter to report." He bowed even deeper. As a loyal vassal of the Empire, Earl Granite remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I permit you to speak." Jimmy Zozan maintained his formal tone. "Several lords who served as the sword and shield of the Empire have fallen into dire straits because of one man." He looked over at Earl Pendragon. Everyone turned their attention toward Irene. Jimmy Zozan continued his loud accusation. Because of his interference, Earl Brisa, a tyrannical exploiter, was stabbed to death by the peasants. And the eldest son of Earl Laver of the Alice territory, our friend, that arrogant man, was dealt with by Agaz. He suffered a miserable death. Jimmy Zozan added righteously, Morgan's death was the result of a combat festival. Although he had committed many terrible crimes before that, as a follower of the Emperor, you are the only one who can judge and punish his crimes. Jimmy Zozan continued, claiming this incident could shake the very foundations of the imperial nobility. The nobles began to whisper, calling it a blatant abuse of power. He turned and shouted, "Is that not right, my lords?" The nobles of his faction, appearing ready to revolt, shouted back in agreement.
Exactly.
Demi Rosian stood tall. Beside me and Earl Laver, 6 great lords also support this. Not just Earl Segunda, but also, he calculated slyly, the Sea Dragon King, Duke Aranjus. Aranjus crossed his arms and gave a cold smile. Jimmy's voice rose. "All of us demand that punishment be carried out." Earl Saros and those behind him were shocked and was also stunned.
What?
Linda's face turned pale with fear. Irene's face remained cold. Jimmy Rosian dropped to his knees, his tone formal. "Your Majesty, please grant us your judgment." Before the king, the nobles also clamored, "Please, give us your judgment. Pass your sentence." Anne was furious, clenching his fists. He cursed inwardly, that bastard Segunda. Not only did the Lover family rally half the great lords, but they even brought in Duke Aranjus. His father had no power here. He couldn't say anything to stop this. Earl Granite looked tense, not expecting this development. Anne thought that if they could turn the tide here and now, the imperial crest would be facing 3 major forces: Aranjus, Segunda and Lover. They could flip the balance of power in the empire. He suddenly froze in shock. No way. Were they bringing this up now just to put Gon on the throne? Gon's cold face appeared. Anne turned pale with panic. He looked toward Irene. Irene looked annoyed, barely restraining himself. Duke Aranjus watched with amusement. "Now what will you do, Duke Pendragon?" Amidst the rowdy nobles who surrounded the Pendragons like a rebel army, a tall figure stood behind them. Grand Duke Lindigo Ducci remained stoic. Earl Segunda screamed fiercely, "This is an insult to the kingdom. No, this is treason." He was acting so hysterical it seemed he was ready to risk his life. "Your Majesty, I beg you to punish the Pendragon family." Suddenly a laugh cut him off. Irene was laughing heartily in the middle of the crowd. Earl Segunda bristled at him. "What do you mean by that?" Duke Aranjus watched. Irene mocked him openly. "What do I mean?" He looked at the old man with contempt. "Isn't it obvious? You're the traitor here, Segunda." Earl Segunda was itching for a fight.
What?
Irene's tone was calm. "I have proof." The old man cackled inwardly, feeling triumphant. He knew exactly what he had done. "Stupid brat. I've already stationed assassins on the road to the capital." Earl Segunda smiled wickedly, thinking Irene was just digging his own grave. Suddenly a knight rushed in from behind him, screaming for the commander. Earl Granite looked serious. "What is it?" The young knight replied frantically, "There are rebels." The young knight was so panicked he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Even the griffins couldn't stop them. Outside the palace, a flock of griffins was charging toward the great hall. The aerial fence was unmanned. The griffins charged in. With a loud crash, the glass ceiling of the great hall shattered. The leader, controlling his griffin, flew inside, followed by 3 others. Others quickly followed, flying in while carrying a carriage beneath them. Feathers scattered and gusts of wind swirled through the air. The people below panicked.
What is that?
They screamed. Earl Segunda stood frozen, his mouth agape. Even Irene was caught off guard. The noble screamed in terror as the carriage was dropped onto the floor. The griffin riders quickly landed around it. Someone shouted in disbelief. Griffins pulling a carriage. The soldiers' curs charged forward. You bastards.
Die!
A soldier swung his sword at a pair of sturdy green legs standing there. He put all his strength into the strike, his face twisted in rage. With a slashing sound, blood sprayed. The figure blocked the sword with his arm. That full-strength blow only left a small scratch on his massive body. Ian stared blankly. The nobles were in shock, unable to believe their eyes.
An orc!
It's an orc. The orc looked around and grunted in praise. Oh, humans, you certainly give me a warm welcome. Then he raised his hand, grabbed the soldier's head and threw him away. I must return the favor immediately. The soldier screamed. The nobles. Round there dodged away. He flew straight toward Grand Duke Duchy. He didn't even dodge, simply waving his hand to instantly catch the soldier. Duke. Oranges was also deeply shocked. He glared, thinking that orc is larger than normal and much stronger. Facing the attack of the royal guards, who had already taken their stances, Isla also jumped off his mount to join the battle. He looked up, revealing a sharp, cold face beneath his hood, his hands swiftly drawing. His sword's 3 lightning-fast slashes were unleashed in a single second. Isla wielded 2 swords simultaneously, dancing and striking. Away the first row of soldiers charging at him. The swords in their hands fell with a clatter, crashing onto the white-tiled floor. Count Granite was panicked and astonished, his heart churning. The elite royal knights, the most battle-hardened men, were defeated so easily. The noblewoman quickly hid from the bloodshed. Duke Oranges stared in stunned silence. Isla's hood had fallen back at some point. He assessed this skin color and dual swords. Duke Oranges smiled in excitement. Vanva's knights, the 3 men behind him, exuded a gloomy aura, their eyes sharp and cold. Segunda trembled, dazed, sweat pouring down his cheeks. He stammered, They are. Suddenly, someone covered their mouth as if about to vomit, their voice trembling and weak. That's why I said let me go first to explain. But that other guy didn't agree. He leisurely raised his glass and said softly, they have to bear with an incompetent commander, even though they are exemplary knights. Was none other than Vincent and Killian. Count Segunda was so shocked his jaw dropped. He choked Vincent. Segunda stood to the side, watching in disbelief. Why did he suddenly appear? And with those subordinates too. Vincent remained calm. In contrast, beside him, Killian began to solemnly announce, we apologize for our insolence. He added with utmost respect, we are the knights of Duke Pendragon, the White Dragon Army. Today we must carry out a crucial mission concerning the fate of the kingdom. Suddenly, Killian's face contorted and turned pale. He collapsed onto the floor in defeat. I'm motion sick. The nobles also heard those words. All eyes focused on him in suspicion. A crucial mission, the White Dragon Army. Irene directed his comrades to take the aerial route to avoid ambushes. I understand now. He sneered, gripping a broken piece of glass in his hand. But you surprised me. I didn't know you wanted to make an entrance like this. Vincent raised his hand to justify. We were blocked by the Griffin's corpse, so we couldn't explain anything. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to miss tonight? He casually stated the obvious. We did everything just to protect you, young master. Irene let out a long, bored sigh. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, amused. These kids are really interesting, so affectionate, huh? Agat chuckled, pointing at Liam behind him. I think we'll get along just fine, right, Leon? Boy, looking at Isla with admiring eyes,
excitedly replied, yes!
So cool. Killian didn't know him, so he hesitated a bit. He quickly explained, Leon's master Got. He's a veteran warrior who just joined us. Irene cast a meaningful glance. To fight against those who want to dominate this kingdom. Duke. Oranges smiled faintly. These words were destined to be a declaration of war, a competition between 2 powers, Pendragon and Oranges. At this moment, Count Segunda suddenly screamed like a madman, what the hell are you spouting? He pointed at the Griffins, frantic. Do you all see? Not only are they putting on a show, but they were also causing a riot right in front of His Majesty. They definitely have treasonous intentions. Segunda wanted to keep howling, but Irene simply cut him off. You look ridiculously pathetic. What's the rush, Segunda? He said arrogantly. I will say it again. The only traitor here is you. He grabbed a man by the collar, dragged him out of the carriage, and announced loudly, and the proof is right here. He threw him down, right at Irene's feet. Count Segunda's eyes widened. A crucial mission concerning the fate of the kingdom. He stared in terror, his pupils shrinking into tiny dots in sheer horror. He stammered. The man at his feet was someone he couldn't possibly not know. Count Segunda trembled uncontrollably, his jaw dropping stiffly, his throat choking up, unable to utter a single word. Jeremy Zozan had no idea what the hell was going on. He wondered, who is that white-haired old man? Duke. Oranges watched everything in silence. Irene spoke calmly. His name is Luff Talon. Talon looked like a lost soul kneeling beside him, his eyes dull as he stood before the nobles. He continued clearly, the Brissa territory used to have great authority in Sicily. Irene's eyes turned cold. And this man is one of the culprits behind the assassination of Prince Scene 3 years ago. Hearing this, N was astonished. The nobles were also in an uproar.
What did you say?
Count. Granite was stunned as well. The emperor remained as solemn as before, the extravagant lights failing to illuminate his face. He placed a hand on his chest and said solemnly, I once collaborated with Prince Yen to investigate the truth behind this case. Therefore, we infiltrated Sisley and discovered that Luft Talon was the one who poisoned the crown prince. Talon trembled. Suddenly his voice dropped. Irene stated bluntly, however, he is merely a pawn. Nobles felt a chilling terror. His voice continued, the mastermind is someone else. Count Segunda panicked, his mind a tangled mess. He felt as if his sky had collapsed. So, this person will tell us. N gritted his teeth, waiting about the identities of the traitors bearing their fangs and claws in this kingdom, and strip bare their crimes. Duke Orangus maintained a calm demeanor, as if the storm unfolding before him had absolutely nothing to do with him. Irene looked up with an imposing aura. Your Majesty, he looked straight at the throne up there. Count. Granite panicked and quickly approved. I permit you to speak. He grabbed the end of the chain connected to the handcuffs, slowly dragging Luft Talon behind him. The nobles stared intently. Jeremy Zozan was no different. Lo and Vincent watched closely. Segunda hunched over in fear. Duke Orangus remained completely unfazed. He watched him stepping forward and the old count drowning in fear. The corners of his mouth suddenly lifted into a faint smile. The gemstone on his ring also suddenly flashed with a flickering light. A gloomy aura suddenly surged within the gemstone, reeking of death. At the same time, the ring on Count Segunda's hand also flashed unnoticed with a stream. Pitch black energy. The dark aura inside Duke Orangus's jewel grew thicker. Then under his nonchalant gaze it whirred out. The deadly black aura, dyed in the scent of death, shot straight into Count Segunda's ring. In the blink of an eye he transformed. The torture began. Count Segunda's pupils turned a sickly white, with black, rusty blood vessels bulging in his eyes. The muscles and veins also formed distinct streaks on his skin. He grimaced, baring his teeth, his throat emitting a deep, indistinct sound. Suddenly Count Segunda screamed madly. He burst forward with all his might, a demonic aura overflowing and enveloping him. The nobles were startled. Irene also didn't expect it. Ha! He thought in panic, he's too fast. Count Segunda charged forward recklessly, drawing a short dagger. Line screamed in terror, Lord Irene. The sharp tip of the dagger flat. Reacting on instinct, Irene lowered his body. He bent his arm and slammed his elbow violently onto the old man's wrist, forcefully breaking his arm bone. Segunda dropped the dagger, his arm twisting into a grotesque deformity. Irene's eyes widened in surprise, but it didn't stop there. Count Segunda opened his mouth wide. Before his horrified eyes, the old man tilted his head back and bit down hard on the flesh of Luft Talon's neck, then violently jerked his head, decisively tearing his throat out. Fresh blood gushed out like a powerful waterfall. Luft Talon's body staggered. Having his throat bitten off right before their eyes, the nobles screamed in terror, causing an uproar. Irene was also stunned at that moment, his blood-spattered face filled with shock. Isla and Vincent were both astonished, their expressions changing. The group beside them, Jeremy Zozan, also couldn't believe his eyes. He was so overwhelmed he couldn't even scream a single word. Irene yelled in helpless panic, gripping Count Segunda's shoulder. No! You bastard! But in return, all he got was a limp, dangling head. The old face was covered in vines, the mouth slightly open, unresponsive. His mind went blank. He's dead. Irene stubbornly thought back. No, impossible. How could someone like Segunda suddenly become so fast and strong? What is going on? The nobles, after a moment of chaos, were all bewildered. Someone choked out a question. Why did Segunda do that? Count Sayros was also terrified, at a loss for words. With this situation, there's only one answer. At this moment, that familiar calm voice spoke up again. Unbelievable. To think that the one behind the assassination of the crown prince was Count Segunda. Duke Orangus walked up beside him, smiling faintly, looking down from above. Irene snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth in furious resentment. Glaring at him in the middle of the main hall, surrounded by a sea of people, Duke Orangus bowed his head and smiled sincerely, saying, representing the 6 supreme lords, I sincerely apologize to you, Duke Pendragon. He wore an expression of deep sorrow and heavy regret. Just as you said, Count Segunda was indeed a traitor. You yourself have exposed his horrific crimes. You truly are a loyal swordsman of the kingdom. He was so furious he trembled, trying to hold it in. Under the magnificent chandelier, the image Duke Orangus presented before him seemed even more noble. His face was nonchalant, his tone slow, praising him like a precious gem. Only Irene could clearly see Duke Orangus's malicious, mocking sneer, provoking him to the extreme as he cheerfully said, it cannot be denied. The surrounding nobles immediately responded, cheering for him. Irene gritted his teeth in hatred, glaring at Orangus. On the other side, Count Sayros praised him. He's not wrong. Irene truly is that kind of person. The lady beside him also looked delighted. Duke Orangus quickly admitted his mistake. How respectable. Jeremy Zozan and his cohorts avoided eye contact, immediately falling silent. Among the princes, some still had expressions of shock and fear, but N remained as cold as ever. Grand Duke Ducci was calm. Irene temporarily couldn't accept such a result. He wanted to struggle.
No, it's not like that!
Irene stepped forward, his voice low. You bastard! But Duke Orangus merely turned his head back, looking at him with an innocent, clueless expression. That very look made Irene, who was bristling with anger, freeze on the spot. Islo and Vincent, though visibly displeased, couldn't do anything either. It's useless, because the evidence had been destroyed. Luft Talon's head lay there grotesquely, blood pooling around it. He died with his eyes wide open. On the outside, the nobles looked at him with praise and admiration, all smiling and clapping. He thought even if I tell the truth right now, no one would believe me. Irene, filled with resentment, lowered his head in utter helplessness, his fists clenched tight. At this moment, Count Granite shouted, I announce that tonight's banquet ends here.
You may all leave!
The nobles bustled about, quickly making their exit. Duke Oranges smiled hypocritically and excused himself. Well then I shall take my leave as well. He bowed politely. I hope that one day we shall meet again, Irene. His tone was light. Ah, of course. See you. On the battlefield, his bright emerald eyes glared gloomily at him. He heavily declared war. Duke Oranges dangerously narrowed his eyes, saying nothing, as he turned his head and led his people away. The guard at the back of his line silently walked past Isla. His eyes were filled with cold contempt. The grand palace was brightly lit. Duke Oranges had led his men a distance outside. He smiled faintly, his elegant eyes opening as he spoke. It seems your time has come, my three Vanvas knights. The group didn't reply, their eyes revealing a cold hostility. Inside the main hall, the crowd and he himself were all looking at Count Segunda's corpse. Anne looked at him, hesitating before calling out, Hey Irene. Lind is also worried. Lord Irene. The duo, Isla and Vincent, remained silent. Suddenly, an old voice unexpectedly rang out, Oranges. Anne and Irene jolted, their attention drawn to it. He looked at the emperor on the throne. His eyes were still tightly shut. The voice rang out intermittently. Duke Pendragon. The scene shifted to a meeting room. Only 4 people sat at the 4 sides. Clockwise they were the emperor, Anne, Irene, and Count Granite. Ian showed a bit of annoyance as he recounted, the monster I fought in Lurs, that pirate bastard. He recalled Tolio's tyrannical, arrogant demeanor. He's a man of the Oranges family. Count Granite paused, looking at him. Then the one who orchestrated the poisoning of the crown prince. Irene remained silent, not answering. Everything was already laid out right before their eyes. The emperor's voice softly called out again, Duke Pendragon. Under their gazes, he slowly decreed, I appoint you as the governor of Lurs and give you a secret order to annihilate the Oranges family. Anne and Count Granite were horrified to hear this. Irene also showed a fleeting look of shock. The old, ugly hand held a gold coin engraved with the image of Soderic. His Majesty continued, you will need money to face a wealthy nation. Therefore I also permit the circulation of Pendragon gold coins. Count Granite felt this wasn't quite right. He intended to advise His Majesty against this, but before he'd speak, the Emperor gently and soothingly reassured him, it's fine. He looked at him seriously and asked solemnly, do you believe what I said? The Emperor didn't answer directly. His words were tactful, and told me you are a trustworthy person. Then he looked intently at him, seeking an answer. But right now, what do you think of this kingdom? At first, Irene didn't quite understand. His Majesty asked again after seeing Sisley and Alice, what do you think? He furrowed his brows in silence. The Emperor of course understood better than anyone. His voice was perfectly calm. Now I no longer have the real power to rule this kingdom, to the point where I cannot stop the nobles from embezzling, just like when Jeremy Zozan stood obstinately before me, or fight against the Dark King, Oranges. Duke Oranges directly uses darkness to manipulate everything. His clasped hands trembled with anger and helplessness. Irene half closed his eyes, and looked at him with concern. Your Majesty, the Emperor continued to speak. During the investiture ceremony I released all the royal aura I had, yet you still didn't cower or clash with it, but instead harmonized with my aura. His eyes held a deep sorrow as he admitted, even the 2 people here, or my own son couldn't do that. Right at this moment the Emperor's voice suddenly carried the powerful authority of a sovereign. He said heavily, Irene Pendragon Anne, I entrust the future of the kingdom to you too. Irene calmly closed his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed in thought, then, his back bent as he knelt before the Emperor. A strong light shone in. Irene's voice rang out solemnly, I obey your command, your Majesty. The sun gradually emerged, brilliantly illuminating the sky over the capital. Grand Duke Dochi stood on the balcony facing the sun. Suddenly, a clear sound, like the reflection of the moon on a lake, softly echoed in his ear. Are you considering joining hands with that guy? The Grand Duke sighed. Ducci simply understood clearly, the Sea Dragon King doesn't expect anything from me or Segunda. I've known that since I met him. But pausing for a moment, he glanced back, his tone slightly doubtful. You said you weren't coming. A fierce white whirlwind swirled behind him, the strong wind gently dissipating under the window frame filled with warm sunlight. White feathers swayed softly in the air. Beautiful, pure white wings spread wide. Under the dazzling light, the halo above his head clear. As if favoring this appearance, a noble light embraced the white angel. Grand Duke Ducci's voice spoke slowly, the envoy of goddess Ileana, Archangel say. He tilted his head slightly, looking at him intently, say. Smiled faintly, he slowly stepped forward and replied, I intended to. However, some interesting things have happened. Ducci was puzzled. Say's face turned serious as he said, on the Lost Plains, Sorak and the Black Dragon met. He continued slowly, that made me wonder. Why did they meet, when that place doesn't even fall under their rule? Grand Duke Ducci didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, you mean there's something there, don't you? Say raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. I'm not certain. However, dragons are famous for being extremely territorial creatures. He maintained his stance, telling Ducci for them to gather in one place like this, something big must have happened, something significant. He fell silent for a moment. It might be related to the current emperor's aura. Say looked up into the distance and spoke slowly, the aura of the Aragon family. From the second Prince Yen to His Majesty the Emperor, especially the Emperors. It was originally a divine blessing bestowed by Goddess Ileana herself. The statue of the goddess was covered in cracks. Light flickered on the distant horizon. To maintain the balance of the human world, Duchy cut him off, speaking bluntly, but as of right now, it's on the verge of collapse, due to the plot to assassinate Prince Sen. Meanwhile, in a palace corridor, En and Irene stood leaning against the railing. Yen looked wary. The aura our family possesses is weakening with each generation. His face tightened. My father should have abdicated long ago and entrusted the throne to my brother Sen. But, because of that incident, he couldn't. Recalling the frail figure he had recently seen, Anne's voice grew sadder. And his body has become like that. Irene asked coldly, how old is the Emperor? Anne replied helplessly, he's only 55 this year. Irene's eyes widened in shock. Back with the Grand Duke, Duchy continued, among the princes, the one with the strongest aura is the second Prince N. Say didn't think much of him, judging him bluntly. He's still green. It's far too early for him to inherit the throne. However, he narrowed his eyes, recalling Gon's aura, which was currently growing exponentially in terms of power. With a grim, stoic face, he added, soon it's very likely his aura will surpass even Anne's, and looked at him skeptically. I followed your lead and investigated Gon, but he's just an ordinary kid, except for the fact that the atmosphere around him is always gloomy. Irene replied indifferently, is that so? His expression hardened as he thought to himself, but in my past life the heir to the throne was none other than Gon. The newspaper report remained etched in his mind. Suddenly Irene snapped out of it. Oh, I see. He leaned his arms on the railing, looking toward the sunlight and Erangis and Pendragon. Looking at a far corner of the grounds, he spoke calmly. They are the ones who will carry the Empire's future, and quite possibly, the ones who will challenge the logic of this world. Grand Duke Duchy hesitated. Is that a prophecy? Say glanced at him and replied calmly, it's just a hunch. He thought silently, because I feel like the karma of this world is being stirred by a powerful force. A golden statue of a warrior riding a lion stood high above the training grounds. A soldier screamed as he swung his sword wildly with all his might. Leon moved quickly, using his body's flexibility to dodge every strike. When the man swung again, Leon decisively leaped into the air. He landed gracefully and extraordinarily right on the blade, leaving his opponent stunned. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief. Without giving the soldier time to react, Leon spun and kicked him square in the face. The soldier's face went blank as blood sprayed from his mouth, along with 2 teeth. The commander quickly called out, that's enough. The winner is decided. The surrounding soldiers cheered loudly. Count Granite raised Leon's arm. Leon flashed a bright, joyful smile. Vincent was also a bit overwhelmed as he watched. It's truly a miracle that he's developed this much. Irene smiled faintly in agreement. Yeah, he exceeded my expectations. It puffed out her chest. His teacher is just too talented. It's all thanks to him. Killian also spoke up loudly, his face beaming. Exactly, Captain! Our army growing stronger is everything. It's certainly not a bad thing. He finished with a very forced laugh. As the evening sun began to set, in front of the palace gates, Irene faced Count Granite. He smiled politely. You've taken great care of us during this time, Captain Granite. Count Granite replied graciously, we are also very grateful. The process was a great stimulus, though for those two it was quite easy. Agos and Leon just chuckled. Irene paused for a moment before lowering his voice. Captain, his face turned cold and authoritative. Do you know anything about the Demon Legion? Count Granite was surprised but answered, of course. It's a unit made up mostly of criminals, led by Tovan Bantai. Raven's shadow from his past life was also involved. Count Granite wondered, sometimes I also wonder why they are even a part of the Imperial Army. Irene's gaze turned serious. Where are they now? He replied, they are currently in the south. More specifically, at the great capital C. They are subjugating a monster called the Beast King. His expression turned cold. Irene speculated, the Beast King, is that the leader of the Cho? That monstrous creature has killed countless people. He fell silent, his mind clouded. Does this mean history hasn't changed? Irene considered whether he should mention that Beto was the one behind the Sasaki incident, the one who forced them to eliminate him. The man's provocative face flashed in his mind. He recalled the scene of the burning hall. Irene hesitated for a second. But really, can the Empire kill that cunning old fox? If they expel him from the Legion, won't it be even harder to track him? He calmly closed his eyes. Count Granite noticed his silence and softly called out, Duke Pendragon. Amidst the beautiful capital scenery, Irene let out a relaxed breath. It's nothing. Count Granite, Ingrid, and Anne personally saw him off. Isla helped Irene into the carriage as he waved goodbye cheerfully. Saturn sighed, his expression heavy. It seems we will be clashing again. Tolia and Erangis, he made a firm resolution. I will make sure to kill all of you with my own hands. The griffin took flight, quickly pulling the carriage away. Back in the Pendragon territory, Irene adjusted his sleeves. He was slightly surprised. Sun hasn't returned yet. Kazal looked worried. I'm also in a hurry, he replied. It's because of the massive amount of mana that monsters can sense when they were near. Irene looked down. Is that so? Linda silently watched her husband. Suddenly, she pulled Irene and pressed him down into a chair, speaking comfortingly. I'll be fine. I'm sure Soderic is eager to meet you as soon as possible. Just assume she's busy. I'm sure she'll be back soon. Irene smiled gently. Lind carefully brushed his hair. He spoke softly, thank you, Lindsay. The other two stared blankly. Husband and wife. Kazal muttered a few words. Suddenly the grand doors burst open. Irene's sister called out excitedly, "Brother." She happily announced, "Your farewell party has just begun." It turned out Melbourne was sobbing, tears streaming down his face. "Our master Duke Pendragon has been appointed Governor of Laws. I am so happy for you." Amidst the applause and congratulations, Irene took Linda's hand and they walked together. The scene was harmonious and festive. Agat laughed and challenged the others under Leon's admiring gaze and Killian's wariness. Nearby, Esla maintained his position as the top nanny, taking care of Maya. Lindy smiled sweetly while talking to him. Irene gave her a doting, infatuated look. Lady Helen curiously asked her daughter, her eyes never leaving the two of them. Hey, she whispered softly to Irene. "Those two have become much closer, haven't they?" The lady watched him happily. Irene replied playfully, "Yes, they've been through a lot together." Luna stood to the side, her eyes downcast. "It's just a bit of a shame." Vincent smiled and approached her. "Are you enjoying being alone, Lady Sarah's?" Luna was a bit surprised. He handed her a glass of champagne. "Here, have a drink." Luna gently declined. "No, Vincent bluntly cut her off. "The Duke is set to leave for Laws tomorrow." He raised his glass again as a reminder. "If you have something to say, make sure you say it today." Luna looked awkwardly at the champagne glass in Vincent's hand. Finally she took it and drained it. She set the glass back on the table, her gaze becoming more determined. Luna spoke up, "Duke Pendragon." He tilted his head to face her. Linda, standing beside him, gave a soft greeting. Lady Sarah's Luna's face unexpectedly serious. And then the corners of her lips curled slightly. She lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied gracefully. "I am very happy to hear that you will be appointed Governor of Laws." Luna paused for a moment, her gentle expression hiding her inner thoughts. Then she turned and left decisively. Vincent sighed as he watched silently. He whispered softly, "She's still hesitating." Elsewhere, Leon was already a bit tipsy, but Agaz and the others were still shouting excitedly, "We just getting started? Bring more beer." Golden beer was poured into large mugs. The bottles bore the Pendragon family crest. By the window, the local beer was poured into glass cups. Vincent smiled faintly and evaluated. "The beer from this territory gets better with every sip." Irene sat across from him and hummed in agreement. "The soldiers love it too." He looked at Vincent with absolute trust. "I'll be trusting you with this territory, Vincent." Irene expressed his sincere gratitude. "As long as you here, I can head to Laws with peace of mind." Vincent dismissively replied, "That would be impossible if not for the others who helped lighten the load." Irene looked a bit puzzled. Vincent continued, "Under Butler Melbourne's management, most internal affairs have gone smoothly, especially those entrusted to Lady Sarah's. The Pendragon scenery sparkled at night. The development of the Jack immigrant city is still progressing well." Hearing his analysis, Irene fell silent. Vincent stroked his chin. "What do you think, Pendragon?" He spoke bluntly. "Isn't it time you considered an engagement with Lady Sarah's?" Irene froze. Vincent's voice remained thoughtful of the big picture. "Compared to the ladies from the capital and other nobles who only care about looking pretty, she's different." He recalled working with Luna and praised her sincerely. "She is a talented young lady." Vincent smiled as he concluded. "She could be a great assistant for you, in a different way than Lady Lindsay." He stopped there, knowing no more needed to be said. Irene looked down without answering. He remembered Luna's face at the party. His eyes were half closed. The room fell silent. Vincent poured another glass of beer and gave up. "If you don't like her, I can't force you." Irene said gloomily, "It's not like that." He choked up slightly. Vincent was curious, but Irene didn't say more. He looked at his reflection in the beer. Under the soft moonlight, Luna gazed at the starry sky from the balcony. Her heart was heavy. Suddenly a voice called out, startling her. "Luna." She turned around to see Irene walking toward her. Luna was a bit surprised. "Irene." He scratched his nose, not knowing how to start, holding a beer bottle in his hand. Irene awkwardly pointed at it and shyly made an offer. "Shall we have a drink together?" Luna was momentarily stunned. Beer was quickly poured into the glasses. Under the moonlight, the two sat across from each other. He took the initiative to pour. Irene's face softened, and his voice grew gentler. "Vincent keeps praising your contributions to our territory. I'm truly grateful for that." Luna's face flushed red with embarrassment. They clinked glasses. They drank slowly, the beer sliding down their throats. He looked at her and said softly, "You've changed a lot since we first met." Luna looked at him warmly, her eyes downcast, face brightened with a faint smile. "Not as much as you, sir." He was stunned. Luna smiled and continued, "To be honest, I didn't like you at all, especially before you fell into that deep coma." She reminisced. "But after you woke up, you became a different person." Irene had become charismatic, decisive, and sharp. Luna spoke sincerely. "That's when I first started noticing you." She tilted her glass and smiled. "Does that sound too arrogant?" Irene replied comfortably, "It's fine." Luna stood up to continue the conversation. "Then, after returning from Sasaki, I saw you change again at the winter ball. It was as if you were back in that day. I felt like you had found a purpose in life again." Seeing his silhouette in the sunset had overwhelmed her. She said, "That's why I wanted to change too." Luna touched the railing and looked up at the twinkling stars. Her voice was gentle. "I gave up on the political marriage my family pursued, ignoring the rules imposed on me." Irene. He muttered blankly, "Rules imposed on you." Luna said softly but with determination, "I won't live for anyone else anymore. I'll only live for myself." He bit his lip, his heart filled with an indescribable feeling. "Living for yourself?" Suddenly, she asked. Do you remember what you said back at the Sarat territory? Back then he had said, I want to live to see the people of this empire prosper. Looking at the bright lights, Luna's voice carried a joy she didn't hide. Those words are quickly becoming a reality. She turned slightly, her face radiant and relaxed. So I respect you both as a real man and as a leader who is guiding your people forward. Irene was dazed. Luna spoke generously. So whether you like it or not, her face was flushed pink, but her tone was full of certainty. I will still become your strength. He looked down in silence for a while before speaking. Luna, his voice seemed stuck in his throat. He couldn't utter a clear sentence. Do you really? Luna was puzzled and curious. Deep within his soul, he was struggling, suppressing his loneliness. Irene almost gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with difficulty. Really? The surface of the beer no longer reflected Pendragon but his true self. Raven Valtir. He recalled his past life struggling against mutant orcs, standing breathless on a battlefield filled with blood and death. Looking back now, that black-clad warrior who lost his home was still fighting. The words remained unspoken. They only formed in his tormented mind. Would you love me if I wasn't just Irene but my true self? No, the water still reflected Irene's face. Everything suddenly fell silent. Luna paused before softly calling his name. Irene. Irene slowly replied, it's nothing. He looked up and drained his beer. He turned to her with his brightest smile. Thank you, Luna. Luna's eyes widened and then she gave him a gentle smile in return. She whispered, it is my honor. Irene smiled faintly and relaxed. He thought to himself, for now, this is enough. The night favored them as the moon shone bright. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue. Out on the deep blue sea, two large ships were not far apart. Strange thick black smoke rose from them. The black flag, the pirates fluttered. The passengers screamed in horror. The brutal rat and orc swung on ropes like monkeys, terrifying the passengers. People fell, some ran in fear. Screams of pirates echoed. Blades slashed through them, easily taking lives. A fat man ran while praying, Deku Navi,
Please save me.
Before he could finish, his head was severed. The tall pirate looked down on him disdainfully. No one's going to save you, you pig. He laughed. He licked his teeth mockingly. Tolio roared maniacally, I am the predator who rules these seas. He laughed with excitement. Suddenly, Tolio's gaze fell on a newspaper with a picture of Irene. The headline read, Duke Pendragon secures the seat of power and laws. He picked up the paper and looked closely. What's this? This guy's been moving up lately. Countless sword strikes shredded the paper. Tolio growled maliciously, I will settle our debt soon, you albino worm. At the port of Los, the governor was dead. Sunlight shone on the corner of the mansion, the Saguna villa. Irene was stunned. What's wrong with you guys? You were all decked out in flashy new clothes. Irene walked out, bringing Linda along. She asked happily, so, what do you think, brother, about the White Dragon Squad's new sailor uniforms? She was excited because today they were meeting the Guardian of Los, the Imperial Navy commander. Viscount Morin. Out at sea, a group of men were swinging on ropes from one ship to another. They jumped down and surrounded a man standing in the middle of the ship. Suddenly, a deep blue aura erupted from him. His eyes flashed with blue light. With just one sword strike, he sent all those young men flying. He finished them in an instant. The men fell one by one. His face was sharp and cold as he gave the next order. He was none other than the Imperial Navy Admiral Viscount Morin. The port was bustling. The locals surprised to see a large unit marching down the street. They saw the fluttering flag with the clear seahorse symbol. The citizens cried out, it's the White Shark of Millet. The Imperial Navy Commander Viscount Morin. Looking at his expression, they gossiped, he looks even angrier than before. It must be because the previous governor conspired with pirates and betrayed the navy. He must be troubled, wondering who will act next. Watching the army march away, the citizens concluded, if the governor's weakness is exposed, the White Shark will have the advantage. At the governor's mansion, Irene and his guards stood at attention. Viscount Morin and his guards did the same. First, Irene bowed and introduced himself. I am Irene Pendragon. I will be taking over as the governor of Los. Viscount Morin showed no goodwill, letting his guard bow instead. This is the Sword Emperor, the Imperial Navy Admiral, Viscount Morin. The guard added with a smirk, it would be best if you remember this. Isla and Killian's faces immediately darkened. Irene remained calm. I heard that after Saguna's death you took over Los. I'd like to hear about the current situation. The guard beside the Viscount replied nonchalantly, we have negotiated with most of Saguna's allies. Suddenly Isla spoke up, cutting him off. His face was contorted in a warning. The governor isn't talking to you. The guard gritted his teeth. Both sides immediately released their auras, pressuring each other. The erupting aura made Irene's hair flutter. He remained cold, showing no reaction. Killian, standing nearby, looked tired of it. He let out a sigh. At this moment, Viscount Morin's lips curled slightly. He stepped forward to meet it. Please forgive this rudeness, Lord Pendragon. The Viscount's face was stern and sharp as he justified himself. But as a soldier, it's my habit to judge a man with my own eyes. Irene got straight to the point. So, what do you want? Viscount Morin was also blunt. I simply want a match with you. Irene narrowed his eyes. The man continued, I was a friend of your father, Duke Gotten, so I've heard a lot about you. Morin thought to himself, a weakling who likes flowers and is obsessed with painting. But there are rumors that he fought the Imperial Knight Captain Granite. His gaze turned cold. It's hard to believe. Viscount Morin cleared his throat. So I want to test you myself. Irene closed his eyes. I understand. He gestured forward. Then let's begin. The man gave a contemptuous smile and stepped forward, but suddenly he was stopped by the butt of Isla's spear. Viscount Morin froze confused. Then with a thud his jaw was grabbed firmly. Irene lunged forward with incredible speed, grabbed the man's jaw and slammed him backward. He pinned Viscount Morin's head ruthlessly to the ground. His close guard saw this and lost his temper. He released his aura and charged, drawing his sword. "What do you think you're redoing, you bastard?" Isla's spear tip was already at his throat. Killian turned pale with shock. The guard gritted his teeth, trembling as he stared at the blade. "You cowards!" Isla didn't back down, scolding him coldly. "You re the coward, pirate." The man's eyes twitched. Irene sat pinned on top of Viscount Morin. Under the man's shocked gaze, Irene held him by the neck and asked slowly, "Do things like that even exist? Who do you think we re-up against?" "The brutality of those monsters who slaughter civilians," Irene answered naturally. "They are the most vicious pirates on the ocean, led by the Black King, Tolio Oranges." He stated indifferently and clearly, "He is stronger than both of you." Viscount Morin was stunned. Irene stood up nonchalantly and waved his hand. "I don't have time to shake hands with weaklings like you." The guards' expressions darkened as their spirits plummeted. Morin wasn't angry, he calmly knelt solemnly. "As you said, you have subdued me." The Viscount gave a faint smile. "Governor Pendragon." Isla and Killian were dumbfounded by this turn of events. Irene became polite again. "To subdue the pirates, the Navy's strength is essential. I want your support." He offered his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Viscount Morin took it firmly. "It is my honor." The scene shifted to the open sea. A pirate ship was relentlessly chasing another vessel. Screams that could tear the sky apart rang out. Seeing the skull flag, they panicked. "Pirates!" The rat and orcs roared with excitement. "Slaughter them! Those stupid imperial pigs!" Suddenly, one of them turned around, noticing something. Not far away, a ship was approaching, flying the imperial crest. The captain of the other ship saw it clearly. His eyes lit up with shock and joy. "The Imperial Navy is here." The orcs were dismissive. "How, just some humans? Do those filthy humans think they can stand against us?" Suddenly, several black shadows flew out from that ship. The orc froze. As the shadows drew closer, they became clearer. Griffins were soaring through the cold sea breeze. A small squad led by Isla himself. Now that they could see them clearly from above, the rat and orcs began to panic. They screamed, "Griffin Knights!" Raspy non-human roar followed. From above, Isla looked down at them. He held a crossbow and aimed it straight at them. With several thuds, the orcs were miserably turned into pincushions. They scrambled to hide. Isla controlled his mount professionally. He maneuvered powerfully and pulled out a small mace. He dove down and swung, smashing each orc's face. Warm blood splattered across Isla's cold face. At the killer whale bar, a few people were wandering past the entrance. A reckless voice asked, "What's the meaning of this?" The owner looked dazed, puffing on a cigarette. He replied coldly, "My place is just a normal shop." Facing him was Viscount Morin and his close guard. The owner remained calm. "So it's only natural that a few pirates would be among the customers, right?" He continued nonchalantly. "But there are things I don't know much about." Viscount Morin didn't want to waste words. He drew his sword and swung it quickly at the man's neck. The owner's mouth fell open as his cigarette was sliced in half. He was stunned. Morin calmly called his subordinate Ajax. Ajax coldly held out a document with a red seal in front of the man. He spoke at a steady pace. "This document has your fingerprint. It's clear you bribed Count Saguna to allow smuggling here. Should I ask for a few of your fingers?" The owner's face turned pale as he trembled. Ajax wasn't asking, he was making a blatant threat. Viscount Morin's face was grim. He released a powerful aura and spoke in a low voice. "To make an example of you, you won't get away with what you've done." The owner was terrified, his pupils shrinking as he felt the sharp blade touch his cheek. A sharp pain flashed through him. Finally, the man confessed and was taken away by the guards. Irene watched from the side. As if sensing him, Viscount Morin tilted his head and gave a slight smile. Irene's expression didn't change. He thought of Vincent. "Thanks to the intelligence from my aide, Vincent, we've caught almost all the businesses linked to the pirates." Looking at the dim bar sign, he thought coldly, "If we eliminate them all from laws, we'll quickly cut off the funding for the Shadow Emperor, Tolio Oranges." Viscount Morin stood composed. In the Empire, there is no room for mercy for those who collaborate with pirates. According to the new government's policy, all activities from the mainland to the islands related to pirates have been abolished. So, they've moved their targets to small islands in the Millet Sea, where the Navy's guard is weak. 2 pirate ships sped toward the islands. However, not far from those black sails was another white ship flying the Pendragon family flag. The pirates stared in disbelief. The White Dragon Army? They had just approached the pirate ship. The soldiers bravely led the charge, engaging in close combat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Gradually, newspapers reported the numerous victories of the White Dragon Army and the Imperial Navy. The disappearance of the pirates was only a matter of time. Melbourne couldn't stop clapping in admiration. "The young master hasn't disappointed me." He laughed with delight. Vincent remained silent, looking at the newspaper. Luna's face was radiant as she smiled softly. She felt happy in her heart. "You did it, Irene." She remembered the night of the farewell party. "I have no choice but to do my best to help you." In a good mood, Luna continued processing documents. The next business deal was with a merchant. Suddenly, she froze. On the paper was a name, Joseph Bryden, Trading Exchange. Luna's voice was filled with shock. Joseph Bryden. She still remembered him as the Knight Commander of Siroth. Memories of the past became clear again. He had once bowed to her. Then his arm was cut off in a battle. In the end, he could only endure it and let Irene leave. Luna gritted her teeth and frowned. The next morning, the whole city welcomed a new day. A man missing his left arm carrying a dark backpack came in to greet her. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lady Luna? Luna's face was serious. It seems you've changed a lot, Bryden. Bryden smiled faintly and took off his hat. I started a business and created a trading company using my connections. Then he added half-heartedly, because I can't be a knight anymore with only one arm. She showed no emotion, looking up to ask directly, so, why are you here? Bryden turned serious again. I heard that in this city there is no discrimination, a city where everyone is welcome regardless of race or nationality. He spoke lightly. So, I came here to expand my business. Luna suddenly asked a lethal question. In the very city ruled by the man who cut off your arm? Bryden looked down and didn't answer. I can't trust you. She recalled her impressions of the man in the past. Her gaze became even sharper and colder. That's why I cannot allow it. The man fell silent, put his hat back on and spoke in a low voice. You've changed, Bryden. He pressed the brim of his hat and continued. You can't see anything else anymore except for Irene Pendragon. Luna was puzzled. Suddenly his attitude became determined. I will defeat him, that man Irene Pendragon, she gasped. Bryden placed his hand over his heart with sincere emotion. His face was exceptionally earnest. I will be the one to bring you more benefits than anything he can offer. Dropping that persona, Bryden smiled faintly. That's why I can't turn back now, at least not yet. He looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness. Luna was shocked. Back in Laws on a lonely island, the wind rustled. Inside a cave, a rat and orc sat leisurely raising a cup. Two female orcs served him with two sharp-eyed guards behind him. The man lowered his cup, revealing a scowling face with two long diagonal scars on the right side. He was one of the three great pirates, the captain of the Red Skull, Kresman. He frowned deeply, his gaze fierce as he growled. What are you doing here, Black King Tolio? Tolio sat nonchalantly across from him. He suddenly chuckled. I just came to visit. I heard you've been running into some big trouble lately. Because the new ruler of Loss is hunting pirates, right? An orc guard lunged forward in anger. Kresman's face darkened as he raised a hand to stop him. He replied with a contemptuous smirk. I don't want to hear that from a man who lost. The scene flashed back to Tolio's fight with Irene. Arm and an eye, a glass bottle shattered across his eye. He was pinned down, his arm snapped. Kresman finished his sentence. When fighting that kid. Tolio flicked his tongue, not caring. He got straight to the point. You've been weakened quite a bit, haven't you? It's all because of the new ruler's policies, including your main source of income, right? He was referring to Irene's liquidation of all businesses linked to pirates. Tolio used 2 fingers to pick up a piece of dried fish. His tone was calm. It seems you're not doing much better than me. You've had to tighten your tiny budget. The proof is this trash you're eating every day. Kresman slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. He questioned angrily, what are you here for, you half-orc bastard? Torio remained nonchalant and relaxed. I've found a major investor, he replied, so there's no way I'm going bankrupt. He took another bite of his fish and continued, however, since this is a crisis for all pirates, why don't we join forces for a while? He excitedly suggested, let's increase our manpower. What do you think? Kresman gave a cold smirk. It's not a bad idea, but there's one small problem. He looked on expectantly. And what's that? The man gave a wicked smile. We need to decide who the new leader will be. Torio fell silent, then burst into laughter. His eyes gleamed with a cruel light as he asked softly, then how do you want to settle this? Without a word, Kresman kicked the table toward Torio. Fish platters went flying everywhere. Torio's eyes widened as if he couldn't react in time. The man quickly lunged forward, his face twisted with a crazed excitement. With our fists! Right here, right now. Then with a loud crash, he slammed his fist into the table, shattering it into pieces. With a look of eager anticipation, Kresman suddenly widened his eyes. Amidst the shattered remains of the table, Torio calmly caught the man's hand. His pupils glowed brightly, swirling in his sockets. Torio smirked and mocked him. How shallow. How did you think this would end? Torio squeezed his wrist tightly. Kresman struggled, shouting, you damn half-orc! With a brutal force, Torio twisted his arm. Kresman screamed in agony, while his women cried out in worry, leader. His face contorted in pain as he begged, stop. Stop it, Torio. Torio laughed excitedly, increasing the pressure. Kresman trembled in agony, screaming, you were going to break my arm. Unable to watch any longer, 2 guards drew their swords and lunged together. You bastard. Torio nimbly leaped into the air, performing a mid-air flip. He fiercely drew his sword, his blind eye glowed with an eerie red light. As the blade was drawn, it immediately erupted into flames. With a whoosh, intense and scorching fire enveloped the surroundings, incinerating everything. The orcs were terrified, dropping their swords and scrambling back for cover. The women were also paralyzed with fear. A single strike unleashed a fierce red flame, leaving all the nearby orcs pale and trembling.
What the hell is that?
An orc cried out in a cracking voice. The sword was radiating fire. Torio smiled, holding up his weapon. The flames seemed alive, swirling around the blade with a mind of their own. His eyes were strange with swirling patterns that seemed to hypnotize everything. The flames roared. Torio pointed his sword and said cheerfully, this is a gift I received from my investor. Because I am the strongest, it only makes sense for me to have the most powerful weapon. The sword continued to burn with a magical brilliance. Torio continued, the black shield still sits quietly on the chair. Suddenly his demonic aura spiraled out of control, erupting with arrogance. Torio roared with confidence now. No one can be my match. He laughed triumphantly. Riesman broke into a cold sweat, standing frozen. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion in Lurs, Irene was leisurely reviewing documents. The pirate ship had already retracted its sails and departed. Elsewhere, Irene was training relentlessly. His muscular body was drenched in sweat. He swung his sword down and Isla blocked it with a powerful strike, his muscles bulging. A smirk played on his handsome face. The two of them traded blows, one attacking and the other evading, then reversing roles. They were perfectly matched. Viscount Morin and Isaac watched them spar. Morin's eyes were sharp. That Vanva's warrior has incredible combat prowess. Isaac was also stunned. Yes, he does. Irene excitedly lowered his sword. The Viscount evaluated them, noting that Governor Pendragon was able to keep up with him. Elsewhere, the orcs were also being taught skills by Aros. Leon was sparring with a knight and held the upper hand. Viscount Morin observed everything with a grim expression, thinking to himself, adding their strength to the navy to deal with the pirates would certainly bolster our forces. In the sky, two griffins were training together. Isla's mount lay on the deck, wings spread to shade the two exhausted fighters as they took a break. Irene leaned on his arm, unable to relax for even a moment. He thought to himself, it's been 3 months since I came to Lurs to suppress the pirates. The newspapers have reported on everything. We've eliminated their illegal businesses and arrested the managers involved with them. I've gone through all this trouble to drain most of their funds, so why? Sweat rolled down Irene's face. Why hasn't Torio shown himself yet? He suddenly shouted, Killian. Killian, startled while struggling to block Lynn's move, replied,
Yes, sir.
Beside Usla, who was dozing off, Irene asked warily, still no news from those three. Elsewhere on a certain island, pirates were swarming in front of a cave. Someone stroked their chin, choosing their words carefully. This is quite a remarkable gathering. The three great pirate lords, the first is Griezmann, next is the new orc, Zargielka, and then there's us. A man with sharp, cunning eyes said, don't forget John Myers. The other person was overwhelmed. All the pirates of the Southern Sea have gathered. Someone else suddenly interrupted, but have you noticed? You look just like them. She sighed nonchalantly, teasing him. It was Sal of the White Dragon Corps. The other guy snapped back. I don't want to hear it from you, you jerk. It was Good of the White Dragon Corps. Hearing the two of them bickering, the third person whispered urgently, Hey, you two, stop it. We here as undercover spies. It was Geordie of the White Dragon Corps. Geordie whispered, focus on the mission. Just then the sound of footsteps approached. Torio shouted loudly, is everyone here? He stood on a cliff, carrying a heavy bag on his shoulder. Beside him were two orcs, also carrying bags of similar size. Torio spoke with a solemn and powerful voice. From this day forward, I will be your new captain, not as the Emperor of Darkness but as the Pirate King. Torio laughed savagely. Pleasure to meet you. Sal and Good were both shocked, a chill running down their spines. Good could clearly see a blood-red aura erupting violently. He was still in shock. He's the son of the Sea Dragon King. Torio excitedly held up the bag to celebrate their union. Your captain has prepared a gift for you all. It's all yours. He swung the bags and gold coins rained down. The 3 bags were tossed up, creating a shower of gold. Gold poured down on their heads. The crowd immediately began cheering and swarming around. Gold! It's gold. Geordie was stunned. He thought to himself, there's no way he has this much gold. Seeing the other pirates frantically and excitedly picking up the gold, Geordie still found it hard to believe. If they have this much, then cutting off their business won't affect them at all. Could this gold be from the Arangis family? Suddenly sensing something strange, he turned to look for his companions. He saw both Sal and Good kneeling before the pile of gold coins. Sal even asked excitedly, can I take some? After being blinded by the rain of gold, the pirates immediately began shouting until the ground shook. Long live Captain Torio. Long live Torio. Torio smirked and waved his hand. It's nothing, this is just a small taste. He looked down, his eyes devoid of any sincerity. His voice was clear. It is my duty to provide my crew with the best life possible. Torio pointed down at the crowd and continued. Now that you've been pushed into this corner by the new governor of Lurs, the faces of the pirates filled with hatred and resentment. Torio slowly drew his sword, his voice steady. Therefore, as the ruler of all pirates, as your king, he raised his sword high and flames immediately erupted with a roar. His face was twisted with savage excitement and brutality. I will tear that white maggot to pieces. Geordie backed away in fear. The pirates roared heroically, long live the pirate king. Griezmann's expression was heavy amidst the falling embers. Zajilka was also startled. Suddenly, a hand was raised to interrupt. May I say a few words, Captain Torio? Torio noticed and smirked. What is it? Captain John Myers of the Storm Pirates, the man possessing an elegant demeanor, lowered his arm. He gave a faint smile and spoke. We know you are strong, but the real headache here is the Griffin Knight Order led by the Vanvas Knight. Myers continued, fighting them at sea is a major obstacle for us. How do you plan to deal with them? Torio was silent for a moment, then he laughed wildly again. Myers stood there confused. Before he could think further, Torio spoke in a low, amused voice. An eye for an eye. That's how the saying goes. Right after he spoke, he snapped his fingers. 3 griffins slowly emerged from the cave, their sharp claws scraping against the ground. The worn swords at their hips gleamed with a silver light. Geordie's group stood frozen in shock. His eyes widened as he stammered, "What the?" "Vanvas." The griffins were as dark as the night, spreading their wings. Geordie's voice cracked. "The Vanvas Knights." The leader of the Vanvas group smirked and took off his helmet. A ship was drifting on the calm sea, the waves whispering softly. The people on board were clinking wine glasses, celebrating together. "The pirates haven't shown up much lately," one of the men offered a compliment. "It's all thanks to Governor Pendragon." He laughed heartily. From a distance, the shadow of another ship appeared. Above it was the shadow of a flock of giant birds approaching. The birds screeched loudly, causing the men on the ship to look up. It was Median, riding a griffin and leading her comrades. The men below cried out in shock, "Griffins!" She fired arrows down at the people on the ship, taking them down before they could even react. The survivors were hunted down, screaming piteously,
"Please, someone save me!"
They all shared the same fate, being slaughtered without mercy, creating a tragic scene. One man was chased by a griffin and its heartless rider. He begged for his life, but the griffin snapped at him ferociously.
"Spare me!"
A feather from the griffin's wing pierced his eye. It was Median who ended the unfortunate man's life in an instant. She looked on with cold, heartless eyes. On the sea, another ship was chasing the pirate vessel. That ship flew a flag with a majestic lion. The captain steered the ship, shouting, "You won't escape this time, you filthy pirates." On the other ship, the crew looked back. Myers sneered, "Good grief, why is he so angry?" He turned the steering wheel to go faster, looking down on them. "You poor bastards." When they reached a strait full of obstacles, Myers' ship successfully navigated through. The captain looked ahead and immediately became worried. If they keep going at this speed through that rocky area, a sailor looked down at the sea and reported the situation. "There are hidden reefs." Unfortunately, their ship struck a large underwater rock. This caused their ship to get stuck in the strait, unable to move any further. The sailors on Myers' ship were overjoyed and mocked them. "Ha ha! Serves you right, you idiots. Amazing, I didn't think we could make it through such a narrow gap between the reefs." Their ship slowly began to sink into the sea. They cursed the pirates in frustration. "Those bastards are getting away." The captain hurriedly took off his coat, deciding he had to save his crew. "We need to prioritize the rescue." He grimaced and cursed, "Those damn pirates." As their ship faded into the distance, Myers looked at the island ahead and gave orders to his men. "So this is going to be our island, huh? Gather all the pirates." Hundreds of news reports and articles had been reporting on the worsening situation. The Imperial Navy had suffered heavy losses against the pirates. Prices were rising on the peninsula, negatively affecting the prosperity and peace of Lurs. Famine was becoming serious, and Pendragon was falling into a state of helplessness. Morin gripped the newspaper tightly in anger. He slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Those filthy pirates. Damn them." The Earl looked outside with a distant gaze. He looked serious and told Morin, "It seems we've misjudged the situation." He immediately thought of the cause. The reason they were able to rise up is the money their leader, Torio, is bringing in. Irene knew the source of the supply all too well. The source of that money is likely the conqueror of the south, the sea dragon King Oranges. Therefore, he concluded accurately, so even if we cut off the pirates' funds from Lurs, it won't cause them significant damage. Morin wondered, but the sea dragon king must also be burdened by this agreement. Irene reasoned wisely. That's why Oranges is using his secret weapon and sending the Vanvas Knights. He analyzed the opponent's situation. He doesn't see this as a small skirmish, so he's using all his strength. Morin was confused by his attitude. Irene gripped the sword at his hip, his fighting spirit ignited. If that's how you want it, he was determined to fight the pirates. Then I'll play along. When they sat down to eat, they started complaining again. What is this? He was upset about the food not being to his liking. There's no meat at all. This is a scam. Killian reminded him, "Hey, keep your voice down." The kitchen manager sighed to them. "Lately, because of the pirates, we haven't been able to catch many fish." Others agreed, whispering among themselves, "Of course, it's because Lurs is slowly declining." A man spoke dejectedly. "There's nothing left of the small town once known as the City of the Sea. It's all gone. Seeing the people's suffering, his words rang true. And Lord Segunda was much better than this." They got even angrier at these words and cursed, "Hey, shut up. Listen here, you bastard." Killian frantically tried to stop him. "Stop it. You were only going to make things worse for us." The man replied calmly, but as a citizen looking at this meager meal, he was even more convinced. "I believe a good lord is one who can make sure his people eat well." Others agreed with this view. It really was more prosperous before. They remembered the old days when farming and planting were successful. Irene also made a promise to himself. He felt a great responsibility toward the people. "As a duke and a ruler, I swear I will do what I must." Isla bowed his head, his face showing sadness. Outside, people were looking up at the sky in surprise. Those in the restaurant also found it strange. "What is it this time?" They all pointed at the sky and said in shock, "Someone is flying. How can a person fly?" Isla also looked up in amazement. "Then what is that?" To his surprise, it was Soldrake, hovering in mid-air. Isla looked up in shock. Soldrake also looked down at him affectionately. Then it descended before the eyes of the surrounding people. "So beautiful." Soldrake stood face to face with Isla. It made a request to him. "I want to see Irene." The little griffin night at the harbor at night. The space was shrouded in darkness, creating a beautiful scene. The lighthouse cast its reflection on the shimmering, mystical sea. Irene ran out hurriedly, calling out, Soldrake. Soldrake turned back to look at him calmly, remaining silent. Irene asked anxiously about its condition. Where have you been all this time? Soldrake leaned in a bit closer. Were you worried? Irene hesitated, finding it hard to speak his mind. He leaned against the railing and finally spoke truthfully. A little. It's been a long time since you've been back. Soldrake looked at him with a satisfied expression. Irene asked about the places it had visited. So, how was the Lur's Prairie? Soldrake recounted with a somber and pensive tone. I encountered the black dragon Amuhan. The memories seemed to replay in its mind. An enemy I encountered once before. Irene was shocked to hear this. He remembered meeting it in the past. One of the 6 dragons we met at the Tom. Soldrake confirmed this and revealed something else. Yes, however, he said, that he has known about the existence of the dragon veins for a long time. Irene was surprised. Dragon veins. It explained the place to him. It is a place, essential for our kind, a place that contains a source of mana. He asked suspiciously, then is there such a place on Mount Ancona as well? Watching the butterflies, it looked on with anticipation and dreaminess. Every lair has a dragon vein flowing beneath it. It explained its importance. That is why if a dragon vein is cut, we dragons will no longer be able to use our full power. Ellen fell silent, lost in thought. Soldrake spoke to him, explaining her next objective. She needed to return to her lair to recover her mana, as maintaining a human form outside the Pendragon territory consumed a vast amount of energy. Ellen realized the reason and thought to himself, so that's why. He grew curious and asked her about it. On the day we formed our contract and you overwhelmingly defeated those 6 dragons, Soldrake replied. That was because it was my territory. But that was only one of the reasons. Ellen asked suspiciously, back then, the black dragon mentioned something about the dragon race and demigods, didn't he? He emphasized that he possessed the aura of both. Soldrake remained silent for a moment. Ellen immediately grew anxious. Did the black dragon's arrival at the Lawson Plains have anything to do with that? As he pressed for answers, Soldrake stayed silent and lowered her head as if avoiding something. Thinking back to his reincarnation from his past life, for a split second he felt threatened. Our dragon race is closely monitoring the movements of that Pendragon. Ellen's voice became increasingly urgent. He began to list the concerns that were weighing on him. All those I keep facing, and all these schemes. Ellen repeatedly urged Soldrake to answer, but her only response was silence. Ellen cried out her name, but she only softly whispered his. She took his hand as if trying to comfort him. In the ensuing silence, they shared a deep, meaningful look, as if conveying everything they wanted to say. Soldrake clearly had something difficult to say. I still don't fully understand everything myself, so I cannot tell you yet. Ellen continued to wait for her answer. She gripped his hand even tighter, her eyes filled with determination. She promised him, but I will protect you, Ellen, even if it costs me my life. Soldrake truly cherished and cared for Ellen. She whispered, our souls are bound together. You are a precious existence to me. They held each other's hands tightly for a moment longer, sharing their affection. When the time came, they were both reluctant to let go. Ellen knelt on the ground, speaking with regret. I'm sorry, I got too emotional. To escape the awkward situation, he suggested, I don't want you to feel like I'm blaming you. Let's change the subject. Ellen spoke first, expressing his immediate concerns. He voiced his worries about having to subjugate the pirates who were invading the seas. He mentioned the most important thing, an enemy from his past life, Oranges. Pushed into a confusing situation, Ellen spoke with a hint of haste. To be honest, I'm at a loss. Can't we just use your power to wipe them out? A dragon's power should be more than enough. Soldrake confessed that she wasn't capable of doing that. Ellen looked up at her in surprise. He questioned her using the promise she had just made. Didn't you just say you'd protect me even if it killed you? Soldrake looked off into the distance and explained the reason. If I interfere, the situation will only get worse. As night fell over the beautiful water, she calmly replied, the sea dragon Discula. She used a specific example to illustrate the difficulty. If another member of the dragon race enters the inner sea, he will become incredibly enraged and launch an attack. Ellen muttered, the sea dragon. He remembered that flag and realized something. The one called the guardian beast of the Oranges family. Soldrake described its power through its traits. The most arrogant and warlike dragon of them all. He is also the one who refuses to recognize me as the leader of the dragon race. Looking out at the vast ocean, she felt a sense of caution. If I have to fight him without my dragon vein on this wide ocean, I cannot guarantee a victory. She turned back to Ellen and confessed, that is why I cannot help you right now. Ellen lowered his gaze, feeling a bit disappointed. I see. He clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table, cursing, damn it. In his memory he saw a palace engulfed in flames, and a commander holding a young man's head with triumph. The image of his cruel enemy laughing wildly flashed before him. Ellen felt frozen as he thought back to those events. Soldrake watched him silently as he trembled. She softly called his name. She leaned her face close to Ellen's as if to kiss him. Their lips were almost touching when Ellen snapped out of it and moved aside, looking dazed. What is it? Soldrake noticed something unusual about him. Your attitude isn't like your usual self. She pointed forward and told him, you aren't observing what's around you. Below them was the city, currently shrouded in silence. Soldrake voiced all the issues she had noticed. Lawson is currently in a disastrous state. Ellen's expression gradually filled with guilt and regret. She reminded him of the words he spoke when he first took office. I want my people to be able to live in prosperity. She looked up at the sky and intentionally brought up the past as a form of reproach. That's what you said back in Cyrus. Ellen was immediately stunned into silence. He clenched his fists and reflected on her words. She was right. He finally recognized his mistake and corrected his mindset. This wasn't the time to be overly focused on revenge. Ellen picked up a watering can and poured the remaining water over his head, as if to force himself to wake up. Soldrake was surprised by his action. Ellen sincerely apologized to her. I'm truly sorry. He wiped the water from his head with a sense of joy and gratitude. Thanks to you I've come to my senses. Ellen looked up as if he had seen the truth of life. The flowers glistened in the sunlight as if congratulating him. Ellen looked into the distance and made a promise to himself, embracing his responsibility as a duke and a ruler. There are things I must do. He made a firm declaration once more. I will save this town. It was another busy morning at the harbor. Shipwrights were busy constructing large vessels. The scene was full of energy. One man looked up and asked his friend, what are they doing? The other replied, they're preparing to attack the pirates, so they're rebuilding more ships. Looking at the large timber being transported, the man tried to guess the cost. Where is the money for these ships coming from? It was clear they were using the Pendragon family's private funds. The treasurer held bags of money and distributed them to each person, leaving them utterly shocked. They opened the bags and saw gold coins, unable to hide their confusion. Are these gold coins? The treasurer explained, these are Pendragon coins. The shiny gold coins they received were explained as the new currency in circulation. It was a clear and beautiful morning in the kingdom, marking a fresh start. Newspapers were constantly reporting the good news of the nation's daily renewal. Thanks to Governor Pendragon's new policies, the state of exhaustion and trade in Lawson was gradually changing for the better. After reading the information, Vincent realized the strategy behind the governor's new policies. He's using his experience from Jack City to his advantage. He added that Pendragon was even. Luna wondered why Vincent seemed so appreciative of these changes. Besides attacking the navy, he's taking other measures to combat the pirates. His methods are very intelligent and wise, truly the mark of a multi-talented leader. Hiring the poor in Lawson and ensuring their livelihoods is also a brilliant economic policy. Luna didn't find it strange at all. She understood. So that's it. Vincent pondered the situation. This is exactly like what he did before. It's just like what I did with the town I built. Even the way he grasped the situation felt very familiar. Using labor intelligently to optimize construction, and using a large number of immigrants to build the town, right? Vincent seriously concluded, that is exactly what he is doing. Luna gave a light smile and replied, I see. He held up the gold coins and said with amazement, and he's even paying them with Pendragon coins. Vincent understood the kingdom's strengths and weaknesses very well. Although Lawson was currently decaying and weak, it was still the economic center of the empire. An idea flashed in his mind. If other places start using the kingdom's coins, if he starts distributing money there, Luna immediately understood the significance of what he was saying. Then the Pendragon coins will spread across the entire empire in the blink of an eye. He concluded it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But he still had a few doubts about certain things. Vincent analyzed the current situation in Lawson in detail. Transactions were poor, so goods would be scarce. He understood the flaw in the problem. Simply giving money to the poor won't change the situation. He stood up and asserted, from now on, he needs help at the harbor for the kingdom's peace and stability. The partner went to the harbor with Luna to assess the situation. He pointed out to her to transport goods from here to Lawson. Using this canal would be the fastest route. Luna had some questions. What about the escorts during transport? The partner was very thorough. He told her, there's no need. I've already hired some mercenaries. He then asked her if using Pendragon warriors for this was unnecessary. Luna hesitated. Well, with a sad expression, he questioned her, you don't trust me, do you? Luna was caught off guard and her face went blank. He boldly made a daring suggestion, then just take me as a hostage. The partner began to leave. Before that he dared to assert, I will stay here during the transport. If you see anything suspicious, he appeared very reliable. You can deal with me however you like. Luna was completely baffled by his attitude. She asked, why do you have to go this far? He gave her an affectionate look. He happily and naturally replied, because I owe you. He asked once more, is that reason enough? Luna stood in silence, an indescribable emotion rising within her. The leaders were present at the harbor, urging the hired workers to move faster. Goods from Jack City have arrived. Unload them quickly. Good felt very excited seeing the bustling scene before him. He exclaimed, the city finally has some life in it again. Morin glanced at Ellen and praised his talent. I never imagined the governor had such political talent. Ellen replied nonchalantly as if teasing, well, this was an idea a certain sly old advisor told me. Before the magnificent city and its bright lights. They remarked, we were only able to implement this policy thanks to the prosperity of Jack City. Morin stepped forward to lead the way. Now it's our turn to act. He was very confident, believing that they could definitely deal with the pirates now. But Ellen remained still, lost in thought. He frowned. He thought to himself. But no matter how much we strengthen the navy, thinking of a way to deal with the enemy made his head ache with calculations. There's still no way to counter the aerial attacks from the Vanva's knights. Ellen was quite wary of their skill level, as they had been trained to ride griffins into battle since they were young. Aside from Isla, the gap in experience was still too large. He had no other choice in this situation. He felt conflicted. But if we don't deal with them, we won't be able to restore Lawson's trade to what it was. Because of this, Ellen understood the gravity of the issue. If this continues, even Pendragon's finances will hit rock bottom. He desperately hoped for a miracle. If only we had another trump card to deal with them. At that moment, Isla was carefully tending to his beast. He scratched its belly, making the pet let out a soft, happy cry. Isla fell silent for a moment, his heart full of complicated thoughts. He remembered the previous battle and the emotions of those who watched him fight. Isla became frustrated and inadvertently grew annoyed. He stood up and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Ellen appeared behind him. He called out, Isla. Isla turned back to respond. Pendragon. Ellen asked him for a favor. Lend me a griffin. Hearing that, Isla was stunned for a moment. On a desolate island in the middle of the sea at night, the sailors staying there were laughing and talking together. Suddenly, a griffin feather appeared in front of Myers. The others also saw the feathers falling and wondered, what is this? Myers hadn't expected this either.
He exclaimed, ah!
You actually came alone. Ellen had arrived riding a griffin, his face incredibly stern. The governor of Lawson, Ellen Pendragon. Ellen landed bravely before the crowd. Flashing back to when he went to see Isla to borrow the beast, when Isla heard Ellen's purpose, he immediately refused the request. No, he absolutely refused to let Ellen put himself in danger. If you want to go there, you must let me go with you. Ellen looked at him, not knowing what to say. Isla gripped the sword in his hand and emphasized, I've already said it. He was firm in his resolve. I will be the sword that destroys your enemies. Ellen then gave a valid reason to convince him. That is exactly why I cannot let you come along. Isla was stunned by his words. Ellen held Isla's sword and spoke cryptically. If I draw my sword, they will draw theirs. Ellen explained his feelings so Isla would understand. I will go alone and unarmed. That's why I can't. Isla looked at his sword and gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat unwilling. His hands began to tremble as he held the sword. He remembered the previous battles and felt deep regret. A sword that cannot go to the battlefield, and having no chance to use it in aerial combat was meaningless. Ellen firmly ordered Isla, today I order you to stay here. Ellen turned to leave, leaving Isla standing there like a statue. Ellen suddenly stopped when he heard Isla call out. Isla gently stroked his pet's beak and suggested, at least you should have a companion with you. Ellen turned back to look at him and smiled. Isla went outside to get some fresh air. Feeling frustrated, he punched and broke a brick railing. He looked incredibly annoyed and upset. Damn it. On the other side, Ellen had arrived to meet Myers and his crew. Captain of the Blizzard Pirates, John Myers. He looked stern and proposed, I want to talk to you. A sailor from the group stepped forward and placed a hand on Ellen's shoulder like a common thug. Well, the new governor sure went through a lot of trouble to get here. He held out a cup and invited him. Why don't you have a drink first? Ellen politely accepted the cup. The man insulted him by pouring beer onto his face. The other sailors saw it as entertainment and mocked him, laughing loudly.
Is it good? That's pirate beer.
When they saw he didn't react, they stopped laughing and fell silent. Ellen still didn't say a word, he just looked at them coldly. He walked past them as if nothing had happened. The men, feeling ignored, became enraged. One of them rushed forward and slapped Ellen across the face, shouting, say something, you little brat. The others joined in the mockery. Ellen still said nothing. He only gave them a look filled with murderous intent. The pirates were immediately terrified and froze in their tracks. He stood before Myers and spoke. Captain John Myers. He seriously made his request. I want to talk to you. Myers looked at him in silence. The pirates, losing their tempers, were about to draw their swords to finish Ellen. You Myers suddenly ordered them. All of you stop. That's an order. His subordinates stopped and stared at him. They looked completely confused. Captain. Myers stepped down and waved his hand toward Ellen. You've worked hard to get here, Governor. He stepped forward and signaled to him. So let's talk now. The two sat down to negotiate at the table. Myers picked up a gold coin and glanced at it. Irene also held a coin and looked at the man with expectation. Myers rested his chin on his hand and stared at him. He pretended to question him. Do you understand your position? Yet you still dare to say these things. Irene only replied honestly, I'm just doing what's best for everyone. The man looked at him with curiosity mixed with interest. Myers frankly evaluated him. You were truly an interesting person, new governor. The ship drifted on the vast sea under a poetic starry night. At the kingdom of Alan, Morin slammed his hand on the table. He was furious with Alan's way of doing things and went mad. Are you crazy, Governor? He gritted his teeth and questioned Alan. You re-collaborating with people like those filthy pirates? Alan only gave a simple explanation. To overcome the current situation, they are the peace we need. He gave specific reasons to restore Lurs. We've tried many ways. Irene understood very well what was the obstacle preventing their development. But as long as the Vanvas Knights are still here, Lurs trade will never recover. They are gradually exhausting us. He proposed a bold idea, so we need to carry out a decisive battle as soon as possible. Morin understood the intention. He wondered, so you did that for the sake of this plan? Irene held out the coins and spoke about the plan. I've replaced the coins Tolly Oranges gave with these coins. But he felt a bit disappointed when speaking about this. Captain John Myers saw through our shipbuilding development plan by distributing those gold coins. Myers looked at the coins with satisfaction. He had truly guessed that those coins would soon possess great value and dominate the entire empire. Irene understood the man very well. He's a sharp man. Morin could only bow his head in silence. The Earl looked outside. He had anticipated the situation, and in case we win, the vast sea before them was also a key reason. The trading rights in this sea will be given to him.
Morin shouted no.
I don't agree. He screamed in Alan's face as if facing enemies and cursed them. Those people have bared their fangs against the Empire and the Emperor himself. Morin continued to shout in extreme rage. What about our honor? The Imperial Navy, what will happen to our honor? Irene looked at him with a murderous gaze. He was angry. Can honor save us? Morin was silenced by this attitude and looked at him. Irene was very determined. He had an ideal for himself. I only fight to bring a prosperous life to my citizens. He accepted everything for that noble ideal. To achieve this, I must make sacrifices. Morin was shocked and gritted his teeth, looking at Alan's dusty and pathetic clothes with great sympathy. Morin was also moved to sympathize with him. He turned away and said in a slightly sad voice, I understand. His hands were clenched so hard they trembled. Irene stood still, reflecting for a moment. He looked outside as if to express, this is what you want. He looked up at the raining sky and mentioned the name of that despicable man, Toliorangus. On a distant island, few people were being hung for execution. An arrow flew straight at them to execute them. The woman was so terrified that she screamed. The arrow hit her collarbone, making her cry out in pain. Tolio laughed loudly and mocked his subordinate. Ha ha! You re so stupid. He laughed heartily and pointed out to the man that he had to aim for their vital points. The man was insulted and grumbled angrily. Shut up. It's not funny. Just kill them already, wouldn't that be faster? Tolio drew his bow toward the woman and told his subordinates to watch and learn. He released his hand from the trigger. This time it hit the woman's chest, making her collapse on the spot. He proudly said to them, right in the heart, see. The man beside him flew into a rage and threatened them. Do you think everything will end easily? I am of the noble lineage of the Empire. Immediately, he was gifted an arrow straight to the eye. Tolio shamelessly prepared to torture the next person. Next is the eye. He laughed with delight and mocked him. Don't worry, you pig. You will soon meet your old emperor down there. He glanced with a cold gaze. I'll definitely help you reunite. The people being executed immediately trembled and broke into a cold sweat. Tolio looked up and called Median, who was sitting beside her mount. Hey, female Vanva's knight. He spoke in a challenging tone. Want to duel with me to see who's better? Tolio pointed at the man and made a request. Start with that guy first. Median coldly reached out her hand, signaling him to give her the bow and arrow. He bluntly threw the bow up to her. The bow and arrow flew through the air right above her head. It just barely brushed her hand. She also just lightly pressed the trigger, not even bothering to look at the arrow. It flew fast along its trajectory. Median didn't need to aim but still accurately hit one of the man's eyes. Tolio's group was shocked by this invincible talent. They stood dazed. Tolio praised, impressive. His subordinate then called the leader. He stammered, wanting to report something very urgent. He informed Tolio a ship is transporting a large amount of gold coins out of Lurs. Tolio's subordinate's eyes lit up with excitement. That's a big catch, leader. He was a bit surprised and asked again to be sure, are they the new Pendragon coins? The subordinate hesitated and replied yes. Tolio had seen through the opponent's plan through the new coins. I guess. He plans to distribute a large number of those coins in the south and increase his influence. The subordinate mentioned his father. If that becomes a reality, he then warned him, then even your father will be affected. Tolio stroked his beard, thinking in silence. He thought it made sense. He seemed very concerned. The trouble right now is this person. He thought of a wealthy man, but he seemed very mysterious, the Gold King of the South, Casmandi. Tolio saw the situation clearly. He understood the truth. Currently he's working under the Aranges family and supporting us with his money. Ultimately everything is about money. He had looked further than that. He calculated if those coins become dominant and he betrays us. Tolio gave a cunning smile. He had a goal for himself. This is a good opportunity to show my filial piety. He shouted to everyone and ordered, sink that ship along with those bastards. Tolio was instilling a spirit of looting in his subordinates. Every single coin will be ours. Median above had witnessed and heard all these words. Whether it was women or targets, he and the pirates were laughing excitedly. They were all ours. At this time, in Alan's kingdom, I'm sure Irene is presiding over the meeting. He thinks that's what they were thinking. He picked up a gold coin and suggested, so the ship carrying the gold coins, Irene had assigned and arranged the positions perfectly. It will be escorted by Admiral Morin's fleet. He had planned and arranged the strategy. And when the pirates aim for the gold, the admiral will flee. Irene continued to give a creative tactic. The ships from Lurs under my command will ambush until we approach the rocky area. He used maps and ship models to simulate the battle. He picked up a ship and carefully discussed the plan. Behind them will be John Meyer's Winter Storm. He has betrayed them. Irene had finished all the most sophisticated and bold tactics. We will carry out a pincer attack from 3 different directions. Everyone heard his brilliant command and was surprised and happy. With such an excellent formation, Irene's side was enough to overwhelm the opponent with a huge disparity. Pendragon's fleet 20 ships, Morin's fleet 60 ships, Meyer's fleet 20 ships. Tolio's fleet 60 ships. He was very confident and thought, with this formation Irene was very determined we can definitely defeat them. At the harbor the army had gathered in full, preparing to set out. Helena was crying and running after Irene, calling him. She hugged him tightly and advised, be careful. No matter what happens, you must return safely, okay? Irene gently patted his sister's head and comforted her. I'm fine. Haven't I always returned safely? Lindsay slowly walked toward them with the servants. Irene trustingly entrusted all the important things to her. My sister in this territory, I'm counting on you, Lindsay. Lindsay was silent, her eyes stinging with tears. She closed her eyes, her heart full of unspoken emotions. She accepted this great responsibility and replied, yes, I will pray for your victory, Lord Irene. Irene looked at her for a long time with trust and warmth. He hugged her in his arms and whispered, I'm going now. Irene looked up at the roof and called Sordrax. Son, he entrusted everything to her. Please protect everyone. Sordrax nodded in agreement. All the soldiers began to set out quickly. Killian heroically ordered everyone, let's go. Everyone was excited and joyful as they began the campaign to bring glory back to the country. With our strength and the protection of the White Dragon, we will surely return victorious. They were very aggressive and determined. We will surely take that half-orc bastard's head. Master and disciple Leon were also in a state of readiness for battle. Isla and his mount were also full of spirit, especially Irene, who was very dedicated and determined in this life and death battle. The warship's sails were full, and they sped out to sea. Isla and the Griffin observed the situation from outside. The ship moved fast, the flag fluttering on top as if witnessing their entire journey. Isla heard a noise below that caught his attention. In the ship's hall, Master and disciple Leon were practicing hard for tomorrow's battle. They were very serious and diligent in their training. The two of them, with invincible strength, dueled with each other continuously. Leon countered and threw a punch forward, but he still couldn't hit his master as he dodged the fatal blow. Got secretly rejoiced and smiled. He lunged forward. With just a gentle leg sweep, Agat made Leon flip over. He noticed a rope and quickly grabbed it. Leon tried to hold onto the rope tightly. He swung on the rope for a moment, then took momentum and jumped up. Below, Agat was very surprised by his flexible adaptability. Leon successfully clung to a mast and gave a proud smile. Agat was still standing below, frozen in place. Leon took advantage of the moment. He wasn't paying attention and jumped straight at him. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Yet Agat successfully blocked Leon's kick. He was a bit hesitant as he was kicking his master. Agat spoke up. You've mastered it. He was very proud and praised him. The way to fight on a ship, Leon. Leon was happy to be recognized by his master. Great. He scratched his head, looking a bit disappointed in himself. But master, I still haven't hit you once. Agat was nonchalant. Of course it's me. But, besides that, I have a small suggestion and criticism. Every time you attack, you shout like that. Doing that makes attacking the blind spot useless. Leon scratched his head sheepishly, not knowing what to say. Agat taught his student in the most dedicated way. In battle, redundant actions only lead to death. He reminded him gently but very deeply. If you hadn't shouted, maybe you would have hit me. Leon didn't miss a word. He was silent and obedient. He threw a protective bracer to him. Here. Leon picked up the familiar item and asked in surprise, is this yours, master? Agat explained the reason briefly. The holy fist of Tyramus, the dragon of the justice army. He began to give Leon a chance to show himself. Tomorrow will be your first battle as someone who has learned my fist. Agat grabbed his hand and set a condition. Don't embarrass me or the Lord, okay? Leon looked at his master with a determined gaze. He dropped the bracer on the ground. He clasped his hands in obedience. Understood, master. Isla saw the scene full of teacher-student affection and was also very surprised. Sea waves crashed onto the long, poetic sandy shore. The warship sped like arrows. Tolio glanced with a demonic cunning. This will be the first battle between the two of us. He looked at the mysterious man in black and reminded him, kid. The dark man wore a fanged mask. His eyes shone through the mask with a bright color. Sordrax stood on the building staring blankly toward the sea. She waited and called his name. The warships of both sides finally faced each other. Tolio and Irene were preparing for a tense confrontation. Both sides were full of killing intent. The warships quickly glided on the strong sea waves. Myers' ship chased right after Morin's ship. The orcs on the ship were excited, looking at the action before them. They shouted, look at them run! The navy is not only weak but also cowardly. Morin's men were silent on the ship, observing the movements on the other side. He turned back and laughed contemptuously, fools. Morin's ship gradually increased speed toward the rocky area. Once we pass the rocks, you bastards will be attacked from all three directions. He gave a bold smile and remarked, we'll catch them all at once. Isaac looked on worriedly and then reminded him, sir. He quickly broke into a sweat and questioned, can we really trust those pirates? Is John Myers sure not to betray us? Morin was startled by these words. Isaac quickly explained his words. Governor Pendragon said he offered to pay double the amount Tolio gave them. Morin nodded doubtfully. That's right. Isaac looked up and explained seriously, so if Myers and Tolio renegotiate, the image of the cunning Myers holding a coin appeared. Then there's a possibility he'll. On the other hand, the image of Tolio smiling and holding a large bag appeared. Betray us when he receives better benefits. After all, those who only care about benefits are opportunists. He remembered the man's figure being joyful on the sea and questioned. And as someone who has fought many of them in this sea, He bowed his head slightly, confirming his words were completely grounded. We understand their tricks better than you, Governor. Isaac gritted his teeth unhappy. Can we really trust them? Admiral Morin looked down, completely silent, not saying a word. While he was dazed, a subordinate shouted loudly, Sir. The ship with the golden sail. It's carrying Tolio.
They're recoming!
The words on the sail slowly became clear. The old and useless emperor has outlived his own era. Morin's men stared in shocked anger. From his high perch, Tolio watched their every move. He let out a hearty laugh, his prediction having come true. On the ship, Morin stammered. One of the crewmen's faces went pale.
That man hanging up there, that's my father!
My father. He began to cry with rage, clenching his fists. I will never forgive you, you damn pirates. One of the men raised a spyglass. Sir! He had spotted several other people on Tolio's ship. Morin was horrified and shouted in disbelief.
What?
Isaac tried to calm him down while also questioning him. I told you we couldn't trust pirates. We have to fire the signal and start the battle. He seemed determined to complete the plan, reassuring him. Their fleet is larger than ours, however. His eyes sharpened as he looked up. If we can take down Tolio, we'll be even. Morin swallowed hard, listening intently to Isaac. Isaac immediately laid out his strategy. If we deal with them before they advance, we can join forces with the Pendragon fleet waiting at the cliff. Isaac shouted with heroic confidence, we'll have the advantage, Morin. Morin was completely silent at this information. The soldiers behind them charged forward, immediately assessing the situation. The quality of our soldiers far surpasses theirs. They brazenly declared, we are elite soldiers selected from the Empire. There's no way we'll lose to those pirates. Morin was completely stunned by the echoing words. Admiral, fire the signal flare. Morin gritted his teeth, forced to make a choice. Across from him, Tolio watched with amusement. So resilient, Admiral. He quickly snapped his fingers. Median, in the sky, received the order and turned to observe. A blade was instantly drawn. Median swooped down from above, making 3 swift passes through the flag. In a matter of seconds, the flag was torn to shreds. The person hanging high above was also cut into several pieces by the sharp blows. Morin's men were frozen, staring at the scene. Tolio laughed heartily, excited. A true masterpiece, Van Vass. He turned his head, laughing scornfully. We pirates can do whatever we want with them, but you can't even fight back. The men looked on in anger. It seems the Imperial Navy's time is over. Even though he was still talking, Isaac's face darkened. But it's not like I can't sympathize with you. Morin silently bowed his head, saying nothing. He looked down, taunting them with excitement. Taking care of and over, the hill-old emperor must be a real hassle, right? A hand gripped the ship's railing so hard it splintered. In front of his men, Morin quickly gave the order, his eyes flashing with anger and hatred. Fire the signal flare! Column of light shot straight up into the sky. Irene stared at it, dumbfounded. The men behind him were also confused. What? Isla's eyes widened in shock. The others also looked on in confusion. Have they started fighting already? The entire fleet behind them was thrown into a panic. No way. This wasn't part of the plan. Irene stared blankly at the trail of smoke. It was then that he suddenly realized what was happening and jumped in surprise. Irene turned his head and immediately shouted the announcement. All ships, full speed ahead. Engage in battle. Join the Imperial fleet as soon as possible. The fleet, just waiting for the order, set off in an instant. Standing at the bow of the ship, Irene gritted his teeth in anger. Morin. The entire ship surged forward at full speed, along with his confused thoughts. What the hell are you doing? On the deck of his ship, Morin stood watching and questioning. Just as I thought. You bastards are the very embodiment of evil. For the crime of disgracing our great emperor. He raised his sword high, commanding the charge. You will pay with your lives. Amidst the roars, the two sides quickly converged on Tolio. All ships set sail towards the pirates. Immediately, Tolio swung down from above, not at all panicked. See, I told you so. He looked up, observing them. They were so foolish. The ships of the two sides quickly clashed. Tolio had already leaped over to meet them. The men on that side held their guns and warned, he's here. Sharp swords quickly met with magical fire. With a single swipe, Tolio sent the men flying. He smiled faintly, casually remarking, the great Tolio has personally come to kill you all. Tolio's eyes widened in a crazed smile. You insignificant insects. I'll exterminate all of you, small fry. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sharp sword, filled with excitement. Tolio blocked with one hand while using fire magic to sweep through the soldiers with the other. The soldiers shouted, trying to rally themselves.
Don't falter!
Push him back. But just as the men charged, Tolio managed to raise his shield to block them. The men completely changed their tactics in an instant. Damn it. Because of that shield, we can't predict the direction of his sword. Attack from both sides. One side quickly gathered their strength and charged at him. Tolio raised his shield to block. He sneered contemptuously, fools. In the end, a stream of electricity shot out from the shield. To their astonishment, the Imperial soldiers were burned to a crisp. The others retreated, cautiously observing the shield. It shoots lightning. One foot stomped on a man who had just fallen. What do you think? He asked excitedly. He flashed a smile and pointed his sword contemptuously. What happens when my sword and thunder shield are combined with my peerless swordsmanship? The men trembled, not daring to move. Tolio's crew had also swarmed over, exhilarated. Just as I thought, one of them shouted, immediately giving the order forward, everyone. Kill them all. Their faces darkened, completely faltering and trembling. The ship before them was engulfed in a sea of fire, burning relentlessly. The lookout above continuously updated more and below. First ships 3 and 4 and now ship 9 has sunk, Admiral. If this keeps up, Isaac and he were stunned, completely horrified. What kind of power is this? I never thought Tolio Orangis could be this strong. He watched with worry and confusion. At this rate, our side will be completely wiped out before we can join up with Pendragon's army. From behind, a voice quickly called out, "Sir, even if I die, I will stop them." The young man clenched his fist and grabbed his collar, affirming a proud family of the Empire, honored to join the Imperial fleet. And just as he was about to finish his sentence, an arrow pierced through his head. To avenge my father, Morin and Isaac stared blankly at him. High above, a person riding a griffin was flying, their eyes fixed on them. Morin broke out in a sweat. That speed, Median looked down, emotionless. "Did you shoot him in the ear?" She quickly flew towards them with her weapon in hand. She pierced through the layer of fog, riding the griffin as she charged. Morin shouted, swinging his weapon, "You bastard." He quickly swung his sword, cutting off the monster's wings. It cried out in pain and panic. Median was thrown off balance. The griffin fell into the water, motionless. Median looked down at the water's surface, silent and stunned. She muttered angrily, "You were finished." Her eyes flashed with a questioning glare. To cut off the wings of Evanvis Knight's precious companion, the two men were frozen, staring at her defiantly. Median pointed the sword in her hand, conveniently passing judgment. "You will pay for your crime with your life." Isaac gritted his teeth in a furious rage, cursing, "You filthy griffin riders. You've killed so many people. How dare you open your mouth and say such things?" He charged forward in a frenzy, swearing, "Don't mess with me." The two of them charged at the same time, but it didn't faze Median in the slightest. He put all his strength into it, endlessly amazed. "It doesn't feel like I'm fighting her at all." Morin gritted his teeth, even more disbelieving. "She easily blocked both of our attacks. So this is the power of Evanvis Knight." He strained, pushing down with all his might. Median slid her sword in a long arc, separating the two men. She looked on with a placid face as the two men struggled. She watched as Morin's sword slashed over her head. Median ducked low and immediately slashed at his leg. Morin shouted as he saw his leg being cut off. Isaac shouted, wanting to get to his side, "Admiral." Median gave him no chance and kicked out with her leg. She looked down as Isaac was kicked high into the air. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain. A pair of feet stepped on Isaac's sword. He looked up in panic, meeting her cold, sharp eyes. Isaac was momentarily speechless. Her eyes showed no pity as she stared at him. Morin realized her next move and cried out in fear, "Stop. Don't do it." Median gently took his life. Isaac spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Morin watched this horrific scene, his eyes wide with terror. He hopelessly stretched out his hand, pleading. Median coldly glanced over. Morin dragged his crippled body forward. "You bastard." She paid him no mind, judging him lightly, truly useless. She looked at Morin's tattered, crawling form and let out a sarcastic remark. "A knight who cannot fight is worthless." She advanced with her sword still stained with fresh blood. "So, just die." From behind, someone charged forward. A light, sharp sword flashed by. Irene arrived just in time to block the blow, pushing her back. The ship bearing the white dragon flag fluttered in the wind. He looked up shocked and shouted, "Governor Pendragon." Irene silently stared at his opponent, observing. The two sides stared at each other, observing each other's movements. Morin stared blankly, sweating as he watched. He stammered Irene's name, "Governor Pendragon." Irene frowned, gritting his teeth as he glared at Median in anger. On the ship, the air seemed to freeze. Irene glanced back, looking at his opponent. Morin's battered body crawled in a pool of blood from his leg. Isaac lay motionless on the silent deck. Irene's draconic aura flared with anger as he cursed, "You son of a bitch!" Median looked over, completely unafraid. She flashed an excited smile, observing everything. "Just as I thought." Median radiated a responsive aura, taking a defensive stance. "You're not so simple." "Are you?" As she finished, she leaped forward. Irene gritted his teeth and blocked the attack. Her eyes grew more excited as she used more force. A golden aura quickly enveloped them both. The relentless, continuous slashes pushed them both far away from the battle. Irene leaned, steadied himself, and channeled his power. He charged forward, sending her flying with a swipe. After that, he continued to use the power of the white dragon to charge forward. Irene quickly struck repeatedly at Median's weak points. While blocking the blows, she grew more excited. She leaped backward. Irene took the opportunity to charge forward and slash at Median's neck. Morin, observing from the side, was amazed. Such a fierce attack. But that Vanvis Knight is on par with Pendragon. He tried to recall the battle just now. She continuously parried and created distance. Her feet were constantly retreating. Morin suddenly realized her actions just now. His speculation gradually became clear. "Wait a minute. Could it be that the governor is?" He looked at the two figures gradually moving away in astonishment. "Leading the Vanvis Knight away from me." Morin, sweating, realized he's doing that. Irene's large back easily blocked the blows, keeping him safe. "To protect me." Medium flipped to block a direct attack. Their eyes met. She flashed an excited smile. "You've surpassed my expectations." However, she spun, kicking towards his lower body. Irene's eyes widened as he realized her intent. He quickly raised his leg to block. The two wrestled back and forth relentlessly. Median's eyes widened with open contempt. "You think you can win against a Vanvis Knight in swordsmanship?" Irene smirked. "You're not wrong." He relaxed his sword and leg. Neither fast nor slow he kicked her. But I've practiced this swordsmanship with Isla 100,000 times. Median was caught off guard, momentarily confused. He twisted his leg and immediately withdrew it. Irene's entire body was already in a defensive stance below. Median was startled and gritted her teeth in anger. He swung his sword at Median's weak point. She arched her back with difficulty, dodging the attack. She looked at the sword mark that had slashed across her cheek, stunned. Median landed in a ready stance. The tension between them was at its peak. Median opened her mouth, disrupting the air. Impossible. She stared wide-eyed, questioning him relentlessly. You've learned our swordsmanship. Irene smiled faintly and pointed his sword. You know it, we have a pretty skilled Vanvas knight on our side. Based on his words, Median discovered a clue. In the procession of people marching to the incident, the man in the cloak, a familiar face, gradually appeared. Elkin Isla, she mentioned a long name, the failure of the Night King, Elkin Medin Valencia. Irene was confused, not understanding his opponent's meaning. In the sky a flock of griffins quickly appeared. Morin realized what that signal meant. Vanvas knights. Median stood on the edge of the ship, looking down. That's enough for now. Irene gritted his teeth in anger. From a distance, a monster was approaching. It looked like an orca and it leaped up with Myers. Irene was stunned, finding it somewhat hard to believe. A monster. On the monster quickly gave an order. Pendragon. He shouted repeatedly, jump on the ship. Irene was startled. Morin was confused when he saw him. John Myers. Irene quickly grabbed his sword and ran to Morin. He fled as soon as he picked him up. Let's go. Myers gritted his teeth and aimed an arrow, but it was easily blocked by Median. By now Irene had already jumped onto the orca and fled. He landed successfully on the monster. Myers shouted the order, retreat. Now. Irene and he quickly left the battlefield. The group on the monster quickly left the battle. Irene looked over, unable to hide his surprise. This is a real surprise, John. I never expected. He looked down at the monster and crossed his arms. To use a monster to pull a ship like this. Morin, sitting on the ship, was endlessly amazed. For a human to tame a monster, it's truly unimaginable. Miles looked over and explained quietly, I took it in when it was just a half-dead child. We've lived together ever since. He stroked its mouth and smiled, observing it. Maybe we hit it off right away because both pirates and monsters have something in common. Irene silently watched the two of them. Myers looked to the other side, his expression serious. But now it's been completely blown out of proportion. Myers watched the plumes of smoke and fire billow up. The Empire's fleet has been wiped out. He gritted his teeth in anger and grabbed the hem of his shirt. This is completely different from what you said, Pendragon. He turned his head to look at Morin, who was bowing his head. He also seemed to have a vague realization of everything. Michael fell back exhausted. Well, anyway, that was an impossible task. We've been fighting against the Imperial Navy for too long. Cooperating like this is simply absurd. Irene quickly opened his mouth. He bowed his head and knelt, clenching his fists. My responsibility as the commander. Without any hesitation, Irene made his decision. I will take full responsibility for today's failure. Morin panicked and quickly reached out his hand.
Governor, that wasn't your fault!
Irene continued to ignore his words. Because you saved us, all the money that was agreed upon will be sent to you. Myers continued to look down coldly. What about the other things? Irene looked up, seemingly not understanding. He continued to explain. You said you would grant us the trading rights for this sea. Myers shouted in anger, questioning him. Money alone isn't enough for the kids to live a proper life. It's completely useless because you've been utterly defeated. Irene's eyes widened in surprise, speechless. Morin was silent for a moment, then quickly got to the point. John Myers, let me ask you a few things. In his memory, a few people gradually appeared. Were the nobles who were hanged on the ship yours? Myers crossed his legs and explained. They were killed by Tolios. We just hung them up according to the plan. We're not the type to kill people just for fun. Morin bowed his head in silence. Is that so? I understand. On the ship, he bowed his head and questioned himself. Terrible criminals bearing their fangs against the Empire, they're the very embodiment of demons. That's what I've always thought. Was I wrong? He trembled and burst into tears. Irene looked up at the sky and comforted him. Even so, criminals are still human. Irene looked on, then fell silent, his expression turning serious. To continue living, they had no other choice but to become like that. Images of the gaunt, poor people on the cliff flashed through his mind. There was the man in the arena seeking revenge, and even his own memories from his past life, and the injustice. Irene looked over and reminded him. What do you want to protect in the Empire? Isn't it the Empire itself, not the people? He looked down, his voice cold. In that case, how am I, a Lord of Lurs, any different from you, Saguna, working for Aranjus? Morin froze, his eyes wide with shock. Irene looked on and immediately reminded him. Not for a single moment did the Emperor want us to do that. Morin burst into sobs. He bowed his head, completely broken. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Myers looked at the two of them in surprise. He smiled silently. The ship quickly returned to the Empire. The three of them quickly returned to the port. Irene, before the crowd, summarized the situation. So what's the situation? One of them quickly explained. The Griffin Riders and the Orcs squad fought fiercely, but we managed to protect most of the ships carrying the super dragons. The other person hesitated worriedly. However, half of the Imperial fleet, Myers glanced over and reminded him, suffered heavy losses, right? Irene silently bowed his head. He didn't rush to explain. With the losses the fleet has suffered, our situation has become much worse. Our combat capability. The orcs behind him were endlessly surprised. The two people beside him also listened in silence. Morin bowed his head and gritted his teeth in silence. Very quickly a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. Isaac gritted his teeth in anger, questioning him. You bastard. What the hell were you thinking, disobeying the governor's orders? Morin was completely silent. Irene couldn't hold back and stepped forward. He stood between the two of them, trying to remind them, however, there is still a way. The people opposite him were also completely stunned. For us to turn this situation around. Irene's eyes shone brightly, completely affirming, if everyone places their trust in me. Irene stood there proudly, his face grim. However, there is a way. His words immediately made Isla freeze. Seeing that the fight between Isla and Morin had stopped, he continued, for us to turn the tables. His eyes were filled with determination. If you all trust me. Everyone around immediately stood at attention. Only Killian stepped forward to ask, a plan to turn the tables with such a huge disparity in forces. Irene held a map in his hand. We will launch our final strike on the nearby Owl's Island. He pointed to a location on the map, Red Cliff Island, in Tazumi Bay. I will concentrate our warships here and link them with chains so they won't be swept away by the current. Hearing Irene's strategy, Killian went ballistic. Duke, if we do that, we'll be trapped with no way out. The bay's terrain will prevent us from moving freely. Irene glanced at him. It's fine. I never intended to go in. Looking out the window, the sun shone down on the sparkling water. His voice echoed, if we make use of this sea. Looking straight at the bewildered men before him, Irene stated frankly, we still have a chance to win. Killian stood frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. Even Myers couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Aguth crossed his arms. Satisfied, you've already calculated everything, haven't you? On the other hand, was overjoyed, of course. That's our master for you. Karas jumped up and threw an arm around Irene's shoulders. Well, spit it out then, Pendragon. Feeling the heavy arm on his shoulder, Irene gritted his teeth in annoyance. Aguth and Leon looked at him with expectant eyes. Killian and Isla's expressions weren't much different. Seeing their eager faces, Irene couldn't help but sweat and hesitate. Well, recalling his majestic demeanor and his past life, he thought with frustration, I shouldn't say that this strategy is something I remember from my past life. No one would believe me, and given my current identity, seeing him remain silent, Isla reached out worriedly. Pendragon. The two behind him urged anxiously. If you don't tell us, we won't understand what you were thinking, Governor. The foolish men in the back started murmuring again. Such a dangerous plan, and with no proof that we can win. Unable to stand it, Isla shot a glare back at them. Dangerous, are you bastards pretending to oppose the governor's plan? Seeing his reaction, the two men cowered. But we don't understand why. Suddenly a staff slammed onto the ground. From a distance, Morin rushed in. He leaned on his sword as he approached Irene. You have a plan, don't you, Governor? He looked at him, stunned. It seems that for some reason, you can't explain it. Irene looked at him thoughtfully, not refuting his words. A moment later, Morin suddenly gave a solemn order. Then let's just trust him. Irene's eyes widened in surprise. Morin knelt before him respectfully. I may not trust this plan, but I have faith in the man who came up with it. Try Irene Pendragon. He looked at the men behind him and cleared his throat. Does anyone object? He asked loudly. The governor is a great commander who has always strived to save the people of this land. I will trust him and follow. The skeptical soldiers listened in silence. So I hope you will also trust and follow me and Governor Irene Pendragon. The soldiers swallowed hard. They were completely won over. Agreed. We will follow the Viscount's orders and trust Irene Pendragon. An orc looked over, confused. Since when were you so close with the old commander? The men on the other side watched happily. But this is great, isn't it? The feeling of trusting Irene Pendragon, it sounds exciting. A young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the way of the night, isn't it, Captain? Irene Pendragon. Course, our commander is the greatest commander. Isla leaned against Irene silently. He gave a radiant smile. I've always trusted you. Irene quickly replied, at the very least to avoid getting beaten by you again, I should take responsibility for this. Myers stood in a corner, watching silently. Myers smiled. The eyes don't lie. He then shouted, I trust you too, Irene Pendragon. Irene stepped forward and extended his hand. Thank you, Viscount. Thanks to you, we are finally united as one. Morin's eyes widened with joy. That is all due to your ability, Governor. The two shook hands, confirming their alliance. Irene quickly gave the order to the entire army. Everyone begin preparations. Meanwhile, at another part of the sea where Tolio's fleet was anchored, he was on deck, pleased. Seems we're finally ready. He looked down at the men below. They were already at death's door. He glanced at the others. That bastard Myers's betrayal doesn't matter anymore. He's just a human playing pirate. No match for us. Tolio made a throat-slitting gesture. Now the only thing left is to steal all their gold and chop off that white-haired bastard's head. He laughed maniacally. I'll be feasting on their corpses soon enough. Back at Irene's port, the men worked tirelessly to rebuild the ship. Irene was busy, sweating as he gave orders. Night had fallen, but the ships were still out on the sea. Tolio looked into the distance and guessed, so they deployed their forces into Tazumi Bay. He stood proudly with his arms crossed. But that makes them incredibly vulnerable to our attack, doesn't it? Or perhaps they've set a trap there. I can't figure out their objective this time. Tolio stroked his beard thinking, are they waiting for reinforcements? No, he doesn't have enough troops to spare for that right now. He pointed behind him and declared nonchalantly, whatever. If anything happens, our Vanva's knights will descend from the sky and cut them down. It doesn't matter what they're replotting there. A Vanva's knight and his griffin watched from above with contempt. Tolio smirked, confident that their entire plan would come to nothing. Your time is up, you white worm. The ships docked one by one an island. Myers opened a bottle of beer and explained to the person next to him. Tomorrow, you will understand why I chose to continue with this plan. He turned to the man beside him, a bit curious himself. By the way, is it true you can predict the future by making a pact with a dragon? The man replied, what do you think? Myers believed that if the man could see the future, winning this battle would be easy. Well, if you can see the future, our fight against Tolio will be a piece of cake. He sat on a high perch, watching the men sparring below. Honestly, I'm very curious about your plan. But whatever it is, it seems your subordinates truly believe in it. Isla was facing off against a huge, fierce-looking man like Karas. Meanwhile, Leon was sparring with a Goth, and it looked very intense. Myers held his beer, enjoying the show. Me too, even though I don't know. As he drank the beer, he was thrilled by its taste. Oh, this Pendragon beer is quite good. I like it. His companion reminded him, we have to fight soon, so you should drink in moderation. Myers looked out at the sea and made a promise. Listen here. When we return victorious, remember to drink this beer with my subordinates. Then they both looked out at the vast ocean, where dozens of ships were anchored. On the ships, the sailors were working hard, looking very busy. He watched everyone working and felt a pang of regret. Our numbers have dwindled quite a bit, but I'm glad the ones who are left are safe. They held up strong against that monster, Tolio. Irene looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke. If they had all sided with him back then, they would have had money and freedom. So why? Irene was also puzzled. Did they choose us? Myers answered nonchalantly, just as you said. Irene looked at him, confused. Myers told him about his harsh upbringing as an orphan. I had to struggle for every meal, so I had no choice but to become a pirate. He twirled a stick in his hand and said thoughtfully, grandiose titles like Dark Pirate King don't interest me in the slightest. Just having something to eat every day is more than enough for me. Myers looked up at Irene. So I can't stand. He suddenly snapped the stick, as if deeply resentful. The way they rule through fear and power. Myers leaned back, his mind at ease as he confessed, for us, being free to roam the ocean and eat a good meal is enough. He looked at Irene with a fond expression. I can probably do that for us, right? Irene stared at Myers for a long time. He understood what Myers was confiding in him, and he agreed that it was true and would happen. Myers also praised him. But that's all I am. The really interesting one here is you. Myers was extremely curious. Despite your status, why do you want to live for the people? You could live a carefree life like other nobles, couldn't you? Irene just glanced at him without saying a word, his eyes tinged with sadness as he fell into deep thought. Irene remembered how his father had once helped people in need. He remembered how proud he was of his father as a child. He also remembered talking with his sister, filled with a sense of responsibility as a duke and a brother. Because I have many things I need to do. Irene sat silently, looking out at the sea. He had a noble ideal. The people who are important to me also fight for the common folk. The wind blew through his hair as he expressed his thoughts. They don't care about social status or anything else. They live righteous lives. Irene's eyes showed the determination and humility of a leader. I am merely choosing to inherit their will. Myers nodded and continued to drink his beer. He said coolly, you surround yourself with some pretty interesting people. Irene looked up at the sky, feeling it deeply. That's why the reason we... His face showed a mixture of anger and empathy for Myers. Dislike them is quite similar. Myers, who was drinking his beer, paused in surprise when he heard that. Myers burst out laughing, looking very excited. What'd you say?
I can't wait to see their crying faces!
Irene looked up at the starry sky, his mind full of thoughts. He was determined and promised. I will show you that sight soon. A stormy day in the southern region of the empire, the territory of Duke Oranges. Duke Oranges looked out the window. What the hell is happening right now? Even Melbourne panicked at the sight.
Unbelievable!
There was no sign at all. We know the ocean like the back of our hand, so why? Outside, thunder roared and the sea churned violently. Why is a storm this big approaching when we knew nothing about it? Melbourne looked outside, anxious. In a storm this size, young Master Tolio's navy lightning struck a ship tossing on the vast sea. On this, Tolio was furious, cursing.
Damn it!
No. This can't be happening. He roared in frustration. The storm, lightning, and waves tossed the ship, making him even more frantic. This is going to ruin everything. The sun was now shining its warm rays down on the Duke's harbor. Oranges and Myers looked out at the calm sea, unable to believe their eyes. No way, I didn't even hear the rain from inside the cave last night. The island had returned to its initial peaceful state. Last night's storm had also brought a pile of firewood and timber. They said to each other, so the governor predicted the storm and came up with this kind of plan. Everyone turned around, their jaws dropping at the sight before them. To think that we, who know the sea so well, didn't realize this. It's a gift from the heavens. Irene, clad in majestic armor and holding his sword, stepped outside. His face was filled with pride and valor. Memories stirred within him. He thought to himself, in my previous life, when the demon army advanced to the southern region, He remembered a night of heavy rain in their kingdom. We faced an unprecedented storm that threw our entire force into chaos. At that time, he had been extremely aggressive. Since the history of this world is constantly changing, this was nothing more than a gamble. Last night's storm changed everything. But I hit the jackpot. Irene stood before everyone and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for believing in me. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of admiration and trust. Isla, smiling, flew his mount toward the island. He landed and greeted everyone cheerfully. I'm back, Pendragon. Irene was grateful for his help. Thank you for your efforts. How is their fleet? Isla reported the joyous news. They've been almost completely wiped out. Countless of Tolio's ships had been smashed to pieces. He suggested if we can handle the remaining orcs and Tolio, we will win. Hearing this news, everyone was ecstatic. Irene turned to Myers and announced to everyone, all right. Then Myers and I will deal with the remaining orcs. We must prevent any of his subordinates from being harmed. Myers humbly replied, you don't have to do that. Thank you, bud. Usla's group, however, showed great camaraderie. Jody, Galahad, Salah helped them until it's over. The three of them eagerly replied, yes, sir. Myers was deeply moved by the scene and stood speechless. He walked over and grabbed Jody by the collar. You guys, you comrades, I tried to prove my goodwill, and yet he could only laugh. Ha, I'm sorry. Irene turned back to give further instructions to the others. Until I rejoin you, Tolio is your responsibility. Understood, they replied decisively, of course. Everyone's faces were bright with excitement. Perhaps you won't get a chance to enjoy this victory. Irene looked at everyone with a gentle, satisfied smile. He slowly drew his sword. Irene raised it to the sky and shouted a slogan to bolster his soldiers' resolve. The heavens are our ally. Victory is within our grasp. He ordered everyone to begin the battle. All ships weigh anchor. The ships began to set sail for battle. The counterattack begins now. On his ship, Tolio was furious, taking his anger out on his subordinate. Dad! Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The sailor stammered in fear. Well, his ships had been shattered by last night's storm. The subordinate explained the situation. The Vanva's knights and their griffins were also attacked. We can't contact your father. A lookout screamed in terror. Look, Irene's fleet was closing in on them. They panicked. The Pendragon fleet is coming! Tolio looked out so shocked he nearly fell over. What? How are they completely unharmed? For a moment he froze, his eyes wide. He remembered what he'd said last night. So they deployed their forces into Zumi Bay. In a place like that, they'd be easy targets. Or perhaps they're resetting a trap there by taking advantage of the terrain. His face twisted in rage. You damn white worms. Bastards. Isla's sword slashed into one of Tolio's men. The man screamed in pain. Others also jumped down to attack, overpowering Tolio's crew. The men from Irene's ship swarmed onto Tolio's, swinging their swords wildly. The orca from Irene's group leaped up, capsizing a ship and sending its crew into the water. Irene also leaped onto a ship, killing Tolio's men. Many of their ships were set ablaze, causing them to panic. A dwarf screamed and tried to run. It's over! We've lost. Run. A sword flashed and blood sprayed. The dwarf's head fell to the deck. Tolio sneered. Lost? What the hell are you talking about? Tolio picked up the head and arrogantly commanded, the word defeat is not in my vocabulary. Kill them all. He crushed the head with a ferocious expression, threatening, anyone who flees will suffer the same fate as him. Seeing the horrific and cruel act, his subordinates immediately trembled with fear. Tolio's men leaped down from above, fighting with all their might. Tolio watched from a distance, thinking stubbornly, as long as I get away from these insects, I can turn this situation around. But Irene's men blocked his path. He was surrounded from behind. Tolio gritted his teeth and roared, you useless trash. You dare stand in my way. They stood strong and resolute, threatening him. We won't let you touch our master. Killian pointed his sword at Tolio. We won't let you get to the Duke. Killian and Tolio faced off. Both sides were evenly matched. Killian seemed to be trembling, at a disadvantage. He thought, damn it. What is this monstrous strength? As expected, I can't handle him by myself. Tolio seemed triumphant, laughing loudly. Ha ha! Think again, human. He swung his sword, knocking Killian back, and sneered. You're not even worthy of being my opponent. As Killian was sent flying, Kara stepped up. Hey, that's enough. Just sit back and rest. Kara stood to face Tolio, extremely eager for a fight. From now on, this guy's mine to handle. The great Kara's. He quickly rushed towards Tolio, preparing to attack. Kara's brought his heavy axe down on Tolio. When Tolio's sword met it, it sparked with light. Tolio seemed to respect his strength. Yuri certainly stronger than a human. However, Tolio's sword slowly overpowered Karas's axe, stopping it. He pulled Karas's axe to the ground, dragging Kara's with it. He knew Karas's true identity, a half-orc, half-human. Tolio kicked Karas's legs out from under him, sending him tumbling, then boasted. I possess the strengths of both species. Karas was thrown into the air, furious at being looked down upon. If you dare to underestimate me, you're in for big trouble. Karas flipped himself over, preparing to swing his axe at Tolio in a counterattack. Tolio's eyes widened in surprise at Karas's strength. Karas brought his axe down hard. He refused to be defeated. Because I was also taught many things by humans. The axe came down just an inch from Tolio, making him stare in shock. Karas looked down on him with contempt, pointing his weapon at Tolio's face. The pinnacle of humans and orcs. That's me. Just a half-orc bastard. Hearing Karas's insult, Tolio became enraged. You son of a! Current of electricity erupted from Tolio's body, blasting Karas away. The current was so strong it left Kara's charred.
Karaz!
Killian charged, attacking Tolio to avenge his friend. You bastard. Tolio, filled with fighting spirit, clashed with Killian. Both swung their swords at their opponent. With his overwhelming strength, Tolio shattered Killian's sword, shocking him. He ordered Killian to submit. Take your friends and get out of here, you pathetic shrimps. Tolio swung his sword down again, cursing, you inferior creatures need to understand. You couldn't stop me even in 100 years. Blood splattered everywhere. He had slashed Killian's shoulder, but luckily, Killian managed to block it in time. Killian gripped Tolio's sword tightly in his hand and spoke his mind. Your contempt for everything is your fatal weakness, Tolio. Tolio's eyes widened in surprise.
Killian held the sword tight, wincing in pain. I can't pull my sword out!
At that moment, from behind, Kara swung his axe down at Tolio, taking advantage of his distraction. Tolio instinctively glanced behind him. He managed to dodge to the side, but his leg wasn't so lucky. Karas's axe struck his leg, blood gushed from Tolio's leg.
Damn it!
He swung his sword, releasing a powerful force to push his opponents back. He set the ship on fire and left. What a pain in the ass. Tolio raised a hand to his mouth and called for help. Griffon. He mounted his bird and flew away from the burning ship. As he flew away, he furiously plotted his revenge. I'll use the griffin I took from those useless Vanvas knights to attack the White Worm's ship. Isla quickly mounted his own bird and flew after Tolio. He successfully caught up to the fleeing Tolio, who looked back in fear. Isla quickly blocked his path, preventing his escape. Tolio gritted his teeth. Isla looked at him and stated coolly, this is where you stop, Tolio Oranges. A battle erupted. Tolio on his mount charged towards Isla with his sword. Isla on his mount flew forward to meet him. Tolio gave chase, building momentum for a wide swing of his flaming sword. Come back here, you damn vermin. Isla glanced back, calculating. So it's a fire sword, that means he'll be at a disadvantage in close combat. The intelligent beast dug its claws into a mast for support. Isla's mount spun around, and Isla aimed his blade forward with great presence. Tolio was surprised, freezing for a few seconds.
Damn it, he's too close.
If I unleash my flames, I'll get hit too. Tolio decided to risk it and swung his sword. Isla parried the blow with a powerful strike, then charged forward so Tolio couldn't escape. Tolio created a large wall of fire in front of Isla.
Cursing you bastard!
The fire blocked Isla's path. I'll burn you to death! The flames were dangerous, but Isla bravely flew right through them. He faced Tolio head on with his blade. Tolio's face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. Did he fly his bird upside down to protect its wings? The beast struck with a powerful blow. Tolio ordered his own mount. Eagle attacked the rider. Isla pursued him closely. Tolio grimaced, worried and unable to believe what was happening. What the hell, I heard he was just a deserter, a failed knight who fled the battlefield. He was furious, how can he be overwhelming me? Isla held the reins of his mount tightly. He flew straight up into the sky. Tolio was bewildered. What kind of maneuver is this? Damn it, he's too high. Is in my eyes. He squinted, trying to find an opening. How is he doing that? Isla swung his blade in a powerful arc. Tolio was amazed. I've never met anyone with such masterful griffin riding skills. He was stunned by the display. He's really. Isla frowned, annoyed at being called a deserter. Just a deserter. The two faced each other. Tolio asked, why? Isla replied coolly, what? Tolio questioned him, even though you fled from Vanvas, you re stronger than anyone I've ever met. Why do you work for the White Worm? La remained silent. Tolio yelled in his face, destroying the world is the true purpose of power. It's the privilege of the strong. Isla repeated his shameless words. The privilege of the strong. They faced each other. Isla scoffed, someone who slaughters innocent people wants to destroy the world. Isla's anger was plain on his face as he spoke his mind. I don't think like you. People like you, the Knights of Vanvas, and even me, we were just murderers. Isla frowned, speaking with some resentment. We are not allowed to live carefree lives. He spoke with righteousness and truth. When I was in Vanvas, I tried my best to find a purpose for my life. And it seems I found that ideal, Isla declared. I found my answer after I met Pendragon. He remembered Irene's words. So that the nation and its people can live in peace, I will be the vanguard sword for a society that has no need for swords. Isla was determined to change. This is how I will atone for those I've killed. I will fight for my ideals even if I have to die. Hearing these righteous words, Tolio sneered. He couldn't persuade Isla, so he just said, how boring. He arrogantly raised his sword and spouted his own vile philosophy. Using strength to help people, you making me laugh? We, the strong, should be allowed to do whatever we want. He roared like a madman. The big fish eats the small fish. That's the law of the world. I'll prove it right here. He launched 2 pillars of fire at Isla. Isla gripped the reins and told his mount, I'm counting on you. Then, with all his courage, he flew through the deadly pillars of fire, holding on tight for safety. Isla skillfully maneuvered his mount through the flames, creating beautiful fiery vortexes. Tolio looked up and sneered, you fool, don't use the same trick twice. As Isla's mount flew past him, Tolio seized the opportunity for a sharp slash, but he froze at the sight before him. Tolio couldn't believe Isla's cleverness. A sail. Did he get that from the burning ship? As fast as lightning, Isla was flying right above him. Tolio gritted his teeth in frustration. Isla swiftly glided past. He used the sail as a tool to aid his attack. Tolio almost met his end as the sail fell towards him. He continuously cursed and slandered Isla, you damn deserter. Isla worriedly told his mount, don't drift too far. He looked up in amazement. With just a piece of a shield. began to lose his balance and fall. Tolio laughed maniacally, triumphant. Haha, I told you so. We Oranges are always right. As he fell, Isla muttered with certainty, the one who is right is Pendragon. He drew his sword. Isla couldn't forget his mission. I can't let him escape. I have to end this now. I must fulfill my duty as the vanguard sword. He threw his weapon, which grazed Tolio's shoulder. Wounded, Tolio immediately fell. Isla successfully landed on his mount and they flew away. They landed on a ship to rest. Isla worriedly touched his mount's wound. Don't move. You'll make it worse. It nuzzled its head against him. Tears welled in its eyes. Isla comforted it. It's not your fault. You did a great job. Beside them, something fell from the sky, causing a splash. Only Tolio's helmet floated on the water's surface. Isla cursed in anger. Damn it. Elsewhere, Irene had dealt with a few opponents. He stood among their corpses. He mentally checked off the enemies he needed to eliminate. IV defeated Griezmann, captain of the Red Skull Pirates. Only Tolio Oranges is left. Behind him, a figure in a black cloak appeared. Irene sensed the footsteps approaching. He turned and pointed his sword at the figure. Irene's face was cold as he demanded, "Who are you?" From under the black cloak, a grotesque face was revealed. With a single punch, a Goth easily knocked out the giant Or. Just like that, the atmosphere instantly calmed down. The fighting ceased. Couldn't help but feel pleased with his teammate's achievement and praised him. Good job. Just a few more to deal with and we were done. For your first real battle, your performance was amazing. In response, Leon immediately puffed up with excitement.
Thank you, sir.
Then he hesitated, bowing his head. But I feel I'm still a long way from your level. At these words, Agoth immediately grumbled, you idiot. Of course you are, I have more experience than you. Don't worry so much. He then clenched his fist firmly. Besides, the fighting style from the martial art you're relearning is different from mine. Your techniques mainly use flexible and fatal strikes like an assassin. As he spoke, Agoth grinned. Mine is different, so just focus on developing your own style. Hearing this, Leon was so moved he was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Agoth didn't hesitate and moved forward, waving off the previous conversation. The most important thing you need to do is survive.
Got it. Leon invigorated, stammered, got it, sir.
As he ran, he said with determination, I'll catch up to you soon. At the same time, behind Leon, a massive hand suddenly appeared. Something's wrong. He and Argos immediately spun around in panic, staring in shock. Tolio had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Radiating intense bloodlust, he roared, why do you keep getting in my way? Looking absolutely deranged, veins bulged on Tolio's face. He growled, furiously cursing, you damn bugs. I'll kill every last one of you. Seeing this, Argos felt a brief moment of apprehension. He hesitantly tried to reassure Leon, hey, a real powerhouse just showed up. Don't be scared, okay? Replying to him, Leon was brimming with confidence.
Yes, sir!
Without wasting a single second, Tolio Oranges suddenly lunged forward to attack. Fortunately, Leon managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. Just when it seemed like the doors of death had closed, Tolio immediately launched another strike in the very next second, aiming a heavy slash straight at Leon's body. Hanging by a thread, Argos intervened just in time, yanking Leon away and sending him flying back. Argos immediately put on a serious face and lowered his voice to warn him, stay calm and watch him closely. The technique is called Rajuan, using a shield to block the sword's attack path. But in a split second, Argos spotted the bleeding wound on Tolio's side. He raised his voice, clicking his tongue. Looks like our forces dealt him a pretty heavy blow. Using cheap tricks with a body full of wounds. Hearing this, Tolio was instantly enraged. He flared up and roared furiously, you think I'd be provoked by a bunch of bugs? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tolio lashed out in a fit of rage, delivering a decisive slash that completely severed the base of the massive ship's mast. Shut up and die. The wood shattered into pieces, scattering and flying off into the distance. With their inherent physical strength, both Argos and Leon easily deflected the massive flying debris. After holding out for a short while, Argos was starting to feel the fatigue. He stepped back, horrified. Damn it. Even covered in wounds, he's still this strong. Seeing this, Leon felt a surge of fear. He asked cautiously, what do we do now? Instantly a plan formed in Argos's mind. He replied with a serious expression, you'll draw his attention and I'll finish him off in one strike. Hearing this, Leon trembled in fear, stammering, what? Noticing his reaction, Argos couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly provoking him. Are you scared? You're my strongest disciple, aren't you? You have to trust me. Hearing this, Leon regained some confidence in himself. He fell silent, not saying a word. After a moment, once his fighting spirit was fully reignited, he let out a laugh and declared resolutely, all right. I'll do my best. In stark contrast to their fire-up reaction, Tolio was losing his mind. He growled loudly, don't mess with me. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the other side. Irene was currently pointing his sword straight at his opponent. The enemy seemed to be under some sort of spell. Completely out of his mind, he muttered incessantly, kill Irene Pendragon, that is my goal. As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly lunged forward, kicking off the ground to build momentum. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and delivered a heavy slash against Irene's sword. Facing the attack, Irene found himself in a slightly tricky situation. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I can barely feel any killing intent from him at all. However, in a split second, Irene suddenly channeled his strength and sent the enemy flying backward. Caught completely off guard by the sudden counterattack, the man couldn't react in time and crashed right through the ship's deck. The man in black still hadn't snapped out of it. He kept muttering endlessly, I have to hold this sword tight, otherwise I won't be able to kill Irene Pendragon. Witnessing this, Irene grew cautious. He frowned. What the hell is this? He was stunned by the overwhelming bloodlust radiating before him. What is this terrifying aura? The man in black suddenly sprang up like he was possessed, gripping his sword and charging forward as if nothing had happened. I need to use more aura. One strike. A fatal strike. He swung his sword straight at Irene. Irene barely managed to block the attack, but he felt a sudden wave of apprehension. His strikes are much heavier than before, and this aura, it feels familiar. A brief image flashed through Irene's mind, and he was confused. He silently guessed, and the Emperor's. In a split second, Irene suddenly pulled his sword back, making a bold decision. In that case, he slashed at him, absolutely certain in his heart. He appeared in my past life. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his sword grazed the black-clad man's mask. Unable to withstand the blow, the mask instantly shattered, revealing a familiar face glaring at him with murderous intent. Irene immediately demanded in a stern voice, "Why are you here?" He briefly recalled the glorious past of a bygone era. The man who had become the Emperor in his previous life. Irene spoke cautiously, his face contorted in deep displeasure. Godfrey Aragon. Godfrey Aragon was now fully exposed, glaring at him with eyes full of contempt. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was just as intense. Wherever Leon attacked, Tolio dodged. As Tolio evaded the strikes, he mocked him. "Take a good look at yourself. Weren't you just a jester at the palace? It's hilarious that trash like you could become a knight." Leon ignored him, launching his attacks with fierce determination. "Those kinds of provocations won't work on me anymore." Tolio leaned back as Leon delivered a high kick, retorting, "Because now there are people who would dare make a fool out of me!" But Leon was also getting exhausted, sweat pouring down his face. He felt that things couldn't go on like this. Damn it, our martial arts are completely useless. But seeing that the person important to him was also supporting him from above, Leon kicked upward while Argos kicked downward, catching Tolio in a pincer attack. "That's right, with my master we can do this!" Faced with this situation, Tolio gritted his teeth in anger. He dodged to the side, channeling magic into his blade while simultaneously gripping his lightning-infused shield and roaring, "You damn bugs! Let me get to that white worm." Sensing the danger, Argos immediately shoved Leon down and backed away. Leon was incredibly tense. If things keep going like this, we can forget about even getting close to him. I won't be able to create an opening for my master. He then noticed a cracked wooden mast drifting out to sea. The wood burned and weakened by the fire until it snapped. Leon seemed to have an idea. He sprinted forward. "Master, get ready to use your ultimate technique." Argos was stunned. "Kid, what are you doing?" Leon bravely stood barehanded in front of the fully armed Tolio. He grabbed a coil of rope. Tolio prepared to swing his blade. As the blade aimed for his head, Leon slid down to dodge it. I got past him. He grabbed the rope and leaped onto the burning wooden mast on the ship. Seeing that things were going smoothly, he praised himself. "Good job, Leon." He kept running across it, the flames still blazing fiercely. "It's so hot." Argos seemed to realize his plan. "So the kid is planning to use that mast, huh? Then let's push that bastard over there." He charged forward and attacked Tolio to buy time for his disciple. Up there, Leon tied the rope tightly around the log. "Done." He looked down, taking aim. "Ready, master." Having locked onto his target, he grabbed both ends of the rope and jumped down, dragging the entire log with him. The rope acted like a saw, slicing through the weakened wood until it successfully snapped it into pieces. The wooden debris rained down on Tolio. He was forced to use his blade to deflect the falling debris, or else it would crush his head. Distracted by Leon's tactic, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You brazen little shit." Since Tolio's hands were tied up, Argos seized the opportunity and launched an attack right at him. Leon thought, since my coordinated attack with Master was effective earlier, adding this falling debris means he won't be able to defend himself. Just a little more. I need to create another opening. He ran toward the brawl alongside his master. They attacked Tolio from both sides. Leon still held the rope in his hands. He threw a punch, but it slipped past him, allowing Leon to tie the rope around Tolio's leg. Leon grabbed the rope and ran off to take him down. Watching from a distance, he thought it'll be useless if Master uses his secret technique and misses. So I have to create a situation where he can't possibly miss. Leon decided to pull the rope. One end of the rope was tied to the tall, upright mast, while Leon pulled the other end taut. Unable to dodge, Tolio was hoisted upside down into the air by his leg, dangling up there. He was absolutely furious. "A rope. They dare use a rope to catch me." Leon smiled proudly. "I'm counting on you, master!" He then let go of the rope. Tolio plummeted headfirst. Argos carefully aimed at his rapidly approaching target. He unleashed his strike, landing a precise punch right into Tolio's stomach. Heart-piercing strike. Tolio took the agonizing blow. Blood spewed from his hands, eyes, nose, and mouth. Tolio dropped to his knees. He finally collapsed, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Leon stood frozen for a moment. Then joy suddenly washed over him. "We did it!" He sprinted straight over to Argos. "We did it! We actually did it, master!" Argos proudly praised his disciple. "Remember this. Once you realized your techniques weren't working, you adapted to the situation. Flexible thinking is one of the most important things on the battlefield." He patted Leon's head. "You can always improve your techniques later. You did great, Leon, just as I expected from my disciple." was so happy he burst into tears.
Thank you, master.
But suddenly a hand grabbed his ankle. Both master and disciple were horrified. Tolio wasn't dead yet. Looking exactly like a wild beast, he roared, "You damn bastards. I will kill you all one by one." Tolio raised his lightning shield and blasted both of them with electricity. Leon took the hit, only managing to let out a single cry. Argos was slightly luckier, managing to stay conscious as he watched Leon fall motionless to the ground. The beast slowly stood back up, gripping his blade. Argos felt utterly helpless. "Motherfucker, I can't move my body." He could only lie there in the corner, screaming in despair, "Leon, run!" Tolio's flaming blade was inches away from coming down on Leon's neck, but suddenly, an orca smashed through the ship's hull, bursting upward and biting down on Tolio. All his weapons were sent flying. Argos was stunned by the sight. The orca was trying to bite Tolio in half, dragging him down into the ocean. The man who had brought the orca stood on the railing, looking at the wreckage on the ship. "I'm honestly surprised you guys are still alive." Argos stared at the man in shock. Yuri Myers introduced himself loudly and clearly. "Captain of the Winter Blizzard Pirates, John Myers." The ship, which had been ablaze this whole time, was now almost completely burned down. Argos held the injured Leon in his arms. He was shocked by Myers' appearance and yelled, "What the hell is a bastard from the Winter Blizzard doing here?" Myers sprinted to the other side of the ship and said urgently, "Stop wasting time. I brought a small boat and left it down below. Grab the kid and escape before the ship sinks." Seeing Mazuda run off, Argos was still confused. "Wait. What about Tolio?" He glanced down at the water and replied hastily, "My partner already dragged him underwater. He's probably suffocating by now." On the ship, the fire still raged. The hull was heavily damaged and splintered. Down in the water, the waves crashed violently. It felt like something was about to surface. A moment later, a mutated orca wearing a harness indicating ownership breached the surface. It looked battered and in immense pain. Myers couldn't believe his eyes. "My partner should have the upper hand underwater." "So why?" Argos was also in disbelief. "I didn't expect him to be strong enough to snap a mast in half." Myers gritted his teeth, watching what was coming next. "Motherfucker, he really is a monster." Tolio still wasn't dead. Radiating an overwhelming aura of battle, he swam toward the shore. Both the orca and the people on the ship had no idea what to do. "How are we supposed to deal with him? The strongest man in the south is backed into a corner. If we don't stop him right now, we won't get another chance." The electric shield was still leaking electricity on the deck. Myers finally noticed it. "That magic tool is losing control because it's broken." He immediately dashed toward it, much to Argos's shock. "Hey, Winter Warrior." Once he grabbed the tool, Myers immediately dove down to his fish. "Hey, partner, we've got one last thing to do." He rode the orca, dragging the magic tool along. "I won't let the opportunity you guys created go to waste." Myers charged fiercely toward Tolio with absolute resolve. "If I don't avenge my comrades, everything will be meaningless. We just wanted to eat good food and roam freely on the ocean. We had no choice but to become pirates to survive. And you stole our freedom." As Tolio swam closer, he immediately raised his fist. Myers grew increasingly fired up, "With your damn survival of the fittest rule. If you were really that strong," he gripped the tool tightly, riding the orca with intense focus. As the orca leaped high into the sky, Myers dropped the sparking magic tool right onto Tolio. Since he was in the water, he was violently electrocuted. All his agony was released in a blood-curdling scream. Myers was ecstatic.
"Then I'll give it to you, just like you wanted."
Argos could only watch with his jaw dropped. Explosions kept going off all over the surface of the sea. Myers quickly rode his orca back onto the ship to avoid getting electrocuted or blown up. The orca landed on an intact ship where quite a few sailors were standing with their swords drawn ready for battle. Everyone peered down into the water once again. Tolio, engulfed in smoke, floated lifelessly on the surface. "Is he really dead?" Myers chuckled to himself. "The moment you decided to rely on a mediocre magic tool, your defeat was sealed, you half-orc bastard." The flag fluttered gloriously under the sky. After all the chaos, Myers panted heavily. He and Argos had managed to haul Tolio up and tie him to the ship. "Damn it. Now I know what we need to do. Let's somehow tell everyone that we've captured Tolio. At the very least, that will ensure the remaining pirates retreat." Argos instructed. "That was a massive battle, but we finally won. When the boss gets back, lend a hand taking care of the wounded." "All right," Myers agreed. Got it. Then he looked off into the distance, his expression tinged with worry. He saw a ship radiating intense magic. It seemed a battle was taking place over there as well. Two swords clashed, each wielding a powerful aura. Neither side was willing to back down. But at this moment, the person in the white robe took a step back. Drops of red blood dripped onto the wooden deck. It was Irene. Despite his exhaustion, he forced himself to stay alert and closely observe his opponent. Irene noticed that for some reason, this guy's aura was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Aside from being the son of a concubine, it's true that he carries the blood of the emperor. However, something is wrong. That's not the aura of a monarch, there's something else mixed in. Irene didn't want to keep guessing and asked him directly, "Godfrey Aragon, who exactly are you? Why are you here?" Godfrey stared straight at him with lifeless eyes before, speaking in a seemingly nonsensical manner. "Only a dragon can face another dragon, so I am doing what I said I would." Irene pressed him, looking closely. Godfrey's face right now actually looked like a dragon's. his voice, and I am trying to become someone who can wield the power of dragons. Irene was startled by the overwhelming surge of energy the man in front of him just unleashed. He couldn't believe it.
Is this a dragon?
He emitted a mysterious purple light, the aura of a dragon. Godfrey has completely lost his mind. Irene stared blankly at the entity before him, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. That's a massive surge of energy enveloping the entire area. A dragon's aura. Why does Godfrey possess a dragon's aura? Irene's face paled. He was utterly bewildered. Irene started to calm down and analyze the situation. Only someone who has formed a pact with Soldrake can wield that kind of power. In other words, only the Duke of Pendragon. He didn't beat around the bush and sternly asked his opponent directly, "The blood of the Emperor flows in your veins. You should be wielding the aura of royalty."
What exactly did you do?
Godfrey, honestly, I am merely a creation made by a mage, the one collaborating with the Irene. Irene was still deeply confused. Who is this mage collaborating with the Irene? However, his opponent suddenly attacked him. Fortunately, Irene was agile enough to dodge it. He immediately countered with his sword. It was clear that Irene was struggling in this battle. He's too fast. The two of them continued to clash fiercely. Irene was struck by one of Godfrey's attacks and sent flying back. He only managed to stop himself by stabbing his sword into the deck. Godfrey, like a soulless puppet, relentlessly continued his assault. "I was only ordered to kill you. Other than that, I know nothing." The dragon manifested from him and charged straight at Irene. Even though he tried to dodge, the opponent's attack power was so overwhelming that Irene still ended up getting injured. Irene looked in horror at his bleeding wound. "It sliced right through me. Impossible." He turned to look at the trail left by the previous attack, seemingly figuring it out.
Is he using sword aura?
Just as he was deep in thought, Godfrey lunged at him for a sneak attack. Seeing his opponent's power changing so drastically, he couldn't help but worry. His strength has been increasing rapidly ever since he unleashed that dragon aura. If I don't go all out under the relentless barrage of attacks, Irene started having negative thoughts. Am I gonna die here? Countless streams of different energies relentlessly bombarded him from all sides. At that moment, Godfrey's sword suddenly snapped. He was sent flying back by Irene's strike. However, Godfrey remained incredibly arrogant, declaring, "You can't defeat me." Irene said nothing, furrowing his brows as he glared at his opponent. Godfrey began using a new technique. An even larger dragon phantom appeared right in front of Irene. Irene showed no fear. He also summoned a massive, powerful dragon phantom of his own. Just like that, the two dragon phantoms clashed head-on. Godfrey's dragon phantom charged forward with overwhelming momentum. On the other side, Irene's dragon phantom didn't back down either. The two of them viciously tore into each other. However, at this moment, Irene's dragon phantom seemed to be losing ground. His eyes widened in disbelief.
What?
Irene watched his dragon phantom slowly dissipate, growing even more panicked. Soldrake's aura is being crushed. The situation had completely shifted. The opponent now had the absolute upper hand. Irene tried to stay calm and analyze the situation. The intensity of the aura depends on the power of the dragon and the strength of its wielder. Looking at the way he moves, it's obvious he's never stepped foot on a battlefield. Yet his power isn't weak at all. To be able to unleash this kind of power, it must be thanks to the dragon's power inside him. After a moment of thought, he seemed to have found a solution. A power that can overwhelm Sol in terms of sheer strength, and that is the strongest dragon queen on the battlefield. But right then a sight unfolded that made him doubt his own eyes. Impossible. This aura belongs to Godfrey. Godfrey slowly spoke up. The sea dragon Viscula, he arrogantly declared,
That's why, as long as we're here, you can't defeat me.
Suddenly Irene remembered something. He recalled a conversation with his father, Glenn Dragon Veins, the source of magic, the indispensable lifeline for dragons like us. He also said once a dragon vein runs dry, a dragon can no longer unleash its full power. Godfrey was still brimming with confidence. This is the Southern Sea. The dragon vein here belongs to the sea dragon. Because he knew very well that here, Viscula could unleash its full power. Next, a massive surge of power crashed down on Irene. He tried his hardest to withstand it, but he quickly reached his limit. His hand was injured, and blood poured out endlessly. Irene cried out in pain. Godfrey looked at his struggling opponent with immense satisfaction. Truth be told, you are stronger than me. But here the white dragon has no dragon vein. Her aura is nothing more than ordinary energy. He stepped forward and pressed his blade against Irene's neck. I don't care about this battle, but since it's an order, Irene's neck was now bleeding. Then I will kill you. Right now Irene relentlessly called out, Sol, lend me your power. His sword instantly began to glow. Her past instructions echoed in his mind. Ray, this sword once belonged to Alex, the first Pendragon. The blade was forged from my very own horn, contains a colossal amount of magic. Portion of my power also resides within it. Soldrake had once said, if you run out of aura in the middle of the ocean, where I cannot reach you, that sword will unleash its power on its own. She had entrusted the sword to him with absolute faith, and now, he had no doubts about himself anymore. Whether it's the aura of Raven or Irene, I acknowledge that it is a part of you. All of its power is now completely yours. You can now fully utilize all of my power. At that moment, a powerful light burst forth, illuminating the entire area. Godfrey was also affected by it, constantly stepping back. He was now completely stunned. My aura is being extinguished. But Viscula's power is absolute here. Suddenly Godfrey saw something. The silhouette of Irene flickered in and out of existence right in front of him. Irene stood there calmly, completely unscathed. His eyes had now become incredibly resolute. Irene's presence now completely overwhelmed his opponent. Godfrey stared ahead in horror. The aura he's emitting has changed. Irene had completely transformed. Godfrey was visibly shaken by him. He still refused to give up and attacked Irene once again. The dragon phantom charged rapidly toward the other side. Irene was very calm as he countered. He directly fed his opponent a sword strike. Just a second later, Godfrey's dragon phantom completely dissipated. Godfrey's eyes widened in sheer shock. Viscula's aura was swallowed whole. Right then, Irene's dragon phantom lunged at Godfrey, attacking him with immense ferocity. Godfrey touched the blood on his face, unable to believe it. I got slashed. He looked up at in panic. By a sword aura. On the other side, Irene had no intention of letting Godfrey off the hook. Godfrey froze, staring at the scene before him.
Irene's power, it's getting even stronger!
The dragon phantom relentlessly charged at him. Godfrey's eyes widened in horror. The white dragon's blue flame. He was knocked down before he could even react. Godfrey panted heavily, unable to believe it. No one told me he was capable of reaching this level of power. Just like that, Godfrey watched the scene unfold before him. He's practically become a dragon himself. Irene had now completely merged with it. He spoke coldly. It's over, Godfrey. Even if you unleash more aura, you still can't defeat this power. Godfrey screamed in defiance. Impossible. I carry its aura. A dragon even stronger than the white dragon. The aura of the sea dragon Viscula. Irene remained silent. He had figured it out early on. This is the power meant to protect the one who formed a pact with Soldrake. So, it was sealed within this sword. Unleashing it allows you to use Soul's true power. So now I understand. Irene continued in a low voice, confirming it clearly with his soul eyes. He didn't hesitate to expose his opponent's secret. The connection between you and Viscula is nothing more than a curse created by magic. Exposed, Godfrey couldn't say a word. He loudly retorted, whether it's magic or not, its power is mine. Godfrey yelled angrily, because I was the one chosen to become the contractor of the strongest dragon. However, the moment he finished speaking, the tip of Irene's sword was already right in front of his face. He directly asked him straight up, so, as Viscula's contractor, what do you actually know about it? Godfrey remained silent, not daring to speak. Irene then firmly declared once again, dragons are not tools. They have a conscience and feelings. He also gradually understood. I know the reason why Saul gave me this power. Time flashed back to the past. Is something wrong, Saul? Soldrake looked at the sword, deep in thought. The day of your battle in the south is approaching, so I am checking to see if the sword's power has weakened. There was one thing she had to admit. You are very strong, but I still haven't forgotten the feeling of losing my contractor. Finally she voiced her desire. Since this is the sea dragon's territory, I want to join you. Irene asked in a serious tone, Saul, why do you try so hard to protect the dragon lord? Soldrake remained silent, not answering for a moment. Then she said, ever since I was given this responsibility, a very long time ago, by the man who saved my life. He loved humans and loved life. Even so, he was someone special to me. When he died, he asked me to continue protecting his children. Because doing so meant that whether hundreds or thousands of years passed, I wouldn't leave them alone. Irene listened in silence. Suddenly she unexpectedly added, however, my desire to protect you stems from a different reason. She spoke slowly, the wound in your heart is the same as mine, Ray. Hearing this, he was stunned and confused. She explained, we both lost someone important to us. For me, it was Alex. And for you, it was your family. Soldrake understood very well. Because we have experienced the same pain, I want to protect you. At the very least, so you won't have to go through something like that ever again. Irene confidently declared, the power bestowed upon this sword isn't just pure strength. It's also Soul's memories. His power continued to grow, fueled by his anger. It's not like some fake pack created by magic. And those who treat dragons merely as tools will always end in failure. Irene growled, if they go against that, the power of Irene officially struck Godfrey. He screamed endlessly in agony. Arv. Irene also used all his strength to charge forward. Saul. Godfrey, paralyzed by fear, ordered Viscula, protect me. And so once again the two dragon phantoms clashed. Saul effortlessly bit off the opponent's head without breaking a sweat. Godfrey was now so terrified he could only cower on the ground. Saul had no intention of letting him go and charged right at him. Struck by the attack, Godfrey immediately coughed up blood. In the end, victory belonged to Irene and his allies. Irene coldly spat out every word. Dragons don't answer to anyone but their contractors. The massive dragon seemed to coil around Irene. He slowly sheathed his sword. You saved me once again, Saul. The moment the sword clicked into its scabbard, a sound echoed and Soldrake vanished. The entire ship was reduced to ruins. Godfrey breathed heavily on the wooden deck, covered in wounds. Pant, pant. Irene was deep in thought. Should I have just cut him down directly? Look at this, he recalled Godfrey's words. Only a dragon can face another dragon, so I was told to become someone like that. When Godfrey was fighting, he blurted out, the mage who made me like this is working with the Emergence. Thoughts swirled in Irene's mind. Of course, with the exception of Saul, other dragons have never involved themselves with humans from the very beginning. So he was forced into a contract through magic. And this whole thing was orchestrated to gain the power to control a dragon. The empty space in the middle of the sea was filled with the scars of battle. Anyway, even with this guy half dead, Viscula still hasn't shown up. He grabbed Godfrey by the collar and interrogated him. Godfrey Aragon, where is Viscula right now? Godfrey struggled to answer. I don't know, I've never seen it. Irene didn't believe him and retorted. What, then how could you? Godfrey forced his eyes open, his face covered in wounds. I saw its soul. It's bound by magic. Irene widened his eyes in shock. No way, Viscula. Then that mage must have. Godfrey continued, a power capable of killing even a dragon. Amidst the smoke, Godfrey explained, that mage said that you are distorting the logic of the world. He ordered us to eliminate you so that the world, he helplessly revealed the goal, can return to its original state. Irene was even more shocked. Impossible thoughts raced through his mind. That's impossible. Does he know my true identity? Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward them. A giant bird was flying their way. Irene turned around and recognized it. Isla's griffin. One man and one bird observed the remaining ships. He spoke up. The pirates are retreating. I guess they succeeded in capturing Tolio. They both turned to look at the young man lying on the deck. He thought, since we've also captured Godfrey, the Oranges will start making their move. Looks like I'll be meeting that mage soon enough. Right after, Irene gripped his sword tightly and climbed onto the griffin, announcing, it doesn't matter. Checking on what happened with Tolio is our top priority right now. Let's go, the griffin screeched. On another ship, Tolio was surrounded. Myers exclaimed, that's enough, Pirate King of the Inner Sea. He declared, your defeat is absolute. No one is coming to save you. Tolio gritted his teeth, glaring with pure hatred. Argos smiled and confirmed, there's no doubt about that. Because our lord, he shouted loudly, is far stronger and more capable than you. Right on cue. Irene flew in. His eyes coldly stared at him. Tolio roared furiously, you white bug. You bastard. He struggled to break the chains and immediately lunged at Irene. To the surprise of Leon and Argos, Irene stood completely still. He simply unleashed a single slash toward him. The slash sliced right through his body. Tolio instantly cried out, Arf. The strike left Viscount Moran and Killian in awe. A massive amount of blood sprayed from Tolio's body. He clutched his stomach, roaring in agony. Arr! Fuck. Right at that moment, someone appeared behind him. Their blade slashed into his leg, splattering blood. Isla pinned him down, making him scream, Arf. He glared. You should bow your head in the presence of the Dragon Duke, you filthy bastard. Irene spoke up, karma has finally caught up to you, Tolio Oranges. He pointed out his crimes, for killing people for fun and ruling through power and fear. Understand? He stepped closer, pulling the chains around his neck with a dark aura. This is the price you pay for destroying the Vault family. Tolio still refused to admit it. What the hell are you talking about? Immediately, a blue aura appeared behind Irene, surprising everyone there. Tolio thought with difficulty, why is his aura so heavy? It's much heavier than before. Irene swung his sword into the air with absolute majesty. He declared, decapitation is a fitting end for you. Tolio roared helplessly, don't give me that bullshit. I can't die to a bunch of bugs. Instantly, a sword strike sent his head flying. Irene lowered his sword. Tolio had collapsed. Only a pool of blood remained at his feet. Everyone smiled, from Moran and Killian to the relieved Leon, Argos, and Myers. Irene said, thank you all for your hard work. Then he turned around and declared, this is our victory. Instantly the crowd erupted. Everyone celebrated this outcome. The magnificent White Castle bathed in the evening light. The streets were bustling with people. A few gentle maids handed out food to the poor. The bread is fresh out of the oven. Everyone, take a few before they get cold. A woman gently accepted it with a word of thanks. Yes, thank you for always preparing food for us. Another maid spoke up with a bit of urgency. Lady Lindsay, please help us. Lindsay immediately caught the So's signal. Yes, I'm coming. Just as she was about to walk over, another young man ran in from the harbor, shouting frantically, Lady Lindsay. Lady Irene, the Duke's ship has returned. Hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. Lord Irene! The harbor was packed with people. Everyone was looking in the same direction, chatting incessantly. There seemed to be fewer Imperial ships, Well, there was just a massive storm in the south, and they had to fight off pirates on top of that. However, their eyes were soon glued to one spot. Up high, the figures of officials stood imposingly on the ship's deck. The people below were slightly surprised. The man on the deck announced loudly and clearly, the pirates who ravaged the merchant city of Lures and injured its citizens have all been annihilated by us. His announcement made everyone fall silent and listen. From now on, the coastal city of Lures will be as glorious as it once was. As the announcement ended, they paused for a moment. Is that it? Then everyone erupted in pure joy. Cheers rang out endlessly. That's amazing! Ever since Secunda was replaced, everything has gotten so much better. The two maids, Lindsay and Aaron, grabbed each other's hands and sprinted over. They called out the young man's name loudly. Brother, Lord Irene? Irene was caught off guard when the two girls threw themselves into his arms. He could only call out their names, Lindsay, Aaron. Tears welling up in her eyes, Lindsay buried her head in his chest and whimpered, I heard there was a massive storm. I was really so worried. Irene smiled and replied, I'm sorry for making you too worry. Some gossiping ladies at the harbor noticed their intimate relationship. Lady Lindsay, so you re his wife. They approached the couple. They explained warmly, "You were always covered in flour helping us bake bread, so we didn't even realize." They even kindly shoved a large box into Lindsay's hands.
"Please take this.
"It's a thank you gift for everything you've done for us. Make sure to share it with your husband." Irene looked at Lindsay in confusion. Baking bread. She looked up at him and replied, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's just that she looked around, feeling sympathetic toward the poverty-stricken scenes as she explained. "Because of the big storm, trade has been getting worse and worse, so I helped out the poor." Lindsay smiled at him and continued, "If it were you, you would have done the same. So I helped everyone in my own way." Hearing her honest explanation, the ladies couldn't help but smile. They chimed in with a few more words that made Lindsay beam with pride.
"So that's why."
"She's a fantastic cook. She helped us out so much." Irene looked at her tenderly, then pulled her closer into his arms. He murmured affectionately, "Thank you, Lindsay, you did great." Lindsay was so happy her face turned bright red. She smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, my lord." This display of affection made Irene pout. "Brother, I helped everyone too." Hearing that, Irene turned to comfort his good little sister. "I'm proud of you too." However, right in the middle of their happy reunion, they heard someone shout, "Hey!
Look over there!"
Pirates. A tattered red flag bearing the emblem of an orca fluttered in the wind. A black ship sailed imposingly into the harbor, making the bystanders cry out in fear. Could they be the survivors? Are they here for revenge? Some people stepped off the ship. The citizens on the docks were visibly on guard against these intruders. The man leading the ship looked at them with a serious expression. They glared back warily. What happened next was an unbelievable sight. The pirates all dropped to their knees in unison, begging for forgiveness. "Oh, citizens of Lures, we apologize for everything." The crowd's jaws dropped, their eyes wide with shock. The leader of the pirates continued to explain, "As pirates, we've caused nothing but trouble for this place. But starting today, we've decided to change. We're going to start working here for everyone's sake." The more the crowd heard, the less they understood. They kept asking, "What? Why so suddenly?" Irene approached from a distance, offering an explanation. "This was part of our plan. They deceived the enemy and fought back against them." He stated with a serious face, "It's true that they didn't do anything good and brought a bad influence to Lures. However, now they understand that poverty drives people to do things they shouldn't." Irene's words carried a hint of bitterness. The citizens looked at the pirates without saying a word. Seeing this, Irene continued to defend them. "It is my responsibility to protect and bring prosperity to this city. Therefore I apologize for not being able to protect everyone. So could you please accept them for the sake of Lures?" Irene said, bowing with utmost sincerity. They thought it over for a moment, moved by his attitude, and then smiled. They threw their arms around the pirates' shoulders, acting as friendly as old pals. "Since it's a request from the new governor, we have to agree, right, ha? We're going to work you to the bone, ex-pirates." The other members of both sides also mingled, acting as close as old friends. Seeing this, Myers couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Standing behind him, Irene felt the same way. As Irene started to walk away, Myers hurriedly ran after him.
"Wait."
He offered, "Let me thank you. Not just for the gold and the trading permit, but you also gave us a place where we belong. We have a chance to start our lives over, all thanks to you. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Governor." Myers spoke with a warm, friendly tone as he extended his hand to Irene. Irene replied to him, "I didn't feel alone either, thanks to your help. Isn't that right, Admiral?" He looked behind him, referring to the man who had just appeared. The Admiral looked at them with an expressionless face, then slowly approached the pirate, Myers, and stated, "If it weren't for your help, we would have lost a long time ago. Thank you, Captain of the Winter Blizzard Pirates, John Myers." He smiled back and spoke up as he shook Moran's hand. "I'll be counting on you from now on, Admiral Moran." The crowd around them was just as excited. He even managed to reconcile the Navy and the pirates. "That's our governor for you. Haha. Since we won, it's time to go drink and celebrate, right?" The large burly green figures excitedly announced. "Tonight we were throwing a victory banquet." The night was bathed in the glow of lanterns. Everyone joyfully joined in the festive atmosphere. Each person had their own fun, but they all shared in the city's collective joy. Some raised their mugs, while others raised their glasses. There was even someone hanging out with the mythical beasts. In a quiet corner, a figure sat absent-mindedly on the railing. Another person approached from behind. Irene spoke to Sol. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sol. The banquet went on longer than I expected." Sol turned her head to look at him, smiling gently. Irene continued, "There are so many things I need to tell you. But first of all, I was saved by the memories you sealed within the sword. Thank you, Sol." He spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Sol took the sword from Irene's hands, silently saying in her heart, "I'm glad you were safe." They looked at each other in silence under the brilliant fireworks. "Welcome back, Ray."